Xiao Yi ate the poisonous fruit? Is he okay? Mo Qiufeng's tone was very concerned. Wan Qiqi had just said, regarding the matter of Lu Yi, he won't die for now, but there are too many toxins accumulated in his body. He might explode at any time. Wan Qiqi had a wooden face, deliberately exaggerated a little, and even winked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then immediately covered his mouth and coughed weakly a few times. Lu Disheng and Yuan Huilan were too busy arguing to care about it anymore. They said in unison, "Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? What did the doctor say? How would you know he was poisoned if you didn't check?" Lu Yi often has headaches, chest tightness, and cramps in his hands and feet. He has been like this since he was a child. If you had cared about him a little, you would have noticed these symptoms. If you had taken him to the hospital for a checkup earlier, the poison in his body would have been cleared long ago. Wan Qiqi looked sarcastic. It was useless to pretend to care about her now. Lu Disheng and Yuan Huilan both looked embarrassed, and they rarely showed a hint of guilt. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yi cooperated by coughing a few times and lowering his head, looking particularly weak. In fact, he was trying to hold back his laughter because he didn't have any of the symptoms that Qiqi described. Mo Qiufeng spoke at the right time. "I know a very good old Chinese doctor. I'll take Xiao Yi to see him next time." "No, you didn't care about me before, and you don't need to care about me now." Lu Yi refused with a cold face, as he was afraid of being exposed. He is stronger than an ox, and his pulse is completely exposed. "Xiao Yi, you can't hide your illness and avoid seeing a doctor. We didn't fulfill our responsibilities in the past. Now you have to give us a chance to make up for it, right?"
Montag Qiufeng adviset patiently.
He was really worried. Although Lu Yi is not his biological son, he has raised him for a period of time. He still feels sorry for the child and hopes that he will be well. "Yes, your mother and I know we were wrong, and we will definitely make amends in the future." Lu Disheng also softened his voice. It was the first time he didn't yell at his son. His eyes were a little red, and his face was full of guilt, which made Lu Yi feel disgusted. He was more accustomed to the old man's gloomy face and scolding, but now seeing this dead look made him feel uncomfortable and uneasy all over. The future is too far away. Let's seize the present moment. "Mom, are you still going to give me the red envelope?" Wan Qiqi interrupted and changed the subject. The guilt and sadness in the air were instantly washed away by these words. Yuan Huilan looked at her with difficulty. The little good impression she had just had was now gone. As expected, she is still that vulgar country girl who doesn't know any etiquette. How could she ask for a red envelope on her own initiative? Although Yuan Huilan was dissatisfied, she still felt a little guilty towards Lu Yi, so she went back to her room, wrapped a red envelope, and handed it to Lu Yi.
"It doesn't look that thick."
"The 50 yuan I just wrapped is obviously thicker than yours." Lu Disheng was speaking in a sarcastic tone beside him. "You have such good eyesight. How come you didn't see through Lin Manyun's fox skin?" Yuan Huilan snatched the red envelope back, said something harsh, ran back to her room, wrapped a new red envelope, and deliberately opened the red envelope in front of Lu Disheng to show him. "Look, 80 yuan, more than your 50. Did Lin Manyun take away all your salary? You can't even take out 80 yuan, right?" After mocking him, she stuffed the red envelope into Lu Ye's pocket and glared at Lu Disheng. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Uncle Mo. You must come to dinner tomorrow." Wan Qiqi was very sweet-talking and thanked very sincerely. After all, the gift was real money. "I will definitely go." Mo Qiufeng agreed with a smile. "I'll go too." Lu Disheng roared. He was the biological father, and he absolutely could not let Mo Qiufeng steal the limelight. "I'll go too." Yuan Huilan snorted coldly. She was her biological mother. Wan Qiqi took out a bag from her bag, which was exactly the same as the one she gave to Lu Disheng, containing 10 each of millet rice cakes and mugwort rice cakes. "Mom, Uncle Mo, this is a local specialty of my family. You can try it. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Thank you, Qiqi." Mo Qiufeng said with a smile. Lu Disheng glanced at them and felt unbalanced again. There were actually the same number as him. He was their biological father, so there should be at least a few more, right? "You're welcome, Uncle Mo, Dad, Mom, Lu Yi, and I are going home."
"Bye."
Wan Qiqi pulled Lu Yi up and said goodbye. Tonight, which is pretty good.
It's time to go back to sleep.
Mo Qiufeng escorted them to the gate of the courtyard. Lu Disheng followed them out and said to Wan Qiqi, Manzi talks about you every day. Commander Lu asked you to come to his house to play when you are free. Qiqi knows Manzi? Mo Qiufeng was a little surprised, and there was a more exploring look in his eyes when he looked at Wan Qiqi. The Lu family has a very special status in the compound. Although Mr. Lu has retired, his influence is still great, and his words carry weight. Many people in the compound wanted to curry favor with Grandpa Lu, but they couldn't even step into the Lu family's threshold. Grandpa Lu seemed amiable, but in fact he had clear boundaries. Especially now that the situation was complicated, the old man didn't want to get involved with either side, so he left the capital and returned to Tanzhou to retire. I didn't expect Wan Qiqi to catch the old man as I. This girl is really lucky.
No.
Wan Qiqi's expression was very calm. She was friends with Manzai purely because of Manzai himself, and it had nothing to do with his father. She also doesn't need to curry favor with Chief Lu. With her golden finger, she will definitely be able to thrive in this era without having to cling to anyone. Commander Lu is an old leader from Beijing. You should be careful with your words when you go there, Lu Disheng reminded. I'm going to play with Manzai. I have nothing to say to his father. And don't worry, Dad. I can definitely think of what you can think of, and I can also think of what you can't think of. You should pay more attention to yourself. Wan Qiqi didn't give him any face. Instead of worrying about her, he might as well worry about his own backyard first. If this confused old man doesn't take care of the backyard, he will be pulled down by Lin Mannion sooner or later. Mo Qiufeng twitched his lips, with a smile in his eyes. After Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi left, Lu Disheng said angrily, What does this girl mean? He said you were stupid, but you couldn't even hear that. You're really stupid as hell. Yuan Huilan leaned against the door frame, mocking and rolling her eyes. Lu Disheng gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and walked away with a sullen face. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to argue with this stupid woman. Thinking that Lu Yi had poison in his body, he felt very guilty and became more suspicious of Lin Mannion. He was busy with work and went out early and came back late every day, so he really had no time to take care of the children. But Lin Mannion was at home every day, so how come she didn't notice that Lu Yi was in poor health? Lu Disheng's expression turned cold, and he decided that the next time he went to Jiangqing for a meeting, he would transfer Jiefang to Qinghai Tibet and Yan Xicho to guard Kunlun Mountain, and he would work hard to wear down their pampered character. They would not be allowed to come back until they were completely worn down. Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi slowly walked back to the family building. It was getting late, and most of the people outside had gone home, especially the children who were playing. They were all called back home by their parents to go to bed. Manzi, it's time to go home and sleep. You have to be good. Manzi, can you hear me? Are you feeling unwell? From the front. Although it was urgent, it was still gentle. Manzai, can you speak? Tell Daddy if you have anything to say. Has anyone bullied you? Asked Grandpa Lu. But no matter how the old couple asked, Manzai did not respond. Wan Qiqi had an idea and walked towards the source of the sound. She saw Manzai standing there like a wooden stick. No matter what his parents said, he didn't even blink, but his eyes were anxious. The third update is finished. Good night, babies. Have a sweet dream. Uncle Lu, Mama Guan, what happened to Manzi? Lu Yi walked over and asked with concern. Wan Qiqi glanced at him. This old lady must be special in her man's heart. Manzai has been standing like this for an hour, not speaking or moving, and he gets angry when you pull him. Guan Jihua said helplessly. She felt very guilty and self-blaming towards her youngest son. If she had been more alert back then, she would not have been caught by the enemy, and her little son would not have suffered in jail with her. Before he fell ill, Manzai was very smart and cute. It was she who harmed Manzai. But she was still glad that Manzai was at least alive and happy in his own world, and that was enough. Xiao Yi, she's your girlfriend, Miss Qiqi, right? Grandpa Lu asked gently. Yes, you are my cousin now. Lu Yi couldn't hide his satisfaction and pride on his face. What a great thing. Xiaoya, you have your own home now. Guan Jihua was very pleased. Lu Yi chuckled and scratched the back of his head, looking a little silly. In front of Guan Jihua, he completely lost his thorns and became a simple and silly child. Wan Qiqi also greeted the two elders. She had heard from her original body that Guan Jihua was the best person to Lu Yi in the compound. When Lu Yi was a child, he was punished by Lin Manyun to stand outside. He was so hungry that he ate the grass in the flower bed. Guan Jihua saw him and called him home for dinner. From then on, Guan Jihua would call Lu Yi home for dinner every now and then and buy him clothes, shoes, and socks. That's why Lu Yi asked her to take care of her mother. Guan Jihua was the only ray of light in Lu Ye's life. However, Guan Jihua suffered too much in prison and her vitality was severely damaged, so her health was not good. A year later, this respectable old lady died of cancer. The old lady had lung cancer and had undergone surgery and chemotherapy, but the results were not very good. In the 1970s, China was far behind the international level in cancer treatment. Guan Jihua's death was a big blow to Lu Yi in his previous life. Cough, cough, cough. Guan Jihua coughed lightly a few times. She was very thin and looked very bad, but her eyes were still bright and her temperament was elegant. Lu Yi looked at her worriedly. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he realized that Guan's mother had lost a lot of weight and her hair had turned completely white. He felt very sad and was even more afraid that something might happen to Guan Jihua. Manzai, go home and sleep with mom and dad, okay? Guan Jihua's voice became gentler, but Manzai remained motionless, his eyes moving around. It was obvious that he wanted to speak, but was unwilling to open his mouth. What's wrong with the child? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? Guan Jihua asked her husband worriedly. Mr. Lu thought the same thing. He planned to go back and call the orderly to drive his youngest son to the hospital. Wan Qiqi only observed for a while and had a rough idea in her mind, so she pulled Lu Yi over. Guan Jihua grabbed her husband and whispered, "Take another look." She had a hunch that Wan Qiqi could get her son to move. 1, 2, 3, we are all wooden men. Wan Qiqi suddenly called out, then walked forward. Lu Yi followed behind her, pulling Manzai with him. Manzai really moved and followed obediently. After walking a few steps, Wan Qiqi shouted loudly, "Don't talk or move." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood still. Lu Yi just raised his foot and stood in the posture of golden rooster standing on one leg. Manzai is in a stepping walking posture, with his left hand in front, right hand behind, and his head slightly tilted to the side. The three of them stood in an awkward posture, not moving at all, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. Guan Jihua and Mr. Lu couldn't help laughing. So this was the reason. Wan Qiqi was such a smart girl. Achoo! Lu Yi sneezed loudly, and then his feet fell to the ground. Yeah, you moved, you lost. Manzai was very happy because he finally unlocked it. He shook his hands vigorously a few times and kicked his feet a few times to relieve the soreness in his body. He had been waiting for Xiao Mao and Xiao Ming to unlock the door, but they didn't come for a long time. He couldn't unlock it himself because that would be against the rules of the game. Yes, I lost. How should I be punished? Lu Yi readily admitted defeat and rubbed Manzai's arms. The loser has to call me Dad 3 times. Manzai said happily. Dad, Dad, Dad. Lu Yi didn't even beat him. He just shouted very straightforwardly. Manzi was so happy that he responded very cooperatively. Hey, hey, hey. Guan Jihua and Mr. Lu felt that something was not right. If Lu Dishing knew about this, he would definitely be angry because he was a petty guy. But Manzai was so happy for so rare a time, and they didn't want to spoil his fun. Besides, it was late at night, so Lu Dishing probably wouldn't be able to hear it, right? Who are you calling Dad? I am your dad. Lu Dishing's angry voice rang out of nowhere. He was feeling depressed and didn't want to go home, so he wandered around nearby. He accidentally heard his own unfilial son calling someone else Dad so attentively. He was immediately furious. His rebellious son had never called him so caringly before, which made him so angry. Guan Jihua and Mr. Lu felt guilty for a rare time, and before Lu Dishing came over, they hid behind the camphor tree to avoid the embarrassment of facing each other. Yeah, I lost. You have to call me daddy, Manzai explained very considerately. When Lu Dishing saw that it was him, his anger subsided, and he even forced a smile and corrected him. He should call you brother, not dad, understand? Call me daddy. Call me brother. Just call me daddy. Call me brother.
Dad.
Okay, dad is dad, whatever you say, dad. Lu Dishing had no choice but to compromise. Why should he argue with a little kid? Just let him scream. No one else would hear him anyway.
Why?
Manzai responded loudly and reached out his hand, touching Lu Dishing's head lovingly a few times, just like he touched the big yellow dog at home. Lu Dishing's expression suddenly froze. He really wanted to beat up this jerk for taking advantage of him. But he couldn't do it because Manzai was a poor child. I won't argue with you, a kid. Lu Dishing gritted his teeth and walked away angrily, glaring at Lu Yi. He now suspected that it was this rebellious son who had taught Manzai to do such things and deliberately took advantage of him. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Lu Ye's unbridled laughter and Ron Chi-Chi's, these two rebellious people. Lu Dishing's face turned even darker and he returned home with gritted teeth. Guan Jihua and Mr. Lu came out from behind the tree and breathed a sigh of relief. They felt both sympathetic and amused about Lu Dishing's experience. Manzai, come home. The two elders greeted their son. Chi-Chi, when will you teach me to speak Shanghai dialect? Manzai asked. I'll come see you tomorrow. Wan Chi-Chi glanced at Guan Jihua. She had to find a way to send some targeted drugs to the old lady. There were some in the space pharmacy. Guan Jihua is a very important relative of Lu Yi and also a respectable and admirable revolutionary predecessor. She will help him both publicly and privately. I'll wait for you tomorrow. Goodbye, Chi-Chi. Goodbye, Ye. Manzai waved happily and followed his parents home. He is taller than his parents, but he walks in the middle, holding his mother's left hand and his father's right hand. The family of three walk slowly, and their backs are particularly warm. The next morning, Lu Yi accompanied Wan Chi-Chi to Lu's house and brought a dozen targeted drugs in an ordinary glass bottle. Wan Chi-Chi only said that this medicine could cure Guan Jihua's disease, but did not say where it came from, and Lu Yi did not ask. After arriving at Lu's house, Lu Yi took out the medicine and said directly, Mother Guan, this medicine is imported and will help your condition. Thank you, Xiaoya. How do I eat this? Guan Jihua didn't ask where the medicine came from, nor did she worry that there was anything wrong with the medicine. She trusted Lu Yi very much. Take 1 pill a day. After you finish these pills, see the effect. If you feel good, I will do it again.
Lu Yi said. Good.
Guan Jihua opened the medicine bottle neatly and took a pill.
She didn't want to die.
She couldn't let go of Manzai. If she could live one more day, she could take care of Manzai for one more day. Wan Chi-Chi was teaching Manzai to speak Shanghai dialect. She found that Manzai had a strong talent for languages and learned very quickly. She learned Shanghai dialect in a mental hospital and it took her 3 months to learn it, but Manzai was even faster and could learn it in just 1 month at most. As expected, people with brain problems are actually extremely smart. After all, stupid people have limited brain capacity, so they can't have any problems even if they wanna. After the housekeeper had lunch, they went out to buy groceries. They had to entertain their biological father and stepmother and their biological mother and stepfather in the evening, and they had to collect a few red envelopes, so they had to buy some decent dishes. You want a big red envelope, you have to pay some cost. Lu Yi rode a bicycle and Wan Chi-Chi sat on the back. Now the roads in the city are all paved with asphalt. Although they look flat on the surface, it is still a bit bumpy to ride. It was like a 36V current was passing through, and his butt was numb. They were almost at the vegetable market. She changed her mind. 36V is a safe voltage. Let's go buy a bicycle first. You got a ticket? Lu Yi asked. He doesn't have any tickets on him at the moment, so he has to go get one. Yes, it was taken by the Sher family. Wan Chi-Chi took out 3 bicycle tickets from his pocket and waved them. Lu Yi smiled softly, tapped the ground with his toes, turned his head flexibly and said, Let's buy the best. It's a must. Wan Qiqi agreed very much. She had earned 180 yuan yesterday and could continue to earn money today. Money must be spent after it is earned. Bicycle tickets. The two arrived at the largest department store in the city. Lu Yi went to the toilet to urinate, while Wan Qiqi went straight to the bicycle counter. She immediately fell in love with a royal blue women's bicycle, which stood out among several other bicycles. In fact, she prefers light blue, but bicycles in this pink color are probably not produced now, so royal blue will do. Royal blue bicycle. The rest are black. The long road ahead is as hard as iron, but now we can start over. Comrade, I want to buy that blue bicycle. Wan Qiqi recited the quotations loudly. Now, every time she went out to do something, she had to recite a quotation. There was a very young female salesperson at the counter. She was pretty, but her butt was a bit heavy. Even though Wan Qiqi was screaming so loudly, her butt didn't leave the chair. She was still sitting lazily at one side. Her soft body formed a beautiful curve, and she smiled from time to time, as if she was thinking about love. Wan Qiqi had no intention of appreciating her pose. She felt that her body was more beautiful than this woman. All she wanted now was to buy a bicycle. Comrade, I want to buy a bicycle. Wan Qiqi shouted at the top of her voice, which could be heard throughout the entire floor. The waiters at other counters all raised their heads and looked over here. I heard you, I'm not deaf. Why are you shouting so loudly? The young salesman finally stood up, rolled his eyes, walked over with a sullen face, and asked rudely, Do you have any tickets? Why would I buy a bike from you if I don't have a ticket? I want to buy that blue bike. Wan Qiqi took out a bicycle ticket and put it on the counter. That one is not for sale. You can buy the other one. The saleswoman Sulina said in a firm tone that she was going to keep the bike for herself, but she hadn't gotten the ticket yet. However, her boyfriend said that he would take her home to meet his parents today, and her boyfriend's father was a commander, so a bicycle ticket was no big deal. Why not sell it? Wan Qiqi frowned, a little angry. The salesman has been provoking her crazy nature. In fact, she doesn't want to get crazy with a stranger at all. It's such a waste of time. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are there so many reasons? Except for this one. All the others are for sale. Which one do you want? Feeling guilty, Sulina became a little angry and humiliated. She had no right to intercept the merchandise on the counter. According to regulations, she would be punished for doing so. But many people in the mall did this, and the manager turned a blind eye. Besides, it was not like she was not paying, she was just a day or two late, which was not considered a violation of the rules. Sulina glared at Wan Qiqi angrily, thinking that she was so annoying, and it seemed like she didn't understand what she was saying. She had already said she didn't want to sell it, but she still asked all kinds of questions. I only want to buy this blue one. Since you put the car on the counter, it is a product for sale. I am a customer and I have a ticket. Why don't you sell it to me? Does your mall sell things based on the salesperson's mood? If the mood is good, then sell it, but if the mood is bad, then don't sell it? Or do the products in your mall also have menstrual periods? Don't sell it when the menstrual period comes? Wan Qiqi's expression was calm and her voice was soft, but her words were extremely impolite, and every word was heart-wrenching. How can you talk like that? Who has your period? I told you I won't sell it. Why are you making such a fuss? Sulina was both embarrassed and angry because she really had her period today. She felt that Wan Qiqi was deliberately mocking her. This woman was so hateful. What's wrong? A young man in military uniform came over. He was about 175 centimeters tall and had a decent appearance. The uniform added to his appearance. As he walked over, he attracted the admiring glances of several young female customers. These looks made the man very proud. He held his head high and walked over with a smug look on his face. Sulina was very surprised to see him, and she instantly gained confidence. She pointed at Wan Qiqi and said angrily, "She is the one who is making trouble and causing trouble on purpose. Comrade, this is a department store. If you make a fuss, you will be arrested and sent to labor reform. Get out of here." The young man looked at Wan Qiqi with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his tone became more polite. Sulina next to her was very dissatisfied. She hoped that her boyfriend would teach that Zich a lesson. You are the person in charge of this mall? What right do you have to ask customers to leave? Wan Chi-Chi sneered. What a pair of clueless idiots. Do you know who my boyfriend's father is? I advise you to be smart and get out of here, or else you won't be able to stay in Tanzhou City. Sulina was so arrogant that her hand almost poked Wan Chi-Chi's eyes. She frowned and stretched out her hand to teach the woman a lesson, but the young man blocked Sulina's way and pushed her hard, angrily saying, "Do and be ungrateful. If you make trouble again, I'll arrest you and put you into reformation." Who are you going to arrest? Lu Jiefeng. Lu Ye's cold voice sounded, and the person had arrived. He held Wan Chi-Chi with one hand and pinched Lu Jiefeng's arm with the other hand, looking at him coldly. Wan Chi-Chi blinked. Lu Jiefeng? What a coincidence. I ran into an acquaintance even when buying a bicycle. It turns out that enemies always meet in a narrow road. Lu Yi, what are you crazy about? It's none of your business if I teach someone a lesson. Get out of the way. Lu Jiefeng struggled with all his strength, but couldn't get free. Lu Yi used only one hand to immobilize him. Moreover, Lu Yi was half a head taller than him, more handsome, and more imposing than him. They were both wearing military uniforms, so when they faced each other face to face, the difference in their strength was immediately apparent. Had admired Lu Jiefeng before were now focused on Lu Yi, and their gazes were so hot that they could rival the sun. Wan Chi-Chi was very proud. As expected, no matter what era, women's aesthetic tastes were the same. Her taste is truly the best in the world. Look how handsome the man she picked is. Lu Yi, let go. Do you still want to go home? Lu Jiefeng, who was angry and humiliated, threatened. He knew that Lu Yi actually cared about the old man very much, and he was making a crazy noise just to attract the old man's attention. These were what his mother told him. His mother also said that Lu Yi should just make a fuss. The crazier he made a fuss, the less the old man would like him. From now on, everything in the Lu family would belong to him and his brother. Lu Ye's face became even colder. He sneered and gradually increased the strength of squeezing his hand.
Ouch.
Let go. I told you to let go. Are you deaf? Lu Jiefeng cried out in pain, and cold sweat broke out. Wan Chi-Chi frowned, walked over, and slapped him hard in the face. The crisp sound of slapping shocked everyone in the mall, including Sulina and Lu Jiefeng. Are you crazy? Do you know who his father is? You are done, just wait. Sulina screamed, her tone gloating. She even dared to hit the commander's son. This Zich is about to get into big trouble. Snap, there was another crisp slapping sound, and there were red slapping marks on both sides of Lu Jiefeng's face, which were very symmetrical. Sulina opened her mouth wide, completely dumbfounded. How dare this Zich do that? Lu Jiefeng was also stunned. When he was born, Lu Disheng was already a senior military officer. The children who played with him were all instructed by the adults in the family and were especially polite to him. He grew up like a star. Not to mention being slapped, he had never even heard a harsh word. Until he was 22 years old, the only person who dared to hit or scold him was Lu Disheng. There is also a crazy man named Lu Yi. How dare this woman be so bold? You dare to hit me? Lu Yi, let me go. I'm going to kill her. Lu Jiefeng was stunned for several seconds and finally came to his senses. He was furious and used all his strength to twist and turn under Lu Ye's hands. He was so angry that he went crazy. I'm going to hit you because you're disrespectful to your elder brother and elder sister-in-law. I'm going to hit you because you're such a traitor. Wan Chi-Chi didn't use her hands this time. She took off her leather shoes, stood on tiptoes, and slapped him left and right in the face. It was fun to smoke, but she was not tall enough and her performance was a little lacking, which made Wan Chi-Chi very dissatisfied. A hand was caringly placed around her waist, and with a gentle lift, she was picked up just at the same level as Lu Jiefeng. It was the considerate classmate Lu Yi.
Good.
Wan Chi-Chi was generous with her praise, and Lu Yi grinned, holding her firmly in his big hands so that she could perform without worry. Lu Yi is your elder brother, and you call him by his full name. What a disrespectful thing. Do you think you should be beaten? I am your eldest sister-in-law. You hit me without knowing right from wrong. You are a disobedient and unfilial person. Do you think you should hit me? Our father always taught us that we should not forget our roots and should not bully others. You ignored our father's teachings and acted arrogantly in public under his name. You have ruined our father's reputation. Do you think you deserve a beating? Wan Qiqi would whip him every time he cursed. She cursed openly and beat with confidence, using all her strength. Her leather shoes were also very good. The slap was extremely painful. Lu Jiefeng screamed in pain. His mouth was full of blood, and his back teeth were a little loose. Who the heck are you?
Ah.
Just wait for me. If Lu Jiefeng cursed a few words, he would be slapped a few times, and the slaps were particularly hard. In the end, he didn't dare to curse anymore and just kept his mouth shut, with a look of resentment in his eyes. Tell me, should you fight? Wan Qiqi stopped, holding the leather shoes in her hand, and asked loudly. There was blood at the corners of Lu Jiefeng's mouth. His face, which used to look presentable, was now unsightly. It was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were narrowed into a slit. The customers who were watching were all enjoying the show, and they hoped that Wan Qiqi would hit him harder. They didn't know Lu Jiefeng, but they knew Su Lina. Although Su Lina has not been working for a long time, she has worked at several counters, including those selling clothes, shoes, cloth, cakes, and candies, etc. She has worked at almost every counter. Because Su Lina had a particularly bad attitude, no matter what she sold, she would quarrel with customers within 3 days and then receive a bunch of bad reviews. The impact was very bad, so she had to be transferred to another counter. At least half of the customers present had suffered from Su Lina's bad temper and had written bad reviews for her, but this woman had a strong background and was not fired despite so many negative reviews. Instead, she was transferred to better positions. Now they finally know that this woman's backer is the man who was beaten into a pig's head. They are indeed birds of a feather. Fortunately, this man's elder brother and sister-in-law are very sensible, and every word they say is on point. And from what the sister-in-law said, the parents are also very sensible. Look, this brother and sister-in-law raised their child very well. It's just that the dragon has 9 sons. Each of them is different. Among the brothers and sisters in the same family, there will always be one who is disobedient and unfilial. Are you deaf or dumb? Tell me, do you know you are wrong? Lu Jiefeng didn't say anything and glared at him with his defiant eyes. Wan Qiqi got angry and swung her leather shoes at him. You didn't hit me lightly. You've made our family lose face. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my father. If my father knew, he would definitely beat you harder than me. He hates bullies the most. Lu Ye's mouth twitched a few times, and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The old man in my wife's words and the old man in reality are like 2 different people. However, seeing Lu Jiefeng's pig-headed face, he felt particularly happy. He was looking forward to how the old man and Lin Manyun would feel when they saw the miserable state of their beloved son. You must be heartbroken, angry, and wanting to avenge your precious son, right? He just wanted to see the old man and Lin Manyun and how frustrated they were, wanting to have love with him, but not being able to. It made him happy just thinking about it. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Lu Jiefeng couldn't bear the pain and opened his mouth to admit defeat, but the resentment in his eyes deepened. When he gets home, he will definitely file a complaint and ask the old man to teach Lu Yi and this such a lesson. What's wrong? Wan Qiqi stopped and asked in a cold voice.
I
shouldn't have disrespected my elder brother and you, and I shouldn't have bullied others outside. I know I was wrong.
Stop it.
Lu Jiefeng admitted his mistake despite being very angry. You have no sincerity at all. It's obvious that you don't really realize your mistake. The punishment is too light. Wan Qiqi snorted coldly and started slapping him again, but this time she didn't slap the face, but the body instead. It's not that she was soft-hearted, but Lu Jiefeng's face was already swollen to the point of exploding. If he continued to be beaten, he would probably be disfigured. Lu Jiefeng is a member of the army, so she should keep a low profile. After beating for a few more minutes, Wan Qiqi finally vented her anger. She put on her leather shoes, patted Lu Ye's hand, and signaled him to let her go. Lu Ye obediently put her on the ground, pinched Lu Jiefeng's hand, quickly moved to his neck, lifted him up, and warned him sternly. Look carefully. She is your sister-in-law. Show some respect to her next time you see her. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. I will never bully others outside again. Lu Jiefeng suddenly became timid. He was really scared. The third update is completed. Good night, babies. Lu Jiefeng's childhood can be divided into 2 stages. Before the age of 7, he lived a carefree, happy life. After the age of 7, his and his brother's lives became difficult. Because Lu Yi took it back. For the 10-year-old Lu Yi, beating him and his younger brother was like playing. Moreover, this guy would get crazy at any time without any warning. When he got crazy, he would beat his brothers to vent his anger, and he was particularly cruel. Once, he broke one leg, and his brother broke one hand. Although the old man gave Lu Yi a severe lesson after he came back, it could not make up for the harm they had suffered. Who had been taught a lesson did not learn from it at all. Instead, he became even more crazy and beat his brothers more frequently and more fiercely. Lu Jiefeng clearly remembered that this madman had broken his leg once, his hands twice, once on each hand, and his ribs twice, once on each side. His younger brother Lu Yuanchao was even more miserable than him. All the bones in his body that could be broken had been broken by this madman. He remembered it so clearly because every time he got beaten, Lu Jiefeng would write it down in a little notebook. He had planned to take revenge when he grew up, but when he grew up, he found that he still couldn't beat Lu Yi. This terrible nightmare-like life ended only when Lu Yi joined the army at the age of 17. Lu Jiefeng remembers it very clearly. On the day Lu Yi passed away, the sky was blue, the flowers were fragrant, and the sun was bright. He and his brother opened a bottle of mitai to celebrate. The 2 brothers got drunk and were so happy. But that jerk Lu Yi was transferred back to the Tanzhou military region within 2 years. He would go home every now and then and continue to bully them. Moreover, this lunatic seemed to be even crazier, and his fighting power was higher. Even the old man couldn't control him when he went crazy, and he was unable to support him and his brother. There was no other way. As soon as he and his brother turned 17, they rushed to Jiangqing to join the army. They absolutely did not want to be in the same military district with this crazy man. Although I haven't seen Lu Yi for a long time, the psychological trauma caused by childhood has not disappeared. Instead, it has become more and more clear, and the feeling of powerlessness, despair, and fear has returned. Wan Qiqi secretly laughed. This Lu Jiefeng was stupid and cowardly. He was so easy to deal with. I guess another Lu Yuanchao wouldn't be much stronger. In comparison, the 2 brothers of the Mo family are much more cunning. They are very good at putting on a show and coaxing Yuan Huilan around. They are so eager to give their hearts to their 2 stepsons, but they don't care about their own son. Since he knows he's wrong, forgive him this time. If he bullies others again, you can teach him a lesson. Wan Qiqi started saying nice things, but Lu Jiefeng was not grateful to her at all. Darn it, it was this woman who beat the hardest, and now she's pretending to be a good person, bah. Comrades, I am sorry to have embarrassed you all with my unworthy brother-in-law. Unfortunately, our family has had a rebellious person. My parents-in-law are so worried about it that they are not in good health. As the eldest brother and sister-in-law, my wife and I cannot stand by and watch. It is our responsibility and obligation to educate this jerk. I would like to trouble you all to help supervise him. If this jerk of mine causes trouble outside in the future, just report to the military district. Remember, his name is Lu Jiefeng, Lu for land, and Jiefeng for the whole of China. Thank you all. Wan Qiqi turned around, faced the onlookers, and spoke some heartfelt words in a moving voice. She looks very friendly and speaks in a friendly tone. This speech gave everyone a better impression of her and Lu Yi, and they all gave them thumbs up. Don't worry, comrade. We will definitely keep an eye on your brother-in-law at all times. Lu Jiefeng, we have to remember this. If he dares to bully others, we will report him. It is a blessing for this kid to have such sensible brothers and sisters-in-law like you. The crowd was talking at once, praising Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi, and criticizing and scolding Lu Jiefeng. Lu Jiefeng was almost furious. Darn it, this woman was even crazier and more cunning than Lu Yi. She actually tricked him and put a tight hoop on him in front of so many people. With so many people watching him, how can he move around in Tanzhou City in the future? He has to be careful with everything he says, otherwise someone will report him to the military district and his father will definitely beat him to death. What a pair of jerks in cahoots with each other. Darn. Lu Jiefeng cursed Wan Qiqi's ancestors in his heart and even made a voodoo doll for her. Now the ranking of the objects of his hatred has changed. Used to be ranked first, but now he has fallen to second place. The first place is Wan Qiqi. He and this crazy woman are sworn enemies.
Stand da Siede.
Lu Yi pushed him away in disgust. Lu Jiefeng gritted his teeth, got angry for a few times, and then obediently went to stand against the wall. Su Lina's face was pale, and her legs were weak. She didn't expect that these two people were Lu Jiefeng's elder brother and sister-in-law. Clearly told her that he was the treasure of the family, and that the eldest brother who was a guest in front of him had no status at all. However, these two men looked ferocious, and they did not look like people who were easy to mess with. Moreover, Lu Jiefeng was as timid as a rotten meatworm in front of his eldest brother and could not even stand straight. Su Lina's admiration for Lu Jiefeng dissipated a lot in an instant, but she still wanted to marry Lu Jiefeng. After all, he was the commander's son, and with her conditions, he was the best partner she could find. Comrades, I am the manager of the department store. If you have anything to say, please tell me. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean look squeezed in, with a forced smile on his face and sweat on his forehead. He actually arrived earlier, but the scene was extremely brutal and they were all the commander's sons, and there were internal disputes in their families, so he decided not to join in the fun, so he hid outside the crowd and waited until the war was over before coming in. Sister. As soon as Su Lina spoke, she was glared at by the manager, and she swallowed the word husband at the end. So, my brother-in-law is the manager. No wonder he's so arrogant and treats public goods as his own. He sells them when he wants and doesn't sell them when he doesn't want. Comrade manager, may I ask your name? Wan Qiqi said something sarcastic and then asked politely. I don't deserve it. My surname is Zhang. The manager reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed Su Lina in his heart. If he wasn't the manager and his father-in-law had gotten the job through connections, he would have fired this stupid sister-in-law long ago. Then let me ask again, is this department store owned by Zhang or Su? Wan Qiqi restrained her smile and asked a fatal question. The manager was so frightened that his face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his body shook like a sieve. He said in a trembling voice, Comrade. Comrade, the department store is public property, and I serve the people. Comrade, please rest assured that although Comrade Su Lina is my sister-in-law, she made a mistake, and I will definitely deal with it seriously and will never show favoritism. He wiped his sweat again and made up his mind that this time he must severely punish Su Lina. Even if he was scolded by his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he would punish her. Otherwise, he will be in trouble too. This young and beautiful woman is so cruel. She is also very good at accusing others. Darn it. Every word she says is life-threatening. How is Manager Zhang going to deal with this? Wan Qiqi asked thoroughly. She has a good habit. Once she goes crazy, she must see it through to the end and get a result. It is impossible for her to let it go easily. Su Lina's face turned pale, and she looked at Lu Jiefeng for help, but Lu Jiefeng kept his head down and stood there obediently. Her heart sank to the bottom. She could no longer rely on her partner and could only hope for her brother-in-law. I read the comments about the bug of targeted drugs. Since the author doesn't understand this very well, the writing is not rigorous.
I'm sorry.
Everyone just assume that this bug does not exist, or assume that old lady Guanjihua can take it. If this bug is fixed, I will have to give up a life resurrection pill, which I am a little reluctant to do. Finally, I hope that cancer drugs can be developed as soon as possible, the kind that are large in quantity, cheap and easy to use. By then, cancer will be as common as the common cold. Comrade, rest assured, Comrade Sulina has a very bad influence and has received many negative reviews from customers. I will fire her immediately and cannot let her harm the department store. Manager Zhang expressed his position in a righteous and stern manner, without showing any mercy. Brother-in-law, what right do you have to fire me? Don't forget your... Sulina screamed in disbelief, but was interrupted by Manager Zhang, who glared at her fiercely and scolded her. Just because I'm your leader, you have to go and do the formalities now. He scolded her and winked at her, and finally Sulina's stubborn head came to her senses, and she ran away crying, covering her face. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. This time, his stupid sister-in-law finally did not let him down. He fooled the two big Buddhas first. During this period, he arranged for his sister-in-law to work in the warehouse. It was impossible for her to be fired. He was also counting on the relationship with his father-in-law to get a promotion. It's a bit too serious to fire someone. We should give young people a chance to correct their mistakes. We can't fire people just because they make mistakes. They should admit their mistakes and correct them. How about this? I think Comrade Sue has a big problem with her ideological awareness. We should send her to do the most difficult work. With hard work and sweat, we can wash away the dirt in her mind and improve her awareness. What do you think, Manager Zhang? Wan Qiqi didn't believe the manager's lies at all. It sounded nice, but it was impossible to fire him. She didn't want to fire Sulina, but she had to let this woman suffer a little. Manager Zhang's expression changed, but he still agreed and said that he would arrange for Sulina to organize the warehouse. It's not hard to organize the warehouse. Let her be a cleaner. Only by doing the dirtiest work can she clean the impurities in her mind and grow into a qualified salesperson. Manager, don't you think this makes sense? Wan Qiqi gave a direct suggestion, asking Sulina to work as a cleaner and sweep the toilet every day.
Yes.
Yes, you are right. The manager had no choice but to agree. He didn't dare to refuse. He couldn't afford to offend this crazy woman who would accuse him of something whenever she disagreed with him. I can only sacrifice my sister-in-law. Manager Zhang is very conscious. I hope you can educate Comrade Sue. I will come here every now and then to see Comrade Sue's cleaning work, especially the toilet. That is the most important thing. A clean toilet can make customers who come to buy things happy. This is the real service to the people. Manager Zhang, don't you think this is the truth? Yes, you are right. You are welcome to come and supervise and inspect and give us your valuable suggestions. Manager Zhang's back teeth were almost broken. He really wanted to beat Wan Qiqi to death. He must be a leech. Why did he only focus on his sister-in-law? One more thing. I'm not good at memorizing the quotations from your mall, so don't be lazy. Wan Qiqi took out the frayed copy of the quotations from the emperor from her bag, shook it in front of Manager Zhang, and scolded him in a condescending manner. I will definitely strictly supervise the employees to recite the quotations. In fact, most of the employees have memorized them very well. Only a few comrades are lazy. It is my dereliction of duty. Thank you, comrades, for pointing it out. Manager Zhang was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If the hat was fastened tightly, he would not be able to turn over. This woman is so vicious. Can I buy this bike now? Wan Qiqi finally showed mercy and let Manager Zhang, who was almost frightened to death, go, and pointed at the blue bicycle and asked, "Of course, do you have a ticket?" The manager breathed a sigh of relief and served her personally, hoping that Wan Qiqi would quickly buy a car and leave. This Phoenix brand bicycle cost 180 yuan and required a ticket. Wan Qiqi paid the money and successfully bought the bicycle. The mall has license plates for bicycles. Now all bicycles must be licensed. The license plates are issued by the Public Security Department for easy management. With the help of the manager, Wan Qiqi's car was registered very quickly, in less than half an hour. The manager even personally sent them downstairs to the mall. He didn't even straighten his back the whole time, and was more respectful than when meeting a superior. Lu Jiefeng, with a pig-like face, followed behind with a sullen look on his face. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Remember to bring red envelopes. Lu Yi has spoken. Since this kid has returned to Tanzhou, he must get a red envelope. I have an appointment with my friends tonight. Lu Jiefeng didn't want to eat at all. Facing these two people, he couldn't even eat dragon meat. The eldest brother is like a father. If your eldest brother asks you to go home for dinner, you should just listen obediently. Can a friend be more important than your eldest brother? Wan Qiqi raised her hand. This jerk was dumber than a pig because he hadn't been beaten enough. Lu Jiefeng shuddered and timidly agreed. I'll go. Darn it, when this woman is left alone in the future, I'll teach her a lesson. I have no money. Lu Jiefeng curled his lips. He didn't want to give Lu Yi a red envelope. Your elder brother is getting married, and as his younger brother you don't give him a red envelope? Who taught you to be so rude? If you don't have money, you can find a way yourself. The red envelope can't be small, just 1 or 2 yuan. Don't make a fool of yourself. Wan Qiqi couldn't help but kicked him in the calf. Lu Jiefeng gasped in pain. He was angry for a moment, then he became cowardly again. Just wait for him. He doesn't believe that Lu Yi can guard this woman all the time. There will always be a day when she will be left alone.
Grass.
I understand. I'll go to dinner and give you a big red envelope. Is that okay? Lu Jiefeng was in tears. His face, hands, feet, and neck hurt. Every part of his body hurt. He finally got a day off and returned to Tanzhou just to be affectionate with Sulina, but ended up being beaten beyond recognition. He didn't even get to touch Sulina's little hand, let alone kiss her. He even bought 2 movie tickets, but he couldn't watch the movie in the evening. He wants to go home and complain to the old man. The injuries on his body are the best proof. The old man will definitely vent his anger for him. Okay, let's go back. Lu Yi mercifully let go, and Lu Jiefeng felt relieved. He turned around and ran, but his legs were a little weak, and he almost fell. He struggled to stand against the wall. Lu Jiefeng looked very ashamed and angry because he had made a fool of himself in front of Lu Yi again. He was so mad. Why did the old man give birth to such a lunatic like Lu Yi, destroying his and his brother's happy life? After he ran away, Wan Qiqi laughed and said, Lin Manyun's son is very stupid, just like your father. He didn't inherit Lin Manyun's hypocrisy and calculations at all. He is also timid and unable to take responsibility. Lu Yuanchao is even more stupid. Lu Ye's tone was full of disgust, but in fact he didn't hate his 2 younger brothers. After all, they were very stupid, and even when they did bad things, they were only at the level of elementary school students. And ever since he gave those 2 jerks a good beating, the brothers would run away as soon as they saw him, faster than hiding from a ghost. To be precise, the 2 brothers were actually his punching bags. They were beaten from childhood to adulthood, and several of their bones were broken. It was quite a sin. He briefly recounted some things from his childhood. Wan Qiqi's mouth twitched. No wonder Lu Jiefeng was so afraid of her man. Speaking of this, these 2 brothers are quite pitiful. Alas, it's all the fault of Lu Disheng and Lin Manyun. Although Wan Qiqi felt a little sympathy for the 2 brothers, she still would not be soft-hearted. After all, they were Lin Manyun's sons. At most, she would spare their lives. Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong are much more sinister, and they are also very good at flattering others. Lu Yi then talked about Mo Qiufeng's 2 sons. The eldest was Mo Jinsong, 30 years old, married with children, and served as a regiment political commissar in the Jiangcheng military region, with a higher rank than Lu Yi. The second one is Mo Tsongrong, 26 years old, and is the deputy secretary of the Tanzhou City-State Arsenal. Lu Hongba also worked in this factory before, but was fired after the incident. Mo Jinsong used to be called Mo Tingtao, and Mo Tsongrong was called Mo Zhenlong. These names were given by Mo Qiufeng. When they were teenagers, they changed them to their current names themselves. Lu Yi said sarcastically. In his opinion, the 2 brothers had ulterior motives and had been using such means to please adults since they were young. Look at the strong pine trees in the dusk, and they are still calm as the clouds fly by. Wan Chichi asked in return. This line of poetry is from the quotations. Right.
Luye nodded.
Wan Chichi sighed. You two stepbrothers are quite thoughtful. They are good at flattering, have great ambitions, are capable, and have a good family background. No wonder this pair of brothers are doing well. They are much better than the Lu Jiafeng brothers. As expected, it depends on genes. Lu Dishing is stupid, and his son is not smart either. Lu Yi is purely an accident. He is a man with a special encounter and cannot be compared with ordinary people. They have a lot of ideas. Let's go buy some groceries.
Luye sneered.
He neither hated nor liked brother Lu Jiafeng, but he hated brother Mo Jin Song. However, he was relieved now. Because he is Chi-Chi and his own family, he will definitely live a better life than Mo Jin Song and Mo Tsongrong in the future. It's not that he has forgiven them, he just doesn't want to care about it anymore. But if he sees these two people, he still won't be polite. The two went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables. After Lu Yi went home and put down the vegetables, he went out again and ran to the mountain to catch a fat rabbit and a pheasant. He lived a frugal life and would never spend money on meat that he could catch from the mountain. Wan Chichi showed off her cooking skills and made several delicious dishes. She made a combination dish of stir-fried meat with chopped pepper, stir-fried vermicelli with sauerkraut, spicy fried dried fish, golden eggs, fried bacon with pig blood, steamed pork with rice flour, 3-in-1 soup, spicy rabbit meat, and pheasant soup. This is a specialty dish from her hometown. It is a must-have dish for any banquet. It is made with daylily, vermicelli, black fungus, dried bamboo shoots, chicken broth, and other ingredients. It is very delicious. When Wan Chichi went to the banquet, her favorite dishes were the snowflake meatballs and mixed dishes. Later, she learned how to make them herself. Practice makes perfect, and the mixed dishes she made tasted quite good. Money egg, very delicious fried vermicelli with pickled cabbage, a good side dish. Lu Yi was helping by picking, washing, and cutting vegetables. The two of them worked affectionately, attracting the attention of many military wives. Everyone was amazed that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, who had such a bad temper, would actually help his wife with work and do it so well. Even when Wan Chichi told him to go east, he would not go west, and was so obedient. Unlike the men in their family, who are too lazy to grow hair. They won't even pick up the broom when it falls over, let alone cook. They are lazy guys who don't even want to help pick onions. Several military wives came over to greet her, and Wan Chichi was also very easy to talk to, chatting and laughing with them. When they learned that the commander and the political commissar would come to dinner in the evening, the wives became even more envious. Their biological father was the commander, their stepfather was the political commissar, and the two biggest men in the military region were from the families of Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. No wonder he had such a bad temper and wouldn't give face to anyone. They also envied Wan Chichi for marrying into such a good family. The man was handsome, capable, had a good family background, and was obedient. The more the military wives thought about it, the more envious they became. The sky gradually darkened. Wan Chichi looked at her watch. It was 5 o'clock. Then he said to Lu Yi, who was stealing rabbit meat nearby, "Go down and greet him." Lu Yi almost choked when he stuffed the rabbit meat into his mouth. He finished it in 2 or 3 gulps. The food cooked by his wife was so delicious that he could finish the whole pot of rabbit meat by himself. It's not like they don't have legs. Lu Yi was not willing to go. Wan Chichi didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Lu Yi's expression became embarrassed, and he said obediently, "I'll go." He picked up another piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into his mouth, then went downstairs obediently. He was extremely obedient. The military wives nearby were all looking at this in surprise. They originally thought that Wan Chichi would be bullied by Lu Yi, but now it seems that this soft and sweet-looking girl is the one who is in charge of the family. Wan Chichi looked down from the balcony and saw Lu Yi standing below, kicking the stones on the ground impatiently. She smiled, rearranged the rabbit meat that she had eaten a lot of, and brought it to the table. Lu Yi kicked the stones impatiently, but he didn't dare go upstairs. If he didn't greet anyone, Chi-Chi would definitely be angry. The 100th time, and finally saw a group of people walking towards me from afar. Lu Disheng was walking in front, and his expression looked a little unfriendly. Lin Manyun and Lu Jiafeng were behind, followed by Mo Chiofeng and Yuan Huilan, and behind them was a young couple, Mo Tsongrong and a young woman.
루예 스미렛.
Another person came to give a red envelope. Today was really a good day.
언어.
Lu Disheng walked closer and saw Lu Yi stunned for a moment. He was so surprised that he forgot to be angry. It's really rare. This brat actually knows etiquette? Chi-Chi asked me to come down, hurry up and eat. Lu Yi explained awkwardly and turned away. Lu Disheng looked very pleased. As expected, he still had to get married. He had become much more sensible. His impression of Wan Chi-Chi also improved. Although she was a little crazy, she was still very polite. Xiao Yi, long time no see. Mo Tsongrong took the initiative to greet them. He looked a bit like Mo Chiofeng, but lacked his father's calmness and elegance. Although he also had a gentle and handsome appearance, his eyes were sharp and one could see his ambition at a glance. It's just right that you're here. I'm getting married. Have you prepared the red envelopes? Lu Yi was too lazy to play along and asked for a red envelope directly. I will definitely give you a red envelope when you get married. Congratulations. Mo Tsongrong smiled and took out a red envelope from his pocket, which he had prepared before coming. Your partner? Lu Yi took the red envelope and glanced at the woman next to him. She had short hair, was dressed very old-fashionedly, and always had a stern face with a very serious expression. She could have been Mo Tsongrong's mother. My girlfriend, Zhang Weihong, is the director of the publicity department of my unit and is more capable than me. Mo calmly introduced the object, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the object he had chosen. Zhang Weihong stretched out her hand. Hello, congratulations on finding your revolutionary partner. Her voice was particularly serious, which reminded Lu Yi of his homeroom teacher when he was in school. His palms could not help but feel itchy, because that old lady loved to hit his palms the most. Thank you, let's go upstairs to eat. Lu Yi shook hands perfunctorily and led them upstairs. Lin Manyun followed behind with a look of growing resentment. Soon she would ask why Jiafeng was beaten so badly. Let's see what Lu Yi and Wan Chi-Chi have to say this time. Lu Yi deliberately slowed down his pace, walked to Mo Tsongrong's side, lowered his head and whispered in his ear, Isn't Yuan Huilan's motherly love enough for you? Mo Tsongrong was stunned for a moment, not realizing what he meant, and looked up at him. How else would you find a mother? After Lu Yi finished speaking, he took 3 steps at a time and walked away with a smile. Mo Tsongrong's gentle face froze, he clenched his teeth, and a surge of anger blocked his heart. Darn it, he couldn't even curse back. The 3rd update is finished, and I have posted 2 more pictures. I will try to post fewer pictures in the future, but these 2 dishes are really delicious. I feel itchy if I don't post pictures. Readers who don't like it can skip it. There is one more thing about Lu Chuansao's family. I will write about it later. I will not let them go. Don't worry. Good night. Have a sweet dream. What did your brother say to you? Zhang Weihong asked curiously. Nothing. He praised you for being steady.
몬탁 건강릿.
Your brother is a good man. A smile finally broke out on Zhang Weihong's serious face, but it was fleeting and he quickly returned to his solemn expression. She likes to hear people praise her for being steady the most, and Mo Tsongrong's younger brother is quite good. Mo Tsongrong felt very upset. The reason why he chose Zhang Weihong as his partner was not because of her looks, nor because she was 5 years older than him, nor because she was married for the 2nd time. He was attracted by Zhang Weihong's family background. He had found out that Zhang Weihong came from a large compound in the capital, and her father's rank was higher than his father's. Moreover, Zhang Weihong was very capable and many of her ideas were in line with his. He believed that as long as he married Zhang Weihong, his career would definitely reach new heights and allow him to break into that circle in Beijing. That's right, Mo Tsongrong is very ambitious. He no longer looks down on Tanzhou City and wants to go to the capital. Wan Chi-Chi stood at the stairs with a smile on her face, greeting everyone one by one. She was sweet-spoken and pretty, and was very likable even when she wasn't being crazy. I've heard of Brother Mo's great name for a long time. It's rare for you to come here today, so you must eat well. Comrade Zhang, don't be polite, just make it like you're at home. Wan Qiqi greeted them generously, and then glanced at Lin Manyun and her son, who all had sullen expressions, as well as Lu Disheng. It was obvious that Lu Jiefeng had gone home to complain, and Lin Manyun looked as if she wanted to eat her. Everyone entered the house and saw the sumptuous dishes on the table. They were all very pleased and felt that Lu Yi had indeed become much more sensible. It was true that a man only truly grows up after he gets married. Wan Qiqi poured orange juice for everyone, and when it was Lin Manyun's turn, she smiled and said, "Congratulations, Aunt Lin. Jiefeng has found a partner, so there will be a wedding banquet in the second half of the year, right?" Lin Manyun was about to question her, but when she heard such shocking news, she was stunned for 3 seconds and turned to look at her son. Lu Jiefeng lowered his head guiltily. "Why didn't you come home and tell me that you found a partner? What do you do? What do your parents do?" Lin Manyun asked anxiously. She had very high requirements for her daughter-in-law. The first thing was her family background. She had to be well-matched. Secondly, she had to have a gentle temperament. She definitely didn't want to marry someone like Wan Qiqi. Aunt Lin doesn't know yet? Oh, Jiefeng is too ignorant of etiquette. How could he hide such a big thing? His girlfriend is Su Lina, a salesperson in a department store. She's pretty, but she has a bad temper. Today, she made a mistake and was punished by the manager to clean the toilet. Wan Qiqi was very proactive and spoke before Lu Jiefeng. Lu Jiefeng gritted his teeth and said angrily, "It's you who hurt Lina and beat me up like this."
How dare you say that?
Lin Manyun's mind came back to her senses. She asked sternly, "Xiao Yi, Jiefeng is your brother. Why did you beat him so badly? Do you still have any brotherly love?" Lu Disheng didn't say anything. He also wanted to know the reason. When Lu Jiefeng returned home, he almost didn't recognize him. With such a big pig head, he could have played Zhu Beiji without any makeup. Lu Disheng still remembered that when they were young, the brothers Lu Jiefeng and Lu Yuanchao were beaten badly by Lu Yi. Some of their hands and feet were broken, and several ribs were broken. This brat was really cruel. Lu Yi snorted coldly. "I've already fought. Why are you fighting back?" "Old Lu, listen to me. Does he still have any humanity? Jiefeng and Yuanchao were bullied by him when they were young, and not even a single bone is healthy. He wants to kill Jiefeng and Yuanchao." Lin Manyun was furious and complained to Lu Disheng. "Isn't your son alive and well now? Is he missing an arm or a leg? It's because their bones are so fragile that they can't withstand a beating at all." Yuan Huilan made some sarcastic remarks. When it came to dealing with Lin Manyun, she and Lu Yi were in the same camp. "This is my family's affair. You've remarried. What right do you have to interfere?" Lin Manyun was not polite and responded sharply. "I did remarry, but Xiaoya is my son. How can I not intervene if you bully my son?" "Lin Manyun, if you have the time to bully my son, you should educate your 2 sons properly. You are all not young anymore, but you have accomplished nothing and just spend your days idling away. Each generation is worse than the last." Although Lu Disheng is brave but not wise, he still has the word brave. "Your 2 sons, TSK. None of them can even come close." Yuan Huilan is very good at speaking, especially when it comes to criticizing Lu Disheng and his wife. Lu Disheng's face darkened for a moment, then retreated a little. The breath was stuck in the air, unable to go up or down. He wanted to curse back, but this woman Yuan Huilan actually praised him. Although she only praised him half-heartedly, it was still rare. The first time I've heard this woman praise him in decades. And what Yuan Huilan said was also true. The Liberation and Aid Korea campaigns indeed achieved nothing, which was quite disappointing. Lin Manyun was so angry that her chest heaved, and she was gasping for breath. Wan Qiqi considerately poured her a glass of orange juice and brought it to her lips, hoping she wouldn't get angry to death and ruin the feng shui of her new house. Lin Manyun, whose throat was smoking with anger, drank up the orange juice in one breath and yelled at Yuan Huilan. "My son is fine. He is still young and has a bright future. You don't need to worry about him. Don't fool yourself. Lu Jiefeng is 22, right? Xiao Yu was already a deputy battalion commander at the age of 22, and he had made countless contributions. It was you who begged for the position of platoon leader of Lu Jiefeng. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Just comfort yourself. After all, you can only rely on this false comfort to support the rest of your life. Yuan Huilan cursed harshly, and every word hurt her heart, because she knew that Lin Manyun most wanted her sons to surpass Lu Yi, but the reality was the opposite. These two stupid sons were not even as good as Lu Ye's fingers. Lin Manyun was so angry that her face turned pale. She clutched the table tightly with her hands, and veins bulged on the back of her hands. Wan Qiqi was a little worried that this woman would overturn the table and ruin her delicious food. Lu Jiefeng's head was almost under the table, so he didn't want to participate in this kind of dinner party. He had to compete every time, but he couldn't win. His mother was angry outside and would scold him and his brother for not living up to her expectations when she got home. He felt really tired. He also wanted to be a battalion commander or a regiment commander, but it was not something he could decide subjectively. He also did not want to do those dangerous missions. What if he died? He is afraid of hardship, fatigue, pain, and death, and he just wants to live comfortably until he grows old. Rather than being a fleeting firework, he would rather be a long-lived tortoise. Fireworks are beautiful, but they have a short life. His father is the commander. Even if he has no ambition and does not seek to make progress, he still lives better than ordinary people. Why should he risk his life? Huilan, this orange juice is very good. Mo Qiufeng picked up a glass of orange juice and moved it in front of Yuan Huilan. Today is a good day for Lu Yi, and the younger generation is here. Always noisy and unreasonable. Yuan Huilan took a sip and looked at Lin Manyun, whose face turned blue with anger, provocatively. She compares herself with her every day, but doesn't even look at what kind of person she is, a frivolous woman who only knows how to climb into bed and behaves like a concubine. She had seen enough of that at home before she joined the revolution. Mom, drink orange juice. Lu Jiefeng carefully moved his orange juice over. His mother was so angry that she quickly drank some orange juice to cool down. Lin Manyun didn't drink. She glared at him fiercely. It was all because of this brat that she lost face in public. Lu Jiefeng curled his lips and continued to think about his hometown. Actually, it was me who beat Jiefeng. Lu Yi didn't do anything. Wan Qiqi said. Lin Manyun's anger, which had just subsided, surged up again. She shouted angrily, "Why did you hit Jiefeng?" Lu Disheng also looked very dissatisfied, but he learned his lesson this time and decided not to take sides. After all, this crazy girl Wan Qiqi would make some reversals from time to time, so he had to wait and see. Wan Qiqi smiled and said softly, "I beat Jiefeng for his own good, for our father's good, and for the good of our Lu family. Beating Jiefeng hurts my heart, and I have no choice. Don't try to be so rude, Lao Lu, just say something." Lin Manyun directly asked Lu Disheng to seek justice. He would have to make the decision for her and her son this time, right? Lu Disheng ignored her and asked Lu Jiefeng, "Why did your sister-in-law beat you?"
He is much calmer now.
Since Wan Qiqi said that, she must have a good reason. This girl is a little crazy, but she will definitely not shoot herself in the foot.
I
don't know. Lu Jiefeng hesitated and refused to say anything. He was afraid that if he told the reason, he would be beaten to death by his father. Let me tell him. Today, Lu Yi and I went to the mall to buy bicycles, and something went wrong. Wan Qiqi described in detail how bad Su Lina's attitude was, how Lu Jiefeng stood up for her, and how he wanted to take her to a farm for reform. Lu Disheng's face became more and more ugly, and Lu Jiefeng's head was lowering lower and lower. He now just wanted there to be a crack in the ground so that he could crawl into it. "Dad, Lu Yi said that you hate bullying the most." Jiefeng was young and ignorant, but he actually used your name to show off outside. There were so many customers in the mall at the time, and they all heard it. What a bad influence it had on you. And fortunately, it was me and Lu Yi who were there. If it was an ordinary citizen, Lu Jiefeng would have really arrested him and sent him to the farm. Wan Qiqi's expression was very sincere, and she even gave a little flattery appropriately. Military strategy says that you have to defeat them one by one. In other words, when attacking the enemy, you have to attack them one by one. You can also unite with other enemies. Lu Disheng is the best target for alliance. I just want to scare you. I'm not really going to arrest you. Lu Jiafeng raised his head and defended himself. He's not that bad. He just wants to scare people. Snap! A fierce slap made Lu Jiafeng fall off the stool. His already swollen face became even more swollen, and a bloody handprint appeared on his face. What did I tell you? You must keep a low profile outside, and you must not use my name to bully others. You King ignored me. Your sister-in-law beat me well, but if I were here, I would beat her even harder. If it were at home, Lu Disheng would definitely use more force, but today he was attending his son's wedding, so no matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. Go home and teach this jerk a lesson. Lu Disheng glared at Lu Jiafeng fiercely, trying to suppress his anger, and forced a smile at Wan Qiqi, praising him. You did the right thing. Wan Qiqi curled her lips secretly. The old man's words sounded nice, but why didn't he restrain Lu Hongling's family before? However, after being fooled by her recently, the old man seemed to have become smarter and was no longer fooled by Lin Manyun as before. Dad, we are a family, we share honor and disgrace. Jiafeng caused trouble outside, and Lu Yi and I will also be implicated. Moreover, we are the eldest brother and sister-in-law, and we have the obligation to teach our younger brother. It's right. Wan Qiqi's words sounded very nice, and Lu Disheng felt very relieved. By comparison, he felt that Lin Manyun was indeed immature. At her age, she is not as sensible as Wan Qiqi. She only thinks about petty bourgeois things all day long and has spoiled her two sons. Lin Manyun rushed over to comfort her son immediately. Lu Jiafeng was stunned and his head was buzzing, but it did not affect his extreme grievance. He really felt that he was more wronged than Do Yi. He even paid a red envelope of 10 yuan, but in the end, he didn't even have the chance to eat and was beaten. He is the most pitiful man in the world. His father doesn't love him, his mother is incompetent, he has a vicious brother, and he married a sinister and vicious sister-in-law. He no longer has a way to survive in this family. No, there is no place for him to stay in Tanzhou City. Feeling extremely aggrieved, Lu Jiafeng threw himself into Lin Manyun's arms and burst into tears. Lu Disheng's face darkened again, veins bulged on the back of his hands. He already had the intention to kill, a grown man acting like a weakling. How could such a weakling go to the battlefield? No. He couldn't wait to go to Jiangqing for the meeting, so he had to call there first and mention the two jerks' trip to Qinghai Tibet and Kunlun Mountains. It had to be arranged this year. Why are you crying? Your mother is still alive and well. Lu Disheng yelled at her angrily. Lin Manyun's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth. Ever since Wan Qiqi instigated them yesterday, old Lu's attitude towards her has changed. However, Lin Manyun was not too worried. She was confident that she could coax Lu Disheng. It was just a matter of time. Lu Jiafeng didn't dare to cry anymore. He got up sobbing and sat back in his seat, sobbing from time to time. There was a bloody handprint on his face, as well as a pig-like face, which looked weird. Wan Qiqi even felt a rare bit of sympathy. It seemed that Lu Disheng didn't love Lin Manyun's two sons that much. Can you please treat Lu Jiafeng and the others well? Wan Qiqi asked in a low voice. It's okay. They didn't starve, but we beat them up a lot. Lu Yi told the truth. Lu Disheng spent very little time at home. He left early and came back late. He seldom took care of the children. It was Lin Manyun who took care of them. However, the Lu Jiafeng brothers were often beaten. Because Lu Disheng believed in the education of beating children to make them filial, and he was even stricter with his sons, beating them for the slightest mistake, and he was particularly cruel, so the Lu Jiafeng brothers were particularly afraid of him. Wan Qiqi shook her head. Someone like Lu Disheng would never be able to be a father. No wonder the Lu Jiafeng brothers were spoiled by Lin Manyun. Qiqi's dishes are all delicious, especially the spicy rabbit meat, which suits my taste. Mo Chiufeng spoke again at the right time, breaking the dull atmosphere, but He really liked eating this rabbit meat. He ate a lot of it when Lu Disheng was teaching his son a lesson just now. I like this dish. It's a famous dish from my hometown. Yuan Huilan picked up a piece of the dish with chopsticks and ate it, praising it highly. Very delicious, Wan Qiqi raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that she and Yuan Huilan were from the same hometown. I like all the dishes. Xiaoya is very lucky to have married a cousin who is such a good cook. Mo Tsongrong said with a smile. You are wrong. I came here to marry Qiqi. Lu Yi corrected himself consciously and picked up a piece of rabbit meat to eat. If he didn't eat it, Mo Qiufeng would have eaten it all. Mo Tsongrong was stunned, unable to tell whether Lu Yi was joking or serious. What door? Yuan Huilan was also stunned. She didn't know that Lu Yi had come to her house. If your son becomes someone's son-in-law, all his children will be named Wan. Lin Mannion finally got the chance and started to make sarcastic remarks with a gloating look. Yuan Huilan's expression changed. She looked at Wan Qiqi with dissatisfaction and said to Lu Yi, Why don't you discuss this with your family? Why should I discuss my marriage with you? It's not you who are getting married. Besides, you didn't discuss your marriage with me when you got married. Lu Yi retorted. Without stopping his chopsticks, he quickly picked up a piece of rabbit meat, smiled triumphantly at Mo Qiufeng who missed the opportunity, and put it into his mouth to eat. Mo Qiufeng also smiled and picked up another piece of rabbit meat to eat. He did not comment on the matter of the visit. After all, he was not his biological son, and he did not have the right to do so. However, he felt that it was a new society now, men and women were equal, and it didn't matter whose surname one had. The name was just a code. When he was lurking in the city and gathering intelligence, he changed dozens of names. Sometimes he himself was confused. What was his last name? It was not until he went to the front that he used his original name again, and the trance disappeared. So, he really thinks it doesn't matter what your surname is, since we are all descendants of Yan and Huang anyway. I don't agree with you coming to my house. Your family is not so poor that they can't make ends meet. Why bother coming to my house? Yuan Huilan frowned and sounded very dissatisfied. In the older generation's thinking, only men whose families are extremely poor will marry into the wife's family. Moreover, in rural areas, sons-in-law who marry into the wife's family are looked down upon. Her son has the ability and family background, so why should he suffer this? Mom, I'm really disappointed by what you said. I used to think you were a modern woman with progressive ideas, but I didn't expect that you still hold old-fashioned ideas. You talk about gender equality every day, but in fact you are against it. It's really sad. Wan Qiqi spoke before Lu Yi and refuted slowly. Where did I object? Yuan Huilan was very unconvinced. You were just objecting. Since men and women are equal, men can marry women, and women can naturally marry men. This is true equality. Otherwise, what kind of equality are we talking about? Wan Qiqi asked back. Who had been silent the whole time could not help but applaud. That's right, this is true gender equality. I think Comrade Wan is right. Yuan Huilan's face was blue and red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Because she didn't know how to refute, and she also felt that what Wan Qiqi said seemed to be right. Could it be that her ideas were really outdated? Wan Qiqi added, the country advocates freedom of marriage and opposes arranged marriages. Lu Yi is an independent individual, and he can decide his own marriage. He and I truly love each other, and we understand each other very well. We live happily together. It is a match made in heaven. What does it matter if we are married or not? The key is that Lu Yi is very happy, much happier than when he was with you. After all, I can give him something that you can't give him. What is it? Zhang Weihong asked curiously. Like, Wan Qiqi answered. Shyness came over Zhang Weihong's serious face, and she blushed. It was the first time she heard someone speak love out loud. Zhang Weihong had a very good impression of Wan Qiqi. She thought she was a passionate, unrestrained, and thoughtful new woman, and it would be interesting to be friends with her. Yuan Huilan and Lu Disheng felt a little embarrassed and felt a little guilty. After all, they did let Lu Yi down. Don't you like eating mixed dishes? Eat more. Mo Chiofeng picked up a small plate of mixed vegetables and moved it in front of Yuan Huilan. He was the happiest person during this dinner. With his favorite rabbit meat, Mo Chiofeng enjoyed the meal particularly well.
Thanks.
Yuan Huilan took the dish and started eating to hide her embarrassment. Lu Dishim curled his lips and complained in his heart. The couple kept thanking each other. How hypocritical. However, he no longer minds Lu Ye's visit. After all, no matter how much he minds, it cannot influence the decision of this rebellious son, and it only makes him mad. If it rains, let it rain. If my mother wants to get married, let her get married. Lu Dishing has also been working hard to learn the quotations recently, and the results are very gratifying. Every time there is a meeting, he can say a few brilliant remarks that impress others. Last time he went to Jiangxing for a meeting, some people said that he is now completely different from before after 3 days of absence. With Mo Chiofeng's mediation, the atmosphere at the dinner table gradually eased. Moreover, the dishes cooked by Wan Qiqi were indeed delicious. Even the depressed Lu Jiefeng ate 3 big bowls of food with tears in his eyes. After dinner, everyone went home. Zhang Weihong walked up to Wan Qiqi and said seriously, "I think you are very interesting and I want to make friends with you. Is that okay?" "Of course, my name is Wan Qiqi." "My name is Zhang Weihong. Nice to meet you." Zhang Weihong shook hands with her and smiled a little. She also left her contact number before leaving with Mo Tsongrong. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi sent them downstairs, and after everyone left, they went home excitedly to count the red envelopes. Mo Chiofeng and his wife got 100 yuan, Lu Dishing also got 100 yuan, Mo Tsongrong and Lu Jiefeng each got 10 yuan, making a net profit of 220 yuan in one night.
Good.
Wan Qiqi was very satisfied and felt that it was worth her hard work for the whole afternoon. Lu Yi was also very satisfied, and he even had a new idea for making a fortune. "How about we get divorced after a while and then remarry? This way you can earn red envelopes again." Then he was slapped on the head by Wan Qiqi. "Are you stupid? You can receive red envelopes, not only when you get married. When we have a baby, we can receive red envelopes 4 times. When the baby is born, when it is 1 month old, when it is 100 days old, and when it is 1 year old." Lu Ye's eyes lit up, and he dragged Wan Qiqi to the bedroom. They had to hurry up and have a baby to earn a red envelope. "Don't push so hard. Be careful of getting 2 babies at once. It's not worth it." The baby-making movement began. Wan Qiqi reminded that although twins are cute, the red envelopes are more attractive, so it is more cost-effective to have children one by one. Was about to increase his speed, immediately restrained himself after hearing this. His wife was right. He should be gentler. Another night of spring breeze passed through Yumen Pass. The 2 of them stayed in bed again. The sun was shining on their butts, but they were still sleeping soundly. The first one to wake up was Wan Qiqi, who was awakened by the urge to pee. Her bladder was about to explode, but she didn't want to get up and lazily curled up in Lu Ye's arms and took a nap. Lu Yi also woke up. He was woken by hunger. He had digested all the 5 big bowls of rice he had eaten last night, but he didn't want to get up either. It was so comfortable to sleep with his sweet and soft wife in his arms, even more comfortable than eating. He didn't want to let go. Lu Yi wanted to change the hugging position, but as soon as he moved, Wan Qiqi stopped him with gritted teeth. "Don't move." She had managed to maintain the balance of her bladder with great difficulty, and she must not disrupt it. Otherwise, she was worried that she would leak. Lu Yi listened to the advice and lay still, and asked curiously, "Why can't I move?" "Swelling." Wan Qiqi answered briefly and to the point, fearing that adding even one more word would disrupt the balance. Lu Yi received it miraculously. He thought about it and came up with a good idea. Dig a hole in the bed, put a basin underneath, and lift the quilt to drain the water. "Good idea. How come you are so smart?" Wan Qiqi tried hard to hold back her laughter as she praised him, praising him so much that Lu Ye's tail swung like a fan. He immediately went to get the tools and make a hole in the bed. "Eat first, I'm starving." Wan Qiqi grabbed him and diverted his attention by talking about eating. She had no objection to having a hole in the bed, but there must not be a urinal in the room because she couldn't stand the smell of urine. When they got up, it was almost noon. Many people were making lunch in the corridor. Wan Qiqi quickly ran to the toilet. There was a public toilet, shower room, and water room on each floor. Wan Qiqi stewed some rice and fried 3 big dishes: fried meat with dried tofu, fried cured fish with garlic sprouts, stir-fried vegetables, and also cooked a seaweed egg soup. Sister Qiqi, did you guys have breakfast and lunch? A military wife came over to greet her. Up to now, Wan Qiqi had never had a fit in the family building. Everyone thought she was a gentle person and liked her very much. That's right. Wan Qiqi smiled and asked Lu Yi to take the dishes back to the room while she brought a pot of rice. After finishing the meal, the two went out. Their afternoon schedule was very full. They went to see He Jianjun first, and then Lu Hongba. They hadn't seen them for a while and missed them very much. The third update is finished. At the beginning of the article, it said that the heroine would not take the college entrance examination, which means she would not take the college entrance examination in 1977. The Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University is a recommendation system, so there is no need to take the exam. Don't explain why the heroine did not take the college entrance examination. It will take another 6 years to take the exam. The time is too long. The Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University has graduated and joined the work to get promoted. The explanation is complete. Good night, my dears. He Jianjun has not yet gone to court and is being detained temporarily. Lu Chunchao is forcing her daughter to divorce him. Lu Hongling is reluctant, but this time Lu Chunchao is very determined. They're divorced. Lu Hongling is still a staff member of the military hospital. She's on sick leave. Lu Chunchao plans to transfer her to the winery to keep a close eye on her. Lu Yi talked about the family's current situation and that He Jianjun had become an abandoned child. Wan Qiqi rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. Let He Jianjun accuse Lu Hongling of being the mastermind and say that he was forced to do it. Even if we get divorced, we are still husband and wife for a lifetime. Let's go to prison together and share the joys and sorrows. Lu Chunchao will definitely go to the old man to make trouble. Lu Yi smiled wickedly, looking forward to it very much. Let her make a fuss. The more she makes a fuss, the more annoyed your father will be. Besides, your father will soon be too busy to take care of himself and won't have the time to care about her trivial matters. Wan Qiqi sneered. Lu Chunchao was the most vicious person in this family, followed by Lin Manyan. To put it bluntly, the Lu Jiafeng brothers are just stupid and cowardly kids. They have never had proper guidance from adults since they were young, and have been spoiled. Lu Chuancao's family is bad from the root, and they are the direct murderers of the original body's death. Going to see He Jianjun, Wan Qiqi first called her hometown and called Ma Chunxing to find out about the situation there. Fortunately, Ma Chunxing had not gone out and had just finished a meeting. Director Ma, congratulations to you. Wan Qiqi spoke in a cheerful tone and started by congratulating. Ma Chunxing was stunned for a moment and then asked happily, Comrade Wan, what brings you so much joy? Is he going to be transferred to the county town? Ma Chunxing was so excited that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He wanted to ask directly, but that would seem too unreserved. Your brother Ma Chunlai won a third-class merit a while ago. You didn't know about this, did you? Did Chunlai make any contribution? He didn't tell me. Comrade Wan, please tell me in detail. Ma Chunxing became even more excited. Making meritorious contributions in the army meant that he had a great chance of being promoted. If his younger brother was promoted in the army, it would also be beneficial to his career. In the future, the descendants of their Ma family would have more opportunities to go out and would no longer have to stay in this poor mountain village. This matter is a bit complicated. As soon as we returned to Tanzhou, my husband went to inquire about your brother. After all, we are from the same hometown, and we must help each other within our abilities. As a result, my husband found out one thing. Wan Qiqi's logic was very clear, and he explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly. What a coincidence! Ma Chunxing's younger brother Ma Chunlai was the unlucky guy whose credit was snatched away by He Jianjun. Ma Chunlai was different from his brother. He was an honest and kind young man, but he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child and was very skilled. It was no problem for him to deal with more than a dozen strong men alone. Ma Chuenlai's individual combat capability is among the best in the entire army, so he was awarded the third-class merit. It's a pity that it was shamelessly snatched away by He Jianjun. Don't worry, Director Ma. My husband has already found evidence and reported it to his superiors. He Jianjun, who stole the credit for your brother's work, has also been expelled from the army and will be tried by a military court. The military medal your brother deserves will be awarded to him in due course. Wan Qiqi was telling the truth, but she mixed up the timeline a bit, making it sound like she went there on purpose to do this. Ma Chunsheng was so moved that at that moment, if Wan Qiqi asked him to die, he would not even frown. A gentleman will die for his friend. Thank you, Comrade Wan. Please thank your wife for me. I won't say much. Comrade Wan, if you have anything to say, just let me know. Ma Chunsheng's tone sounded as if he was ready to go through fire and water and stab himself in the side. Director Ma, you are too polite. Although we have just met, we have very similar revolutionary ideas. This is what great minds think alike. Your business is my business, and my business is your business. Stop saying those polite words. Wan Qiqi said some nonsense that deeply moved Ma Chunsheng and tricked him into almost offering his head to prove their friendship. There are so many coincidences in this world. Director Ma, do you know who stole the credit from your brother? Who? Ma Chunsheng asked with gritted teeth, wishing he could take people to dig up the jerk's ancestral grave right now. He's from Morangiawan too. His name is He Jianjun. He's the same family that was dug out for using a radio not long ago. Director Ma, bad elements have actually infiltrated the team. Fortunately, the military district leaders have sharp eyes and didn't let this jerk succeed. Wan Qiqi expressed her feelings, and Ma Chunsheng, who was on the other end of the phone, was even more shocked and angry and felt deeply guilty. Under his jurisdiction, bad elements actually infiltrated the revolutionary ranks, which almost caused heavy losses both publicly and privately. It was a serious dereliction of duty on his part. So it's their family. The enemy has indeed been ready to make a move. I will go and interrogate the He family and deal with them as soon as possible, even through the microphone. To be able to get to the position of director of the commune's tail-cutting committee, he is definitely a ruthless and merciless person. The He family is in trouble. Director Ma has worked hard day and night for the safety of the country and the people, and he is a role model for our generation to learn from. Wan Qiqi flattered him. No, I still need to study hard and improve my consciousness. Comrade Wan Guoming's family has been reformed very well on the farm. The hard work has sublimated their thoughts. They dig the soil during the day and study quotations at night. With the supervision of other people on the farm, their progress is very significant. After another year or so of reform, they will definitely become very pure revolutionary masses. Ma Chunsheng consciously reported the situation of Wan Guoming's family, and Wan Qiqi also understood the hidden meaning of his words. This family lived a miserable life on the farm, a life worse than death. They worked during the day and had to memorize lessons at night. They were also bullied by other people on the farm. Even the strongest person could not endure it. But after a year or so, they would be completely sublimated and get to meet marks. Wan Qiqi hung up the phone happily in a good mood. He Jianjun's parents and family probably won't see the sun next month. There is no innocent person in this family. They bullied the original body a lot in the previous life, including He Jianjun's eldest brother and sister-in-law, who spread yellow rumors in Ranjia Bay and threw feces at the gate of their Wan family, which forced the original body to death. As for Wan Guoming's family, I estimate that we can visit their grave during the Qingming festival next year. Let's go tell He Jianjun the good news. Wan Qiqi waved to Lu Yi, and the two of them rode their bikes to the place where He Jianjun was imprisoned. He Jianjun was brought out. It had only been more than half a month since he last saw him, and the pretty boy had turned into a homeless man with an untidy beard and a listless look. His hair had not been washed for who knows how many days and was dripping with oil. He also exuded a foul odor. When He Jianjun saw that it was Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi, his eyes suddenly dimmed and he turned and left. He thought it was Lu Hongling, and now only Lu Hongling could save him. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi must have come to laugh at him, and he didn't want to see them at all. Don't go, I have good news for you. Wan Qiqi called him. He Jianjun hesitated for a few seconds, turned around, and asked hopefully, Did Lu Hongling ask you to come? What did she say? Although Lu Hongling divorced him, she is still pregnant with his baby. She shouldn't just watch him die, right? You're dreaming. The baby in Lu Hongling's belly is gone. She had an abortion. Your baby has already turned into blood and disappeared. Don't you know that? TSK. Don't be too upset. You have to understand. After all, you are divorced. It's not easy to remarry with a big belly. I'm sorry. Wan Qiqi comforted him insincerely and even put the blame on Lu Hongling for beating the child. He Jianjun's face changed drastically. The last bit of light in his eyes disappeared completely and turned into ashes. She aborted the baby? How could she abort the baby? He Jianjun talked to himself in despair. It was not that he loved the child very much, but the child was the only bond between him and Lu Hongling. Now that the bond was broken, he had no hope anymore. How can she get married if she doesn't abort the baby? Oh, you may not know, but Lu Hongling's parents have introduced her to a boyfriend. If everything goes well, you should be able to eat her wedding candy before you get shot. Wan Qiqi's words were not nonsense. Lu Yi found out that Lu Chunchao was indeed actively looking for a partner for her daughter, and her requirements were much lower than before. As long as he has a stable job, he can be older or a widower. Lu Chunchao was very eager to marry off her daughter. She was worried that Lu Hongling still had feelings for He Jianjun and would do something stupid again. She would feel at ease only if she married her off as soon as possible. He Jianjun's face turned pale, and he looked completely lifeless. He was terrified. Why did he get shot? He just stole some credit, so he shouldn't be sentenced to death, right? Wan Qiqi kindly explained his doubts. Do you think I am exaggerating? No, your crime is not that serious. After all, Lu Hongling is the principal offender, and you are just an accomplice. But Lu Hongling has cleared herself now. She said she had no knowledge of the crime and that it was all you who did it, so your crime is a bit serious. It wasn't me, it was her who did it, and she was the one who came up with the idea. How could I have the ability to steal it? She wronged me. He Jianjun cried out loudly for justice. He now hated Lu Hongling and her daughter so much that they killed his child and also slandered him, trying to kill him. They were so vicious. There's no point yelling at us. We're not judges. Wan Qiqi sneered with a sarcastic expression. For the sake of our fellow countrymen, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Those who confess will be treated leniently, while those who resist will be treated severely. If you are kind enough to take the blame for others, they may not appreciate it and may even put the blame on you, and even take your life. Wan Qiqi tried to sow discord, then turned around and left. After walking a few steps, she turned around and said with a smile, I forgot to tell you the good news. Lu Yi and I are getting married. This is my wedding candy. She took out a few fruit candies from her bag and threw them in. The fruit candies fell at He Jianjun's feet. He looked at them stupidly, then looked at Wan Qiqi, who was smiling like a flower, and felt regretful in his heart. If he had not broken off the engagement, he would still be Wan Qiqi's fiancé, and he would be the one marrying her now. He would not have been framed by that ugly and vicious jerk Lu Hongling, and he would not have come to this hellhole and been shot. He Jianjun, filled with regret, shed bitter tears, which flowed into his mouth and reached his heart. After they walked out, Lu Yi asked curiously, Why didn't you tell him about your family? If it were him, he would definitely say, This jerk is so frustrating. We don't have to speak. Someone else will speak for us. Wan Qiqi smiled mysteriously. It would be meaningless if she said it out loud, so Ma Chunsheng had to say it. Moreover, if He Jianjun knew that all his family members had become bad elements, he would definitely become disheartened and lose the will to survive. He Jianjun doesn't want to die now. As long as there is a chance of survival, he will try it and save him to deal with Lu Hongling. Lu Yi figured it out quickly and gave Wan Qiqi a thumbs up, praising her generously. My wife is so smart. If we were born in the Three Kingdoms period, you would be Zhuge Liang, and I would be Zhou Yu. We would join forces to conquer the world, and there would be no Cao Cao or Liu Bei. You should be Xiao Qiao and Xiao Qiao, and I'll be Zhou Yu. Wan Qiqi was not satisfied with this configuration. Two men alone would not be able to accomplish anything. Only when a man and a woman work together can the work be done without getting tired. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Yi grinned. He would listen to his wife's arrangements anyway, let alone being De Qiao or Xiao Qiao. He could even be Diao Chan. So good. Wan Qiqi patted him on the head gently. It felt really good to raise Lu Yi, just like raising a big obedient wolf dog. It gave her a great sense of accomplishment. The second stop was to see Lu Hongba. The farm was in the suburbs, a bit far away. Them an hour to ride there. The farm was full of vitality in the spring. The rice fields on both sides of the road were full of green seedlings. There were many people working in the fields, and some were clearing land at the foot of the mountain. Shi Xiaojun was dumbfounded. Shi Jinghong wanted to take him home to raise him. When the old man found out, he put pressure on the farm. Now Shi Xiaojun has been assigned to raise pigs and eats pig food with them every day. On the way, Lu Yi talked about Shi Xiaojun's situation. You did it? Wan Qiqi asked back. Shi Xiaojun would definitely not be stupid for no reason. It must be the work of her man. Lu Yi chuckled and did not deny it. Wan Qiqi's eyes lit up, and her curiosity was particularly strong. She asked, "How did you do it? Did you put a needle through the top of your head?" There was a medical maniac in the mental hospital who was keen on doing human experiments every day on himself and his fellow patients. One time in the middle of the night, his roommate suddenly woke up and saw this guy holding a fruit knife, gesturing on his stomach and muttering to himself. The patient was so scared that he rolled off the bed and crawled out. After that, this medical madman lived in a single room. Other patients avoided him like the plague. Only Wan Qiqi played with him and learned a lot of strange ways to harm people from him. Lu Yi was amused and explained, the force of the needle insertion was not properly controlled. Shi Xiaojun fell into the river by himself and was in the water for too long, so his brain was deprived of oxygen and he became stupid. He is so unlucky. Wan Qiqi curled her lips and didn't ask any more questions. But she knew that Shi Xiaojun's fall into the water must be related to Lu Yi. The old tea tree said that Lu Yi was the son of a dragon and a human. Dragons can control water, so Lu Yi should be able to do it too. It is not difficult to make a person fall into the water silently. When there is a chance one day, she will take Lu Yi to the beach and ask him to take her to the bottom of the sea to look for treasures. There are so many shipwrecks on the seabed, there must be a lot of treasures. Lu Yi also talked about the fate of two other people. In the restaurant that day, in addition to Lu Hongba and Shi Xiaojun, there were two other jerks. Their family background was worse than Shi Xiaojun's. Shi Xiaojun was taken to a farm for reform, and Lu Hongba was also sent there. The parents of the remaining two took the initiative to send their sons to the farm for fear of angering Shi Jinghong and Lu Dixing. These two were even more unlucky. They had an accident just a few days after arriving at the farm. One was crushed to death, and the other fell to death. Lu Yi described in detail how the two men died. Their names were Zhang San and Li Si. Zhang San and Li Si were close friends. After they entered the farm, they were assigned to smash stones. Li Si held the chisel and Zhang San swung the hammer, and they worked together pretty well. But it was all because of their bad luck that the hammer, which had passed through the hands of so many people, broke down in Zhang San's hands. Zhang San swung the hammer high. The hammer flew out and hit Li Si's head hard, smashing his brain out on the spot. He didn't even need to be sent to the hospital, he died. Li Si's entire head was smashed and turned into a red and white substance. Zhang San was so scared that he ran out crazily, saying that he didn't kill anyone. However, he lost his way in panic and missed a step, rolling down the slope. The back of his head hit a rock, and he also became a stiff and straight corpse. Although the two of us were not born on the same day, it is a blessing to die on the same day. Wan Qiqi sighed but didn't ask for details. It must be Lu Ye's doing, otherwise there wouldn't be so many coincidences in the world. She is very pleased and will be rewarded well by her man tonight. The two went to see Sir Xiaojun first. He is now a pig farmer, eating and living with pigs every day. Putting aside other things, Sir Xiaojun is still very happy now. Look, lying on the ground, grabbing food with a few pigs. How happy. Wan Qiqi stood far away, looking at Sir Xiaojun with disdain as he was competing for food with a group of pigs. There was a fat and strong pig with a bad temper. It thought Sir Xiaojun was eating too much, so it kicked him with its front hoof, sending him flying. Sir Xiaojun lay flat on the ground. The ground shook a few times, and he lay on the ground crying loudly, feeling particularly aggrieved. Xiaojun, my son, I've told you many times not to fight with the pigs for food. Mom will cook for you. Hurry up and get up. Where are you hurt? Shermu ran over in a hurry. She had changed a lot. There were many more wrinkles on her face, and most of her hair was white. She looked at least 10 years older. Her a lot of effort to help her son up. Sir Xiaojun's face and clothes were covered with pig food and dirt, and he was dirty. He was crying loudly. Sher's mother couldn't help but feel sad. She couldn't understand how such a good life could turn out like this. Let's go and see Lu Hongba. Wan Qiqi took Lu Yi away. After Shi Jinghong got into trouble, death would be waiting for Sir Xiaojun. Shi Jinghong tortured many people to death, and those people hated him. As long as he fell, there would be countless people who would take advantage of him. At that time, Shi Jinghong would be unable to take care of himself, and the first one to suffer would be his stupid son. Is your father's pen still in use? Wan Qiqi asked. That pen is important evidence and will be of great use. It's still in use. In a week at most, the old man will have a meeting with Shi Jinghong. It will be exciting to watch then. Lu Yi knew what she was thinking and revealed an important piece of information. We'll hand in our little notebooks after they've fought to the death. No problem. The two looked at each other and smiled like two cunning foxes. Lu Hongba's hemorrhoids had not yet healed and he had lost too much blood, so his body was extremely weak. The farm leaders did not dare to assign him to work, fearing that he would die on the farm. So they found him a remote, quiet house and delivered 3 meals a day to him. The two arrived. Lu Hongba was lying on a lounge chair basking in the sun with a blanket covering him. You look pretty good, and it seems you've had a nice time recently. Ahem. Lu Yi coughed forcefully a few times. Lu Hongba, who was dozing off, woke up with a start. When he opened his eyes and saw him, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He jumped up and tried to run back to his room. Why are you running? You don't know how to call your uncle when you see him? Do you know any etiquette? Lu Yi moved as fast as lightning, grabbed him by the collar, and gently dragged him in front of Wan Qiqi. Call me aunt. Lu Hongba was stunned. He looked at Wan Qiqi in disbelief, then at Lu Yi, his brain unable to react. Are you deaf or dumb? She is your aunt, call someone. Lu Yi slapped him on the head, making his head buzz, but he also reacted. Wan Qiqi actually married Lu Yi? Holy shoot, when did these two get together? Lu Hongba gritted his teeth and shouted, Aunt! Hey, reform yourself and don't embarrass your grandfather. Wan Qiqi lectured in a condescending manner, and Lu Hongba listened silently. You may not know this yet, but your job at the arsenal is over. Even if you are released after reformation, you will become an unemployed youth. Your grandfather said that he will no longer arrange jobs for your family members. You have to find a way on your own. Oh, your mother is really heartless this time. She has done this again and again. Oh. Wan Qiqi sighed and didn't say anything else, but her meaning was very clear. Lu Hongba's face changed color instantly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Isn't my job still mine? My mom said so. His mother came to see him yesterday and told him to stay on the farm and not to worry about work as everything had been arranged. How could it fall through? Wan Qiqi looked at him with such pity that Lu Hongba felt heavier in the heart and his back felt colder. How come you still don't understand that you have been abandoned by your family? You have become a discarded child and no one will care about you anymore. Wan Qiqi's tone was full of compassion, but the words she said were more cutting than a knife. Impossible, my mother came yesterday and brought me a lot of things. Don't try to trick me. I won't be fooled. Lu Hongba was so excited that he shouted like a madman. It's just to comfort you. You can also regard it as your mother's last bit of mercy for you. After all, your mother still has some feelings for you. But your mother still cares about your sister and your brother the most. You are notorious now. The whole Tanzhou knows that you are a rabbit. Your mother is worried that it will affect your brother's career and that it will cause your sister to be unable to get married. She can only abandon you. Wan Qiqi kept talking nonsense, and her words were well-founded, and even Lu Yi believed her. Lu Hongba also believed it. He stood there in a daze, his face pale as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the coldness penetrated his bones. Besides, if your mother really cared about you, why would she push you out and lock you up in the farm? Those people were originally going to arrest your sister, and you were just taking the blame for your sister. Your mother felt sorry for your sister's miscarriage, but why didn't she feel sorry for you for losing so much blood? Alas, even though I am an outsider, I cannot bear to see this. Your family is really strange. You treat a scabby daughter as a treasure, but treat your handsome son as a weed. Aren't you your mother's biological son? Wan Qiqi said was heart-wrenching. Lu Hongba's heart was broken and blood was dripping. He recalled the unfair treatment he had received as a child. Whenever there was something delicious at home, his mother would give it to his older sister and brother first, and he was always the last one to eat. He wore all the clothes left over by his older brothers and sisters. He had never worn new clothes before he started working. He never cared about it before, but now these little things have become sharp knives, stabbing into his heart. It hurts so much. Could it be that he is really not his mother's biological son? It's strange. Your brother and sister are so ugly, but you are pretty. Are you really picked up? That explains it. No wonder you don't feel sorry for Lu Chunchao. Wan Qiqi's voice rang out again. Then it was Lu Ye's voice. I remember now. My father and Lin Manyan seem to have mentioned that Lu Chunchao brought home a boy. If you calculate the time, he is exactly your age. That's right. Otherwise, what kind of mother would let her son take the blame for her daughter and even take her son's job away and give it to her? Lu Yi, you are such a vicious sister. You took advantage of your son and coaxed him with good food and drinks. Even if you sold him, he still wanted her to count the money. You are so vicious. That's normal. She once poisoned me because she was afraid that I would eat too much of her food. How could she be so evil? Her husband must be no good either. Otherwise, how could he give birth to a daughter as vicious as Lu Hongling? I have to find out what evidence they have and write a letter to report them. Then I can not only vent my anger for you, but also make a contribution. That's great. I can get promoted again. The two people's voices gradually faded away, but Lu Hongba heard them both, and he heard them especially clearly. He was originally in a state of despair, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he realized that he had a way to get out. Since Lu Chunchao is unkind, don't blame him for being unjust. Anyway, they are not his biological parents, and he has not had a good life in the Lu family over the years. He also took such a big blame for Lu Hongling. It's time for him to plan for himself. The third update is finished. Lu Chuancao's family will soon be finished. Good night. Leader, I want to report that my mother Lu Chunchao stole state property, embezzled and accepted bribes, and my father Lu Jiaxing used a female comrade. Lu Hongba ran to find the leader who was guarding him, ready to kill his own relative for the sake of justice. When the leader heard so many charges, he did not dare to underestimate it and reported it to the farm leader. Soon, someone took Lu Hongba away. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi did not leave the farm and saw everything from beginning to end. Unexpectedly, the incident in Lu Chuancao's family was bigger than she thought. No wonder Lu Hongling and her brother were so bad. They were bad at heart, and no good people could come from them. Lu Hongba's report was quickly fed back to Shi Jinghong. Shi Jinghong has been in a bad mood recently. The treasures he had accumulated for several years were gone, and the fatal little notebook was also not found. His beloved son became stupid. This was the only child in his family. He has been having bad luck recently, as if there is a hand behind him bringing bad luck to him, and everything is going wrong. When he learned that Lu Hongba was going to report his parents, Shi Jinghong suddenly perked up. Let's see if he can't kill Lu Chuancao's family this time. Lu Disheng treasures his eldest daughter the most. Humph, this old man must be mad at me. Was full of energy, interrogated Lu Hongba all night, and got a lot of dirty information about Lu Chuancao's family. It turned out that two people could not sleep in the same bed together. Lu Chunchao and Lu Jiaxing were birds of a feather. Lu Jiaxing works in the security department of the winery. A few years ago, an extremely serious case occurred in the winery. A young female worker in the packaging workshop was working the night shift and was dragged into the woods in the factory area by hooligans and did something when she got off work. The female worker had already applied for wedding leave, and that day was her last day at work, but this incident happened. Her fiancé quickly broke off the engagement, and there were a lot of rumors in the factory, so the murderer could not be caught. Half a year later, the young female worker committed suicide. Until now, the murderer has not been caught. If it weren't for Lu Hongba's report, who would have thought that Lu Jiaxing, who is usually honest and timid, would actually be like this? Also a peeping Tom in the winery who makes the female workers shudder. He often peeks in the toilet, but this man is very slippery and has never been caught. This peeping pervert is also Lu Jiaxing. Lu Chunchao is a warehouse keeper. She embezzles food and often steals grain from the warehouse to sell. She also relies on being the daughter of Lu Disheng to act arrogantly in the factory. Even the factory director has to give her face. She also spread the word that there was nothing she couldn't do in Tanzhou City as long as the money was in place. Under the banner of Lu Disheng, Lu Chunchao actually helped people do a lot of things and accepted a lot of money and property. Lu Hongba confessed everything without hiding anything. He now just wanted to redeem himself for his crime, leave the farm early and go back to work at the arsenal. Jinghong, who had not slept all night, was not sleepy at all. He asked Lu Hongba to sign a pledge, and at daybreak, he led his men to the winery to arrest the people. Lu Jiaxing had not yet handed over his night shift, and Lu Chunchao was still sleeping. She had been running around the farm hospital these days and was exhausted. She was so tired that she was thin and slept so soundly that the knock on the door did not wake her up. Smashed. There was a cold light in Shi Jinghong's eyes. With a bang, the door was smashed open. The residents of the family building were terrified, but reluctant to give up watching the fun, so they stood far away and whispered to each other. What has Lu Chunchao done wrong? Isn't her father a high-ranking official? How dare someone come and arrest her? Maybe her father will fall from power. Impossible. I didn't hear any rumors. Maybe he has done something serious, and I can't protect him anymore. Lu Chunchao finally woke up. She put on some clothes casually and rushed out with her hair disheveled. Without even looking at the person at the door, she yelled, "Who is knocking on my door? Are you tired of living? I smashed it." Shi Jinghong snorted coldly, waved at his men and ordered, "Take this thief who stole the factory's property away." Two energetic young men strode over and grabbed Lu Chunchao without saying a word. Lu Chunchao finally came to her senses and saw that it was Shi Jinghong. She was furious and said, "My father is Lu Disheng. How dare you arrest me? Who your father is has nothing to do with me. You have been undermining socialism and accepting bribes. Your crimes are heinous. I have the right to take you away." Shi Jinghong spoke with particular righteousness. Lu Chunchao jumped up and started cursing loudly, using a lot of dirty words. The two strong guys who were holding her couldn't stand it anymore and found a rag to cover her mouth. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, and then they felt gloating. Lu Chunchao was more domineering than the factory director. Many people had been bullied by her, but they did not dare to resist and could only swallow their anger. This sitch is finally in trouble. Thank God. Lu Chunchao was taken away without even changing her clothes. She was taken away in her pajamas. Shi Jinghong took people to the security department and arrested Lu Jiaxing as well. The director of the winery rushed over after hearing the news. He was Lu Disheng's former subordinate, a brainless man who managed the winery in a mess. He was also largely responsible for Lu Chuancao's tyranny in the factory. Director Lin, the murderer in the case 3 years ago, was Lu Jiaxing. He was also the peeping Tom in the winery. It was his own son Lu Hongba who reported him. I'm going to take him back for a thorough investigation. Shi Jinghong finished speaking. The whole audience was in an uproar. Of the winery were all dumbfounded. They never expected that the unforgivable murderer was actually the seemingly good guy Lu Jiaxing. If Lu Hongba had not reported it, they would have suspected that it was a slander. Lu Jiaxing, give me back my daughter. A shrill scream was heard, and then a white-haired old lady rushed over with a basket of vegetables, grabbed the vegetables in the basket, and threw them at Lu Jiaxing. You are worse than a beast. Hong Hong called you Uncle Lu. How could you have the heart to do that to her? Are you still a human being? Give me back my Hong Hong. The old lady was smashing things and cursing, tears streaming down her face. She was the mother of the murdered female worker. After her daughter died, she and her husband never had a peaceful day. Every time they closed their eyes, they would see the scene of their daughter covered in blood. Hong Hong is such afraid of pain, but she used a fruit knife to cut her wrist. The cut was so deep and so much blood flowed. How painful it must have been for her daughter to die. After throwing all the vegetables, the angry old lady smashed the empty basket over. Lu Jiaxing wanted to dodge, but he was held down and couldn't move. He had to endure it. There were all kinds of vegetables on his head and body, and he looked miserable. Kill that old jerk. Hit him. You son of a zitch, you old thing. Worse than an animal. I'm going to kill you. Had come to watch the fun swarmed up and started punching and kicking Lu Jiaxing. The two guys who had been holding him also made room and hid far away. Lu Chunchao was so anxious that she kept crying. She wanted to save her husband. Although Lu Jiaxing had done bad things, he listened to her. Moreover, when she and her mother were going through the most difficult time and there was no rice in the house, it was Lu Jiaxing who brought a bag of sweet potatoes and saved their lives. So, even though Lu Jiaxing did that kind of thing, Lu Chunchao concealed it for him. Behave yourself. The spirited young man holding her slapped her impatiently, and Lu Chunchao finally behaved herself. She glared at these people with resentment. Her father would definitely come to rescue her, and she would not let these people go when that time comes. The scene was in chaos, and the factory director didn't dare to intervene. He ran back to the office and called Lu Desheng, but the old leader had to step in to resolve the situation, as he couldn't do anything about it. Shi Jinghong put his hands behind his back, looked at the chaos in front of him with smugness, took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and began to puff smoke leisurely. Someone whispered, "Director, should we stop them? It would be bad if someone died." "What's wrong with that? The people are angry. We serve the people, so we must put the people first and let them calm down first." Shi Jinghong exhaled a puff of smoke ring. He was not afraid of causing death at all. It would be better if someone was beaten to death. Anyway, it was the masses who beat him to death, and it had nothing to do with him. Shi Jinghong was the most advanced at that time. The shell lighter used by Lu Yi, a trophy ordinary lighters at that time, Wan Chi-Chi and Lu Yi rushed over. The scene was already in chaos. More and more people joined the fight, and it was probably difficult for Lu Jiaxing to walk out of the winery alive. Lu Chunchao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She just hoped that Lu Desheng would come quickly. Just now she saw the factory director running away. He must have gone to call her father. Lu Chunchao secretly prayed that Lu Jiaxing could hold on a little longer until her father came. "Ouch! Stop hitting me, I'm going to kill someone." "Oh!" Lu Jiaxing's screams continued, becoming weaker and weaker until they were almost inaudible. He was covered in blood and lying motionless on the ground. He was beaten so hard that he let out a faint whimper. "I'll beat you to death, you old beast, and give me back my Hong Hong." Who beat the most fiercely was Hong Hong's mother. Although she was old and weak, it did not affect her revenge for her daughter at all. When she ran out of strength, she bit Lu Jiaxing's face with her teeth and bit off a piece of flesh.
Bah!
"I'll bite you to death." Hong Hong's mother spat out the blood and flesh and laughed happily. Her tears mixed with blood stained her clothes. No one stopped her. Everyone knew how miserable Hong Hong's mother's life had been over the past 3 years. It was just a small loss, which was nothing compared to the pain of losing her daughter. Ouch! Stop biting me. It hurts so much. Lu Jiaxing's body was twitching in pain, and there were several holes on his face, all caused by Hong Hong's mother's bites. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi did not come to join in the fun. They were waiting for Lu Disheng. Sure enough, Lu Disheng rushed over with a dark face. The factory director was unclear on the phone, only saying that Shi Jinghong came to arrest Lu Chunchao and his wife. He thought Shi Jinghong was taking revenge, so he came angrily to support his daughter and son-in-law. But as soon as he arrived at the winery gate, he was stopped by someone. Lu Yi pulled his collar and easily stopped him. "Let go. I'm going to save your elder sister." Lu Disheng struggled a few times but failed to break free, and he was so angry that he cursed. "Shi Jinghong is doing her job impartially. Why are you making trouble? Are you trying to shield a criminal?" Lu Yi sneered coldly, without loosening his hand.
What public interest do you have?
Shi Jinghong is just seeking revenge. What did your elder sister and her husband do wrong? Lu Disheng was extremely angry. He had always felt that Lu Chunchao and his wife were honest and simple people. It was just that Lu Chunchao had become a little arrogant in recent years, but he was still a good person by nature, and it was impossible for him to do anything criminal. "I didn't use my brother-in-law, nor did I steal my sister's public property. Don't look at me with such a stupid look." This was reported by your precious grandson Lu Hongba himself. Lu Jiaxing used a female worker in the factory 3 years ago, causing an innocent female comrade to commit suicide. He was also a peeping Tom in the female restroom in the factory, causing great psychological trauma to all the female comrades in the factory, and the impact was extremely bad. Lu Yi spoke word by word, and seeing Lu Disheng's face becoming more and more ugly, he laughed sarcastically, feeling particularly happy. "Dad, Lu Chunchao used your name to get people to pay her to do things. She said that as long as the money was in place, there was nothing she couldn't do in Tanzhou City. Some people did things for your sake." Lu Chunchao became more and more daring. Accepted bribes of up to 10,000 yuan, and as a warehouse keeper, she stole public grain and sold it, causing huge losses. This was also reported by Lu Hongba, and the evidence is irrefutable. "Are you sure you want to continue to protect her?" Wan Qiqi questioned one question after another. If this foolish old man continued to cover up for her, she would make Lu Yi break off the relationship with the old man. Lu Disheng's mind was in a mess now. He heard everything Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi said. The Lu Chunchao and Lu Jiaxing in their mouths became very unfamiliar. They were not the daughter and son-in-law he knew at all. Lu Jiaxing, the honest and dull man who didn't even dare to speak loudly, was actually like these? His simple daughter accept a bribe of 10,000 yuan and steal public food?
How dare they?
It's all because of your influence. Lu Hongling relied on your influence to steal other people's credit. Lu Chunchao relied on your influence to steal, rob, and accept bribes. Lu Jiaxing dared to use and rob, and Lu Hongba dared to abuse women. They all relied on your influence to be lawless, tyrannical, and bully the villagers. Lu Yi seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and completely tore through Lu Disheng's self-deceiving fig leaf, forcing him to face the cruel truth. Lu Disheng's back suddenly hunched, and his face turned pale. From the factory, Lu Disheng gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and strode in. Even if he was wrong, he had to end this mistake himself. Your father doesn't want to save people, does he? Wan Qiqi frowned, very dissatisfied with Lu Disheng. No, he's going to kill someone. Lu Yi knew his father very well. Lu Disheng always valued his reputation. He used to pretend to be deaf and dumb to deceive himself and others, but now that the fig leaf has been torn off, he can no longer pretend and must get rid of this source of trouble for the family with his own hands. Wan Qiqi understood. After all, Lu Disheng actually loves himself the most. Be it Lin Manyun or Lu Chunchao, he can pamper them as long as it does not affect his interests, but once it affects his vital interests, he will definitely not show mercy. When Lu Chunchao saw Lu Disheng striding towards her, she started to whine excitedly. She knew that her father would not ignore her. Shi Jinghong also saw it and showed a cunning smile, hoping that Lu Disheng would come out to save people so that he could report it to his superiors with a clear conscience. The crowd also stopped, feeling a little regretful. They had been too impulsive and forgot that Lu Chunchao had a father who was a high-ranking official. If Lu Disheng pursued the matter, they would be in trouble. Lu Disheng walked up to Lu Chunchao and looked at her with complicated eyes. Whoa! Lu Chunchao screamed excitedly. Why is her father still standing there? Quickly take the rag out of her mouth and go save her man.
Commander Lu, I'm sorry.
I received a report from your grandson Lu Hongba that your daughter Lu Chunchao stole public property and accepted bribes, and your son-in-law Lu Jiaxing used a female comrade. Both husband and wife committed heinous crimes. I have to deal with them impartially. Please forgive me, Commander Lu. Shi Jinghong walked over and spoke politely, but his eyes were full of provocation. He really wanted Lu Disheng to make a scene.
Pa.
A loud slap shocked everyone. Lu Chunchao looked at her father in disbelief. The burning pain on her face reminded her that the slap just now was not a dream. Her father really slapped her. Lu Disheng gritted his teeth and slapped her a few more times, each slap harder than the last. Lu Chuancao's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. I told you to be low-key and work hard in the factory, but you ignored me and did whatever you wanted in my name. You made me lose face. Lu Disheng became more and more angry as the fight went on. He had always been confident when facing Shi Jinghong in the past, but only now, facing Shi Jinghong's provocation, he could only swallow his anger. It's all the fault of the rebellious girl. Shi Jinghong was also dumbfounded. He never expected that Lu Disheng, who was so protective of his son, would actually kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Could it be that this old man just found out that Lu Chunchao is not his child? That's not right. Lu Chunchao looks quite similar to this old man. He can't be a jerk. Shi Jinghong's hair was about to go bald, and he couldn't understand why Lu Disheng suddenly stopped protecting his son. His plan to watch the show was thwarted. Darn, I'm so unlucky. I wasted such a good opportunity. Shi Jinghong cursed inwardly and wanted to stop Lu Disheng from beating him to death. He also wanted to dig out some dirty laundry about Lu Disheng from Lu Chuancao's mouth. Even if there wasn't any, he would create some artificially and ask Lu Chunchao to put his fingerprints on it. Snap! A pen fell to the ground. It fell out of Lu Disheng's pocket. He slapped his hand so hard that the pen was shaken out. Shi Jinghong subconsciously looked at the ground. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and rage surged in her heart. Darn you, Lu Disheng, you old jerk, it turns out you did it. Shi Jinghong has lost his mind. All his treasures, including his notebooks, were stolen by that evil old man Lu Disheng. He even put his beloved pen on his body to show off. This old man must be laughing at him. This is too much. An angry Shi Jinghong rushed forward and started wrestling with Lu Disheng. You jerk, I'm going to fight you. Give my things back, or don't blame me for being rude. Shi Jinghong, filled with anger, took 3 moves from Lu Disheng's hands and was then pinned to the ground. Although Lu Disheng is 60 years old, he can still easily deal with Shi Jinghong, who is in her 40s, with just one hand. What did I take from you? Keep your mouth shut, or I'll pour shoot on you. Lu Disheng was also very angry. Darn it. He even dared to scold his mother. He must be tired of living. Don't play dumb in front of me. Give me back all my stuff, or don't blame me for being rude. Do you want to give you a big slap in the face? My daughter and son-in-law committed a crime, and you handled it impartially. I would never say a word, but you actually threw dirty water on me, saying that I took your things. I, Lu Disheng, am upright and never took a penny from the people. Shi Jinghong, tell me, what did I take from you? Lu Disheng was so angry that he slapped Shi Jinghong, and Shi Jinghong immediately became obedient. You took my pen. Shi Jinghong blurted out and pointed at the pen on the ground. Bullshit, this pen was given to me by my daughter-in-law. Do you still have any shame? Lu Disheng was so angry that he slapped him again. Darn it. Don't play dumb, Lu Disheng. Just wait. I can't deal with you, but my third brother can definitely deal with you. Let's wait and see. Shi Jinghong's eyes were filled with resentment. The old man was pretending to be confused, but He was not so easy to fool. Those treasures and little notebooks must be in the hands of this old man. He can't solve this problem, so he has to ask his third brother for help. He must kill this old guy. Would I be afraid of your third brother? You should be thankful that this is a peaceful time, or I would have shot you to death. Lu Disheng slapped him a few more times. Darn it, he always used that jerk Shi Dahong to put pressure on him. He was already full of rage. After beating Shi Jinghong into a pig's head, Lu Disheng felt much better. He picked up the pen from the ground, blew away the dust, opened the pen cap to check the nib, and was relieved to see that there was no damage, and put it back in his pocket. This pen writes really smoothly. He got used to it after using it for a few days. He would be sad if it broke. Lu Disheng kicked Shi Jinghong hard again, and then said, "My daughter and son-in-law have committed a crime. I will report it to the police and sentence them accordingly. Even if I get shot, I will never plead for mercy. Shaoli, go call the police and ask them to come and arrest him." Lu Disheng roared, and the orderly Xiao Li quickly went to make a phone call.
Woo.
Lu Chunqiao was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. She never expected that her father would actually let the police arrest her. Wasn't she his father's most beloved daughter? Lu Disheng didn't look at her, but stood there with a stern face. The scene was completely silent. Everyone was frightened by his murderous aura and didn't dare to breathe. Half an hour later, the head of the Public Security Bureau came over with his men. When he saw Lu Disheng, he saluted with a standard military salute. Lu Disheng returned the greeting and said sternly, "My daughter and son-in-law have committed a crime. You must take them to the police station for a thorough investigation and deal with them strictly in accordance with the law. You must not give me face and bend the law for personal gain. Don't worry, old leader. I will try this case myself." The director assured that he used to be Lu Disheng's subordinate and was later transferred to the Public Security Department. "Why do you intercept our case?" "I don't agree." Shi Jinghong limped over. He had to get Lu Chunqiao. He would fabricate 10 charges against Lu Disheng and make Lu Chunqiao sign and seal them. He would not kill this evil old man. "Go away." Lu Disheng didn't even bother to look at her. He just punched her with his backhand. Shi Jinghong didn't even make a sound. She fell backwards and fainted. "Take it away." Lu Disheng waved his hand at the director, and the other members of the Cutting Tail Society didn't dare to say a word. Even Shi Jinghong couldn't resist, so it was better for them not to get involved. Lu Disheng's fist could kill people. Lu Chunqiao was taken away by the police. She kept turning back and calling out to Lu Disheng, but Lu Disheng didn't even look at her and always kept his back to her. "Report, Lu Jiaxing is dead," a young police officer shouted. Lu Jiaxing was lying on the ground covered in blood, his face unrecognizable, and he was no longer breathing. Lu Disheng walked over, put his hand under Lu Jiaxing's nose, and found that he was indeed dead. The crowd was trembling with fear, fearing that Lu Disheng would pursue the matter. If they had known that Lu Jiaxing was so weak, they would have been gentler. Lu Jiaxing deserves what he got. Take him to the crematorium and burn him. Lu Disheng spoke. His voice was cold, as if he was talking to an unrelated stranger. The director didn't say anything. The law does not hold everyone responsible. There were dozens of people involved in the beating. How could they be arrested? Moreover, even if Lu Jiaxing is not beaten to death, he will be sentenced to death. It is the same death sooner or later. His death now saves the country a bullet, which can be considered a worthy death. Who was about to get into the car, suddenly felt her heart sink. She turned around suddenly and saw her husband's body being carried out by the police. Her eyes went dark and she fainted. The police took Lu Chunqiao and Lu Jiaxing away. The Cut-Tail Society also carried Shi Jinghong away, and the crowds also dispersed, and the place suddenly became deserted. Lu Disheng sighed and prepared to return to the military region. Seeing Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi still guarding the gate, he glared at them unhappily, ignored them, and prepared to get in the car, but his collar was grabbed by his rebellious son again. The third update is finished. Lu Disheng is not that confused. A person who can reach a high position must have certain means. The author is not whitewashing him, but just wants to make human nature more complicated. Don't worry, Lu Yi will not forgive him and will not reconcile. The author hates forgiveness the most. Good night, Dad. Everyone has to die. Some people die, some are as light as a feather, some are heavier than Mount Tai. Lu Jiaxing's death is lighter than a feather. You don't have to feel too bad. You should think like this. One less scourge like Lu Jiaxing will die. His death is a contribution to society. Wan Qiqi came up to him and comforted him sincerely. That's right. Even if Lu Chunqiao is sentenced to death, her death is as light as a feather. One less scourge like her is better off dead. Only by dying can the earth be cleared of all innocence. Lu Yi cooperated very well and spoke more sincerely, because that was what he thought, and he hoped that the court would sentence Lu Chunqiao to death. Even if she is no longer your elder sister, she is still your elder sister. Lu Disheng's back teeth were almost broken, and his neck was strangled. Only then did he realize that his son was still grabbing his collar from behind. Let me go. Lu Disheng roared angrily. What a disrespectful person. Lu Yi let go with a chi sound without any warning. Lu Disheng lost his balance for a moment and fell backwards. There was nothing to support him, and he was about to fall when his collar was grabbed again, even tighter this time, making it difficult for him to breathe. Look, if I don't hold you, you will fall down. Don't try to be stubborn when you are old. Lu Yi was still making sarcastic remarks. Lu Disheng struggled to break free and glared at him fiercely. Also, I don't have a sister who steals public property. I will resolutely draw a line with bad elements like Lu Chunqiao and Lu Jiaxing. Lu Yi sneered, showing his attitude. That's right. We must draw a clear line between ourselves and the bad elements. Dad, you may not know this, but Lu Hongling's boyfriend He Jianjun and his whole family are all bad elements who are hiding deep in our village. They have been hiding in our village for so many years, and no one has discovered them. Fortunately, the enemy will never succeed. We accidentally dug out the transmitter from their house, and they were completely exposed. Wan Qiqi immediately took over and told him about how He Jianjun's family members were labeled as bad elements. Lu Disheng's face changed drastically, and he asked cautiously, did they really dig out the radio machine? Don't dare to lie about this. You can call our commune to verify. The evidence is solid. The whole family has confessed their crimes. They also said that they received a mission to lurk in order to corrupt our internal forces. Think about it. He Jianjun is a handsome man. Why would he endure the disgust and date the lecherous Lu Hongling? He even got her pregnant. His intentions are very obvious. His ultimate target is you. Wan Qiqi lied half-truthfully, and Lu Disheng's face became more and more ugly, with cold sweat breaking out on his back. He actually has a grandson-in-law who is a bad guy. Although they are divorced, he still feels scared. If Shi Jinghong gets to know about this, he will definitely make a fuss about it. And Shi Dahong, that shameless person, will definitely report it to the general military region. I will investigate this matter. Lu Disheng left with a dark face. Wan Qiqi, this crazy girl, likes to exaggerate the facts when she speaks, so he has to verify it personally. If it is true, he must kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. Nothing is more important than the country, including his life. Your father will definitely break off the relationship with Lu Chunqiao. Wan Qiqi wiped her face. Darn it, the exhaust fumes from old man Lu's car sprayed all over her face. He's willing to do that? Lu Yi didn't quite believe it after all. Lu Disheng cared so much about Lu Chunqiao. No matter how reluctant you are, you have to give it up. Your father cares most about his career. Now Lu Chuanxiao's family will affect his career, so he will definitely give it up. Just wait, it will take at most a week. Wan Qiqi's tone was very firm. With Lu Disheng for a long time, she found that this old man was not stupid at all, but was very shrewd in his career. Although Lu Chunqiao and his gang used to bully others, steal property, and accept bribes, these were actually not a big deal and could not hurt Lu Disheng. But once it comes to something that endangers the country, Lu Disheng will definitely cut off his own arm. He will not leave such a big handle for his opponent. Moreover, Lu Disheng handled the matter of Lu Chunqiao very skillfully just now. First to leave a good impression on the people, and then called the police to deal with it. He did not leave Lu Chunchao to Shi Jinghong for use. He did not pursue the matter even though Lu Jiaxing was beaten to death. The people's good impression of him was almost overflowing. Shi Jinghong came to intercept. Lu Dishing was also very decisive. Without saying a word, he knocked the man out directly without any hesitation and solved the problem perfectly. In today's incident, the old man was decisive and ruthless, simple about those who can reach high positions. Moreover, in this chaotic period, the fact that Lu Dishim can remain safe and sound also shows that he is not a simple person. His apparent stupidity may be his protective color. Lu Yi looked thoughtful. With his wife's guidance, he figured out a lot of things and suddenly everything became clear. So, if Lin Mannion commits a crime, the old man will also sacrifice her? Certainly. Wan Qiqi answered the question without hesitation. She quickly guessed what Lu Yi was thinking and asked, "Your stepmother didn't accept bribes, did she?" "No. She doesn't have the guts, and the old man has a high salary, so she has no shortage of money." Lu Yi shook his head. He had already checked it, but Lu Jiefeng's position as platoon leader was obtained through Lin Manyun's request. She also often went to Jiangqing to get backdoor treatment for her two sons. Wan Qiqi shook her head. "Your father would at most get angry, but he wouldn't make drastic changes. He would need someone like He Jianjun. For example, if there was a bad guy in Lin Manyun's family, your father would definitely divorce her without hesitation. I'll go check it out." Lu Yi showed a sly smile. He didn't believe that the family that could raise Lin Manyun would be innocent. There would always be some unclean things in a family, and even if he threw some dirty water on her, he couldn't kill the old woman Lin Manyun. Take some time to relax. Lu Chunchao and Lu Hongling are going to die soon. Your father must be feeling very sad. After all, he is over 60 years old. Let him calm down. Wan Qiqi persuaded him to stop, saying that retaliation must be carried out step by step. If the impact was too great all at once, old man Lu's old heart might not be able to bear it. The old man will definitely save them and won't let them die. Lu Yi thought it was unlikely. Lu Jiaxing was already dead, and the old man would not let the mother and daughter die. Wan Qiqi sneered. "This is not up to your father. Shi Jinghong hates your father so much now, and she is blaming him for everything. Your father can't do anything, so he will definitely take revenge on Lu Chuancao's family. Just wait and see. In a month at most, Lu Chunchao and her daughter will die, and Lu Hongtao will have to retire, and he will definitely not be able to stay in the army." The pen just now was seen by Shi Jinghong, and the war between Lu and Shi has officially begun. Lu Chunchao and her daughter will become victims of this war. There may also be Lin Manyun and her two children. It depends on how powerful Shi Jinghong is. As long as his power is strong enough, he can bring Lu Dishing down. But your father will probably resign on his own initiative. This is called retreating to advance. Wan Qiqi predicted Lu Dishing's next move. After all, Lu Chunchao had done a lot of things under his name which would have some impact. The old man saved Jia Zong's life. As long as he doesn't make a fatal mistake, he will definitely be able to keep his position. Lu Ye's tone was very certain. Jia Zong was the commander of the Jiangqing military region. Lu Dishing had saved him, and the old man had also saved many lives. The old man was a good fighter and had good luck. He could often rescue people from a pile of dead bodies and saved many important people. Otherwise, with his ability, how could he become a commander? Jia Zong didn't move your father out of courtesy, and your father's voluntary resignation was also a courtesy. It was just a formality. Even if the position of commander of the Tanzhou military region is vacant, no one will come. Wan Qiqi analyzed the subsequent situation. The military strategy books she read in the mental hospital were not read in vain, and she was sure that she was right about the general direction. "Qiqi, how come you are so smart?" Lu Ye's eyes sparkled as he looked at her with admiration and respect, and he was not stingy with his praise. "You are also very smart. The baby we will have in the future will definitely be extremely smart and unparalleled in the world." Wan Qiqi particularly enjoyed it. She loved hearing compliments. It was so comfortable to hear them. Of course.
Lui nodded vigorously.
He couldn't even imagine how cute and smart the baby he and Chi-Chi would have. It would definitely be very fun.
Oh no.
The factory director called them and strode over. Uncle Lin, she is my cousin. She will come to your place in a few days to report to you. Louis introduced his wife with a smile. Hello, Uncle Lin.
I'm Ruan Kiki.
Wan Chi-Chi greeted him. It was obvious that Director Lin was a straightforward and uncouth man. He needed some talent to be a director. No wonder the winery was such a mess. Director Lin looked at her for a few times, smiled, and said, I just came to ask when you will start work. The Human Resources Department has come to ask me several times. Is it okay for you to start work at the end of the month? No problem. Wan Chi-Chi agreed readily. It was already the beginning of the month, and there was still more than half a month left until the end of the month, which was great. It's settled. You will go directly to Director Chow's office to report to work in the propaganda department. You will be promoted to a full-time employee in 2 months. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your care. Wan Chi-Chi nodded. The position in the propaganda department is a prime opportunity. Director Lin is a very capable person and will really help when there is something to do. Don't be polite to me. I have to be frank with you. When you come to work for me, you must be serious and down to earth. You are not allowed to do anything crooked. Your elder sister is. Director Lin sighed. He never expected Lu Chun-Chao to be such a person. It hurt him so much. For the sake of his old leader's face, he arranged easy jobs for Lu Chun-Chao and his wife. Who would have thought that he was actually letting a rat into the granary and a pervert into the sentry post?
Duck him.
Uncle Lin, rest assured. Lu Chun-Chao and I are definitely not the same kind of people. I will never associate with bad elements like her. I will fight her every time I see her. I will fight to the end. Wan Chi-Chi expressed her clear attitude with full passion. Uncle Lin, it was my son Chi-Chi who broke 2 of Lu Chuansao's fingers. She is very good at hands-on work. Lu Yi spoke with great pride as he talked about his wife's achievements. No, it's just average. But if there's anything happening in the factory in the future, I will definitely go all out and take the lead. Please rest assured, Uncle Lin. Wan Chi-Chi puffed out his chest, spoke modestly, but his expression was very proud. Director Lin's mouth twitched, and his expression was a little hard to describe. He felt a little regretful. He had a premonition that after Wan Chi-Chi came to work in the factory, there would definitely be a level 12 typhoon, and the factory would no longer be peaceful. But he had already promised Lu Yi, and as a man, he should keep his word. I have a meeting to attend. Go back and comfort your old leader. He must be feeling bad. Director Lin's tone showed his genuine concern for Lu Disheng. I know. I'll go back and comfort him in a moment. Lu Yi agreed perfunctorily. Director Lin sighed lightly. The relationship between this father and son was still as bad as ever. He didn't try to persuade her and went to the meeting. Wan Chi-Chi asked curiously, Director Lin respects your father very much. Did your father save his life? Yes, he saved him more than once. Uncle Lin's family was in financial difficulty, so the old man often gave him money. Once, Uncle Lin's child got seriously ill and needed imported medicine, and it was the old man who gave him money. Lu Yi nodded and told the story of the past between Lu Disheng and Director Lin. No wonder you are so devoted to him. Your father is not fit to be a comrade-in-arms and leader, but not fit to be a husband and father. Wan Chi-Chi concluded that as a leader and comrade-in-arms, Lu Disheng was absolutely qualified, but as a husband and father, he was seriously derelict in his duty. He should be single all his life and have a shooty marriage.
Lu Yi is needed.
He would never let go of his hatred towards Lu Disheng in his entire life. He and the old man will never be able to coexist peacefully unless one of them dies. Either the old man will die, or he will die. He is still young, so the old man will definitely die first. When he goes to visit his old man's grave during Qingming festival, there will definitely be no noise. Lu Yi could rest until the end of the month. In addition to his honeymoon leave, he also had vacation time he had saved up in the past. As newlyweds, they were in love with each other. They spent every night at Yumen Pass in the spring breeze and stayed up until noon every day. 3 meals a day became 2, and sometimes even 1. After only living in the staff dormitory for a few days, Wan Chi-chi became a celebrity. Everyone in the staff dormitory knew that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu's new bride was a lazy woman. In the morning that he had to get up at noon and had to make do with breakfast and lunch. Sometimes he was too lazy to even cook this meal. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu had to run to the canteen to get the food, and then he had to bring it to the bed to serve the guests. Looking at the pretty girl, he was too lazy to even cook. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu went to the cafeteria to get food and had to carry it to the bed. It was like taking care of a paralyzed mother. Is Deputy Battalion Commander Lu so good-tempered? Isn't it said that he gets mad every day? That's right. He became a different person after getting married. He never had a seizure and listened to his cousin. If his cousin told him to pee, he wouldn't even fart. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really can't believe it. That one girl looks pretty good-tempered. How could she be so powerful? He's very ruthless. Not only does he not cook, he also doesn't do housework. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu always mops the floor and washes clothes. I was washing clothes in the bathroom the other day and saw Deputy Battalion Commander Lu washing the underwear for his cousin.
Oh my.
It's so embarrassing. Several women were basking in the sun downstairs and chatting animatedly. The male and female protagonists of the topic were Lu Yi and Wan Chi-chi. They talked about Wan Chi-chi unscrupulously, talking about Wan Chi-chi's laziness and Lu Ye's good temper. Although they were saying that Wan Chi-chi was lazy, their tone was full of envy and jealousy. It's like this when you first get married. When I first got married to my husband, he was very diligent and even brought water for washing my feet to my eyes. He was very attentive. After we had a child, he became a boss. Not to mention bringing water for washing my feet. I didn't even want him to pour out his saliva. A long-faced, 30-something military wife told her own experience with a smile. She thought Wan Chi-chi and Lu Yi were quite normal. They had just gotten married, so there was nothing strange about them being a little affectionate. Shuhua, your Captain Peng seems to have a good temper. He does nothing at home, right? Someone asked jokingly. You didn't even pick up the fallen soy sauce bottle. You're too lazy to grow hair. Wang Shuhua curled her lips, her tone full of disdain for her husband. Other military wives all started complaining about their husbands, saying they were lazy, had bad tempers, were busy with work, and had no time to take care of the family. All of their husbands had the same problems. Men work so hard outside, so it's only right for us women to share more of the burden at home. Otherwise, why do we say that men work outside and women work inside? The division of labor should be clear. A fair-skinned woman spoke. She spoke in a soft and slow voice. She was about 30 years old, with short hair, an oval face, and wore a light gray linen suit. She looked neat and tidy, but spoke very gently. Linen suit, Xianglian is very conscious. She is indeed a model military wife. Wan Chi-chi's awareness is not good enough. Even if they are newlyweds, they can't be so lazy. They don't even wash their underwear. It's too much. The military wife who was speaking was indignant. She was about the same age as Ji Xianglian, but she was prettier and dressed very fashionably. She wore a black and red plaid jacket with a light yellow cashmere turtleneck sweater underneath and the latest leather boots on her feet. Her name is Shang Lehua, and her husband is a company commander. But she is luckier than Wang Shuhua because her husband is over 36 years old and has 15 years of military service, which meets the requirements for joining the army. She joined the army last year and was named the most beautiful military wife as soon as she arrived. Xianglian is the best military wife. She takes care of everything at home and outside and manages everything in an orderly manner without the man having to worry about anything. Now, Wan Chi-chi also has a nickname, the laziest military wife. They were talking freely and didn't notice that Lu Yi was not far away, holding food in his hands. He had just got it from a cafeteria. It was the braised pork with pork belly that Wan Chi-chi liked and the fried duck from Zhejiang. He had eaten it in the cafeteria himself and brought it back for his wife. Zhejiang fried duck. A good side dish. As soon as he got downstairs, he heard these old ladies saying bad things about his wife. Humph! Lu Yi went upstairs quietly and served Wan Qiqi after she finished her meal. When it was lunchtime, he took the initiative to ask Wan Qiqi for her clothes to change into. He didn't take her underwear, only her coat. Lu Yi walked to Shang Lehua's house, where a family of 4 was having dinner. Her husband's surname was Zhou, and he had a bad temper. Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, would you like to eat something together? Zhou saw him. He warmly invited him to have dinner with him. I've finished eating. I'm coming to your house to do some laundry. My cousin just changed her clothes. I need to wash them for her. Lu Yi placed the wash basin on the ground, hooked the small stool of the kid next to him with his foot and sat down, then started rubbing the wash basin without caring about the lives of others. The child who lost his bench pouted and looked very aggrieved. Shang Lehua's face froze, and he had a bad feeling. Could it be that when he talked about Wan Qiqi today, this crazy man heard it? Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, what do you mean? Captain Zhou's face became forced, and he did not dare to get angry. After all, he was of a low rank. What he couldn't figure out even more was when he had offended this madman. Washing clothes, didn't you see? Lu Yi looked up and rolled his eyes, then continued to scrub the clothes. More and more white soap bubbles appeared, forming a white flower on his hands. Why don't you wash your clothes at home, but come to my house to wash them? What does "mzi" mean here? Captain Zhou was a native of Hunan province and had a strong local accent. He gritted his teeth and tried hard to suppress his anger. You can't see me washing my own clothes, so how can I set an example for you? Of course I have to go to your house to wash them. Captain Zhou, you should study hard, even while eating. Lu Yi grinned, ignored the couple, and started rubbing the clothes happily. What the heck is the point of me learning how to wash clothes? Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, although you are higher in rank than me, you can't bully others by taking advantage of your position. Please leave my house immediately. Zhou took a deep breath and secretly reminded himself not to take action. Because he couldn't beat this madman, the result of taking action would be making a fool of himself. But he was really angry. Why did they bully others like this? Zhou, who was so angry that he was about to explode, did not notice that his wife beside him was pale and something was wrong. Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, why don't you go to the washroom to wash your clothes? It's ridiculous to go to Captain Zhou's house to wash them. Yes, Captain Zhou's family is still having dinner. How can they eat if you do this? At the door, all on the same floor. They tried to persuade him in a gentle manner, but did not dare to speak too harshly for fear of angering this madman. They would not be able to win even if they attacked him as a group. Lu Yi rubbed his hands vigorously a few times, shook off the foam on his hands, wiped them on the floral apron on his body, stood up, and looked at Captain Zhou with a gloomy face. He said, Your cousin is very envious of my cousin because my cousin sleeps until noon every day and I wash his clothes. Your cousin said that you are too lazy to grow hair at home, and you don't even help the soy sauce bottle when it falls over. Except when you are diligent in bed, you are like a piece of wood at other times and can't even move it. Since your cousin is so resentful, I will show my comradeship and go to your house to demonstrate how to help your cousin wash clothes. Captain Zhou, have you learned it? I'm not envious, Lao Zhou. I didn't say those words. Shang Lehua screamed in panic, her pretty face covered in sweat. She was so scared. She knew her husband's temper very well. If she lost face in front of so many people, he would definitely teach her a lesson, even hit her, and the beating would be very painful. I heard it with my own ears. It was 10:11 in the morning. Downstairs, Yu and Ji Xianglian, Wang Cuehua, and Lu Sanmei said it together. You all said that your men were too lazy to grow hair, and you wanted them to learn from me. I will go to other people's houses to demonstrate later. Today I will demonstrate how to wash clothes, tomorrow I will demonstrate how to empty the urinal, and the day after tomorrow I will demonstrate how to empty the foot washing water. Come one by one. I have plenty of time. Don't worry. Lu Yi was in a very stable mood, with a smile on his face, as he called out the names one by one. He didn't let any of those who said bad things about his Qiqi today go. Of the women whose names were called instantly turned pale, and they were angry and scared. It makes me angry that Lu Yi, a grown man, has a heart smaller than a woman's. He actually resorts to the trick of settling scores after the event. It's so insidious. They were even more afraid that Lu Yi would go crazy and anger her husband, and they would be in trouble at home. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, I didn't say those words. I just said that men have a hard time outside, and we women should share more of the burden at home. Is what I said wrong? Ji Xianglian was also on this floor. As the best military wife, she would never allow anyone to damage her reputation. So, she bravely argued with Lu Yi. Sister Ji is right. It's the rule that men should work outside and women should work inside. It's a rule set by our ancestors. How can a man wash clothes for his guests? It's a mess. That's right, there is no such rule. I support Sister Ji. Those who were talking were all men. They all praised Ji Xianglian and felt that Lu Yi had brought shame to them men. She washes clothes for the guests, empties the urine pot, and fetches water for washing feet. Look at the flowered apron worn by Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. He looks just like a woman. She is a disgrace to men. What a loser. The other women who were named also spoke out in support of Ji Xianglian. They always followed Ji Xianglian's lead. Lu Yi sneered and said sarcastically, "Who says that men can't do housework when they are in charge of the outside world? People who say this are lazy. Your laziness is your business. My work for my cousin is my business. It's none of your business. You are all so idle. Why don't you go and open up wasteland and dig earth? There are so many wastelands in the military farm that no one is digging. I will introduce you to some." He said these words. His eyes were coldly fixed on Ji Xianglian and the other gossips. Ji Xianglian, just because others flatter you, do you really think you are a big shot? You work like a servant all day long, and you are still proud? You deserve to be an old lady before you are 30. In a few years, when Captain Su stands next to you, he will have to call you Mom. Unlike me, your cousin, you will be taken care of by me. Even if you are 80, you will still be a flower. You must be so jealous. Lu Yi had an epileptic seizure, and he didn't let any of these women go. Shan Lehua, if you think your man is lazy and useless, why don't you just tell him directly? Why are you using my Chi-Chi as a cover? Captain Zhou, you have to look for the reason in yourself. Why is your cousin talking about you outside? He attacked everyone equally, including the men who spoke for Ji Xianglian, and his insults were particularly harsh. Ji Xianglian's face turned pale. All she had heard was praise and compliments. No one had ever said this about her. She was the most outstanding and capable military wife. This Lu Yi was too arrogant. Shan Lehua regrets it very much now. She shouldn't have said those things outside because of jealousy towards Yuan Chi-Chi. That's right, she was jealous because her man had never washed her clothes. Even when they were newlyweds, Captain Zhou had never been so considerate. I'll show you how to empty the urinal tomorrow. Lu Yi picked up the basin and strode away, leaving behind a group of angry people. Snap! A crisp slap was heard, and half of Shan Lehua's face was swollen, beaten by her man. Shan Lehua covered her face and cried. No one else tried to persuade her, and even Ji Xianglian, who had the best relationship with her, left. The Zhou family as door dispersed, and sounds of cursing and crying were heard from other households. It was obvious that the women named by Lu Yi were all taught a lesson by the men in their families. Except Ji Xianglian. Because her husband was not at home, he was out on business. Lu Yi went to the bathroom to wash his clothes, hung them neatly on the balcony, and went home humming a song. The third update is finished. I will go out for a few days tomorrow to relax and get some sunshine. Don't worry, I have saved enough manuscripts. I will update 3 times a day at least. I love you guys. Good night. Who recruited you again? Yuan Chi-Chi heard the noise coming from the second floor and guessed that it was probably caused by Lu Yi, but she didn't want to go downstairs and preferred to stay in bed. April in Tanzhou is still very cold, and the only thing that can defeat her curiosity is the warm bed. After teaching a few gossipers a lesson, what are we going to eat tonight? Lu Yi spoke lightly. He was more interested in dinner. Go catch a wild rabbit and eat it tonight. Yuan Chi-Chi threw off the quilt and got out of bed. She couldn't eat in the cafeteria that night, so she had to at least cook a meal. Lu Ye's eyes lit up and he said enthusiastically, I'll catch 2. There are plenty of rabbits on the mountain, and he can catch them easily. Moreover, he recently got a new treasure just 2 days ago, so he can eat whatever he wants from now on. Get another pheasant and make chicken soup. Wan Qiqi advised that he had been consuming a lot of energy at night recently and needed to replenish his energy.
New.
Lu Yi had already run out, but not long after, he ran back and threw his floral apron casually, hanging it precisely on the wall. Wan Qiqi smiled and went to the bathroom to wash up. She had to go to the space to take a look. A while ago, she planted some apple seeds, dragon fruit seeds, durian seeds, etc., which were all fruits available in the space. She also planted some vegetable seeds to see how they were growing. She carried the wash basin and toiletries and went to the bathroom. There were several women washing clothes and dishes inside. When they saw her, everyone looked a little strange and greeted her reluctantly. Wan Qiqi didn't care and just washed herself. After she was done, she nodded slightly to the women and went back. Returning to the room, she drew the curtains, closed the doors and windows, and entered the space. She first went to the tea, salt, and moonlight shop, made herself a cup of milk tea, and drank it while slowly walking to the open space. This piece of vacant land is quite large. Wan Qiqi estimated that it is about 20,000 to 30,000 square meters. As it was planned to build a residential community, the property market was not good, so the land has been vacant and overgrown with weeds. These days, she took time to hoe the fields and transplanted a wintersweet tree. The Ganoderma lucidum and wild tea trees were also doing well and full of vitality, and the space was filled with the fragrance of wintersweet. The open space was too big, so she only hoed about 100 square meters, dug a hole, buried the seeds, watered them, and then inserted a label next to them. Otherwise, the seedlings would have grown almost the same, and she wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. Wan Qiqi took a look around and found that the fruits had sprouted small seedlings, which looked very exciting. She didn't know if tropical fruits such as dragon fruit and durian could be grown in the space, so she decided to give it a try. If they could be grown, she would be free in the future. The seedlings are also growing well. Wan Qiqi discovered that the plants she planted seemed to grow faster than those outside. At this rate, she will be able to eat the vegetables she planted in a month. As expected, she is a rare genius in a century, and she is always the best in everything she does. Wan Qiqi was very proud. She was just a little lazy, but other than that, she was excellent in everything. She took a deep sip, sucked in several pearls, and chewed them with satisfaction. After finishing the milk tea, she picked up the hoe and prepared to continue clearing the land. It would not work to plant all plants, so she planned to raise some chickens and ducks so that they could be free in the future. Huh? Wan Qiqi was hoeing. She suddenly discovered that there seemed to be an open space in front of her. She pushed aside the weeds that were as tall as her and walked over. Sure enough, it was an open space of about 100 square meters. There were many things planted there, including roses, azaleas, roses, etc. There were also many vegetable seedlings which were growing very well.
Who planted it?
Could it be that her sleepwalking also came with her? Wan Qiqi was a little uncertain. In her previous life, she had lived in a mental hospital for too long and suffered from sleepwalking. From time to time, she would wake up in the middle of the night and wander around the inpatient department like a ghost. And when she was sleepwalking, she was extremely strong, with adrenaline overflowing. The hospital surveillance camera captured her wearing pajamas, barefoot, and climbing up from the 4th floor balcony to the 15th floor with her bare hands. The wind was particularly strong that night. She was wearing white pajamas and had disheveled hair. Like Spider-Man, she climbed up lightly along the air conditioner unit and balcony. Moreover, she did not crawl vertically but horizontally, knocking on the windows one by one, waking up all the patients in the ward. Then they saw a female ghost in white clothes and long hair outside the window, and they all fainted from fright. Since then, iron windows have been welded to the room where Wan Qiqi lived. The hospital used the strongest material, the kind that even Iron Man couldn't open. But she still couldn't resist sleepwalking and continued to be Spider-Man, bullying the doctors and patients in the inpatient department. Wan Qiqi frowned and stared seriously at the vibrant vegetable field. After studying it for 3 minutes, she was sure that she didn't plant them. Because she has a good habit, the distance between each pit is an odd number, and definitely not an even number. Odd numbers are yang, and even numbers are yin. She is a woman of the yin element, so naturally she has to have an odd number to balance the yin and yang. She estimated visually that the distances between several of the pits were even numbers, so it was definitely impossible that they were planted by her.
So who is it?
Could it be that Lord Yan has a crush on her and is taking care of her in secret? As Wan Qiqi was thinking, she heard the angry voice of Lord Yan in the air. Wan Qiqi, if you keep thinking about these nonsense, I will take back the soul resurrection pill. Of hell, who had been gentle and polite for thousands of years, finally lost his temper and threatened Wan Qiqi with gritted teeth. He had blocked this crazy woman for a long time. Today, he came up to see her for the first time and heard her rebellious thoughts. He was so scared that he almost lost thousands of years of cultivation. Take it if you want. If you do, I will die right now and go to heck to trouble you. Wan Qiqi was not afraid of this threat, but instead threatened King Yan. In the air, and then there was no sound. Wan Qiqi called out a few times, but got no response. It was obvious that the Lord of Hell had escaped again. All men are like this, ruthless, when it comes to pulling out their sticks. Wan Qiqi snorted and said something ruthless again. Fortunately, Lord Yan had already returned to the underworld and didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would have died. Wan Qiqi didn't dwell on this matter too much. She never wasted her time. After all, she was the owner of the space. It would be better if someone helped her grow the vegetables. When the vegetable patch grew, she would come to harvest the vegetables, just like QQ Farm. After working in the space for a while, Wan Qiqi was sweating and took a shower before coming out. Not long after, Lui came back with 2 fat rabbits and a pheasant, all of which had been cleaned up. While Wan Qiqi was cooking dinner, he went to the bathroom, but as soon as he entered, he disappeared. Afterwards, Lui appeared in the vegetable field. It's growing well. Give it some water. Lui admired his own achievements and was very satisfied. He went out to get some water and then went back in to water the vegetables. After watering the vegetables, he went to build a chicken coop and a rabbit pen. He had just caught a nest of wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains, and he brought them in. From now on, the chickens and rabbits would be free. This magical place was obtained by him a few days ago. There was a large open space with white fog blocking the boundary. He couldn't get through and didn't know what was behind the white fog. Lui was quite curious. Setting up the chicken coop and rabbit coop, Lui went to cut a few roses. Wan Qiqi also prepared dinner, a big pot of spicy rabbit meat, a pot of pheasant soup, and stir-fried vegetables, which were large in quantity and filling. Where did the flowers come from? Wan Qiqi was very surprised. The rose in Lu Ye's hand was very beautiful, with dewdrops on the petals. I picked them from the flower bed and put them in the vase.
Lui similet.
He planned to tell Qiqi about the vegetables after they were planted and give her a big surprise. Wan Qiqi served 2 large bowls of rice, and Lui also arranged the flowers. He put a few beautiful roses in cans and placed them on the cabinet. The flowers come in 3 colors, red, pink, and yellow, and they bloom beautifully. Wan Qiqi glanced at it casually and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. She had seen this flower before. The mysterious man, there are only these few roses in bloom, and they come in these 3 colors. Wan Qiqi couldn't help but laugh. The mysterious man turned out to be Lu Yi. Ji Xianglian really didn't expect that Lu Yi would be so crazy and lawless. He was a completely ignorant person who had no regard for human feelings or face at all. He accused her in front of so many people. This man was too bad. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, I didn't say you were lazy. I just said that men have a hard time outside and women should share more housework. If you think what I said is wrong, you can criticize me, but you came to my house to make trouble. Isn't that a bit of bullying? Ji Xianglian questioned loudly, but her voice became more and more trembling. Under Lu Ye's cold gaze, Her legs were shaking and her throat felt like something was blocked. At the end of her words, her tears flowed out. Captain Su held her behind him and said angrily, "What did my guest say wrong? Lu Yi, are you here to pick a fight on purpose? Let's go and fight now. I'll teach you how to be a man today." Your cousin is right to say this, but she said more than just this. You haven't figured out the situation yet. Why are you being so mean to my man? It's nothing special that you're just old and stupid. Lu Yi, get out of here. Wan Qiqi rushed over and stood in front of Lu Yi. Darn it, they actually teamed up to bully her man. They really don't take her, a crazy woman, seriously. Qiqi, this woman is too sinister. You should kill her. Lu Yi hid behind Wan Qiqi like the delicate Lin Daiyu, with a clear conscience. He was tall and strong, just like a big bear hiding behind his petite master, yelling at his master to avenge him. The huge contrast made everyone a little dumbfounded. Is this still the Lu Diangong, who fights without risking his life? Could it be that he was possessed by a fox? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Wan Qiqi turned her head and smiled, patted his hand soothingly, and then looked coldly at Ji Xianglian and his wife. At 10:11 in the morning, you, Shang Lehua, Lu Sanmei, Wang Suehua, and others were gossiping about me downstairs, saying that I was too lazy and that I let Lu Yi do all the housework. You even shamelessly asked Lu Yi to wash my underwear. Your tone was full of envy and jealousy, because the men in your families are not as considerate and capable as my Lu Yi. Behind her raised his head proudly, with a very proud expression, just like a big dog that had been praised by its owner, wagging its tail happily. The people nearby couldn't bear to watch it and even felt a little disgusted. It was so embarrassing for men. Wan Qiqi had already found out what happened in the morning. There were several ginkgo and camphor trees downstairs of the family building, and she knew everything clearly in 10 minutes. Moreover, she also knew that these gossips were all led by Ji Xianglian. This woman was the most insidious and cunning. She did a great job on the surface, and everyone praised her, but in fact, every honor she had received was obtained by stepping on other military wives. For example, Yin Lia, who lived on the same floor as her, was a very refined Shanghai woman. Her husband was the regiment chief of staff and had joined the army 3 years ago. Yin Lia is not particularly beautiful, but she is good at dressing up and has a good temperament. She is an orthopedic surgeon in the military hospital and a very capable and independent female comrade. Ji Xianglian secretly led the women in the family building to isolate Yin Lia, saying that she looked down on rural people and that she was a petty bourgeois. Fortunately, Yin Lia came from a good family, otherwise she would have been killed by this old woman. She spoke of Yin Lia, the better her reputation in the family building became. Everyone praised her for being excellent and capable and a role model for military wives. As for Yin Lia, they said she was unkind, out of touch with the masses, and too self-centered. Fortunately, Yin Lia has always been a loner, so being isolated has no impact on her life. From Yin Lia, Ji Xianglian turned his attention to Wan Qiqi, hoping to repeat his old trick and step on Wan Qiqi to get to the top. But Wan Qiqi is not Yin Lia. She is narrow-minded and vindictive, and she will not care about other people's life or death when she takes revenge. We're just chatting and stating some facts. Comrade Wan Qiqi, if you don't like to hear it, we won't talk about it again in the future. Ji Xianglian also wanted to guide public opinion, and the effect was quite good. Among the crowd watching the excitement, several men looked dissatisfied, thinking that Wan Qiqi was indeed too lazy. It turns out that the atmosphere in the family housing complex is to worry about other people's affairs. I've learned that. Wan Qiqi nodded, her expression still calm, but Ji Xianglian's heart sank, and she instinctively knew that nothing good would come out next. I want to learn this spirit of caring for others from all the sisters-in-law, and I'll start learning it today. Sister-in-law Ji, you and Shang Lehua are good sisters, and you often talk about other people's families, such as how Lu Sanmei is ugly, uneducated, unhygienic, greasy, and addicted, and how she screams louder than a pig at night, and the whole building can hear it. You also said that Wang Suehua was short-sighted, took advantage of others, and had dirty hands. Most of the things lost in the family building were taken by her children. You also said that Wang Xuehua's 3 children were ugly and greedy, and they would definitely have no future when they grow up. Wan Qiqi slowly named the names one by one. Lu Sanmei and Wang Xuehua were Ji Xianglian's loyal lackeys, and those rumors were basically spread by them. These 2 people were also in the crowd, and their faces turned very ugly. Especially Wang Xuehua, who stared at Ji Xianglian as if she wanted to eat her. I didn't say that, Wan Qiqi. You are slandering me. Ji Xianglian was really panicked. She did say these words to Shang Lehua, but she did it behind people's backs. How could Wan Qiqi know about it? How would I know if you didn't tell me? A few days ago, you and Shang Lehua were talking about it when you were washing clothes in the bathroom. There was no water on the 3rd floor. I went to the 2nd floor to get water and heard it. Ji Xianglian, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. I just moved into the family building, and I don't know everyone. If I hadn't heard from you, would I know that Lu Sanmei likes to moan? Would I know that Wang Xuehua is not clean? It is even more impossible for me to know that Wang Xuehua's 3 children are ugly. Wan Qiqi refuted clearly. Her words were coherent and well-reasoned. Everyone was skeptical at first, but when they saw Ji Xianglian's pale and panicked face, they couldn't help but believe it a little more. And Sister Lu, Ji Xianglian said that your husband is too incompetent and only became the battalion commander because of luck. She also said that you are tall but not smart, and you are the dumbest woman in the whole family building. Sister Lu, don't be angry. I am just conveying what she said. In fact, I think you are a good person. There's also a girl called Zhang Hohat. I don't know her, but Ji Xianglian said she's very flirtatious and always flirts with her Captain Su. I think that's too much.
Let's be honest.
With Captain Su's look, any woman with normal eyesight wouldn't flirt with him, right? Wan Qiqi gave 2 more examples, both of which were the ginkgo downstairs and the melon she mentioned. They were real and reliable, and the quantity was large enough to fill you up. Maybe all ginkgo trees are gossipy. Like old ginkgo, they know all the gossips about the staff quarters. The family building where the heroine lives looks like this. I didn't say that. She's slandering me. Just as Ji Xianglian finished speaking, a slender figure rushed over. It was an angry, beautiful woman, Zhang Hohat. I flirted with your man? Darn it, my man is good-looking and strong, 100 times stronger than your man. Why would I want to charm your man? Zhang Hohat spoke in standard Trump accent. Although she was petite, she was very powerful. She pulled Ji Xianglian's hair and punched and kicked her. So you are Mrs. Zhang. You are much prettier than Ji Xianglian. She must be jealous of your beauty and deliberately threw dirty water on you. Wan Qiqi is not afraid of adding fuel to the fire. She does not have the idea of peace being the most valuable. The crazy woman can only coexist peacefully with Shun Jingbing. The 3rd update is finished. There are many people like Ji Xianglian in real life. The author has suffered a lot. It is really hard to guard against, and it is difficult to read people's hearts, so I will write her very miserable. Good night. Duck you, I treat you as a friend. I gave you all the bacon that I couldn't bear to eat, and you threw dirty water on me behind my back. I'll kill you. Zhang Hohat is worthy of being the tyrant of Sichuan and Chongqing. She is as brave as any man. In just a few minutes, she beat Ji Xianglian so badly that her face was bruised, and a lot of her hair was pulled out. Stop fighting, let's talk it over. Captain Su came to mediate the fight, but he did not dare to attack the female comrade, so he could only protect his wife and try to get rid of Zhang Hohat. But Zhang Hohat's firepower was too strong, so she beat him as well. Take a noi and look in the mirror. With your pointed face and monkey cheeks, how can you compare to my man? I'm going to vomit when I look at you, and you're still winking at you?
Pa.
Zhang Hohat hated the couple so much. Her clean reputation was ruined by these darn 2 people. I didn't say anything, Sister Hohat. Oh. Ji Xianglian cried and tried to defend herself, but Zhang Hohat didn't believe her at all. She pulled out a handful of her hair and left a shocking bloody handprint on Captain Su's face. That's right, Sister Zhang. You and your man are a perfect match. How could you throw away the white dragon horse and pick up a scabby treasure? Ji Xianglian is so sinister and vicious. It's obvious that she coveted your man, so she threw dirty water on you and called you a easy woman. But she has gained a good reputation for being virtuous and capable. All the women in the family building can't compare to her. Wan Qiqi shouted as if she was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, and exposed Ji Xianglian's hypocritical face. Wang Xuehua and Lu Sanmei, who were still hesitating whether to take action, changed their expressions drastically after hearing this. They suddenly understood what was going on. No wonder Ji Xianglian's reputation is getting better and better, while their reputation is getting worse and worse. It turns out that it's these women who are causing trouble. What's wrong with me moaning in bed? I'm moaning in my own bed and my own man. It's none of your business. Your own man is not good enough. He can't even last 3 minutes. You can't have enough and you don't allow others to have love with you. Lu Sanmei joined the battle angrily. Did I steal your man? You want to throw dirty water on me behind my back? My children are all very beautiful, but your child is ugly, uglier than a scabby baby, bah. Next came Wang Xuehua, who cursed and beat him without mercy. The 3 women were not easy to deal with. Even Captain Su was beaten away by them. Ji Xianglian was pinned down and beaten by them. It was useless for her to cry and beg for mercy. Instead, they beat her even harder. Lu Danny was going downstairs. She suddenly had a stomachache and changed her route to go to the toilet. A kind-hearted person ran to the toilet to inform her. Although she had only defecated halfway, she still pulled up her pants, did not even wash her hands, and rushed over with murderous intent. Without saying a word, she rolled up her sleeves and started working. My man relies on real skills. He has sacrificed his life and shed his blood. He has survived many life-threatening situations. He is a real battalion commander. Ji Xianglian, your man is a flatterer. Everyone in the military knows this. You can't clean up your own ace, and you still talk about my mother's family affairs. I can't stop you from being killed. Lu Danny is indeed an old lady from northeast China, with strong fighting skills. With one big slap, Ji Xianglian turned around several times on the spot, then fell to the ground magnificently and could not get up again. It wasn't that she didn't want to climb, but Zhang Hohot and a few others rode up. The weight of 4 women, several hundred kilograms, was heavier than 3 mountains, and they almost crushed her to death. Sister Lu is so powerful. She is worthy of being a role model for us women. Sister Zhang, stand up and don't bring shame to the women of Sichuan and Chongqing. Wang Xuehua, Ji Xianglian said your child is ugly and has no future. Can you tolerate this? You beat Ji Xianglian. Don't forget Shang Lihua. She also said a lot. Wan Qiqi was jumping around happily, adding fuel to the fire. The anger of the 4 women had dissipated a little, but now it began to burn again. That's right, there's also Shang Lihua. This sitch needs to be beaten too. Shang Lihua was originally hiding in the crowd watching the fun, but after Wan Qiqi mentioned her, she slipped back home and hid. Sister Lu slapped Ji Xianglian so hard that she fainted, then walked toward Shang Lihua's house with a fierce look on her face and murderous intent. Zhang Hohot and the other 3 followed closely behind her. Shang Lihua's house was locked and the curtains were drawn, making it look like no one was home. This sitch was just wandering around the corridor. She must be hiding. Wang Xuehua knocked on the door and shouted, Shang Lihua, come out here. If you have the guts to say something bad about me, why don't you dare to come out? I called for a long time, but there was no response. Impatient Lu Danny pulled her away, raised her foot, and kicked the door hard, and the door opened. Shang Lihua was holding a little child in his arms, and there was an older child next to him, looking out the door in horror. Don't be afraid, Annie has something to say to your mother. You guys go out and have fun. Lu Danny picked up the child with a smile on her face, took out a few fruit candies from her pocket, and stuffed them into the child's pocket. Thank you, Auntie. The 2 children were no longer afraid, and happily went downstairs to play hand in hand. Zhou is not at home. He went out for something urgent in the afternoon, and has not returned yet. I didn't say that. Ji Xianglian said it all. Don't hit me. Ah, there was a fight in the room. Shang Hua's fighting ability was far inferior to Ji Xianglian's. After a while, she was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard. Wan Qiqi stood at the door, watching the tragedy in the house calmly. The streetlights in the corridor emitted a dim light, casting a mixture of light and shadow on her face, making people in the corridor feel a little chilled. They really didn't expect that Wan Qiqi, who seemed soft and easy to talk to, was actually a cruel and ruthless crazy woman. When he gets crazier, he's even crazier than that crazy guy Lu Yi. It's true that two different people can sleep in the same bed. They were careless. Lu Yi didn't follow. He went downstairs to keep watch. Several people wanted to tip off the matter and ask the political commissar to handle it, but they were stopped by him. The political commissar works day and night. His hair has turned a lot white. Why are you asking him to do such a trivial matter? Are you deliberately trying to tire my stepfather to death? Lu Yi was particularly righteous and concerned about Mo Qiufeng's health. He was unprecedentedly filial. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, if you fight so hard, something bad will happen. Someone mustered up the courage to try to persuade him. What could possibly happen? It's just a few women arguing. What's the big deal about a few hits? You let my stepfather deal with such a trivial matter. You guys are really good at finding work for him. Okay, go back now. Lu Yi simply characterized the fight as a quarrel between women and sent all the people who were going to look for Mo Qiufeng back to the staff quarters. Is allowed to leave this building tonight. Half an hour passed quietly. Home. Wan Qiqi's voice came from the second floor. Here it comes. Downstairs responded happily. Without taking the stairs, he jumped 3 meters high on the spot, climbed onto the balcony railing, then flexibly flipped sideways and jumped in front of Wan Qiqi. Don't go upstairs like this again. Wan Qiqi's tone was very dissatisfied. Everyone around nodded secretly. Yes, this is too dangerous. The clothes are all dirty. What a waste of soap. Wan Qiqi slapped him hard a few times, making loud bangs. Lu Yi smiled and let her slap him and promised, Okay, I won't flip over again. We can't waste it, otherwise Ji Xianglian will complain behind our backs, making her look very frugal. We won't give her this chance. That's right, this woman is so insidious. She has said that she is the best among all the women in the building. The women in our building are all stepping stones for her to gain honor. Look at the women in the building, they all have a bad reputation, but she is perfect. She is an excellent teacher and a model military wife. How excellent and capable she is. The young couple chatted without caring about other people's lives, and their voices were so loud that the whole building could hear them, including Ji Xianglian, who was lying on the bed. She was beaten beyond recognition. Her hair was almost pulled out, her scalp was bleeding, and her body was in pain all over. After hearing these words, Ji Xianglian's eyes went dark and she fainted from anger again. The women in the family building all looked thoughtful. Wan Qiqi said was unpleasant to the ear. There was some truth in what she said. Why was Ji Xianglian the best and most capable? It was obvious that they were also very good and capable, and they were also qualified to be the model military wife. But ever since Ji Xianglian came, she was the one that got named every year. It turns out that they were all used by Ji Xianglian, darn. Everyone's anger was aroused at once. Yesterday, Ji Xianglian was a good sister that they all praised, but today she had become their sworn enemy. The next morning, Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi were still lying in bed. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, there's a call for you. Political Commissar, Mo wants to see you. Someone downstairs was shouting at the top of his lungs, and enthusiastic people upstairs even ran over and knocked on the door, making it bang loudly. Here it comes. Lu Yi got out of bed in anger, put on some clothes casually, and jumped down from the 3rd floor without even bothering to walk up the stairs. He did not land directly on the ground. Instead, he jumped onto a tree first, and then jumped down from the tree. His body was so light, like the wind, that everyone was jealous. They also wanted to have such extraordinary skills, but Lu Yi was the only one as capable as him in the entire army. Otherwise, even though Lu Yi is such a crazy person and even his leaders don't give him face, the military district still wants to keep him just because of his skills. What's up? Lu Yi was very angry when he answered the phone. He was sleeping soundly with his wife in his arms and had planned to do some morning exercise, but was disrupted by the phone call. You and Chi-Chi came to my place. Captain Su and Captain Zhou came to me to complain. Mo Chiofeng was also very annoyed. He didn't want to deal with these trivial matters at all. His women would come to him to complain after fighting. They were all so bored. I'll tell Lu Dixing later to increase the training tasks and train him to death. An hour and a half later, Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi arrived at Mo Chiofeng's office. Why so late? Mo Chiofeng asked with a smile. It's time to have breakfast. We can't come here on an empty stomach. Lu Yi said confidently. In fact, he also took other things such as morning exercise. What happened yesterday? Captain Su and Captain Zhou said that you two spread rumors in the family building and threw dirty water on their relatives, which led to their relatives being beaten. Is that true? It's not a rumor. Everything I said is true. I never lie. Wan Qiqi recounted what happened yesterday in detail, focusing on Ji Xianglian's hypocrisy and insidiousness. How do you know so much? Don't tell me you heard it in the bathroom. This is a childish trick that can only fool a 3-year-old child. Mo Chiofeng restrained his smile, and his eyes became intriguing. He was an intelligence officer, and Wan Qiqi's words had too many loopholes, so he couldn't be fooled. I told Qiqi about this. Lu Yi reacted quickly and took charge of it. Mo Chiofeng glanced at him and said with a half-smile, You can't possibly find out this kind of information. Xiao, don't play tricks in front of me. Qiqi, tell me, how did you know? He knew that Lu Yi had some special abilities, but it was absolutely impossible for this kid to have obtained this information. This guy is most impatient with all the messy things between women. Even if it is said to his face, he won't listen. How could he go out of his way to find out? Uncle Mo, don't worry about how I found out. I have the ability to do this. For example, I also know that you and Lu Yi's mother had an argument last night, and then you slept on the sofa. Wan Qiqi told a story with a smile. She was on the way just now and chatted with Ginkgo tree in front of Mo's house for a while and learned a lot of things. Yuan Huilan did not agree with Mo Tsongrong and Zhang Weihong being together. She felt that Zhang Weihong was too old and was a second marriage, so she was not worthy of Mo Tsongrong and she strongly opposed it. Mo Chiofeng neither opposed nor supported it. After talking with Mo Tsongrong, he only said one sentence. You are an adult. You have the right to make your own decision on marriage. I neither oppose nor support it. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. I won't regret it.
Montag Kongrong answert affirmatively.
He was sure that his choice was right. Mo Chiofeng stopped caring about him and advised Yuan Huilan not to care either. As a result, the couple started arguing and Yuan Huilan even drove him to sleep on the sofa in the living room. My mom actually forced you to sleep on the sofa? TSK, you two aren't that loving. You're not even as good as my dad. Lin Mannion didn't dare to scold him and would rather sleep on the sofa herself. Lu Yi was amazed and started to make sarcastic remarks. Mo Chiofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Yuan Huilan did have an argument last night, but how did Wan Qiqi know about it? He was very sure that there could not have been any spies last night. He was very cautious in this regard. If there was any situation, he would not have been able to fail to discover it. Qiqi, do you have any special skills? Mo Chiofeng quickly figured out the reason. There are many talented people among the people. In ancient times, there were spies who were specially trained to use flying birds to gather information. Could it be that Wan Qiqi also had this ability? Wan Qiqi smiled mysteriously, neither admitting nor denying. Mo Chiofeng became more and more certain that this girl might be able to control birds. His eyes became fiery. It was a pity to have such a good intelligence talent buried at home as a housewife. He had to recommend Wan Qiqi to his superiors and let her shine in a suitable position. Even if Ji Xianglian is wrong, you can still solve it in a gentler way. Don't make such a big fuss. It will have a bad impact. Mo Chiofeng tried to persuade her in a gentle voice. He was an experienced man and knew what kind of person Ji Xianglian was just by listening to Wan Qiqi's description. Moreover, he had been dealing with Wan Qiqi for a while and had some understanding of this girl. Although she was a little crazy, she would not go crazy for no reason. It must be that someone else had provoked her first, which caused her to go crazy. Gentle methods won't work. We need something drastic. Wan Qiqi told the truth that it would be better to use powerful tricks to destroy the opponent in one go than to waste time on useless things. Okay, you guys go back. Come home for dinner when you have time.
Montag Qifeng was sortiert.
Every time he talked to these two children, he was so tired that he couldn't continue the conversation at all. Uncle Emo, let me tell you something. Emo Tsongrong is going to be a live-in son-in-law. Wan Qiqi felt a little embarrassed, which was rare. She had a great time yesterday, but ended up causing Emo Chiofeng to have to clean up the mess. In order to return the favor, she told him the latest gossip. You found out? Emo Chiofeng remained calm and composed. Zhang Weihong told me that she was inspired by me and thought that women could marry men, so she brought it up, and Emo Tsongrong agreed. In fact, 2 days ago, Zhang Weihong was a little hesitant and came to Wan Qiqi to chat. As a result, she was brainwashed by Wan Qiqi. When she went back, she made up her mind that she must let Emo Tsongrong come to her house, otherwise the marriage would not take place. Emo Chiofeng's heart twitched a few times. In fact, he was not that calm. After all, his son was going to marry a divorced woman who was 5 years older than him. These are not particularly important. What bothers him is that Zhang Weihong's father does not get along with him. He and Zhang Weihong's father Zhang Zigua had quarreled many times because of their different political views. Now his son is going to be a son-in-law. Emo Chiofeng can imagine how proud Zhang Zigua will be. It turns out that the children are here to collect debts. Uncle Emo, don't you want Emo Tsongrong to come to your house? I have a way. Wan Qiqi was very good at observing people's expressions, and she could tell at a glance that Emo Chiofeng was unhappy. What can you do? Emo Chiofeng was a little curious. He couldn't change his son's mind, so how could this girl do it? The solution won't work if I tell you about it. Anyway, I'll help you keep your son, and not let him become a live-in son-in-law. Uncle Emo, can you ask Lu Ye's mother to make 10 dumplings for Lu Yi, but with different fillings? Okay? Wan Qiqi looked so confident that even the old fox Emo Chiofeng was fooled by her. Could it be that this girl really had a solution? Why not trust her? He really didn't want to be laughed at by that old man Zhang Zigua, even if Emo Tsongrong went to someone else's house. 10 dumplings is a bit too much. Can you order less? Emo Chiofeng returned to his treacherous nature and began to bargain. Don't miss a single meal. Lu Yi has a big appetite and must eat at least 200 dumplings in one meal. Uncle Emo, this is a good deal. I'm saving your son. Wan Qiqi did not give in at all and put forward another condition, 200 dumplings per meal, which would be 2,000 dumplings for 10 meals, which would not tire Yuan Huilan to death. The reason why Yuan Huilan was asked to make dumplings was because when Lu Yi was a child at the Mo family, this woman made dumplings for him several times. Before each meal, Lu Yi and Emo Tsongrong would fight. Yuan Huilan would punish Lu Yi by making him stand outside without saying a word, and he didn't get to eat a single bite of the dumplings. Emo Tsongrong was particularly bad and deliberately ate dumplings in front of Lu Yi. Wan Qiqi just wanted to vent her man's anger, but she also wanted Huahua to be calm. This guy wanted to use Zhang Weihong's family background to go to the capital, but she stopped him from going. Emo Chiofeng didn't hesitate for too long and agreed. At worst, he and Huilan can make dumplings together. Uncle Emo, wait for my good news.
Goodbye.
Wan Qiqi waved with a smile and pulled Lu Yi away. At the door, they also saw Captain Su and Company Commander Zhou, with gloomy faces. When they saw them, they gritted their teeth in hatred, but did not dare to fight here. Your cousin is so stupid that Ji Xianglian used him as a pawn. Wan Qiqi lectured Captain Zhou in a condescending manner, and then said to Captain Su, your cousin is so sinister. Be careful that she will sell you out one day, and you are still counting money for her. After sowing discord, she held her head high and walked away with Lu Yi. As for how Emo Chiofeng talked to them, Wan Qiqi was not interested in knowing. Anyway, the two of them stopped making trouble afterwards, and the family building returned to peace. However, Ji Xianglian's reputation and popularity took a sharp turn for the worse, and she was isolated by all the women in the building. Even when she went to the toilet, she would be excluded. Ji Xianglian was in a hurry to pee, so they deliberately occupied the toilet and didn't give it to her. Ji Xianglian looked a bit old to begin with, and she had aged even faster due to the mental and physical exhaustion she had experienced recently. She really looked a bit like Captain Su's mother. Wan Qiqi's reputation in the family building also rose greatly. No one dared to say that she was lazy anymore, not even the crickets behind her back. However, no one wanted to play with Wan Qiqi. Her popularity in the family building was now isolated, just like Ji Xianglian's. She didn't care. After all, she was very picky about her friends, and she didn't like any of the women in the staff housing complex. That day, Wan Qiqi and Zhang Weihong made an appointment to go shopping in a department store. Zhang Weihong wanted to buy some cloth to make clothes, and she picked out a piece of navy blue material to make a coat. Isn't this color a bit old-fashioned? Only old ladies wear this color. Why don't you buy this one? Wan Qiqi pointed it out bluntly and suggested that she buy red and black plaid fabric. Although Zhang Weihong was not particularly pretty, her facial features were not ugly either. However, her hairstyle and clothes were too lame. The original 5 points of color were reduced by 3 points. Navy blue is a solid color. Zhang Weihong glanced at the red and black plaid fabric and refused without thinking, as she was more accustomed to calm colors. Whether you are stable or not depends on the person and has nothing to do with clothes. You are not old nor ugly, but if you dress old-fashioned all day long, that is not stable, that is old-fashioned. Wan Qiqi tried her best to persuade her. Zhang Weihong didn't like navy blue, but she always wore clothes of this color. She also vaguely revealed her lack of confidence in her appearance and felt that she was too ugly. This girl is quite contradictory. She wants to be beautiful, but she is afraid of being unstable. But this color is too frivolous. After all, I am a cadre. Zhang Weihong relaxed a little, but she was still unwilling to try bright colors, as if there was a shackle inside her heart that locked her up, trapping her in a space filled with only black, gray, and blue. She longed for the bright colors outside, but didn't dare to take that step, and she became a contradiction. Why do you think this color is frivolous? If it is an indecent color, why is it on the counter of a department store? These products are sold by the government, which means the government does not think it is a frivolous color. It is a color that women can wear. Wan Qiqi was very curious about the reason for Zhang Weihong's awkward personality. The reason why she could play with this girl was because she could see that Zhang Weihong had psychological problems. Although they were not as severe as deep well ice, she was also mentally unhealthy. But my mother said that girls should dress more modestly so that they will be liked by others. If they dress too frivolously, they will be looked down upon. Zhang Weihong spoke in a low voice and looked around, afraid that someone would hear her. It was obvious that her mother had a very high authority in her heart. Does your mother still care about what you wear? Wan Qiqi was a little bit unbelievable. Zhang Weihong was already 31 years old and had been married and divorced. How could a mother still reach out so long? She likes to control me. Zhang Weihong sighed softly. She actually didn't like being controlled by her mother, but her mother was old and in poor health, so she could only compromise. Moreover, her mother was very good to her. She was able to divorce thanks to her mother's support. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Besides what you wear, what else does your mother care about you? Wan Qiqi was a little curious. She wouldn't let me laugh or talk loudly. My mother said that girls shouldn't laugh or make noises because they seem too frivolous. Zhang Weihong spoke in a neither high nor low voice, neither fast nor slow, just as steady as she was. She never lost control of her emotions, which seemed very abnormal. Is your mother like this too? Wan Qiqi frowned slightly. Zhang's mother was either a very controlling mother, or she had been hurt before, and this hurt was related to her clothing and appearance, or maybe both. Yes, she never wears colors other than black, blue, or gray, and she never laughs or makes noises. She is very steady. Zhang Weihong nodded, and her tone was respectful when she talked about her mother. Wan Qiqi stopped trying to persuade her. Zhang Weihong lived in the comfort zone she created for herself and was doing well. There was no need for her to pull her out. Emote Songrong is really willing to come to my house? After buying the clothes, the two went to eat, and Ruan Chichi asked casually. Well, he agreed, and I plan to bring him to meet my parents next month. Zhang Weihong was very satisfied with Emote Songrong. He was young, handsome, had a good family background and abilities, and was very considerate to her. It was Emote Songrong who took the initiative to pursue you, right? Ruan Chichi asked jokingly. Well, he is 5 years younger than me and has everything in common. I can't possibly take the initiative to pursue him. Zhang Weihong speaks the truth, and she is very self-aware.
Well,
I heard something from Lu Yi, and I've been struggling these past few days over whether or not to tell you. After all, Emote Songrong is Lu Ye's stepbrother, so he's also a family member. If I tell you, it would be too unfair, but if I don't, I'd feel sorry for you. You're my friend, and I can't just watch you live the rest of your life in misery. Ruan Chichi stammered and said these words, and finally caught Zhang Weihong as a black carp. Why am I unhappy? What's wrong with Emote Songrong? Zhang Weihong's first reaction was that Emote Songrong had a terminal illness, and she might have to be a widow for the rest of her life. There's no big problem. It's just that when Lu Yi was a kid, he and Emote Songrong had a peeing competition, but he couldn't pee far enough. Lu Yi said that all the boys in the compound had competed together, and Emote Songrong couldn't pee far enough. Do you understand what I mean? Ruan Chichi covered her face, pretending to be shy, and measured the length with her fingers. Very unique little thing. Zhang Weihong understood as soon as she heard it and swallowed hard. Darn it, she actually had to be a widow. Emote Songrong has been in a particularly good mood these days. He always has a smile on his face and walks with a spring in his step. When he is alone in the office, he will sing his favorite song. The golden mountain in Beijing shines in all directions. Is the golden sun, how warm, how kind our surfs we walk on the road to socialist happiness, why Bazahii. Emote Songrong was humming a song while tidying up his desk, his fair and handsome face full of smiles. Melodious singing could be heard in the office, so much so that everyone in the office building knew that Deputy Secretary Mo had encountered a happy event and was in a particularly good mood. Deputy Secretary Mo, are you going to marry Director Zhang? Remember to treat me to the wedding banquet. Someone stood at the office door and asked with a smile. I'll invite you when we set a date. I won't forget. Emote Songrong's smile deepened because Zhang Weihong promised him that she would take him back to Beijing to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law next month. He believed that with his talent, he would definitely satisfy his father-in-law and mother-in-law. And he has agreed to come over. Zhang Weihong is an only child, and her parents are old. They definitely want their daughter to be with them. He has made such a big sacrifice, so I don't believe that his father-in-law won't promote him. Congratulations, Deputy Secretary Mo. Several colleagues also heard it and came over to congratulate me. Thanks. Emote Songrong thanked them one by one with a beaming look on his face. After tidying up his desk, he took out a document and prepared to go to the workshop to read out the document that had just been issued. He would also take the opportunity to have a chat with a few troublemakers in the workshop, asking them to stop causing trouble and delaying the workshop's production. After he went downstairs, the expressions of several colleagues in the corridor immediately changed. Is Emote Songrong really hungry? With his looks and family background, does he really need to find a woman who can be a mother to him? I heard that his biological mother died when he was young, and his current mother is a stepmother. I guess he lacks love. No wonder. Director Zhang is 5 years older than him, and she's married for the second time. She's average-looking. She's a little old to be a guest, but she's still pretty young to be a mother. Several colleagues laughed out loud, looking very disdainful. However, they only dared to talk behind their backs and didn't dare to fart in front of them. No matter whether it was Emote Songrong or Zhang Weihong, they were people they couldn't afford to offend. Mo walked down the office building calmly and headed towards the workshop with brisk steps. The weather was very good today, with bright sunshine. The roses in the flower beds were blooming beautifully, and the birds were singing sweetly. The factory area that he saw every day had become a beautiful scenery in his eyes. But the beautiful scenery soon became a piece of plaster. Lu Yi bared his teeth and appeared in front of him like a ghost. Emo Songrong's face disappeared instantly, and he was about to walk away with a sullen face. Without Emo Chiofeng and Yuan Huilan around, he didn't want to pretend to be a good brother at all. But no matter which direction he went, Lu Yi stopped him. The scoundrel even stretched out his arms and tried to stop him like an eagle trying to catch a chick. What do you want to do? Emo Songrong tried to break out several times but failed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were full of fire. I want to talk to you. We haven't talked for a long time. I heard that you were going to be a son-in-law. Lu Yi grinned, stretched out his long arms, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him to the side of the road. Chi-Chi said that we should be civilized when we are outside, and not block the road. He listens to his wife the most. Let go, Lu Yi, let go of me. What the heck do you care about my affairs? Emo Songrong struggled hard, but the collar became tighter and tighter, causing pain in his neck. How dare you say this in front of your father? Emo Songrong, you are a hypocritical person. You love to pretend. When you were a child, you were the last in the whole compound in peeing. Since then, you have never peed outside. Tell me if you are tired or not. You are just a little petite. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's said that every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. You'll definitely lose in front of me, but you'll definitely win in front of that little brat. My wife said that as long as you find the right reference point, you'll always be number one. Do you understand? Lu Yi gave a long speech, full of quotations and classic sayings about wives, which made Emo Songrong confused. However, he quickly caught the grammatical error. He is the one who said that every inch has its own merits and demerits? Emo Songrong clearly remembered that this sentence existed in ancient times. Of course, he is a man of great talent and vision and has read thousands of books. He knows everything from astronomy to geography. He knows so much. Do you doubt that he can't tell you? Lu Yi quickly turned the tables. After all, since he talked so much every day, he might have said this. Emo Songrong certainly wouldn't dare to deny it. Sure enough, Emo Songrong fell speechless. He really didn't dare to deny it, for fear that someone would use it to make a fuss. And he quickly realized that this jerk Lu Yi actually mocked his shortcomings. Darn it, he really wanted to kill this jerk. Emo Songrong had a very good self-image. He thought he was talented, handsome, and almost perfect. However, he had a shortcoming that he was ashamed to talk about. His masculine dignity was a little too fragile. He had seen Lu Yi, and he was very envious. He has also seen his eldest brother Emo Jinsong. Although he is not as good as Lu Yi, he is also normal. Only he was just a little bit short. This is also one of the reasons why he has not found a partner until he was 26 years old. He was ashamed to expose his shortcomings in front of his future wife. But he was still very calm when facing Zhang Weihong. After all, Zhang Weihong's appearance was much worse than his, and he had agreed to come to her house, so he believed that Zhang Weihong would not mind. Lu Yi, you son of a zitch, are you here to cause trouble on purpose? Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Emo Songrong's face darkened, but he didn't dare to curse too loudly, for fear of angering the madman Lu Yi and causing him to start yelling in the factory. This madman had no shame, but he had dignity. No, I'm here with good intentions to pass on my experience to you. Let me tell you, being a live-in son-in-law is extremely comfortable, but there are a few rules you have to remember. First, you have to listen to your guests. Second, you have to do more housework. Third, get lost. I don't need your the worst experience. Get lost now.
Montag Kongrong interrupted angrily.
Being a son-in-law was just a temporary measure, and not for life. Once he had established himself in the capital, he would definitely divorce Zhang Weihong. Who would want to spend his whole life with an old woman? Oh, your mother is here. Lu Yi glanced to the side and said with a smile. Emo Songrong thought he was talking nonsense again and didn't believe it at all. He just kept urging him to get out. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Yi almost called out, second mother, but changed his words in time. He grinned at Zhang Weihong, who was walking over. Hello. Zhang Weihong nodded slightly, not noticing anything unusual about Luya shouting. She walked up to Emote Songrong and said, "Seriously, I have something to talk to you about. Let's find a place to talk."
Ok.
Emote Songrong smiled very gently, spoke very considerately, looked gentle and handsome, and was a man with very good conditions in all aspects. Zhang Weihong looked at him with regret. But the most important thing is not right, so the marriage cannot be taken place. She doesn't want to be a widow for the rest of her life. The two walked to the quiet lotus pond, beside which there was a pavilion and a stone table. The environment was very beautiful. After work, people from the factory liked to come here for a walk. It's working hours now, and there's no one in the lotus pond. It's very quiet. Emote Songrong took out a handkerchief, spread it on the stone bench, and considerately asked Zhang Weihong to sit on it. "Please sit down." Zhang Weihong didn't hold his handkerchief, but sat on the stone bench next to her. They were about to break up, and she would definitely not accept Emote Songrong's kindness again. It would be immoral. Emote Songrong's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. He smiled and asked, "Why are you so serious? Did I make a mistake? If you say so, I will definitely change." "No, it's my problem, not yours. I've seriously considered it, and we should just call it quits. Fortunately, we haven't filed a marriage report yet, so it's not too late. Comrade Emote Songrong, although we can't be revolutionary partners, we can still be good working partners in the future." Zhang Weihong is not the type to drag her feet. She said it directly. Emote Songrong stood up anxiously. "Weihong, did I do something wrong and make you unhappy? Point it out, and I will definitely change." Darn it, he has already let the news out, and now this old woman is breaking off the engagement with him. How is he going to end this? How would people in the factory laugh at him? "I told you it has nothing to do with you. It's my problem. Comrade Emote Songrong, I hope you can find a more suitable partner in the future. I have a small suggestion. When you're looking for a partner, don't look for someone who is too tall. A petite one will be more suitable for you." Zhang Weihong suggested sincerely that she still had a good impression of Emote Songrong, and if it weren't for that darn petite figure, she would definitely marry this man. If she was only 150 centimeters tall, she might have considered it, but she is 170 centimeters tall, which is too big a difference, and it would definitely not be harmonious. What a pity. You are the one I like, and the one I want to marry. Why are you pushing me to other women? I don't like petite at all. Emote Songrong's mind was working fast. He was recalling which petite female comrades he had come into contact with in recent days, which made Zhang Weihong jealous. I really didn't expect that this old woman is so jealous. No, you should like petite girls who love girls. A tall girl like me is not suitable for you. So, forget me and start a new relationship. Goodbye." Zhang Weihong casually proposed to break up and walked away. Although she had met Emote Songrong's parents, she observed that they were not very satisfied with her, and they had not reported their marriage, so there was no moral constraint in breaking up. Emote Songrong wanted to chase after her. He believed that Zhang Weihong had feelings for him, and that if he could coax her well, this woman would change her mind. But someone grabbed his collar from behind, and he heard Lu Ye's teasing laughter from behind. "Let go." Emote Songrong growled. "It's this lingering lunatic again. Darn it. Did a donkey kick your smart head? The female comrade has explained it so clearly. Why are you still chasing after her? Could it be that you really need a mother?" Lu Yi lifted the man up with one hand, then turned him around in the air and made Emote Songrong turn backwards artificially. He liked to talk face to face. "You know nothing. It's none of your business." Emote Songrong stood firm. He tried to chase after him, but his neck was grabbed again. "You're stupid, but you refuse to admit it. When people ask you to find a petite thespian, it means you're not worthy of a tall thespian. Do you understand? If you still don't understand, go to the bathroom and take a good look." Lu Yi looked at him with disgust. Ever since he was a child, adults had praised Emote Songrong for his intelligence, but he simply couldn't see how smart he was. Zhang Weihong had explained it so clearly, but this idiot just couldn't figure it out. He was so stupid. Emote Songrong finally understood. The blood color on his face disappeared immediately, and his lips turned grayish-white. How did Zhang Weihong know? Did you say that? Lu Yi, are you still a human being? If you dare, let's fight. What kind of man are you, if you do this behind my back? Emote Songrong was so angry that he was about to smoke. It must have been that jerk Lu Yi who said it. Otherwise, how could Zhang Weihong know? I didn't tell Zhang Weihong. If I had told her, my parents would have been killed. Lu Yi swore solemnly that he did not tell Zhang Weihong, and only mentioned it to his own son Qiqi. You wish your parents were dead. Don't play such a stupid trick in front of me. Emote Songrong was too lazy to argue with him. The most urgent thing now was to coax Zhang Weihong. Now that he knew the reason, he would find a way to coax her. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Emote Songrong, if your marriage fails, I can save a red envelope. Lu Yi took out a red envelope from his pocket, shook it at him a few times, and walked away nonchalantly. Emote Songrong's back teeth were almost broken by biting them. Darn it! Lu Yi returned to the family building in a happy mood, humming a song all the way. I am a soldier, love the country and the people, Revolutionary War tested me, a firmer stance, hee, hold the gun tightly. Downstairs in the family building there were a few women sitting and chatting, and they were busy with work. When they saw Lu Yi coming from afar, their voices suddenly stopped, and the silence at this moment was deafening. Why aren't you chatting today? Lu Yi parked the car and walked over with the keys in his hand. He had already walked past them, but he still took a few steps back and asked with concern. They're all like mutes. He can't even hear the gossip he wants to hear. It's boring. Several women were secretly complaining in their hearts, asking questions even though they knew the answer. There was such a big fuss yesterday, and he actually went to Captain Su's house this morning and asked Ji Xianglian to empty the urinal. He is a grown man and the deputy battalion commander at that, but his heart is smaller than a needle tip, and he is so shameless. Who dares to offend him? There's nothing to talk about, Deputy Captain Liu. Your cousin just came back and bought a lot of vegetables, Wang Shuhua said with a smile. Lu Yi's eyes lit up, and he wanted to go back to accompany his wife. Keep on talking, Lu Yi said with a smile, then took 5 steps at a time and went upstairs humming a song. I heard that he really asked Ji Xianglian to empty the chamber pot in the morning. It's amazing that he could do that.
He's still a grown man.
A woman said angrily. Stop talking. It's not good for others to hear you. Wang Shuhua stopped it. She didn't like gossiping about others behind their backs, nor did she like listening to it. She didn't flatter Ji Xianglian before, but now that Ji Xianglian is in trouble, she won't step on her. She doesn't have the qualifications to accompany the army and is living in the family building. Her position is a bit awkward. It is better to keep out of trouble and not cause trouble for her husband. Everyone has gone upstairs. I can't hear you. Earlier wanted to expand on her speech when she heard Lu Yi's voice from upstairs. I heard it. Tomorrow morning I will ask Ji Xianglian to empty the urinal again and say that it was you who asked her to do so. I know your name is Lu Caixia. Lu Yi had already walked to the 3rd floor, but his ears and eyes were sharp, and he could hear even the quiet chirping of crickets downstairs clearly. He was not angry at all. He just wanted to scare this gossipy woman. Lu Yi hooked his feet on the railing, hanging upside down outside the railing, and yelled to the people below, and the whole building could hear him. Wang Shuhua did not have the qualifications to accompany the army, but she was still able to live in the family building. This is not made up by the author. The author has checked the information of some veterans and found that there are indeed military wives who live with the army. They are also qualified to accompany the army. I have also checked. In the 1970s, there were 3 conditions: Deputy Battalion Commander level, 15 years of military service, and 35 years old. If the Deputy Battalion Commander level is met, the latter 2 are not considered. If you do not reach the Deputy Battalion Commander level, you must meet the latter 2 at the same time. Lu Caixia's face turned pale. She regretted deeply and wanted to cut off her tongue. Why did she bother to provoke him when she knew he was a lunatic? If the men in the family knew about this, they would definitely scold her for causing trouble. Lu Yi's laughter came from above my head. He nimbly climbed over the railing and went home humming a song. Not only Lu Caixia heard his roar just now, but Ji Xianglian on the 2nd floor also heard it. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Ji Xianglian was so angry that she was bedridden and did not go to school to work. She was beaten black and blue by Lu Danny and others and had to wait until her injuries healed before she could go to work. In the morning, Lu Yi dragged her to empty the urine pot and asked her to clean it. She did it silently, thinking that this lunatic would finally stop. However, she didn't expect that he would torture her again tomorrow. Lu Caixia, that's it, just wait for her. Ji Xianglian hated Lu Caixia and hated Lu Yi and his wife even more. She planned to write an anonymous letter to the General Military Region, reporting Lu Yi for bullying and tyranny. She didn't believe that she could not bring the case to justice. It smells so good. Chi-Chi, is the meat ready to eat? Lu Yi smelled the aroma of steamed pork with rice flour. There was steamed pork with rice flour on the stove at home, and the aroma was so delicious that it killed him. Don't lift the pot. The aroma will disappear. Wan Chi-Chi came out with a few sweet potato vermicelli in her hand. She was itching to roast the vermicelli. Put the sweet potato vermicelli on the fire, and after a while, it will expand into white noodles. It is crispy and fragrant, tastes good, and is good for grinding your teeth. Looking at Wan Chi-Chi roasting and eating the food with a crunchy sound, Lu Yi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It looked so delicious. When I was a kid, I baked sweet potato vermicelli to satisfy my cravings. Never eaten it? Wan Chi-Chi asked. No, is it delicious? Lu Yi shook his head and looked eagerly at the baked vermicelli in her hand. Wan Chi-Chi had just roasted one and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Yi started chewing with a crunching sound, his eyes sparkling. It tasted really good. He ran home excitedly, took a handful of sweet potato vermicelli, moved a stool, and sat by the fire to roast them and eat them.
Eat less.
I steamed a lot of meat. Wan Chi-Chi reminded him to leave some room for the meat.
Oh.
Lu Yi agreed very well, but his hands did not stop. He roasted and ate a handful of sweet potato vermicelli. His throat was dry, so he drank a large glass of water and burped with satisfaction. The consequence was that the steamed pork with rice and rice were not finished in the evening, which was the first time in their family. Eat in the morning, burp, Lu Yi ate 3 bowls of rice and half a bowl of meat, and he really couldn't eat any more. If he had known this earlier, he would not have eaten so much sweet potato vermicelli. His stomach was so full. I told you to eat less, but you didn't listen. You picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. Wan Chi-Chi glared and went to boil hawthorn water to help him digest the food. Lu Yi held a large bowl of hawthorn water and drank it with great satisfaction, even happier than drinking nectar. In the past, no one cared about him whether he was hungry or full. Now someone cares about him, and Chi-Chi even cooks hawthorn water for him. He is the happiest person in the world. Another 2 days passed, and Wan Chi-Chi's reputation in the family building had become very loud. Most of it was Lu Yi who helped her to build up her reputation by emptying the urinal, washing dishes, washing clothes, and pouring footbath water. When people in the family building saw the couple, they would stay away from them, retreating 3 meters away. They were very satisfied with the result, and they lived in their beautiful world of 2 behind closed doors, eating either fish or meat every day, making everyone in the building very hungry. Lu Hongba is very ambitious and has reported a major incident. His brother Lu Hongtao was promoted by stealing other people's credit. The military district is already investigating. That day, Lu Yi brought back good news. In order to be able to go back to work at the arsenal, Lu Hongba went crazy and reported people one after another. Wan Chi-Chi even felt a little sympathy for this guy. If he knew in the future that the people he killed with his own hands were all his blood relatives, he would probably go crazy, right? The military district received a letter of complaint signed by Ma Chunsheng from Wangjiaping Commune. He Jianjun is now under special supervision. He also reported Lu Hongling 2 days ago. Now his whole family is locked up. Lu Yi told another good news and admired Wan Chi-Chi very much. His Chi-Chi is indeed the smartest person in the world and can predict things like a god. He can barely be ranked second. In the future, when the couple join forces, they will definitely be invincible. How's your father doing? Wan Qiqi asked about Lu Disheng and now was waiting for the old man's attitude. As long as he gives up Lu Chunchao, this family will surely die. I've found out. The old man has been in a bad mood these past 2 days. He shut himself in his study and smoked when he got home. Lu Yi curled his lips, his tone sour. The old man was too tolerant of Lu Chunchao but so harsh to him. Every time he softened a little, the old man would do something hateful, making his heart hard as iron immediately. Don't worry, it won't take more than 3 days. Wan Qiqi was very sure that Shi Jinghong was still eyeing her covetously, and Lu Disheng would not leave such a big handle for him to use against her. Sure enough, the results came out the next day. Lu Disheng called the police and asked them to deal with it strictly, and he also said, "As my relatives, Lu Disheng, they must be treated more strictly than ordinary people, and as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can we calm the public anger?" The director on the other end of the phone understood what Lu Disheng meant. Was he trying to make an example of him? As expected of an old leader, he can clearly distinguish between public and private matters even with his family members. "Don't worry, we will close the case as soon as possible and hand it over to the court," the director assured. If everything goes well, Lu Chunchao will be sent to the execution ground in a month at most. If the amount of embezzlement and bribery is huge, the death penalty will definitely be imposed. Lu Hongling, who was recuperating in the hospital, was also taken away by the military district for investigation. As for Lu Hongtao, after the results of the investigation are out, they will be tried in a military court. Lu Chunchao was in the detention center, clamoring to see her father. The police called Lu Disheng, and he agreed to go and see him. Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi both knew about this, and they both arranged spies at home. Wan Qiqi's is the camphor tree outside the courtyard gate. Lu Yi has a fish pond in the yard. Lu Disheng likes to eat fish and often keeps a few fish at home for backup. The water in the pond has been tamed by Lu Yi, and he is very good at gathering information. My old man wants to go see Lu Chunchao. He has not been in good health recently. Lu Chunchao is so resentful. Don't let him get angry to death. Let's go with him. Lu Yi said. Let's go. If they start quarreling, we can still try to mediate. Wan Qiqi originally wanted to go watch the fun, and Lu Ye's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. Lu Disheng had arranged for the visiting to take place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2:30, he got in the car and was about to leave when someone grabbed his collar again. This familiar feeling, I know it's the rebellious son without looking back. Let go, you jerk. I am your father. You disrespectful jerk. Lu Disheng was so furious. This rebellious son was becoming more and more presumptuous. He would grab him by the collar every time and didn't take him, his father, seriously at all. Lu Yi let go. How could you grab Dad's collar? That's so rude. Cursed in a fake manner, and Lu Yi let go obediently. Lu Disheng straightened his collar with a grim face. He did not appreciate Wan Qiqi's kindness. This darn girl was in cahoots with the rebellious son. One of them played the good guy and the other played the bad guy, acting in front of him. The third update is completed, and Lu Chunchao and his family are about to go offline. My dears, there will be more exciting things to come later. If you like this book, you can send a free small gift, or give a 5-star rating, or click to urge for more updates. These are all ways to support the author, moi. What are you doing here? I have something to do, and I don't have time to play with you. Lu Disheng opened the car door and got in, urging Xiaoli to drive. Dad, are you going to see Lu Chunchao? We'll go with you. If she gets you mad, I can bleed you. Wan Qiqi had a silver needle in her hand and said it sincerely. She really meant it. After all, Lu Disheng is over 60 years old, and if he was angered by Lu Chunchao, he might die. I can also pinch the Renjong point. Even if half of my leg goes to hell, I can pinch it back. Lu Yi said it more filially. Xiaoli, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had an indescribable expression on his face. He really didn't want to listen to such vicious words, and even more so, didn't want to get involved in his leader's family affairs. Alas. Dad, let comradely do it. Lu Yi can drive. Wan Qiqi's considered suggestion was exactly what Xiaoli wanted, but he didn't dare to move until Lu Disheng gave the order. Yes, I'll drive. Lu Yi walked over and dragged Xiao Li out of the car. Xiao Li came down reluctantly, looking at Lu Dishing helplessly, indicating that he did not do it voluntarily. You go back. Lu Dishing waved his hands weakly. He was not in the mood to be angry with these two rebellious sons. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought that Lu Chunchao was about to be shot. Lu Yi was a little surprised that he didn't hear any scolding. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw Lu Dishing's listless appearance and that he looked much older, he swallowed back his treasonous words. Wait until the old man is in better spirits before confronting him. The three of them got in the car. Lu Yi drove steadily, and they soon arrived at the detention center. The director had arrived and personally took them to see Lu Chunchao. He was very emotionally unstable and wanted to bang his head against the wall. I couldn't calm him down at all. The director talked about Lu Chuancao's recent situation. His tone was helpless. Some things he hadn't said yet, but he blushed when he heard the dirty words Lu Chunchao used. It showed how arrogant and domineering this woman was in the past. It was not unfair to shoot her. It's my fault. I didn't teach her well. Lu Dishing felt very guilty. It was his responsibility. He failed to take good care of Lu Chunchao and caused a lot of trouble to the society. The director didn't know what to say to comfort her, so he just remained silent. Do you know who my father is? He is Lu Dishing, the highest official in Tanzhou City. You who look down on others, when my father comes, you will all die. Lu Chuancao's hoarse curse came over. The sound was not as loud as before, but the momentum was no less. Apparently, even though she was locked up, Lu Chunchao still didn't realize her situation and still thought that Lu Dishing would rescue her. Lu Dishing's face turned dark in an instant. The air pressure on his body became extremely low, and he emitted bursts of cold air. Open the door. Lu Dishing asked the director to open the door. He pushed it open. Lu Chuancao's scolding stopped abruptly. When she saw that it was Lu Dishing, her eyes lit up instantly, and she said happily, Dad, you finally came to save me. You don't know how bad they are. They fed me hard buns and a few pickles. You put them all. Snap! A loud slap stunned Lu Chunchao. She covered her face and looked at Lu Dishing with disappointment, her eyes gradually turning into resentment. You hit me?
Dad, how could you hit me?
Are you worthy of my mom? What did she tell you before she died? She asked you to take good care of me. You made a promise. Be careful. My mom will come to settle the score with you tonight. Lu Chunchao was so angry that he accused the whole world and even brought up his dead mother. Her mother passed away 5 years ago. Before she died, she insisted on seeing her father and left these words. Her father promised very well, but now he has turned against her. My mother is right. You are a heartless and ungrateful person. You just ran away and have been gone for more than 10 years. Our family was attacked by the Japanese invaders. My mother carried me on her back and hid in the mountains. She also had to take care of my grandparents. Other families have men, but mine doesn't. Do you know how hard my mother's life was? She has been waiting for you for more than 10 years, and even raised your parents and sent them to the mountains. You haven't sent me a single letter, nor a single penny. My mother went to the mountains to dig wild vegetables, dig tree roots, and peel tree bark. She endured this for more than 10 years, and only got married when she couldn't bear it any longer. Yet you sent me a letter the second year. Why did you wait until the second year after my mother got married to send it to me, instead of sending it earlier or later? You know how sad my mother was when she received the letter? You feel the most sorry for my mother. She never enjoyed any happiness with you, but suffered a lot. When she died, you couldn't even fulfill her request. You are heartless and ungrateful, worse than a beast. Lu Chunchao cursed a lot in one breath and looked at Lu Dishing with a particularly resentful look. These are what she really thinks. Even though she has been praising Lu Dishing for years, it was all just hypocrisy. She never forgave her father. Even if Lu Dishing arranged jobs for her family, this was what she deserved and what Lu Dishing owed her. I am sorry for your mother, but I am also doing this for the revolution. I am outside, and I have no choice but to do this. I dare not write home. If the enemy finds out, you and your mother will not survive. I will only dare to write home when the situation is not so serious. Also gave your mother a sum of money as compensation and arranged jobs for your family, but you were greedy and stole public grain to sell for money, used my name to make money, and even condoned Lu Jiaxing and his children to commit crimes. Lu Chunchao, I promised your mother that I would take care of you, not condone your crimes. Lu Dishing did feel guilty towards Lu Chuancao's mother. If Lu Chuancao's mother had not remarried, he would definitely have taken her in to live with him. When he learned that his original wife had remarried, he asked someone to bring some money to her to improve her life. He also brought Lu Chunchao and his family to the city and arranged jobs for them. He thought he had done a very good job with his eldest daughter. But his eldest daughter let him down. She did all kinds of evil, just like the landlord Jew back then. He joined the revolution in order to kill the landlord Jew, but now his daughter has become a person like the landlord Jew. How ducking ironic. Lu Dishing was so angry that his lips turned pale, and he looked very bad. Wan Qiqi poured out a few heart-saving pills and asked him to hold them under his tongue just in case. Lu Dishing did feel a little chest tightness and shortness of breath, and felt very uncomfortable. He obediently took the medicine and felt better. Then he felt a sharp pain on the tip of his finger. He looked down and saw a bead of blood on the tip of his finger. The silver needle in Wan Qiqi's hand was shining, and she smiled at him. Dad, it's safer to let some blood out. After saying that, she was about to insert the needle into her ring finger again. Lu Dishing quickly withdrew his hand and glared at her. Lu Chunchao watched coldly, sneering silently, not believing these nonsense at all. What you mean by having no control over yourself is all lies. You just have a woman outside. How can you still remember my mother? Don't say such nice things. Lu Chuancao's true colors were revealed. Since Lu Dishing was ruthless and ungrateful, she no longer had to play the role of a filial daughter. Lu Dishing felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision went dark, and his body shook. Lu Yi quickly supported him and pinched his philtrum hard. The excruciating pain made Lu Dishing feel refreshed immediately, his chest was no longer stuffy, and his eyes were no longer dark.
Grass.
This rebellious son is going to kill me. Are you pinching the Renzhong point, or are you pinching the life point? Lu Dishing pushed his rebellious son away with all his strength. If the jerk had continued to strangle him, he would have been strangled to death. Can you survive without focusing on the key points? Lu Yi rolled his eyes and spoke in a very disrespectful tone. The director next to him looked at the deep bloodstain under Lu Dishing's nose, his mouth twitching constantly, and he quickly turned his head away, pretending not to see it. I've heard for a long time that the old leader and his son are incompatible, and today I finally saw it. They are not father and son, they are clearly enemies. Moreover, the daughter-in-law he married was also cruel and ruthless. She was very cruel when giving acupuncture. The author did not write it clearly, which led some readers to misunderstand that Lu Dishing did go to Lu Ye's mother after his original wife remarried, and he also married Lin Manyan after Lu Ye's mother remarried. Hiss. Lu Dishing took a breath, and his nose felt hot, as if it was covered with chilly water. He rubbed it hard, and some blood came on his fingertips. He was so angry that he rubbed it again, and more blood came out. You traitorous jerk, this is a fatal move. Lu Dishing gritted his teeth and glared at Nizi fiercely. Lu Yi raised his head, pressed his nose against him, and snorted. Wan Qiqi ignored the father and son. She was teaching Lu Chunchao a lesson. Sister, your consciousness is too low. You are not worthy of being our father's daughter. Our father sacrificed his life for the revolution and survived many deaths. He neglected his own family for the sake of everyone else. He is indeed ashamed of his family, but he is not ashamed of his country and the people. Big sister, you did suffer a lot when you were little, but you have a country before you have a family. As a family member who supports our father, we also have a share of the credit for his military honors. But big sister, you have tarnished our father's honors. You have disappointed us so much. Wan Qiqi stood at the highest moral point and taught Lu Chunchao a severe lesson. Lu Dishing next to him had a surprised look in his eyes. He didn't expect that his disobedient and unfilial daughter-in-law could actually say such words. He also didn't expect that he had such a high opinion in this crazy girl's heart. Lu Disheng's eyes felt sore, and his throat was choked. Lu Chunchao scolded him for being heartless and ungrateful. Lu Yi was also disobedient and unfilial, and his children scolded him for being unworthy of being a father. He really felt a little wronged. When fighting, you can't even take care of your own life. How can you have the time to care about other things? It's Wan Qiqi who understands him. You think you can interfere in my family affairs? Who do you think you are? Lu Chunchao sneered and didn't take Wan Qiqi seriously at all. She didn't listen to a word he said. She just felt that Lu Disheng was sorry for her and was heartless and ungrateful. Sister, I am Lu Ye's cousin, a member of the Lu family, and I am very qualified. Don't blame Dad for being heartless and ungrateful. He is very loyal to your family. Think about my Lu Yi. He was left to fend for himself before he was 10 years old. He was brought home after he was 10 years old. His parents didn't care about him, and his stepmother was sweet-mouthed but vicious. You, the elder sister, even gave Lu Yi rat poison, trying to poison him. Lu Yi grew up in such a difficult situation, but he had no resentment. He still served the country without regrets and made great contributions. Compared with Lu Yi, your awareness is at least a Mount Everest away. Wan Qiqi's soft voice had a hint of coldness in it. Lu Chunchao was doomed to die, and it was time to expose what this evil woman had done to Lu Yi. When was the poison administered? How come I didn't know? Lu Disheng asked in disbelief. What do you know about the family? Lu Yi said sarcastically. Dad, it was during the 3 difficult years. Aunt Lin said she was not feeling well, so she sent Lu Yi to live with my eldest sister. My eldest sister thought he was too much of a eater, so she put rat poison in the fried rice to trick Lu Yi into eating it. Fortunately, God was merciful and Lu Yi didn't eat it, so he escaped. Wan Qiqi explained the incident in detail and said, If you don't believe me, go ask Lu Hongba. He knows. I did poison this jerk. I wanted to poison this jerk to death. If it weren't for his mother, that fox, how could my mother remarry? It's a pity that this jerk was lucky and I didn't poison him to death. Lu Chunchao admitted it with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with hatred that was frightening. Snap! Lu Disheng slapped her in anger and looked at her with murderous eyes. He finally understood why Mr. Lu Yi and Lu Chunchao were against each other. It turned out that there was a grudge between them. When I married Xiaoya's mother, it was after your mother remarried. If your mother hadn't remarried, I would definitely have taken you two to live in the city. This can only be blamed on fate. I have explained it clearly to your mother, and she didn't object. But you are so vicious. No wonder Lu Hongling and the other 2 did so many bad things. The top beam is not straight, and the bottom beam is crooked. Lu Chunchao didn't believe a word of it. It must be Yuan Huilan who charmed her father, which is why he didn't come home for so many years, forcing her mother to remarry. She only regretted not poisoning Lu Yi to death. She had poisoned him several times, but the jerk managed to escape every time. Looking at the stubborn Lu Chunchao, Lu Disheng was very disappointed, and the last bit of father-daughter love for her also disappeared. You're on your own. After saying that, Lu Disheng turned around and left, never looking back again. The director followed him out. Wan Qiqi leaned close to Lu Chuancao's ear and whispered, Lu Hongba reported Lu Hongtao for kidnapping and has been detained. A radio was dug out from He Jianjun's home, and he identified Lu Hongling as part of his gang. Lu Hongba used several innocent female comrades. Even if he was too righteous and reported your family, he still didn't have a good ending. Congratulations, your family can be reunited down there. You're talking nonsense, I won't believe it. Lu Chunchao spoke toughly, but her panicked eyes betrayed her inner fear. Believe it or not, your whole family is almost extinct. By the way, your father has already said that we must deal with your family more strictly. Do you know what this means? It means that your whole family must. Wan Qiqi gestured horizontally at the neck, with a cold and weird smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Chuancao's face turned pale in an instant, without a trace of blood. Why don't you leave? was heard outside. "Here it comes," responded crisply, then gave a mocking smile to Lu Chunchao, who was lying limp on the ground, and pulled Lu Yi away. Bang! The iron door of the room was locked. The sound of the lock was loud, like a drum, beating in Lu Chuancao's heart, making her even more scared. "Dad, you can't just ignore me." Lu Chuancao's desperate cry was heard. Lu Disheng had already walked outside. He paused, opened the car door, and got in. "Close the case as soon as possible. The unhealthy trends in Tanzhou City must be eradicated, starting with me, Lu Disheng." When Lu Disheng spoke, his whole body exuded a murderous aura.
No.
The director nodded. "Lu Chunchao must die, and the whole city must be informed to serve as a warning." How much money did Lu Chunchao steal and accept as bribes? Lu Disheng asked again. "The total amount is 18,948 yuan. We found a savings book with 15,000 yuan and 200 yuan in cash in her home. There is still a shortfall of 3,748 yuan. The director replied. "I'll make up the difference." Lu Disheng sighed softly. He was a proud man who always held his head high and was in high spirits, but now he was ashamed to raise his head. He felt ashamed of his country and his people, and had no face to face them. "Old leader, everyone has ash at the bottom of their pot. Don't blame yourself too much." The director comforted him sincerely, and it was obvious that he respected Lu Disheng very much. "You go and get busy. You've worked hard during this period." Lu Disheng forced a smile. He looked very bad and much older than he did a few days ago.
"Serving the people is not hard."
The director grinned and went to work. Louis got into the driver's seat and started the car. He rarely said anything irritating and drove quietly back to the military area. Wan Qiqi didn't say anything either. The carriage was very quiet and the air pressure was very low. After sending Lu Disheng to the military region, Lu Yi parked the car and went back to the staff building with Wan Qiqi. "Let's go back to your father's house tonight and watch a show," Wan Qiqi said with a smile.
"Good."
Lu Yi didn't ask much. After all, it was a good thing to have a show to watch. He really enjoyed watching the old man's show. "Your father wants to make up for Lu Chuancao's deficit, which is more than 3,000 yuan. Lin Manyun will bleed a lot." Wan Qiqi smiled like a little fox. She heard everything just now. For more than 3,000 yuan, Lu Disheng would definitely ask Lin Manyun for it. Not only will there be heavy bleeding, but dozens of kilograms of flesh will also be cut off. Lu Yi was so happy that he wished it would get dark soon. When the old man and Lin Manyun started arguing, he would add a few more spoonfuls of oil to the quarrel. They had dinner early that day. Lu Yi went to wash the dishes, and the two of them went home eagerly to watch the show. The atmosphere in the Lu family was frighteningly low at the moment. The meal had not been cooked yet. Lin Manyun sat there wiping her tears, looking very aggrieved. Lu Disheng was also sitting there, his face looking murderous. After finishing his work, he went home and asked Lin Manyun to take out the family savings to make up for the deficit for Lu Chunchao. Although more than 3,000 yuan was not a small amount, he paid Lin Manyun a salary of 250 yuan every month. After so many years, the savings must be more than 3,000 yuan. Who would have thought that Lin Manyun actually said that the family only had 300 yuan in savings and even took out the passbook to show him, and there was indeed only 300 yuan. He is a commander of a military district, but he only has 300 yuan in savings. He will be laughed at to death. He asked where the money had gone, and Lin Manyun said she had spent it on eating and drinking, which made him even angrier. The family doesn't have big fish and meat every day, and the number of times he eats at home is limited. Louis hasn't been eating here for a few years, and he's often hungry. How is it possible that he can eat up all the food every month? Lin Manyun didn't tell the truth at all, and Lu Disheng suspected that she spent the money on her parents' home. "I have no objection to you spending money on your family, but you have to prioritize. My son doesn't have enough to eat with you, but you feed your family quite well. Lin Manyun, you really impress me." Lu Disheng was so angry that he even learned to use idioms, and now he believed what Lu Yi said. This kid had a quarrel with Lu Chunchao before because Lu Chunchao poisoned him. This rebellious son clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment and would not go crazy for no reason. It is obvious that Lin Mannion really abused Xiaoyi. Darn it! How dare this woman do that? Old Lu, have you listened to Lu Ye's nonsense again? When did I starve him? There are so many people in the family to eat and drink, and there are also interpersonal relationships. The 250 yuan you gave is not gold. How can it be so easy to spend? My parents didn't spend my money. Sometimes I was short of money and asked my parents for money. Lin Mannion cried with tears in her eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. This trick had always worked in the past, but today Lu Dishing felt a little disgusted. When he looked at Lin Mannion, he suddenly thought of the white-bone demon. She was obviously a blood-sucking demon, but she pretended to be innocent to deceive Tang Sung and also caused Tang Sung and Sun Wukong to become estranged and drove him away. In the end, Tang Sung was kidnapped by the white-bone demon and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Sun Wukong came to rescue him regardless of past grudges. This gave rise to the legend of the 3 defeats of the white-bone demon. The more Lu Dishing thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Mannion was the white-bone demon. She had sucked his blood for so many years, and all his money was gone. You know whether you have starved my son or not. Don't shed your rat tears in front of me. Lin Mannion, go to your mother's house now. Whether you borrow or take, you must get me 3,700 yuan. I want it tonight. Lu Dishing looked at him with disgust and spoke very rudely. He was sure that the money was at Lin Manyun's parents' home. It was impossible for so much money to be spent completely, so it must still be there. Old Lu, are you trying to kill me? I've really spent all my money. Where can I get so much money? Lin Mannion cried even more sadly, but she felt anxious in her heart.
Today.
Could it be that Zich Wan Chi-Chi's fault again? Lin Mannion suppressed her inner fear and insisted that she had no money. Over the years, she had saved 20,000 yuan in private money, which she had long regarded as her own money. How could she possibly take it out to make up for Lu Chuancao's deficit? Lu Dishing's face turned even darker, and he suppressed his inner irritation. He would go to Jiangcheng for a meeting in a few days, and he wanted to deal with Lu Chuancao's family affairs before the meeting, and then resign from the general military region. Lu Chuancao's family committed such a big mistake because they relied on his power. He had an unshirkable responsibility and was too ashamed to be the commander anymore. After resigning, he went to the cadre school for labor reform to improve his consciousness. We are back. Cheerful voice was heard in the yard. In the past, Lin Mannion would feel a pain in her heart when she heard this sound, but at this moment, she felt that it was the sound of nature. She wished that Wan Chi-Chi would go crazy and divert Lu Dishing's attention. Xiaoyi, Chi-Chi is back. Have you eaten yet? I'll go cook. Lin Mannion was particularly enthusiastic. What a strange thing. The sun sets in the east? As soon as Lu Yi reached the door, he ran out to watch the sunset in surprise, then ran back and said in a weird tone, "The sun is still setting in the west, but my stepmother actually took the initiative to cook for me."
Wow.
It's really a rare thing. Xiaoyi, what are you talking about? I did this for you before, otherwise you would be starving at home. Lin Mannion couldn't laugh anymore. She gritted her teeth and confronted him in a neither soft nor hard manner. I didn't drink the northwest wind. I was just so hungry that I ate grass. Fortunately, my mother loved me and often invited me to her house for dinner. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. Lu Yi snorted coldly and told him all the sufferings he had endured in his childhood. Because Chi-Chi told him that now that the old man had begun to suspect Lin Mannion, it was a good time to file a complaint. Lu Dishing felt uncomfortable, and he understood something else. No wonder Xiaoyi called Sister Guan mother and had a good relationship with Manzai. It turned out that there was such a reason. He also remembered one thing. Sister Guan had spoken to him several times in a serious tone before, asking him to pay more attention to Xiaoyi and not to abandon him and leave everything to Lin Mannion. That time, he was so busy that his heels were smoking. He had no time to take care of his family and had no time to think about the implied meaning of Sister Guan. Now that he thinks about it, Sister Guan was pointing at him. Lu Disheng's eyes became guilty, and he looked towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi snorted again and turned his head away. Chi-Chi is right. Belated guilt is cheaper than grass. He doesn't want it. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. I'm your stepmother anyway, so no matter what I do, it's wrong. Whatever you say, I'll go cook. Lin Mannion smiled self-deprecatingly, put on an apron, and went to the kitchen. But after arriving in the kitchen, her expression immediately turned vicious. When she was cutting vegetables, she wished that the vegetables in her hands were Lu Yi and Ruan Chi-Chi so that she could cut them into pieces. Dad, my eldest sister still has a lot of money left. Lu Yi and I don't have much money. I haven't been working, and Lu Yi has spent all his previous salary. Fortunately, I received some red envelopes a few days ago. Unfortunately, I bought a bicycle, and I still have 200 left. You can use it to make up for the shortfall. Ruan Chi-Chi took out 20 big Unity notes from his pocket and handed them to Lu Disheng with both hands. 200 yuan is enough for me to eat a lot of meat. I didn't get to eat meat at Lu Chuansao's house, and now I have to make up for her deficit. It's really unlucky. Lu Yi started to make sarcastic remarks. Lu Disheng did not take the money. The jerk was right. Lu Chunchao had already poisoned the food, so he really shouldn't have let his son pay for it. Dad, please accept it. We are a family and should stick together through thick and thin. Although 200 yuan is not much, it is a small token of our appreciation to Lu Yi and me. Ruan Chi-Chi stuffed the money into Lu Disheng's hand and spoke with great sincerity, which would surely move the old man to death and allow him to get more money back. That's right, these $200 are bait. She wants to catch a big fish. Lu Disheng was indeed very moved, and his throat was a little choked up. It is true that one's true character is revealed in times of adversity. In comparison, Lin Mannion looks even more hideous. Lin Mannion was cooking in the kitchen while listening with her ears perked up. When she heard Ruan Chi-Chi's hypocritical and pretentious words, she was so angry that she almost cut off her fingers. Little Zich definitely has bad intentions, and old Lu is confused. She is so angry. Lin Mannion, who was filled with anger, imagined the vegetables to be Ruan Chi-Chi. She danced with the kitchen knife with flashing swords and chopped the vegetables into small pieces. Dad, how much is left to pay off the deficit? Ruan Chi-Chi asked with concern. Lu Disheng was upset and said angrily, more than 3,700. That's not bad. With Dad's salary and Aunt Lin's good housekeeping, they must have saved a lot of money over the years. It should be enough. Ruan Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and started praising Lin Mannion again. Lu Yi said that Aunt Lin knows how to live. Every time she cooks meat dishes, she only has a small plate. She and Jiefang Yuanchao eat together, and Lu Yi has no share. The same goes for snacks. The portions are all carefully cut, and there is not a single crumb left. With Aunt Lin's thriftiness, she must have saved at least 5,000 or 6,000. Lin Manyun's scream came from the kitchen. She was so angry that she chopped the chopping board in two. One half bounced against the wall, and the other half hit her foot. Lin Mannion was so angry that she threw the kitchen knife away and ran out with tears in her eyes, saying aggrievedly, Old Lu, you just let them throw dirty water on me? After all, I am their elder. They are so disrespectful. Then tell me, is what Chi-Chi said true? Lu Disheng questioned coldly. Lin Manyun's tears failed for the second time today. She choked, tears still on her face. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and looked very embarrassed. Of course it's not true. She's talking nonsense. Lin Mannion denied it flatly, but she didn't dare to look Lu Disheng in the eye. Lu Disheng was now clear-headed and had clear eyes, so he saw it at a glance. He sneered, and although he didn't say anything, this sneer was more piercing than a knife, making Lin Manyun's heart sink to the bottom and her face turn pale. Aunt Lin, now is not the time to quarrel. Our family is in trouble, and you have to take out money to help Dad through it. 3,700 yuan is not a lot. You can definitely come up with it. Ruan Chi-Chi gave particularly considered advice and even secretly praised him. How can I have so much money? I don't run a bank. I only have 300 yuan in savings at home. Lin Mannion was still very stubborn and was only willing to pay 300 yuan. Anyway, she hid her savings book with 20,000 yuan in it very secretly, so it would definitely not be discovered. How is that possible? My dad has such a high salary and the family has no other expenses. How can there be only 300 yuan in savings? Aunt Lin, you didn't give the money to your parents, did you? Wan Qiqi pretended to be shocked and asked the same question as Lu Disheng. Lu Disheng couldn't help but nodded. Yes, he thought so too. She has to be his daughter-in-law and share the same mind with him. How can you not spend money on food and drink for so many people at home? And there are also social interactions. Your father only gives me 250 yuan a month, and I spend it all. Lin Manyun's tone was particularly aggrieved, and she even believed that she had no money. Oh my god, you're actually given 250 yuan every month? There are 8 people in our village, and we can't even spend 250 yuan a year. Aunt Lin, you can actually spend so much money. You are really amazing. Wan Qiqi sneered sarcastically, saying that even in the city, it was difficult to spend the 250 yuan a month. No wonder Lu Disheng, who is so gullible, didn't fall for it today. How can the countryside compare with the city? Lin Mannion blurted out, and before she could finish her words, Lu Disheng slapped her in the face. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly pleasant to the ears, and the red slap marks were particularly beautiful. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi were both in a very happy mood, but it was still a little awkward. Why only hit half of the face? And he have hit the other half of his face as well? It's no good to do things halfway. They all looked at Lu Disheng expectantly, their eyes fiery, silently urging him to slap quickly. You hit me? Lu Disheng, you actually hit me? Do you still have a conscience? I have served you wholeheartedly over the years and gave birth to 2 sons for you. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. How could you hit me? I won't live anymore. You might as well kill me. Lin Mannion started acting like a scoundrel, crying and making a fuss, which gave Lu Disheng a headache. Snap, there was another crisp slap. This time it was Wan Qiqi who slapped him. You cried and begged to be beaten. Wan Qiqi was very confident, but after seeing the slap mark on Lin Manyun's face, she felt unhappy. Because her hands are small, the slap marks on both sides of Lin Manyun's face are obviously one big and one small. The asymmetrical slap marks are definitely not good slap marks. She is unhappy. Not by much. Wan Qiqi frowned and talked to herself. Lu Disheng didn't understand at all. What's the difference in size? Lin Mannion was still crying and asked Lu Disheng to take charge of the matter for her and teach Wan Qiqi, the rebellious person, a lesson.
Pa.
There was another loud slap. This time it was Lu Yi who slapped him. He aimed at Wan Qiqi's previous slap mark and punched with great precision, successfully covering the small slap mark. Qiqi, it's the same this time. Lu Yi proudly took credit for it. His hands were similar to Lu Disheng's, so the slap marks were naturally similar.
Great.
Wan Qiqi gave a thumbs up with satisfaction and praised generously. Lu Yi grinned happily, and his tail was wagging rapidly. Seeing their interaction gave Lu Disheng an even bigger headache. He still didn't understand what they meant by the same size and different sizes. Lin Mannion was furious. She was slapped 3 times in a row, each slap harder than the last. Was she some lowly person that she had to be humiliated like this? Lu Disheng, I am your cousin after all. Are you just going to watch them beat me? Are you still a man? Lin Mannion was so angry that she stopped pretending to be gentle and roared in frustration. I am definitely a man, but it's a pity that you and him are not on the same page. Lu Yi's voice was nonchalant, but as if by magic, a passbook appeared in his hand, which he shook at Lin Mannion a few times. Lin Manyun's pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart rose to her throat. How could the passbook that she had carefully hidden be in the hands of this jerk? Let me see how much money I have in my savings. It's incredible. 20,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life. It's enough to buy Lu Jiefeng's life. Lu Yi opened the passbook, pretended to take a look at it, and started shouting in surprise. Wan Qiqi also came over to take a look and started to fuss. There are hundreds of people in our team, and we work so hard for a year, But we can't earn this much money. How can your stepmother, Lu Yi, have so much money? It's my father's money. How much money does a little nurse like her have? Then why didn't she give Dad the money? And she even lied to Dad that there was only 300 yuan at home? You are not on the same page with my father, you see? If you look at any concubine who is on the same page with the master, don't they all work hard to save money so that they can support a gigolo after the master dies? Oh my God, your stepmother actually wants to keep a gigolo?
How could she do that?
The two of them sang in unison and succeeded in making Lu Dishing's face turn pale with anger, and he almost fainted again. Wan Qiqi filially gave him a heart pill, and Lu Yi also filially pinched his Renzhong point. The filial piety of the two was so touching that it successfully made Lu Dishing feel refreshed. Lu Dishing snatched the passbook. The total amount of the last deposit would be displayed. He counted it 3 times, and it was indeed 20,000 yuan. To be honest, he had never seen so much money in his life. Lin Manyun is such a jerk. She actually made a fool of him. Old Lu, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to lie to you. I just want to save money for my sons. Jiafeng and Yuan Chao are both of marriageable age, so I have to prepare some for them. Lin Manyun was panicked and scared and explained incoherently. 20,000 yuan is enough to marry 100 Lu Jifangs. There must be someone who wants to support a gigolo. Don't try to make excuses.
Lu'ye spoke sarcastically.
He had been waiting for this day for too long. Besides, neither the Liberation Army nor the Aid Korea has filed a marriage report yet. We have to prioritize things. Now that Dad is in trouble, our family should work together to overcome the difficulties. Aunt Lin, you secretly hid 20,000 yuan and didn't take it out. Do you want to watch Dad die in trouble? Wan Qiqi asked a heart-wrenching question, and this question pierced both hearts. One is Lu Dishing and the other is Lin Manyun. Don't spit blood on me. I was just confused for a moment. Lao Lu, believe me, I really have no ulterior motives. I was just afraid of being poor before, so I valued money a little too much. I will definitely change in the future. Lin Manyun knelt in front of Lu Dishing, hugged his legs and cried, with a very humble attitude. Wan Qiqi still admired her very much. She could bend and stretch, kneel and cry, and even sleep with a man 20 years older than her. This is just like hanging out with a rich man. Most people can't do it. Can a dog change to eat shoot? Can a mouse change to dig holes? Unless the sun rises from the west. Lu Yi sneered and made a very appropriate analogy. It's a little difficult, but if Aunt Lin is really determined, she can still change it. Besides, she has saved these 20,000 yuan for a long time. All the meals and snacks you didn't have when you were a child are in these 20,000 yuan. Wan Qiqi gave some advice, but she also applied a lot of eye drops. That's right, I contributed at least half. Lu Yi deeply agreed with this. Lin Manyun almost gritted her teeth and wanted to curse these two shameless people to death, but she was pretending to be pitiful and could do nothing. Lu Dishing felt even more guilty and made a decision in his mind. Let's cook. Lu Dishing's voice was hoarse. He had not been eating or sleeping well these days, and his energy level was much lower. Lin Manyun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had coaxed him into submission, and got up to go to the kitchen to cook. Lu Chuancao's deficit was only 3,700, and after making up for it, there would be more than 16,000 left. She had to ask Lu Dishing for this money. Have you eaten? Lu Dishing asked. It's very difficult to get a meal at your house. You must eat your fill before coming back. Let's go. Lu Yi had nothing good to say. He even took the 200 yuan back from Lu Dishing's pocket and said, You already have 20,000 yuan, so you don't need my 200 yuan. My family doesn't even have money to buy groceries.
Take it.
Lu Dishing didn't want it in the first place, but what Lu Yi said made him feel so guilty that his heart ached, and his resentment towards Lin Manyun deepened. Dad, carry this medicine with you. If you feel stuffy in your chest, just hold 7 or 8 pills. Wan Qiqi handed him a bottle of heart-saving pills. Lu Dishing would have to suffer a few more blows in the future, so he had to be prepared for safety.
Good.
Lu Dishing felt relieved and thought that he had wronged Wan Qiqi before. She was obviously a very sensible girl, and she must have lost her temper because she was standing up for Lu Yi. In the final analysis, it was he and Lin Manyun who were sorry to Xiaoya. Lu Disheng looked towards the kitchen with a somewhat cold look in his eyes. Dad, we're home now. Please take care of yourself and don't worry too much. Wan Qiqi said a few more kind words, which moved Lu Disheng deeply. As soon as the two of them left the yard, Lu Yi asked excitedly, "How much can the old man give?" "At least 10,000. Wan Qiqi was confident that Lu Chuancao's deficit was only over 3,700, so there was still 16,000 left. She had just brought Lu Disheng's guilt to an unprecedented level. The old man wanted to cut out his heart to apologize, and the amount would definitely not be less than 10,000. My stepmother is quite good at saving money. Lu Yi was very satisfied. 10,000 yuan was enough for him and Qiqi to buy a lot of meat and also a lot of new clothes for Qiqi. It was really good. Just wait and see. In 3 days at most, your father will send us money. Wan Qiqi predicted the time of getting rich, like a fortune teller. Lu Disheng will go to Jiangcheng for a meeting in 3 days. He will definitely finish off Lu Chuancao's matter before the meeting and then resign. Qiqi, shall I buy you a watch? Lu Ye's eyes sparkled, and he began to plan how to spend the 10,000 yuan. I have a watch, buy some meat, it's the most cost-effective to eat it. Wan Qiqi was not interested in watches. She got a lot of watches from Shi Jinghong's house, and there were also watches in shopping malls. She could not wear all of them even if she had 1,000 hands. Okay, buy some meat. Lu Yi was not interested in watches either. He also had several brand-name watches, all of which were seized from the enemy when he was on missions. Moreover, his lighters, belts, and other things were basically seized, and he never bought them with his own money. There is a song that goes well, "We have no guns or cannons, but the enemy will make them for us. He can just go to the enemy and get it. He will get whatever he wants, and they are all good stuff." The two returned home in high spirits, and the 10,000 yuan was used to make countless delicious dishes: steamed pork with rice flour, braised pork, stewed pork elbow, braised pork with pork belly, stewed pig's trotter. Lu Yi was so greedy that his mouth was watering. Lu Disheng's efficiency was even faster than Wan Qiqi had expected. In just 1 day, he had made up for Lu Chuancao's loss, called the two of them to his office, and gave them 10,000 yuan. Here's the money for you. Go find a good doctor to check out the poison in Xiaoya's body. Lu Disheng stuffed a thick stack of money into Wan Qiqi's hand, remaining money to subsidize his subordinates who have family difficulties and the families of his comrades who died in the past. He has been subsidizing them over the years and sends money every month. Although the money is not much, it is enough to help. The brothers who once shared life and death with him are gone, and it is his natural responsibility that he is still alive. Now that he has this money, he can send more money in the future. Dad, this money belongs to Aunt Lin. You should give it back to her, or we'll have another fight. Wan Qiqi didn't take the money, but moved it back and said some insincere words. Just take it if I give it to you. She doesn't dare to make a noise. Lu Disheng stuffed the money into Wan Qiqi's hand, as domineering as the overbearing president in the novel, only a little older. Wan Qiqi finally began to appreciate Lu Disheng's charm. He was generous and fierce in fighting. No wonder he was able to marry a young wife who was 20 years younger than him.
Thank you, Dad.
Wan Qiqi accepted the money and expressed her gratitude sincerely. There is no falsehood this time, it's all true feelings. If Lu Disheng could give her some money from time to time, she would be able to persuade Lu Yi and the old man to live in peace. Why would she have to go against money? It would be so hurtful. I'm going to be away for a while. You guys should keep a low profile and don't make a scene like last time. Lu Disheng reminded them earnestly that after going to Jiangcheng for the meeting, he would apply to go to the cadre school. The couple were crazy, and they should not make trouble. We never cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either.
Don't worry, Dad.
Wan Qiqi made the assurance sincerely and spoke from the heart. Even though she is a crazy woman, she never bullies others actively but always fights back passively. It's just that she fought back a little harder. You guys go back. Lu Disheng suddenly felt tired, and he couldn't explain it to these two rebellious sons at all. If it rains, let it rain. If my mother wants to get married, let her get married. Anyway, no matter how many people in the military district are combined, they can't be more crazy than these two rebellious sons. Wan Qiqi, with a huge sum of 10,000 yuan in her pocket, went happily to buy vegetables with Lu Yi. With 10,000 yuan, her vegetable basket would be free early. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, a lot of everything was bought. The meat coupons I got from Shi Jinghong were about to expire, so I had to spend them quickly. The two men returned with a full load, and the women who were chatting downstairs were all furious. How come this couple eats so well when they have meat and vegetables every day? Sister Wan, why are you buying so much meat again? Lu Yi and I like to eat meat. Wan Qiqi smiled. Sister, you are such a joke. Who doesn't like to eat meat? We want to eat meat too, but we don't have meat coupons. Each person is only provided with half a pound of meat per month. There are 5 people in our family, and 2.5 pounds of meat is not enough. The woman who asked the question gave a few bitter smiles. The 3 children are all growing up, and the half-grown ones are eating their parents out of money. The family savings have been used up by the 3 half-grown children. The monthly food supply is not enough, and they have to spend money to buy food on the black market.
Alas.
Don't complain. My family only has half a pound of meat, and I haven't complained yet. Wang Shuhua joked that she and her 3 children all had rural household registration, and her husband was the only one in the family who had meat coupons, so they lived a very tight life. But for the sake of her children's future, she would rather live a hard life in the city than go back to the countryside. Why do you only have half a pound of meat ticket? Wan Qiqi was a little curious. She had a good impression of Wang Shuhua. She was not a meddlesome person and had her own opinions. When Ji Xianglian and Shang Lehua gossiped about her, Wang Shuhua did not participate and even spoke on her behalf. However, her words had no weight in the family building, and the other military wives all listened to Ji Xianglian. Shuhua is not eligible to join the army. She and her child are still registered in the countryside. Someone helped to explain, with a hint of contempt in the tone. After all, they are all wives of soldiers who follow the army. Even if the military district does not arrange jobs for them, they will still receive a living allowance of 5 yuan per month. Moreover, she and the children eat commercial grain, which is supplied every month, so their lives are much more affluent than Wang Shuhua's family. Unlike Wang Shuhua, she only boiled the dishes in water and added a drop of oil after they were cooked. The food was watery, and her children were all pale and thin. She had the hardest life in the residential building. Although Wang Shuhua was still smiling, there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. In fact, she knew that these people looked down on her. Sometimes they said it unintentionally, and sometimes they said it intentionally, all to belittle her. She is not a fool. How could she not hear it? But she just pretended not to understand. The next 2 years are a critical period for her husband, and she cannot hold him back, so she has to endure it if she can. And no matter how hard life is here, it is not half as hard as back home. Wang Shuhua is quite content with her current life. If her husband can be promoted, she will have no regrets in her life. My husband is a company commander, but he hasn't reached the required military service age. I'm just staying here temporarily. Wang Shuhua took the initiative to explain, neither humble nor arrogant. Wan Qiqi didn't quite understand the conditions for joining the army, but she knew that these women looked down on Wang Shuhua, so she suddenly wanted to annoy these women off. Your man is Lu Ye's comrade-in-arms. Friendship lasts a lifetime. This piece of meat is for you. Wan Qiqi had a knife in her hand and cut off a piece of fat meat weighing about a pound and stuffed it into Wang Shuhua's hand. She had read in a novel about the period that people nowadays love to eat big slices of fat meat. Oh, this won't do. Take it back quickly. Thank you. Wang Shuhua was shocked. There was so much meat, which was her family's supply, for 2 months. She couldn't accept it. Wan Qiqi was unhappy. Do you dislike my meat? Of course not, Sister Wan. I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't accept this meat, so take it back quickly. Wang Shuhua smiled helplessly. She couldn't afford to pay back such a big piece of meat for no reason. But I just want to give you the meat. Ji Xianglian and the others gossiped about me before, and you spoke up for me.
Take it.
She forcefully stuffed the meat into Wang Shuhua's hand with a tone that brooked no refusal, just like a domineering president, except that she lacked a wicked smile. Wang Shuhua looked stunned. She didn't expect that Wan Qiqi knew about her few fair words. She couldn't help feeling warm in her heart and thought that Wan Qiqi was actually quite easy to get along with. How could a person who is grateful and repaying kindness be a difficult person to get along with? Why hasn't Captain Peng been promoted yet? Lu Yi frowned slightly. He remembered that Captain Peng had been the captain for 6 years. In terms of seniority and ability, he should have been promoted long ago. My old Peng still needs to learn. Wang Shuhua answered very officially, but she felt very bitter in her heart. Because her husband had 2 opportunities for promotion. In terms of qualifications and abilities, her husband was better. But each time, people who were not as good as her husband's old Peng were promoted. In the final analysis, it was because her husband's old Peng had no background. Take the meat. I've eaten your dumplings before. They're delicious. Lu Yi cut another piece of lean meat, which together with the fat weighed about 2 kilograms. He stuffed it all into Wang Shuhua's hands, then pulled Wan Qiqi upstairs. By the time Wang Shuhua reacted, the 2 men had already gone upstairs. The meat in their hands was heavy, the fat was shiny and greasy, and the lean meat was bright red. Although it was raw, it still made her drool. Not only is the child greedy, she is greedy too. Shuhua, when did you and Deputy Battalion Commander Lu become so close? Did he even have dinner at your house? Everyone was very curious and a little regretful. They didn't expect Wang Shuhua to be so secretive and have such a relationship with Lu Yi. If they had known this earlier, they would have been more polite to Wang Shuhua. I don't remember anything. I need to ask my husband, Mr. Peng. Wang Shuhua told the truth that she really couldn't remember. She also felt that Lu Yi might have said that on purpose because he was afraid that she would feel embarrassed to lose weight. Everyone in the building said that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu and Wan Qiqi were a crazy couple, but she felt that the couple were very good and warm people. Shuhua, your husband Peng has become rich, but don't forget us sisters. The other women all had sour tones in their voices. In the past, when they were with Wang Shuhua, they all felt superior and spoke in a condescending tone. But now that Wang Shuhua and her husband have hooked up with Lu Yi, they will surely have a bright future in the military region, so they have to curry favor with Wang Shuhua. What a joke! Deputy Battalion Commander Lu and Xiao Ruan are kind-hearted. They gave the meat to my child out of pity that he had no meat to eat. What are you thinking? Wang Shuhua knew that no one would believe her if she said that, but she still had to say it. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. I went home to cook. Wang Shuhua didn't even bother to sew her shoes and took the meat home. Her family of 5 lived on the first floor in only one room. Although it was crowded, she kept it tidy. She cooked and did laundry in the corridor. The room was divided into 2 halves. She and her husband lived in the inner room, and the outer room had bunk beds and a folding bed for her 3 children. When the children were young, but now they are older, especially the daughter, who is about to grow up. It is inconvenient for her to sleep in the same room with her 2 brothers. This is also the main reason why Wang Shuhua is anxious for her husband to be promoted. As long as she is promoted, she and her child will be eligible to join the army. Not only will they be given an extra room, but she and her child will also be able to eat commercial grain, and she can also arrange a job, so her life will be better. That night, there was a large plate of stir-fried pork with white peppers on the Peng family's dining table. The meat was mostly fatty slices, with only half of the fat coming out. It was glowing with an enticing greasy sheen, making people drool. Wang Shuhua also made some dumplings. There was not much white flour at home, so she made few. She served a large bowl of dumplings with pork and cabbage filling, and only had 1 bowl left for the family of 5. You redone with life? Wang Shuhua, are you planning to go your separate ways after this meal? Captain Peng even reached his doorstep. He could already smell the aroma of meat from afar. He thought it was from Lu Ye's house again, and cursed Lu Yi in his heart for being a beast and eating meat every day to charm him. As a result, he saw a large plate of meat on his table, all of which were fatty slices, more than the meat during the Chinese New Year. Captain Peng swallowed hard a few times and joked humorously. He is from Shaocheng, Hunan Province. He is of medium height, dark complexion, kind and humorous, down-to-earth and hardworking, and eager to help others. He is very popular in the army. The only thing he lacks is his background. Captain Peng was a native farmer's son. His family was extremely poor. He had put in more effort and sweat than others to become a company commander, almost at the cost of his life. But in the army, it is very difficult to be promoted to the position of company commander. First, it needs luck. Second, it needs connections. And third, it needs strength. All three are indispensable. If you don't have all three, you can only gain experience through experience. Captain Peng knew this very well, so he just hoped to get through this. He had to let his wife and children eat commercial grain no matter what, otherwise he would not be willing to accept this. Children in the 1970s and 1980s followed their mother's household registration. If Wang Shuhua could not follow the army, she would have been registered as a rural hukou. This was also the reason why her husband endured hardships in the army. Everything was for the children's future. Mom, are we going to have trouble making ends meet? Captain Peng had just finished joking when their eldest son Peng Haijun came back, with a washed-out army green school bag slung across his shoulder and a bundle of firewood in his hands for the family. The popular school bags at that time, every time on the way home from school, the three siblings would pick up a bundle of firewood so that the family could save money on coal. What are you yelling about? Where are the oceans and starfish? Wang Shuhua picked up a piece of fat and stuffed it into her eldest son's mouth, and also fed a piece to her husband. It smells so good. Peng Haijun was reluctant to finish it in one bite. He held the meat in his mouth, closed his eyes, and looked very enjoyable. Captain Peng was reluctant to eat it and wanted to put it back on the plate. Let's eat it when the children come back. The children are growing and need to eat more, but he is old, and it doesn't make much difference whether he eats or not. There's so much meat. Eat it. Wang Shuhua glared at him, and Captain Peng smiled and picked up a piece of meat and fed it to her. You work the hardest, eat more. I ate it while I was cooking. You should eat it quickly. By the way, I want to ask you something. Wang Shuhua didn't eat it and fed it to her husband. In the end, the piece of meat returned to the plate, and neither of them ate it. This meat was given by Deputy Battalion Commander Liu and Sister Wan. They gave us 2 kilograms. Deputy Battalion Commander Liu said that he had eaten our dumplings before. How come I have no impression of them at all? Wang Shuhua showed the remaining meat to her husband. She fried half a pound of fat and made some dumplings. There were still about 700 to 800 grams of meat left, enough for several meals. Why are you giving me so much meat? You shouldn't have accepted it. Captain Peng frowned, thinking that his wife had not done anything right this time. How could she collect so much meat? It would cause people to gossip. They forced it on me, and I didn't have time to return it. You can take this bowl of dumplings to the Liu family later. They're stuffed with pork and cabbage. Wang Shuhua felt a little aggrieved. She had always been very cautious in the staff housing complex, not offending anyone and not forming cliques with others. The meat this time was really an accident. I'll send it over in a moment. Captain Peng didn't say anything else. He knew his wife well enough, and she was definitely not taking advantage of him. Liu Yi and his wife always did things their own way. Perhaps she was just acting on impulse this time? What about dumplings? Wang Shuhua was curious. Nothing much. One New Year's Eve, Deputy Battalion Commander Liu was alone in the dormitory. I brought him a bowl of dumplings. Captain Peng explained the matter in a light-hearted manner. I remember now, that's what happened. You said it was for a young comrade who didn't go home for the new year, but I didn't expect it was Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. Isn't his home in the military region? Why didn't he go home for the new year? Wang Shuhua also remembered that the bowl of dumplings was saved by her husband. She didn't expect that the young comrade was actually Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. If you don't go home, you have your own reasons. How would I know about other people's private affairs? I'm going to deliver dumplings. Captain Peng scolded him lightly. He hated talking about other people's private affairs, especially his comrades. He never talked about them at home. Wang Shuhua curled her lips. She knew without him saying it that Deputy Battalion Commander Liu had a stepmother and a stepfather, and neither side was his own home. He definitely didn't want to go home for the new year. Speaking of this, Deputy Battalion Commander Liu is also quite sinful, alas. She covered the dumplings with gauze and asked Captain Peng to carry them upstairs. Upstairs, Lu Yi and Ruan Chi were also having dinner, which was very, very sumptuous. A big pot of braised pork, a big plate of steamed sausages, and a plate of stir-fried vegetable moss. The main feature is that the portions are large and filling. As soon as they sat down to eat, they mentioned the dumplings. I had just been transferred to Tanzhou that year. I was only 19 years old. Captain Peng had just become the company commander, and I was a platoon leader under him. He was a very nice person and took good care of the new recruits, including me. I did not go home for the new year that year. I returned to the dormitory after standing guard. Captain Zhao saw me and brought me a bowl of dumplings. His family was in dire straits, and this bowl of dumplings must have been saved for him. Although Lu Yu was crazy, he knew everything he needed to know. Captain Peng's family had always been a poor family. They could only eat dumplings during the Chinese New Year, but everyone had a quota, so there was no way there could be any extra dumplings. They are both very nice people. Wan Chi had a good impression of Captain Peng and his wife. Although they were cautious, they were not fence-sitters and had kind hearts. That's right, but I didn't expect that Captain Peng has been the company commander for 6 years. If he can't be promoted again, he will probably have to retire. Lu Yu was a little annoyed. He ate a bowl of dumplings from Captain Peng. Those were not ordinary dumplings. They meant a lot to him. However, he had forgotten to repay the kindness of this bowl of dumplings over the years, which was a bit ungrateful. Aren't you going to be promoted to Deputy Regiment Commander next month? There's a vacant position for Deputy Battalion Commander. Can Captain Peng take over? Ruan Chi didn't quite understand the personnel changes in the army, but if Captain Peng had the ability and qualifications, then he was qualified to be the Deputy Battalion Commander. If that didn't work, he could find Lu Disheng and make a fuss. Her husband ate a bowl of dumplings at Captain Peng's house, so he must repay this favor. Otherwise, Lu Yi would feel bad, and she would feel bad too. I'll take care of this. I guess Captain Zhou also wants to be promoted. Lu Yi suddenly grinned. Captain Zhou wanted to be the Deputy Battalion Commander, but he just wouldn't let him have his way. Shang Lehua's man? If you don't want him to be the man, let Captain Peng be the man. I'll leave this to you. If you can't do it well, you'll have to sleep on the floor in the future. Wan Chi used the ultimate killer move. Don't worry, it will be done. Lu Yi hurriedly assured that he didn't want to sleep on the floor and that he would be more comfortable sleeping with Chi in his arms. Be good and eat meat. Wan Chi scooped a large spoonful of braised pork and put it into his bowl. The young couple was eating their meal affectionately when there was a knock on the door. It was Captain Peng. The door is not closed, come in. Neither of them stood up, but when they saw the big bowl in Captain Peng's hand, which was covered with gauze but looked delicious, they both stood up abruptly and stared at the bowl. My cousin made some dumplings, and I'll bring you a bowl. Captain Peng put the dumplings on the table and was about to leave. Thank Mrs. Shuhua for us. Wan Chi said something polite, and Lu Yi nodded his approval, sent the person to the door, and then came back to eat dumplings. The dumplings made by Captain Peng's guest are delicious. I've eaten them before. They are very fragrant. Lu Yi picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. He chewed it for a few times, and it tasted just like what he remembered. He'll never forget. Because the bowl of dumplings he had on New Year's Eve when he was 19 was the first time he had dumplings in his life, stuffed with cabbage and pork, and he will always remember it. The Liu and Mo families also made dumplings, but he had never eaten them once. Dumplings is a grand event in Hunan province. Dumplings are seldom made in normal times. Lin Manyun and Yuan Huilan may only make them once or twice a year. But every time they ate dumplings, he was either punished by Lin Manyun or Yuan Huilan. Anyway, he never got to eat them once. He never had the chance to eat dumplings until he joined the army at the age of 17. Northwest Military Region, but he deliberately avoided them. It was not that he didn't want to eat them, but he was being upset with himself, as if by eating the dumplings he would be bowing to Lin Manyun and Yuan Huilan. Until he was 19 that he realized how stupid he was. Why should he punish himself by not eating dumplings for someone who is not kind to him? But he still couldn't eat dumplings because he was suddenly transferred to the Tanzhou Military Region. He didn't even have time to go to the cafeteria to eat dumplings. He was transferred here in a hurry. While he was training and carrying out his mission, he caused chaos in the Mo and Lu families, but he still didn't get to eat dumplings. It was not until New Year's Eve that the bowl of dumplings that Captain Pung brought to him was the most delicious bowl of dumplings he had ever had in his life, except that there was something missing. He can eat at least 10 bowls. Lu Yi ate 3 dumplings in a row, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them. He urged Ruan Chi-Chi to eat as well. It tastes just like this. That year it was also filled with cabbage and pork, but not as much meat as today. Ruan Chi-Chi poured some vinegar and chili sauce, dipped the dumplings in it, and ate it. It tasted indeed okay, but not as exaggerated as Lu Yi said. It was just a bowl of homely-tasting dumplings. And she felt that the dumplings she made must taste better than this. But there are no ready-made dumpling wrappers for sale now, and she is too lazy to knead the dough and roll out the wrappers, so she would rather not eat dumplings. It's delicious.
Eat more.
Ruan Chi-Chi ate a few, and then gave the whole bowl of dumplings to Lu Yi. Since Lu Yi loved eating dumplings so much, she bought flour and meat, and asked Wang Shihua to help, and she would pay her. Chi-Chi, you eat too. Lu Yi fed her a dumpling and ate the rest. This bowl of dumplings was not enough to fill his stomach. You will soon be able to eat the dumplings made by your parents. 200 at a time. Enough for you to enjoy. Ruan Chi-Chi comforted him and said that she would go to Mo Chiofeng to ask for dumplings tomorrow. I also want the one with cabbage and pork filling. Lu Yi licked his lips. He liked eating dumplings stuffed with cabbage and pork.
Okay.
Ruan Chi-Chi agreed and scooped him another spoonful of braised pork, feeling very sympathetic towards Lu Yi. Her husband had never eaten any good food since he was a child. He regarded ordinary dumplings as delicacies. He had been thinking about them for so many years. It was all the fault of Yuan Huilan and Lu Disheng. She will have to continue making trouble in the future and cannot let these two irresponsible people have an easy time. My dears, I have been working hard on writing since I got home. Today I have written nearly 10,000 words. In consideration of my diligence, please give me a free gift, 5 stars, and a good review. Is that okay? The next morning, Ruan Chi-Chi got up early and cooked a big pot of rice noodles for Lu Yi. She also brought some dried rice noodles from her hometown. She liked dried rice noodles because they were chewier than wet ones. Chopped green onions, a large spoonful of snow-white lard, a spoonful of soy sauce, a little salt, and MSG. Put the cooked rice noodles into a bowl, use the leftover braised pork from last night as a topping, and fry 5 golden eggs. Add a spoonful of fried pork with chopped sour beans and a spoonful of fried peanuts. When eating, pick it up with chopsticks and mix it well. You will have a bowl of soup noodles with good color, aroma, and taste. My favorite at school is how Ruan Chi-Chi's family cooks noodles. If bone soup or chicken soup is used, it will be even more delicious.
Tasty.
Lu Yi took a big bite and praised it highly. When he was in Muranjiawan, he especially loved eating noodle soup and would eat a big bowl of it every morning. After breakfast, the two went their separate ways. Lu Yi went to inquire about Lin Manyun's parents' family, while Ruan Chi-Chi went to Mo Chiofeng to ask for dumplings. She went straight to the office, the door was ajar, knocked, and went in. Uncle Mo, I have good news for you. Zhang Weihong has proposed breaking up. Her attitude is very firm. There is absolutely no possibility of getting back together. Soon as Ruan Chi-Chi entered the door, she told the good news with a smile. Yesterday, she had dinner with Zhang Weihong and talked a lot. Zhang Weihong said that Emote Songrong was pestering her and wanted to rekindle their old relationship. She even implied that she was too ignorant of herself. I know exactly what he meant. He is 5 years younger than me, good-looking, capable, and from a good family. He is also a young man. As an old woman who is married for the 2nd time and ugly, I should accommodate him, even if I have to be a widow. Humph, It's a good thing that I broke up with him. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome to get divorced after marriage. He is really petty and narrow-minded. Zhang Weihong was very grateful to Wan Qiqi. Otherwise, she would have really married Mo Tsongrong and found out after marriage that this man was narrow-minded and would have had to divorce him in a high-profile manner, which would have been so annoying. Where does he get his confidence from? He wants to build a 100-foot-tall building with a 3-inch nail? He really has no self-awareness. Wan Qiqi cursed very harshly, asking Mo Tsongrong to bully her man when they were children. In the future, she will spare no effort to create trouble for Mo Tsongrong. She will destroy whatever he wants. In any case, she will not let this man live comfortably. Zhang Weihong almost spit out a mouthful of tea and quickly covered it with a handkerchief. She looked at Wan Qiqi with even more admiration. She spoke nicely, and their ideas were in sync. As expected, she knew at first sight that they would definitely become good friends. Under Wan Qiqi's influence, Zhang Weihong had some subtle changes. She was not as serious as before, smiled more often, and looked a lot younger. Zhang Weihong made it very clear that there was absolutely no possibility for her and Mo Tsongrong to be together. In the past, it was just because of his poor hardware, but she was still satisfied with Mo Tsongrong's character. Now, she was disgusted with this person's hardware and software and looked down on them at all. After receiving a positive answer, Wan Qiqi came to Mo Qiufeng to ask for benefits. Mo Qiufeng's mouth twitched, and he was not that happy. After all, the one who was dumped was his son, and he was dumped by a divorced woman who was 5 years older than him, and the woman was the daughter of his archenemy. He could imagine how arrogant that old man Zhang Jiguo would be. Next time he went to Beijing for a meeting, he had to avoid this old man to avoid getting upset. Why did Zhang Weihong dump Songrong? Mo Qiufeng was a little curious. He could see that the girl was still very satisfied with his son. Why did she suddenly dislike him? He couldn't help but look at Wan Qiqi, and his instinct was that this girl had something to do with it. Uncle Mo, do you want to hear the ugly truth or the beautiful lie? Wan Qiqi asked sincerely. Tell the truth. Mo Qiufeng's head began to ache. He might as well not ask. The truth is that Zhang Weihong was worried about being a widow after marriage, so she proposed breaking up. Uncle Mo, you may not know that Mo Tsongrong is younger than her. Wan Qiqi told the truth very honestly. She had no good intentions, she just wanted to make things difficult for Mo Qiufeng. These adults did not fulfill their responsibilities during Liu Ye's growth. Although Mo Qiufeng was only a stepfather and had no responsibility towards Liu Yi, who made his 2 sons bad. A son is not well educated, it is the father's fault. Mo Qiufeng's face changed. He could never have thought of this as the reason. Could it be that his youngest son was a servant? It's impossible. The parts were all complete when it was a child. Could something go wrong when it grew up? Zhang Weihong told you that? Mo Qiufeng didn't quite believe it. Even if his youngest son was a servant, how did Zhang Weihong know about it? Even his father didn't know about such a private matter, unless Zhang Weihong peeked and saw him going to the toilet leisurely. Yes, Uncle Mo, I have done what I promised you. You have to fulfill your promise to me. When can we have the first meal of dumplings? My Liu Yi said he wants to eat cabbage and pork filling. Asked for dumplings directly. I'll pack it up later and call you to pick it up. Mo Qiufeng felt even more annoyed. He couldn't be happy at all with such a result. Although the son did not become a son-in-law of the Zhang family, he became a father-in-law. It would be better to be a son-in-law. Uncle Mo, don't feel too bad. Although Mo Tsongrong is small, his functions are still intact. It won't affect your chance to have a grandson. Wan Qiqi comforted him. Qiqi, you and Zhang Weihong talked about this, right? Mo Qiufeng understood at once that it must be what this girl said. Yes, you don't want Mo Tsongrong to be a live-in son-in-law, and he is determined to be a live-in son-in-law, so he can only start with Zhang Weihong. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with such a brilliant idea. Uncle Mo, I am smart, right? Wan Qiqi was very proud. Only a genius like her could come up with such a brilliant idea. You are really smart, go back. Mo Qiufeng gritted his teeth and praised him, then waved his hand tiredly. He didn't want to talk to this crazy girl at all now. He was too tired. Uncle Emo, make the dumplings quickly, Lu Yi is waiting. He has never eaten dumplings since he was a child. There is no dumplings at his stepmother's place. Every time your cousin makes dumplings, he only gives them to Emote Songrong and his brother. Lu Yi can't have any. He is even punished by your cousin to stand. Emote Songrong is very bad. He always deliberately eats in front of Lu Yi. Alas, my Lu Yi is so pitiful. His father doesn't love him, and his mother doesn't love him. He can't even eat dumplings. The north wind is blowing, and the snowflakes are floating. The snowflakes are floating. Wan Chi-Chi complained without caring about other people's lives and even sang, White-Haired Girl. The song was sad and plaintive. After she finished, she said to Mo Chiofeng, once, Lu Yi was punished by her cousin to stand outside. It was the coldest time of the year. The north wind was blowing and heavy snow was falling. It was freezing cold outside. Your cousin and Emote Songrong were eating dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage in the warm house, while my Lu Yi was standing outside. The north wind was blowing, and the snow was falling. A child with a mother is nothing but a piece of grass. Xiao Yi told you?
Montag Kiefeng frownet.
He really didn't know about this. He spent very little time at home, and the child was basically taken care of by Huilan. It was really too much. And there is that jerk Emote Songrong. He pretends to be very good at home, acting like a good brother who takes care of his younger brother. I didn't expect that he would behave like this behind the scenes. No wonder Mr. Lu Yi and Emote Songrong are fighting with each other. Regarding the character Lu Disheng, I have consulted a lot of information. In the minds of revolutionary predecessors like him, individuals and families are definitely ranked last, and the public and the country are the first. Think about it. If the revolutionary predecessors valued individuals and families more, how could we have the happiness we have now? It is precisely because of the predecessors who sacrificed their lives for justice that we have the happy and comfortable life we have now. I am not whitewashing, but telling the truth. Different times, so people's ideas are also different. Lu Disheng's ideas were actually very common in that era. Lu Yi has been left to fend for himself since he was young. He has suffered too much. No one has ever loved him, and no one has ever taught him how to be a good person. He grew up by himself and survived many dangers. He was able to grow up because of his own efforts. So he has an extreme personality, acts crazy, and still does what he wants. But whose fault is this? As adults, you always tell him to let go of the past and not to care too much. But the suffering and injuries he has suffered have left scars on him that will never heal. Why should he not care just because of a few words from you? Only when the knife cuts yourself will you feel the pain. It is also said in the quotations that if you want to know the taste of a pear, you have to change the pear and taste it yourself. You have not experienced Lu Yi's suffering, so you are not qualified to persuade him to let go of the past, let alone persuade him to forgive. Wan Chi-Chi's tone was very calm. No matter how excited she was inside, she would not show it. During the 10 years in the mental hospital, the first skill she learned was to control her emotions. She must not let the doctor see what she was thinking. After saying that, Wan Chi-Chi turned around and left the office. Mo Chiofeng was in a very uneasy mood. He didn't expect that Lu Yi's childhood and youth were more difficult than he thought. Wan Chi-Chi was right. They had not experienced Lu Yi's suffering and were indeed not qualified to persuade him to let go. And this kid Emote Songrong has big problems with his thinking. He needs to correct it. Emote Songrong was sitting in the office in a daze. He had just gone to see Zhang Weihong, but was criticized by the old woman. She even said that he had big problems with his thinking and asked him to read more quotations to improve his awareness. Zhang Weihong also said that there was no possibility between them and asked him to stop wasting his time. Simply outrageous. He was dumped by an old, ugly, divorced woman, and the dumping was so undignified. Emote Songrong felt worse than if he had swallowed a green-headed fly. He hated Lu Yi and Wan Chi-Chi to death, and he also hated Zhang Weihong, but he was more unwilling to accept it. Had already set foot in the capital and saw the dawn of hope, but he was destroyed by the crazy couple Lu Yi and Wan Chi-Chi.
Jerk.
Emote Songrong gritted his teeth, wishing he could go find the couple and settle the score right away, but he didn't move. Because he couldn't even beat Lu Yi with one hand. The phone rang. Emo Tsungrong took a deep breath and calmed himself down before answering the phone. His father's voice came over. "Come home for dinner tonight. I have something to tell you. I have to work overtime tonight and can't go home." Emo Tsungrong didn't want to go home. He was not in the mood. "I asked your boss and he said he didn't have to work overtime. I'll be waiting for you at home." Emo Chiofeng's tone did not allow for refusal, and he hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. Emo Tsungrong had a bad feeling in his heart. Ever since he started working, his father rarely cared about him. Why did he suddenly ask him to go home this time? That day, Mo Chiofeng left work early and went to the market to buy some meat, flour, and a cabbage, and brought them home. Yuan Huilan had just returned home. She didn't buy any groceries. There were only 2 people at home, and the groceries they bought could last for 2 or 3 days. There was no need to buy them every day. What a strange thing. You actually went to buy groceries? Why did you buy so much? Yuan Huilan couldn't help but make a joke when she saw her husband bringing home so many dishes. "We're making dumplings today, stuffed with pork and cabbage. I'm going to go and knead the dough." Emo Chiofeng didn't say that it was for Lu Yi. He knew Yuan Huilan very well, and he would definitely not have packed it if he had told him. "It's not a festival. Why do you suddenly want to make dumplings? We have vegetables at home today. Why don't we make them tomorrow?" Yuan Huilan didn't want to make dumplings because she had to chop the stuffing and roll out the dough, which was so troublesome. "I'll knead the dough and chop the stuffing and you just wrap it." Emo Chiofeng smiled, his tone gentle, but he did not stop, washing his hands and preparing to knead the dough. "Oh, let me do it. You've never been in the kitchen in your life. How can you do it well?" Yuan Huilan pushed him away in disgust and started kneading the dough herself. Mo Chiofeng went to chop the meat, and the 2 of them worked together, so their speed was not slow. When Emo Tsungrong returned home, they were preparing to roll out the dough. "You're back just in time. Go wash your hands and start rolling out the dough." Emo Chiofeng's tone was still very gentle, and it was hard to tell that he was angry. Emo Tsungrong breathed a sigh of relief. He washed his hands, took the rolling pin, and started rolling the dough. He jokingly asked, "Aunt Yuan, why are you making dumplings all of a sudden? When we were kids, you only made dumplings during festivals. My brother and I loved eating them. You and your brother can eat more than 30 dumplings in one meal. Making dumplings is too troublesome, otherwise I would make them every day." Yuan Huilan talked about the past with a smile, and Emo Tsungrong praised her from time to time, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Emo Chiofeng said nothing. Although his expression was still gentle, his aura gradually turned cold. The following picture appeared in his mind. It was the coldest day of the year, and heavy snow was falling outside. Lu Yi was standing outside alone, with snowflakes floating on him and the north wind blowing on his face. Yuan Huilan and her 2 rebellious sons were in the house, happily eating dumplings, and they didn't give any to Lu Yi. Emo Tsungrong, this jerk, even went to eat dumplings in front of Lu Yi. Although he was not at the scene, he could guess that this jerk must have said something unpleasant. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were Lu Yi and was treated like this, and more than once, his personality might become more extreme, and he might even go further than Lu Yi. "Lao Mo, why don't you speak?" Yuan Huilan finally noticed something was wrong with her husband. Emo Chiofeng was too silent today, and something was wrong. Emo Tsungrong's heart skipped a beat, and that uneasy feeling came back again. Is his father planning to settle the score after he's full? "It's okay, let's make dumplings." Emo Chiofeng spoke in a calm voice, saying that everything would wait until the dumplings were wrapped. An hour later, the dumplings were finally wrapped. Emo Chiofeng counted them and found that there were more than 250 of them, which was enough. "These dumplings are enough for several meals. I'll go cook for today." Yuan Huilan shook her hands. She was so tired. Emo Tsungrong also shook his hands. He had rolled the dough and his hands were numb. "Let's cook them all." Emo Chiofeng's tone was very calm. "How can we finish all this?" "Lao Emo, what's wrong with you today? Are you unhappy at work?" Yuan Huilan asked with concern. I'm doing fine at work, but not at home. Go cook the dumplings.
Cook them all.
Don't leave any behind. Mo Chiofeng's tone became colder. Yuan Huilan had been married to him for many years and could tell that he was in a bad mood. She didn't dare to say anything and went to cook dumplings obediently. Songrong, come with me. Mo Chiofeng entered the study. His voice and tone were always calm, just like when he spoke normally, but Mo knew that his father was very angry and a storm was about to come. He followed behind tremblingly, and after entering the study, he stood obediently. Close the door. Mo Songrong said calmly. Mo Songrong closed the door obediently and did not dare to resist at all. Although his father is a scholar and not as good as Lu Dishing in fighting, when his father gets angry, even Lu Dishing is afraid of him. He wonders how he has offended his father? Zhang Weihong broke up with you? Mo Chiofeng asked casually. Yes, it was all Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi's fault. They were so despicable that they actually went and told Zhang Weihong. Mo Songrong blurted out the answer in excitement, but then stopped abruptly. He was too embarrassed to talk about that shortcoming in front of his father. What did you say? Mo Chiofeng asked calmly. Anyway, I didn't say anything nice, Dad. They are so sinister. They just can't stand seeing me doing well. Don't complain calmly and angrily. This shows that the emotional foundation between you and Zhang Weihong is not solid. Otherwise, no matter what others say, it can't destroy your relationship. Mo Chiofeng's tone was cold, and his eyes were full of disappointment. The youngest son is too clever and self-righteous, thinking he is the best in the world, but in fact he is nothing. This kid has had his life too easy. If he endures more hardships and hits the wall more often, his mind will be set right. Lao Mo, calm down, it's time to eat dumplings. Yuan Huilan's voice came from outside the door. Mo Songrong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He would go back to work after eating the dumplings. If he stayed at home, he would be scolded by his father again. Yuan Huilan cooked more than 200 dumplings and spread them out on several sieves. She also served them out in 3 separate plates and placed them on the table. The plump, white dumplings were steaming and looked very tempting. This is called a sieve, right? Mo Songrong was already extremely hungry. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, he heard his father say, "Cook a bowl of vegetarian noodles for Songrong. Don't we have dumplings?" Yuan Huilan didn't understand. After cooking so many dumplings, why did she have to cook noodles? Give the dumplings to Xiaoya. He never gets to eat dumplings at home. Mo Chiofeng spoke. He poured all the dumplings in Mo Songrong's plate onto the sieve, leaving none for him. Yuan Huilan and Mo Songrong's faces changed, and they finally understood why Mo Chiofeng was acting abnormally. Lao Mo, did Xiaoyi say something to you again? Yuan Huilan's face looked ugly and her tone was harsh. Why do you always blame Xiaoyi first? He is your biological son. Why do you distrust him the most? Mo Chiofeng frowned and asked back. Before Wan Qiqi told him, he had indeed ignored a lot. Now seeing Yuan Huilan's performance, he really felt sorry for Lu Yi. His biological mother had no trust in him and often scolded and punished him, so it was no wonder that Lu Yi was so disrespectful to Yuan Huilan. Yuan Huilan was furious and sneered. If he hadn't said anything nonsense, why would you have gone home and given me a cold shoulder and asked me to make so many dumplings? Comrade Yuan Huilan, he is not someone else, he is your own son. Why are you talking about Xiaoya as if he were your enemy? The grudge between you and Lu Dishing has nothing to do with Xiaoya. Don't expand the conflict between adults to a child. Mo Chiofeng's face also darkened. He originally wanted to talk to his wife nicely, but before he opened his mouth, his wife became angry and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This attitude made him feel a little disappointed for Lu Yi. Also, Xiaoya never said anything in front of me. Yuan Huilan, before you question me, please answer me first. When Xiaoya lived in our house, did he not get to eat dumplings once? Did you and Songrong Jinsong eat dumplings at home while Xiaoya stood outside alone as punishment, and it was snowing at the time? Mo Chiofeng has always been gentle and elegant, speaking slowly and almost never losing his temper, but at this moment, his whole body exudes coldness and his eyes are colder than ice. It was the first time that Yuan Huilan saw him like this. She felt timid, and her momentum weakened. That's because he made a mistake, so I made him stand outside as punishment. She defended herself and didn't feel she was wrong. If a child makes a mistake, he must be punished. There is no order without rules. This is how she has been living since she was a child. What mistake did you make? Mo Chiofeng asked coldly. He bullies Songrong. This kid is too arrogant and always bullies others. Yuan Huilan looked very disgusted. When Lu Yi was a child, he was like a wild beast, attacking anyone he saw. Almost all the children in the compound had been beaten by him. She had to apologize to others every now and then, and she was exhausted. Mo Chiofeng looked at his youngest son and asked, Songrong, did Xiaoya bully you? Or did you deliberately provoke Xiaoya? Tell the truth. Don't play tricks in front of me. His voice was even colder, colder than the north wind in the coldest days of winter. Yuan Huilan and Mo Songrong were so cold that they dared not even breathe. They had never seen Mo Chiofeng so cold and stern before, and they felt very frightened. How could Songrong bully Xiaoya? He is not that kind of person. Yuan Huilan defended her stepsons. She always felt that the two stepsons were good and sensible children, just like their father, smart, sensible, polite, and well-mannered, much better than the barbaric and rude Lu Yi. I didn't ask you. Let me answer calmly. Mo Chiofeng glanced at her, with cold eyes. Yuan Huilan's heart trembled, and she dared not speak anymore. Mo Songrong lowered his head, and cold sweat broke out on his back, soaking his clothes. The coldness stuck to his skin, and chilled him to the heart. I didn't provoke him. He was the one who bullied me first. Mo Songrong didn't dare to look up, let alone tell the truth. Think it over before you answer. If I find out that you are not telling the truth, I will send you to the most difficult grassroots training for an unlimited time. Mo Chiofeng's voice was neither loud nor fierce, but it made Mo Songrong feel frightened. He knew that his father was never as gentle and refined as he appeared to be. How could his father, who had been lurking in the city for more than 10 years and still be safe and sound, be a gentle and kind person? He believed even more that his father would really let him go to the grassroots for training. Thinking of the harsh environment in the countryside, he felt terrible. I did it on purpose. I told Lu Yi that his mother didn't like him and that he would not be included in the dumplings made today. Then Lu Yi took action. Mo Songrong told the truth with a sad face. He didn't dare to gamble. His father is much more ruthless than Lu Disheng. If the truth is uncovered, he might really have to stay in the countryside for the rest of his life and never get out. Calm? Yuan Huilan looked at him in disbelief. Sensible and considerate stepson be a scheming dog who seeks to sow discord? She doesn't believe it. Mo Songrong didn't dare to look at her and kept his head down. Songrong, why do you say that? Am I not good enough for you? Yuan Huilan looked at him disappointedly and felt very upset. She was sincere to her two stepsons, but what she got in return was their scheming. She felt like her sincerity had been wasted. Mo Songrong didn't say anything. No matter how he answered this question, it would be wrong. He might as well pretend to be dumb. Moreover, he felt that Yuan Huilan was so stupid and naive that she didn't care about her own son and was nice to other people's sons instead. She was extremely stupid. No matter how well Yuan Huilan does, in his heart, she is just a stepmother. He only recognizes his biological mother and will only be filial to her. Reflect on yourself when you go back. I advise you to be down to earth in everything you do. Don't always think of taking shortcuts. The end result of taking shortcuts may very well be falling into an abyss. Mo Chiofeng ordered him to leave, but his youngest son didn't realize his mistake at all, so it was useless no matter how much he said. So he planned to send this kid to the tough grassroots training. After he hit the wall a few more times, his stubborn mind would become clear. The next day, Ruan Chichi got up early and took a walk around the Mo family. She learned what happened at the Mo family last night. During lunch, she excitedly told Lu Yi about it. Mo Songrong was scolded by your stepfather last night and left hungry. Your mother knew that her beloved stepson was a scheming dog and was sad all night. Your stepfather didn't come for her and even slept on the sofa. They won't get divorced, will they? Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He picked up a piece of duck meat and ate it, wishing that the couple would get divorced. To be honest, he felt that Yuan Huilan was not worthy of Mo Qiufeng. Because when Mo Qiufeng was at home, he lived a better life. He could eat well and did not get punished. Moreover, whenever Mo Qiufeng came back from a business trip, he would bring him gifts, and the same was true for all three children. Even if Mo Qiufeng was pretending, Lu Yi appreciated it. Because his biological mother, Yuan Huilan, refused to even pretend. I definitely won't divorce you. Your stepfather is more cunning than honeycomb coal. Your mother's stupid brain is the best choice. Eat less. There will be dumplings for dinner.
There are 200 of them.
Ruan Qiqi was very sure that Mo Qiufeng would not divorce. She learned about the past of this old fox from Lu Yi. It turned out that he was an intelligence officer. He had been lurking for more than 10 years and was able to escape unscathed. If he was not cunning, he would definitely not have survived. Like Yuan Huilan is what Mo Qiufeng needs. The more clever a person is, the more they like simple things. Eat it now and digest it in the evening. This blood duck is really delicious. Qiqi, everything you cook tastes good. Lu Yi really liked today's blood duck, which went really well with rice. He had already eaten 3 bowls and was about to get the 4th bowl, not forgetting to praise his wife. Yongzhou blood duck, if you like it, I'll make it next time. Ruan Qiqi smiled as she picked up some duck meat for him. Although she didn't like cooking very much, Lu Yi would praise her, which made her very happy every time. Cooking also became a very pleasant thing. Plate of blood duck. He took the initiative to wash the dishes and clean the stove. Just as I finished packing, I heard a phone call downstairs. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, the political commissar wants to see you. It must be dumplings. Ruan Qiqi guessed. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He wiped his hands and jumped down from the 3rd floor. A few minutes later, his voice came from downstairs. I'm going to get the dumplings. Go. Ruan Qiqi leaned on the railing and responded with a smile, watching Lu Yi swaying from side to side on his bike, as happy as a child. Her smile deepened, but she felt even more pity in her heart. Her son Lu Yi is always disobedient and unfilial. He will be as happy as a child when he knows that it is Yuan Huilan who makes the dumplings. In fact, deep down in her man's heart, he has always longed for his parents' love. Even if it's just a little bit, it will make her Lu Yi happy for a long time. Lu Yi came back an hour later, carrying a big basket of dumplings, but his face looked a little ugly, and he was not as happy as when he left. What's wrong? Ruan Qiqi asked. My mother was there too, saying that she had wronged me before. Lu Ye's tone was awkward. Yuan Huilan had always been cold to him or blaming him. He was not used to her sudden softening of attitude, and even felt a little annoyed. Didn't I say sorry to you? No, she just said she had wronged me. Lu Yi shook his head. Ruan Qiqi sneered. Yuan Huilan still looked superior. Compared to her, Lu Dixing was much better than her. At least Lu Dixing gave him 10,000 yuan in cash and knew how to reflect on himself. Yuan Huilan just said casually that she was wrongly accused and wanted Lu Yi to let it go. That was a nice thought. She refused to even say sorry and asked her to continue making dumplings. There are still 9 more meals, 1,800 dumplings. Unless she takes out 10,000 yuan like your father did, she can barely pay for these 9 meals of dumplings. Ruan Qiqi spoke frankly, saying that she would never let Lu Yi forgive Yuan Huilan.
Why?
That's right. I'm not even as good as the old man. Not to mention my apology, I don't even pay for it. Lu Yi nodded vigorously. He thought so too. And even if Yuan Huilan said sorry, she couldn't avoid the 9 meals of dumplings. Wang Shiji's one character is worth 1,000 gold, and his mother only said 3 words. How can they be worth 9 meals of dumplings? Couple understood each other very well, and after a very pleasant communication, they began to enjoy the dumplings. It's not as delicious as Captain Peng's. Lu Yi ate a few and gave a bad review. He prefers the ones made by Wang Shuhua, but he'll finish them even if they receive bad reviews. When will the document confirming your promotion to deputy group leader come out? Wan Qiqi asked. Director Mu said it will be next month, or maybe earlier. Lu Yi felt that the chances of it being promoted earlier were greater. Every spring, a group of cadres would be promoted, and both Captain Peng and Captain Zhou had been recommended. Therefore, as the deputy regiment commander's clerk, he would probably be promoted earlier to vacate the position of deputy battalion commander. Second floor. Zhou's family is also discussing promotion. It should be no problem. I have arranged everything. Captain Zhou said confidently. Captain Peng, is there no hope this time? Zhang Lihua had a gloating expression on her face. She had always looked down on Wang Shuhua, and recently she found out that this woman was in cahoots with Lu Yi and his wife, so she hated her even more. She wished that Captain Peng would not be promoted and would go back to his small county town as soon as possible. He has a shooty role. If he can't get promoted this time, he will have to quit his job and go home. Captain Zhou spoke with disdain. He and Captain Peng were of similar age and had similar qualifications, but his popularity and ability were not as good as Captain Peng's. However, he had a cousin who was a regiment commander in the military region, and he was able to become a company commander because of his cousin's relationship. First floor. Captain Peng and his wife were so worried that they had no appetite to eat. Captain Zhou has an uncle who is the regiment commander. I heard it from Zhang Lihua. Wang Shuhua was worried. If she fails to get promoted this time, her husband might have to retire and return to his hometown, and she and her children will still not be able to eat commercial grain. Have faith in the organization and don't let your imagination run wild. Captain Peng tried to comfort his wife verbally. He felt heavy in his heart. Don't think about it. You're just eating. I don't know who will be promoted to deputy group leader this time. Wang Shuhua picked up some food for him and changed the subject with a forced smile. I don't know. The promotion documents haven't come down yet. It's just those few people. Captain Peng sounded very envious, and even had the audacity to fantasize that what if he could become the deputy regiment commander someday. Wan Qiqi reported to the winery. Lu Ye's promotion document was issued. He officially took office as deputy head of the regiment. He quickly completed the work handover and his vacation was over. On my first day at work, I received a meeting notice to discuss the promotion of Captain Peng and Captain Zhou. The meeting was chaired by the regiment political commissar and attended by a dozen regimental-level cadres, including Lu Yi. I think Captain Zhou is good. He is courageous, capable, and highly conscious. I also vote for Captain Zhou. 5 or 6 people in a row chose Captain Zhou, and only 2 chose Captain Peng. Lu Yi didn't say a word and just sat there with his legs crossed. Deputy Commander Lu, what do you say? Asked the regiment political commissar. Captain Zhou can't even manage his own guests. How can he lead a battalion of soldiers? Captain Peng is very good, I choose him. When Lu Yi mentioned Captain Zhou, he sneered with a look of disdain, but when he mentioned Captain Peng, his tone was full of appreciation. Everyone was secretly complaining. Everyone knew that Diangong Lu had caused a big commotion in the family building a while ago, and Captain Zhou and his wife were the biggest victims. Now, everyone, please express your opinions. Raise your hands if you vote for Captain Zhou. As soon as the regiment political commissar finished speaking, 7 or 8 people raised their hands. Lu Yi suddenly stood up, leaned over to the deputy political commissar on his left, and whispered, Does your cousin know that you have 100 yuan of private money hidden in your shoe cabinet? The deputy political commissar's expression changed slightly, and his raised hand slowly fell down. Lu Yi whispered to a deputy head on the right, Does your cousin know that you arranged a job for your old lover? A certain deputy group leader also quietly put down his hand. Does deputy head Lu know that you and his cousin were in a relationship before? You named your child Si Nan. Did your cousin know that your old lover's name has the word Nan in it? Lu Yi whispered to several people in succession, and the whole place was silent. Everyone's hands were placed firmly on the table, and no one raised their hand. Raise your hands if you want to vote for Captain Peng. The regiment's political commissar shouted. No one moved. Lu Yi raised his hand high and coughed heavily. He swept his sharp eyes around. Everyone was startled and hurriedly raised their hands, raising them very high. Today is still the fourth update, a little late, dears. The author is asking for 5-star praise and free gifts again. Don't be annoyed, because these are the author's motivation to write. Good night. Downstairs in the family building during the day, and there are especially many people today. Wang Shuhua and Shang Lihua are both there, but Shang Lihua is in high spirits, while Wang Shuhua is worried. She was absent-minded when sewing shoe soles, and her fingers were bleeding. Shuhua, your husband Ping should be able to get promoted this time, right? Lu Danny asked with concern. It depends on the organization's arrangements. Wang Shuhua forced a smile, feeling very bitter in her heart. She had a bad feeling that there was a good chance her husband wouldn't have a chance this time. Mr. Peng has enough ability and experience. There will be no problem. Just relax. Lu Danny comforted her. Snort. Shang Lihua snorted heavily, looking very disdainful. She was dressed particularly formally today. Her khaki linen suit was newly made, her leather shoes were also newly bought, and her hair was carefully braided into pigtails. Among the other military wives, she looked particularly beautiful and flamboyant. Seeing her like a demon, Lu Danny felt uncomfortable and yelled, "You're itching for trouble. Didn't you beat her enough last time?" Shang Lihua turned her head away angrily, not daring to provoke Lu Danny. Her husband's promotion documents had not come down yet, so she had to endure it. Look at this arrogant guy. He deserves to be punished. Lu Danny glared at her fiercely. Wang Shuhua felt even more heavy-hearted. Shang Lihua was so flamboyant. Maybe he had inside information. Her husband, Captain Zhou, was sure to be promoted this time. That also means that her family's old prung has failed. Hiss, a sharp pain on the tip of her finger, and a bean-sized drop of blood came out. Wang Shuhua quickly put it in her mouth. The blood had a faint sweetness, but her heart was bitter and astringent. What did Miss Ruan buy? A lot of stuff? Lu Danny greeted with a smile, and it was Wan Chi-Chi who came towards her, both hands full. I sent a package from my hometown and I bought some vegetables while I was there. Wan Chi-Chi smiled, and was very nice. The rice noodles at home were almost finished, so she called the commune and asked someone to pass a message to Wan Shuangjiang, asking them to send a lot of rice noodles. A few days ago, Lu Yi inadvertently mentioned a food. When he was on a mission in Hangzhou, he happened to encounter a family holding a banquet. He ate that delicacy at the banquet, and he still can't forget it until now. As soon as Wan Chi-Chi heard it, she knew it must be Hangzhou's famous dish, Tatuan, which is also a main dish at banquets and is a bit troublesome to make. But since her Lu Yi wants to eat it, she must satisfy him. Wan Chi-Chi smiled at Wang Shuhua and was about to go upstairs when she heard the woman next to Shang Lihua flattering him in a low voice. Your Captain Zhou will definitely be the deputy battalion commander this time. Please take care of my old Xia in the future. Don't worry, we are from the same hometown. Shang Lihua was full of confidence, looking as frivolous as if she had already become the wife of the deputy battalion commander. Her man is lazy and stupid. No one would be promoted. You are flattering the wrong person. It's useless to flatter her. Wan Chi-Chi had already taken a few steps, but then stepped back, walked up to the flattering woman, and kindly reminded her. Shang Lihua stood up angrily and cursed. Wan Chi-Chi, are you crazy? My man's promotion is the organization's business. It has nothing to do with you. Who are you to make decisions? I'm crazy. Why can't I make comments? I want to make a prediction. Wan Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, your man just can't get promoted. He will never get promoted in this lifetime. Just wait until you go home and farm. Shang Lihua was so angry that her face turned blue. What she hated most was farming. She had finally joined the army and she would never go back to the countryside to farm again, even if she was beaten to death. Darn Wan Chi-Chi. Why doesn't God strike her to death? Wan Chi-Chi raised her delicate and beautiful chin, pressed her nose against her, snorted heavily, then turned and went upstairs. The group of women behind him were silent. The air was unspeakably quiet, with only Shang Lihua's heavy breathing and the clattering of teeth. Who has always been a linear thinker, suddenly had an epiphany and her mind became clear. She leaned close to Wang Shuhua's ear and said happily, your old Peng is definitely safe this time. Wang Shuhua still couldn't believe it. You're stupid. Who is Wan Qiqi's father-in-law?
Just think about it.
Lu Danny reminded in a low voice and winked. Wan Qiqi is Commander Lu's daughter-in-law. Whether she is promoted or not is up to her. Shang Lihua, this idiot, offended Wan Qiqi. It would be strange if her man could be promoted. Wang Shuhua's eyes lit up and her whole body glowed. The meeting at Lu Ye's side also ended, and the final result was that Captain Prung was approved unanimously, and the promotion document will be issued in a few days. Wan Qiqi was busy for the whole morning, frying, deep frying, steaming, and arranging the dishes. Finally, she made the tuta bowl. It was delicious, but it was really troublesome to make. She simply made more than 10 bowls at a time, stored them in the space, and could just steam them when she wanted to eat them. Hingyang tuta bowl. Please baidu for the specific method. The author can't make it, but only eat it as soon as Lu Yi returned home. He reported the good news. Captain Peng was approved unanimously, and the deputy battalion commander position is secure. Great, let's eat. Wan Qiqi praised him and asked him to wash his hands before eating. Lu Yi happily went to wash his hands. When he saw the familiar delicacies on the table, he somersaulted several times with joy. Qiqi, you are so nice. The happy moment, Lu Yi felt warm in his heart. The best person to him in the world was Qiqi, and he would be doubly nice to Qiqi in the future. You are a member of my Wan family. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Eat quickly. Wan Qiqi said it very domineeringly. Lu Yi is her son-in-law. Lu Yi picked up a grass carp ball with a smile, chewed it for a few times, and nodded vigorously. This is the taste, Qiqi. You are really amazing. You can cook such a complicated dish. I made this dish casually. Wan Qiqi was so proud that his tail was almost up to the sky. Qiqi, is there anything you don't know? Our child will surely be as smart as you in the future. Of course, if you dare not be smart, I will beat you up. It's better not to hit it, it will hurt the cub. Lu Yi felt sorry for his cub, and he couldn't bear to beat him. I'll listen to you, and beat you gently. Wan Qiqi gave in a little, but still wanted to beat him, because the kid would not become useful without beating. Well, let's beat him gently. Qiqi, do you think the baby is a boy or a girl? Lu Yi also took a step back. Since Qiqi wanted to beat him gently, then let him beat him. Do you like boys or girls? Wan Qiqi asked. I like them all. No matter if they are boys or girls, they must be as smart as Qiqi. A dreamy smile appeared on Lu Ye's face. He seemed to see two beautiful and clever little kids. One looked like him, and the other looked like Qiqi. They were as cute as the fat babies in the New Year pictures. The meal, the two happily decided to have a boy and a girl. The boy would be a brother, and the girl would be a sister. As for the child's gender and birth time, it is not an issue that can be decided by humans. They have never considered it at all, and just decided it anyway. While Lu Yi lived a happy life, Mo Jinsong in Jiangqing suffered the first major blow in his life. His application for promotion, which was a sure thing, was rejected by his superiors. Not only was his proposal rejected, he was also called to the office by his boss and given a severe lecture. Mo Jinsong was scolded so hard that he was embarrassed and confused, not knowing how he had offended his boss. He would never understand why he was implicated by a pen. The author could not find detailed information about the specific procedures for promotion in the military. If I write something wrong, readers who understand it can point it out so that I can know it in the future. Thank you. 30 years old, is already the regiment political commissar of the Jiangqing military region. He is young and promising with a bright future. He is also handsome and gentle. Even though he is married and has children, he is still very popular among unmarried girls in the military region. He looks more like his father than his younger brother Mo Tsongrong, about 70% alike, especially his eyes, which are almost exactly the same, yet completely different. Mo Qiufeng's eyes were gentle and calm, and did not seem threatening at all. Only when he was angry would his peaceful eyes become sharp, making people shudder. Mo Jinsong's eyes were full of ambition, which was inconsistent with his gentle temperament. His eyes were too sharp. Fortunately, he looked as gentle as jade, which concealed most of the sharpness. Furthermore, Mo Jinsong often has a smile on his face and speaks humorously, giving people an approachable feeling, so he is very popular in the army and his work is done very well. He became the regiment political commissar at a young age. Mo Jinsong has a grand plan. He wants to be promoted to division political commissar before he turns 35. He has been working towards this goal over the years. He has been serving as the regiment political commissar for 3 years and has achieved very gratifying results. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be successfully promoted to deputy political commissar of the division this time. If the deputy political commissar of the division works for another 3 to 5 years, he will be promoted to political commissar of the division. Mo Jinsong had planned his career in an orderly manner, but an hour ago, his direct supervisor Shi Dahong called him to his office, criticized him harshly, and said directly that he had no chance of promotion this time and asked him to continue to improve himself. He was very sure and certain that Shi Dahong was seeking revenge for his personal gain. There is absolutely no fault in his work. If he is not qualified for promotion, then no one in the entire military region is qualified. But he couldn't figure out when he had offended Shi Dahong. Mo Jinsong was not angry. Being angry would only waste time and would not solve the problem. This was what his father taught him and his brothers since they were young. Getting angry is something only weak people do. Strong people only need to solve problems. He always remembered what his father said and did the same thing. So, he went back to the office and thought for a quarter of an hour, then decided to call his younger brother Mo Tsongrong to find out about the situation in Tianzhou. It was impossible for him to offend Shi Dahong, so there was only one possibility. That was his father.
Hello, I'm Montag Kongrong.
Mo Tsongrong's voice on the phone was hoarse, unlike his usual high spirits, and sounded a little decadent. Why are you so listless? Are you sick? Mo Jinsong asked with concern. I'm not sick, I just didn't sleep well last night. Brother, I was just about to call you. Dad might send me to a difficult grassroots position. Mo Tsongrong has been living in fear these days, always feeling that his father will not let him go so easily. Maybe one day he will receive a transfer notice and be sent to the grassroots level where no one does anything. What did you do wrong? Mo Jinsong heard it. He knew that his brother had made a serious mistake, otherwise his father would not have been so cruel. It's all Lu Yi and his cousin's fault, brother. You don't know how vicious they are. Mo Tsongrong was filled with rage and started to complain on the phone, telling him all about the bad things that had happened to him, including being dumped by the old woman and being scolded by his father. Lu Yi is too petty. After so many years, he actually complained and caused my dad to scold me. Brother, can you help me ask for mercy for my dad, okay? Mo begged in a calm tone. Mo Jinsong on the other end of the phone held the microphone in one hand and used the other hand to write down keywords on paper to sort out the things that Mo Tsongrong had said. Did something happen to the Lu family? Mo Jinsong was very interested in Wan Qiqi, who appeared many times in his brother's words. After Lu Yi married this woman, it was as if he had grown a brain, becoming even more powerful and accomplishing many great things. Obviously, Wan Qiqi was the key. And Wan Qiqi cares a lot about Lu Yi. Lu Yi had only lived in his house for half a year, yet Wan Qiqi hadn't let his stupid brother go, not to mention Lin Manyun and Lu Chunchao, who had been abusing and bullying Lu Yi for a long time. Something must have happened in the Lu family. Brother, you are amazing. Lu Chuancao's family has been arrested. I asked around, and Uncle Lu has said they will be severely punished. This family will most likely be shot. Mo Tsongrong admired his elder brother's foresight very much. It was as if he had clairvoyance and knew everything about Tianzhou.
Montag Jinsong frownet.
From what he heard, it was all about the feud between the Shi family and the Lu family. It had nothing to do with him. Why did Shi Dahong target him? Brother, can you help me to ask for mercy? Mo Tsongrong brought up the matter again. If I were you, I would take the initiative to apply to go to the grassroots for training. You can choose a place with good conditions. Mo Jinsong did not agree to plead for mercy. He knew very well that once his father got angry, no one's pleading would be of any use. I don't want to go to the grassroots. I'm doing well in the factory. Why should I go to the grassroots and suffer? Besides, it's all childhood things. What's the point of settling the score now? Songrong felt more and more aggrieved the more he spoke. More than 10 years had passed, and he was still settling scores after the event. This jerk Lu Yi was too sinister. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. We did bully Lu Yi when we were young. Now that he's strong, it's only natural for him to come and take revenge. Jinsong's tone was very calm. His younger brother was too stupid, and he still hadn't realized the truth. If Lu Yi achieves nothing, no one will listen even if he complains every day. But Lu Yi is powerful now, and his words carry a lot of weight, so complaining will naturally be useful. From ancient times to the present, only the strong will be listened to. So, I really have to go to the grassroots? Songrong was a little scared. Lu Yi was crazy and killed people without blinking an eye. Was he really going to kill him? The Qinzhou hydropower station is short of people. You can write a petition and go to work there. After a few years, you can be transferred back to Tanzhou. Jinsong quickly thought of a solution. The Qinzhou hydropower station started construction last year and would take at least 6 to 7 years to build. Going there calmly could not only avoid Lu Ye's revenge, but also gain experience. After a few years, he would be transferred back to Tanzhou and would definitely be promoted, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There are huge mountains and lots of snakes there, and it's extremely hard. Songrong didn't really want to go. He was most afraid of snakes. Hydropower stations were all in the mountains, so there must be a lot of snakes. What if one got into his bed at night? Just thinking about it made him shudder, and he began to back down. Then you stay in Tanzhou and wait for death. Jinsong was so disappointed with his younger brother that if he were in Tanzhou, he would definitely slap his stupid brother a few times to wake him up. Endure a little hardship. How can you achieve anything? Oh my God, brother. Don't be angry. If I can't do it, what will you do? Lu Yi is really crazy. He will definitely come to you. Songrong agreed obediently and started to worry about his elder brother. I have a way, just take care of yourself. Jinsong's calm tone made Songrong feel relieved. His elder brother has been smart and outstanding since he was young, and he will definitely be able to deal with that crazy Lu Yi. Hanging up the phone, Songrong went to submit the petition. Jinsong looked at the keywords on the paper with a frown on his face. He still couldn't figure out why Shi Dahong was targeting him. At this time, Shi Dahong was scolding his cousin Shi Jinghong. Has your brain been in your ace for too long? And is it fuzzy? Pigs are smarter than you. You have to keep an account book to send me some gifts. Are you trying to mess with me? Are you satisfied now? If I get into trouble, you won't get any good either. Shi Dahong's hand almost poked Shi Jinghong's eyes, spraying spit all over his face. Shi Jinghong didn't even dare to wipe it off, and cried and pleaded, "Third brother, how could I possibly bully you? I can only be well if you are well. No matter how stupid I am, I know this. When the account book is recovered, you can beat me to death. Now I have to find a way to get the account book back from Lu Disheng. If Lu Disheng had this kind of brain, he wouldn't have raised a fool like Lu Chunchao. The account book must be in Mo Chiofeng's hands." Shi Dahong narrowed his eyes, his look sinister. Lu Disheng is a rough and straightforward guy, and it is impossible for him to think of stealing the treasure house. Only the old fox Mo Chiofeng has the brains and means to do so. The little notebook must be in his hand. The old fox also gave Lu Disheng a pen to divert the attention of his stupid cousin. Humph, he is indeed cunning and treacherous, but he won't be fooled. Okay, it turns out to be that old fox Mo Chiofeng. Darn it, I'm not done with him. Shi Jinghong slapped her thigh hard and cursed with gritted teeth. What do you have to fight with? Mo Chiofeng treats you like a toy. He only uses a pen to make you and Lu Disheng fight to the death and become mortal enemies. He just sits back and reaps the benefits. Can you beat him? Shi Dahong sneered and mocked, scolding his cousin to the point of being useless. Even he was not sure about facing Mo Chiofeng. This old fox has been lurking in the enemy's lair for more than 10 years, obtained a lot of important intelligence, and was able to escape unscathed. How easy is he to deal with? Third brother. Why did Mo Chiofeng do this? Sure, Jinghong couldn't understand it. He had never offended Mo Chiofeng. I say you are stupid and you still don't accept it. Mo Chiofeng is Lu Disheng's former guest, and they often quarrel at work. Their relationship is very bad. You have been in Tanzhou for so many years and you don't even know this. Tell me, are you stupid or not? Shi Dahong started cursing again and sprayed Shi Jinghong's face with saliva that smelled of chopped green onions. Because of the scallion pancakes he had in the morning. After he finished scolding, Shi Jinghong dared to wipe her face with her sleeve, gritting her teeth and saying, Third brother, Mo Chiofeng hurt Xiao Jun like that. I hate him so much. I must avenge him. Xiao Jun's revenge must be taken, but don't rush it. First, marry Xiao Jun a cousin with good health and give the Shi family more grandchildren. Shi Dahong narrowed his eyes and sneered. Mo Jinsong is in his territory. As long as he uses the promotion threat, Mo Chiofeng will definitely come to him to negotiate. As long as he had the account book in hand, he could rest easy. Lu Disheng was also in the Jiangqing military region at that time. After the meeting, he went to find the leaders of the general military region, made a deep review, and then resigned from the post of commander. I can't even teach my daughter well, and I have caused a lot of trouble to the society. I am not worthy of being a commander, and I don't deserve to wear the military uniform. When I return, I will go to the cadre school for labor reform to improve my consciousness. Lu Disheng said with great sorrow. The leader tried sincerely to retain him, but Lu Disheng was stubborn, and once he made his decision, no one could change it. In the end, the leader had no choice but to agree, saying that the position of commander of the Tanzhou military region was vacant, and Mo Chiofeng would work harder and take on dual duties to manage the military region. What this means is that the position of commander still belongs to Lu Disheng. Lu Disheng did not refuse anymore, and he also mentioned another thing. My two disappointing sons, Lu Jiefeng and Lu Yuanchao, also need to go to the hard frontier for training. I have already made up my mind. Lu Jiefeng will go to Qinghai Tibet, and Lu Yuanchao will go to Kunlun Mountain. Lu Disheng was furious because as soon as he arrived in Jiangqing, he learned that Lu Jiefeng's platoon leader was obtained by Lin Manyun under his name. In the past 2 years, Lin Manyun has been using his name to curry favor with his two sons. Darn it, I didn't hit him lightly that day. Lu Disheng now feels that he beat the two rebellious sons very well, and that Lin Manyun, this woman, deserves a beating, and he will continue to beat her when he returns. There are no vacancies in Qinghai Tibet and Kunlun Mountains recently, but the southwestern border is not peaceful, and there is a real shortage of people. Do you think we should send Jiefeng or aid Korea? The leader meant that sending one son would be enough. After all, the southwestern border was really not peaceful. If something happened, one could stay at home to fulfill filial duties. Both of them go. That's it. Lu Disheng did not hesitate. A man should be trained in the midst of gunfire and bullets. If he died, he would be bringing glory to the country, and if he survived, he would be a real man. The leader did not try to persuade him anymore because his son was also at the border, and he had the same idea as Lu Disheng. Lu Disheng did not go to see his two sons, but went straight back to Tanzhou. He had to hand over his work to Mo Chiofeng and then go to the cadre school. 3 days later, Lu Disheng asked Ruan Qiqi and Lu Yi to go home for dinner. Ruan Qiqi has been working in the winery for 2 days. She has done nothing but drink tea or read newspapers. She has adapted very well to this fairy-like working life. Your father is probably going to be sent to a cadre school. On the way, Ruan Qiqi told Lu Yi her guess. Will Lin Manyun go? Lu Yi really hopes that his stepmother will go to the cadre school and suffer with the old man. She definitely doesn't want to go, and your father won't ask her to go, but we can use moral coercion to force her to go. Ruan Qiqi raised the corners of her lips. Her smile was sweet, but also a little naughty. Lu Ye's eyes lit up and he nodded. Soon he and Qiqi would work together to force Lin Manyun to go. Lin Manyun carefully prepared a large table of dishes today. She is from Luoyang, where the most famous dish is steamed dishes. In order to please Lu Disheng, she tried her best, and all of them were hardcore dishes. Steamed chicken with vinegar, double steamed cured meat, steamed spare ribs with fermented black beans, fish head with chopped pepper, braised pork with preserved vegetables, etc. Steamed chicken with vinegar. Lin Mannion started preparing in the morning and was busy all day, feeling exhausted with back and waist aches, all for the sake of getting back the remaining 16,000 yuan. Otherwise, she would not have bothered to do so. As soon as Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi entered the yard, they smelled the tempting fragrance, and they both swallowed their saliva at the same time. After entering the room, seeing the sumptuous dishes on the table, Lu Yi couldn't help but yelled, "What a strange thing! There are so many dishes for a festival like this. Is this the last meal for execution? Our father is in good health and will surely live a long life. Your stepmother is as strong as a sow. Could it be that this is Lu Chuansao's last meal?" Wan Qiqi analyzed the situation very seriously and came to the conclusion that it was about time to shoot Lu Chunchao. Lu Disheng's face suddenly turned dark. He was originally pleased that these two rebellious sons had become much more sensible. Humph, they were no longer sensible. They had clearly become even more rebellious. He also figured out one thing. These two unfilial sons must have been acting in the past few days. Now that they have pocketed the 10,000 yuan, they will not act with him anymore. Darn it! Have a meal. Lu Disheng glared fiercely and was too lazy to curse because it was useless and would only make him angry to death. Lu Yi actively went to the kitchen and brought out 2 bowls of rice. Lu Disheng felt relieved again, thinking that it was rice for him, and reached out to take it. "Let your little wife serve." Lu Yi turned a corner and passed the rice past him and handed it to Wan Qiqi. Lu Disheng's face turned even darker, but he gritted his teeth and still didn't curse. He will be going to the cadre school in a few days, and he doesn't want to quarrel during this meal, so he endures it. Lin Mannion diligently served him a bowl of rice and picked up some dishes for him, but she didn't eat a single bite herself. She served him more attentively than even the servants. Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi worked hard and devoured all the dishes in no time. To be honest, although Lin Mannion was not a good person, the dishes she cooked were really good and delicious. "Dad, why did you ask us to come back today? Is there something wrong?" Wan Qiqi had eaten and drunk her fill. She began to ask about the main business. Lin Mannion's heartbeat also quickened. She guessed it must be about the money. At least he could return her 15,000, right? Lu Disheng spoke up. "I am no longer the commander. I will have to go to the cadre school for labor reform in a few days. I asked you to come here to remind you not to cause trouble." Snap, a crisp sound of porcelain cracking was heard. Lin Mannion was so excited that she dropped the bowl, and the broken porcelain pieces shattered into pieces. The expression on her face also shattered into pieces, and she became panic-stricken. "There is one more update. I will write it. It will be a little late. Please go to bed first and read it during the day." "Old Lu, why are you going to the cadre school? What happened?" Lin Mannion was so anxious that she forgot to act gentle when she spoke and became aggressive. She married a man 20 years older than her for Lu Disheng's status and power so that she could live a comfortable and superior life. She had indeed lived a very comfortable life in these 22 years, but she had never expected that something unexpected would happen. Lu Disheng was going to a cadre school. What should she do? Without the glory of being a commander, Lu Disheng is just a bad-tempered and stubborn old man. Is it necessary for her to serve him humbly? "Aunt Lin, don't ask too much about Dad's work. You won't understand even if you ask. As a family, we just need to support Dad." Wan Qiqi spoke up and said to Lu Disheng very sincerely, "Dad, don't worry about going to the cadre school. I will definitely keep an eye on Lu Yi and make sure he doesn't make any trouble." Lu Disheng was not comforted. He had seen through this girl. In the past, the rebellious son could only cause a small mess at most, but since he met this crazy girl, he can make the whole thing a mess. Letting this crazy girl keep an eye on the rebellious son is like a bandit keeping an eye on a robber. What good can it do? But he was still a little relieved. At least this crazy girl Wan Qiqi was very sensible about major issues, unlike Lin Mannion, who was flustered and couldn't keep her composure at all. "Old Lu, did you make a mistake?" Lin Mannion, who was ignored by everyone, became more and more panicked. Her voice became shrill, and sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. Lu Dishing frowned, not happy with her reaction, and scolded. "Why are you yelling? You are old, but you are not as calm as a girl like Chi-Chi."
Of course she can keep calm.
It's not her husband who is going to the cadre school. Old Lu, how could you make a mistake? What would I do if you went to the cadre school? Lin Mannion was no longer as respectful to him as before, and even interrupted him and questioned him in a sharp voice. Lu Dishing felt very uncomfortable, but he had not noticed the change in Lin Mannion's mind. He just felt that she was too impatient. He had originally planned to tell Lu Jiefang's brother to go to the border, but he changed his mind. If she told him, there would definitely be trouble again, which would be very annoying. After liberation and Aid Korea went to the border, Lin Mannion would naturally know. "Aunt Lin, Dad has his reasons for going to the cadre school, and since he's going to work there, you should go with him. Dad's not young anymore, so you can let him go alone?" Wan Chi-Chi frowned, her tone slightly accusing. Lui followed up by saying, "She definitely doesn't want to go. Which concubine is willing to suffer with the master? Everyone will flee when disaster strikes. Aunt Lin is definitely not that kind of person. She and Dad have been together for more than 20 years and have given birth to 2 sons. How could she be someone who can only share the good times but not the bad times? Chi-Chi, you have not dealt with my stepmother enough. She is just that kind of person. Look, she definitely won't go to the cadre school." The two of them sang the same tune and successfully persuaded Lu Dishing. Lu Dishing had not originally planned to let Lin Mannion go with him, but these 2 rebellious sons kept talking to each other, which made him suspicious. Could it be that Lin Mannion really could not share the hardships? Lin Mannion's face became paler and paler, and he felt extremely conflicted. She didn't know what Lu Dishing's current situation was. If he could make a comeback in the future, she would definitely have to find another way. But if Lu Dishing still has a chance to get up, she must coax him. But she was really unwilling to go to the cadre school to work. Lin Mannion hated Wan Chi-Chi and Lu Yi to death. Lu Dishing hadn't even asked her to go, but these 2 little beasts put her on the spot and forced her to express her opinion. Why doesn't God strike them to death? Lu Dishing waited for a long time, but Lin Mannion didn't express her opinion. His eyes gradually turned cold.
I
certainly won't let your father go to the cadre school alone. I can't rest assured. I will definitely follow him. Lao Lu, what exactly did you do wrong? Is there no chance of compromise? Lin Mannion forced a smile and said that she would first appease Lu Dishing and then slowly investigate the matter later. If Lu Dishing really had no chance of recovery, she would definitely find another way. Don't ask me about work. Since you want to follow me, go pack your bags. Lu Dishing's face was very cold. He saw all of Lin Mannion's struggles just now. When he got into trouble, the first thing his partner did was to weigh the pros and cons, which made him feel disappointed. Lu Dishing, who was holding back his anger, did not tell the truth, intentionally wanting to make Lin Mannion anxious for a few more days. "Old Lu, I heard that the conditions at the cadre school are not very good. We need to prepare more things. Give me the remaining money, and I will go buy them." Lin Mannion took the opportunity to ask for money and felt better. Even if Lu Dishing never makes a comeback, with this money, she can live a good life for the rest of her life. "It's all gone." Lu Dishing answered very simply. Snap, another sound of porcelain cracking was heard. Frightened, Lin Mannion knocked over another bowl. She didn't even feel the broken porcelain pieces breaking her skin. She was so angry that she yelled, "Lu Chuancao's deficit is only over 3,700 yuan. How could she have spent it all? Old Lu, are you kidding me? When did I ever say anything funny? I spent the money, so what? Do you want to check the accounts?" Lu Dishing also became angry. He is the head of the family, so how could he not have the right to spend money? 16,000 Lu Dishing. Who did you give the money to? Did you give it to them? Lin Mannion didn't believe that the money was all spent. 16,000 yuan. Even if she went shopping nonstop for 24 hours, it would be impossible to spend it all. She pointed at Lu Yi and Wan Chi-Chi angrily and questioned Lu Dishing loudly. "Yes, I gave it to my son. It's only natural for me to give money to my son. Do you have any objection? Lu Dishing admitted it with confidence. Lin Manyun's face turned pale with anger. She pointed at Lu Yi and yelled at Lu Dishing. Why did he spend my money? I saved that 20,000 yuan by cutting down on my expenses. Why did you give it to him? That's my money. Lu Dishing, give me back my money. Snap, a loud slap in the face. The slap marks from the previous few days on Lin Manyun's face had just disappeared, and a new red slap mark appeared on her face, which was caused by Lu Dishing. He's my son. Why can't I give it to him? Lin Manyun, you have to understand this clearly. The father has the final say in this family. The slap he wanted to give in Jiangqing finally happened at this moment. Lu Dishing felt relieved at last and scolded Lin Manyun so much that she was mad. Darn it! Why didn't he see the true vulgar and materialistic nature of this woman before? Otherwise, he would definitely not marry her. Lin Manyun was beaten so hard that she was speechless for a long time. Aunt Lin, you have a big problem with your thinking. Lu Yi is my father's biological son. It is only natural for a son to spend his father's money. What's more, this money is earned by my father. Why do you have such a big problem with him spending his own money? Do you really want to use this money to support a gigolo? Wan Qiqi spoke in an unhurried tone, but every word was heart-piercing. I told you the concubine is hoping that the master will die soon. She spends my father's money to support a gigolo and feels so comfortable. Lu Yi added sarcastically. Lin Manyun was so angry that her mind became clear and she wanted to curse back, but Lu Dishing didn't give her a chance. If you don't want to go to the cadre school, get a divorce. Lu Dishing's tone was very cold, and the look he gave Lin Manyun was even colder. Lin Manyun's body trembled involuntarily. She thought for a long time and decided to take another gamble. After all, she was not young anymore, and she would not be able to find a good man after the divorce, so she might as well take a gamble. 3 days later, Lin Manyun and Lu Dishing went to a cadre school in the suburbs, which was actually a farm. They had to work every day digging, planting, carrying earth, etc. The labor intensity was not small. After only 1 day of work, Lin Manyun complained bitterly and began to think about quitting. I'm a bit stuck today, writing very slowly and updating late. Sorry, good night, I'm going to bed. The news of Lu Dishing going to the cadre school soon spread throughout the military region. There were all kinds of versions, but the most common one was that Lu Dishing was implicated by Lu Chuancao's family and fell. And there will be no chance of recovery. After all, Lu Chuancao's family had committed serious crimes, including corruption and bribery, being an enemy spy, stealing military merits, and annihilation, all of which were capital crimes punishable by death. Even though Lu Dishing was the commander, he could not stand having a group of people who held him back, so he was sent to a cadre school for reform. I'm already so old. I guess I can't turn things around. Let's not talk about whether we can turn over or not. The cadre school is very hard. We have to do physical labor from morning to night. Commander Lu is so old, I'm afraid he can't bear it. The old leader of my brothers and sisters unit was so exhausted that he fell ill within half a year of working in the cadre school. Alas, children are all debt collectors. Commander Lu is such a good man, but he was ruined by his disappointing daughter. Downstairs in the family building, 7 or 8 military wives were discussing the matter heatedly. Some sympathized with Lu Dishing, while others gloated over his misfortune. After Ji Xianglian learned about this, she was so happy that she cooked an extra meat dish in the evening to celebrate. After she sent out her letter of denunciation, there was no further news and she thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events and old man Lu fell. Ha ha ha. God finally opened his eyes. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi, these two zitches, let's see how they can continue to show off their power. When Captain Su got home from work, he was surprised to see his wife smiling. Ever since Lu Ye's madness, his wife had been unhappy and had a gloomy face at home. She hadn't smiled for a long time. What's the good news? Captain Su also saw a plate of lettuce fried with bacon on the table and couldn't help asking. Wash your hands and eat. Ji Xianglian smiled, considerately gave him some hot water for washing his hands, and went to get 4 bowls of rice. It must be some good news. Did you get a raise? Captain Su was feeling itchy and had no appetite, so he kept asking. Commander Lu has fallen and Lu Yi and Ruan Qiqi will also be in trouble. Let's see how arrogant they can be. Ji Xianglian picked up a piece of meat for her husband and then for her 2 children, with an obvious smile of gloating on her face. Captain Su's face turned cold. He put down his bowl and chopsticks heavily and scolded. Commander Lu is a good leader. He was implicated. After the investigation is clear, he will definitely return to the military region. What do you mean by making it like Chinese New Year? Although he disliked the Lu and Yi couple, it did not affect his respect for Commander Lu. The smile on his wife's face was too dazzling. Ji Xianglian's expression froze for a moment. Her smile also stopped abruptly. She looked at her husband in shock, not being able to react for a moment. Public affairs are public affairs. Private affairs are private affairs. The conflict between our family and Lu Yi has nothing to do with Commander Lu, and we owe Commander Lu a favor. When you gave birth to the eldest child, my father happened to be ill, and the family was in financial difficulty. You couldn't even afford eggs. When Commander Lu found out, he gave me 20 yuan, and the family got through the difficult time. Now Commander Lu is in trouble, and you are frying meat to celebrate. Where is your conscience? Have you let a dog eat it? Captain Su cursed harshly and looked at his wife with disappointment, even feeling a little strange. Has always been considerate and sensible, turned out to be an ungrateful person.
I don't know about this.
I was just mad at Lu Yi. Old Su, I know I was wrong. Calm down. Ji Xianglian quickly adjusted her mood. She was flexible and admitted her mistake immediately, keeping a low profile. I've told you several times. How could you forget such a great favor? There are a lot of gossips out there now, so don't get involved. Also, I'm going to visit Commander Lu at the cadre school in a couple of days, so prepare a gift. Captain Su was half believing and half doubting. His wife had always had a good memory and remembered everything before their marriage clearly. How could she have forgotten such a big thing? But he didn't think about it too much and asked Ji Xianglian to prepare a gift. Old leader, he will definitely go to visit him. Old Su, the situation is unclear right now. How about we go again after a while? Ji Xianglian was anxious. Now was a sensitive period, and everyone was waiting and watching, but this idiot and her family was rushing to take sides. He was really courting death. What's unclear about the situation? Commander Lu is upright. How could he make a mistake? He will definitely come back after he has investigated everything. It is more precious to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. Just be prepared if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much? Captain Su gave him a severe scolding. Ji Xianglian had no choice but to agree. She hated the Lu family even more in her heart and wished that Lu Dishing would die in the cadre school. The atmosphere in the Su family was very heavy, and the atmosphere in the Zhou family on the same floor was even lower. Zhou's face was livid. He glared at Shang Lehua fiercely and cursed through gritted teeth. Why did I marry such an unlucky woman like you? Your head is full of straw. Ji Xianglian used you as a gun. You charged in the front, did all the things that offended people, and she got a promotion and a raise. She was so proud my deputy battalion commander position was lost, and the one with the surname Prung got it. Can't you learn from Wang Shuhua? She is such a good person. She managed to earn a deputy battalion commander position for her man.
Darn.
I really want to beat you to death. As he scolded and raised his fist. Shang Lehua was so scared that he held his head and cried for mercy. The 2 children huddled in the corner, hugging each other and crying. Compared with these 2 families, the Prung family on the first floor is much more festive. Although the promotion document had not yet been issued, Captain Peng had already learned the news, and his promotion to deputy battalion commander was a done deal. He also knew that it was because of Lu Ye's support that he was able to become the deputy battalion commander. Otherwise, it would have definitely been Captain Zhou. If he fails to get promoted this time, he will most likely have to retire and return to his hometown next year, and his wife and children may never be able to eat commercial grain again in their lives. Lu Yi is a great benefactor to their whole family. We must thank Deputy Regiment Commander Liu and his wife. When the meat coupons are issued, you should weigh more meat, make some dumplings and send them to Deputy Regiment Commander Liu, and also send some special foods from your hometown. Captain Zhao instructed. Isn't this too light? How about we buy some expensive gifts? Wang Shuhua felt that it was inappropriate. How could a little food express her gratitude? Mr. and Mrs. Liu Yi were the benefactors of her family. They've seen all the good things, so there's no need for them to do that. Just prepare some special food. We'll remember this kindness in our hearts and tell our children about it. We'll repay them in the future. Okay, I'll be ready. Wang Shuhua nodded in agreement. She looked around the crowded house and couldn't help laughing. After the paperwork comes down, can we get another room? Not only will you be able to get a room, but you and your children will also be able to eat commercial grain. When the time comes, I will use my connections to arrange a job for you. It's like a dream. Lao Peng, let me pinch you. Wang Shuhua pinched her husband's waist hard and heard him gasp. Then she believed it was true and laughed until tears came out. Finally waited for this day. The next day, a different scene appeared downstairs in the family building. Those who once flattered Zhang Lihua turned around and flattered Wang Shuhua. Wang Shuhua didn't want to cause trouble for her husband, so she simply hid in the house and tried to avoid him. Another person who also refused to see anyone was Zhang Lihua. Her husband had beaten her so badly that she didn't even dare to go out to buy vegetables for fear of being laughed at. During this period, the people who were talked about the most in the family building were Wang Shuhua and Wan Qiqi. People praised Wang Shuhua, while people watched and gloated over Wan Qiqi's misfortune. However, no one dared to provoke her. Wan Qiqi was not affected at all. She still went to work and came home every day, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Her working life was so comfortable that she could work like this for 100 years. But in the past 2 days, Wan Qiqi's mood at work was affected because she found that her boiled water had been poured out, causing her 8 cups of tea a day to be reduced to 4 cups. She was very unhappy. Some readers asked why there were no brigades. The author checked and found that the army abolished the brigade system after liberation, and it was not restored until the 1990s. Wan Qiqi drinks 8 cups of green tea every day to clear away heat, detoxify, beautify the face, and improve eyesight. She drinks 4 cups in the morning and 4 cups in the afternoon. She then goes to the toilet 4 or 5 times and reads 3 or 4 newspapers. She happily finishes her work day. Every morning when she went to work, she would get a thermos of boiling water, just enough for the whole day. There are 8 people in the propaganda department, all in one office, but Wan Qiqi has only met 5 of them so far. One female colleague is on maternity leave, and another middle-aged woman is on sick leave. These 5 people include the head of the propaganda department, the deputy head, and 3 ordinary staff members who are more pretentious than the head. One of them is called Qi Huaimin, who is in his 50s. He is the oldest person in the propaganda department and has the longest working experience. He speaks in an old-fashioned way, and his catchphrase is, "Young people nowadays." There is also a woman named He Huiling, who is in her 40s. It is said that her husband is a buyer for a department store. He can get the in-demand goods internally, and even the section chief has to give her face. Therefore, He Huiling had a very high position in the office. She hardly worked and knitted sweaters every day. She never knitted at home. The sweaters and trousers worn by her family were all knitted by her during working hours. After Wan Qiqi came to work, she always behaved quietly and didn't talk. She would do all the work assigned by the section chief. When there was no work, she would sit and read the newspaper. She didn't talk to people in the office and kept to herself. Moreover, she is the only temporary worker in the office, while the others are regular employees. Wan Qiqi didn't know that her colleagues in the office were actually very dissatisfied with her and talked a lot about her behind her back. Just one main point. Everyone thinks she is a bad person. She is a newcomer and a temporary worker, but she doesn't take the initiative to clean the office and fetch water, nor does she take the initiative to say hello to her seniors. She is really a bad person. Who complained the most were Qi Huaimin and He Huiling. However, they were just whispering behind the scenes because they hadn't figured out Wan Qiqi's background. Anyone who could enter the propaganda department must have a background, and they were afraid that Wan Qiqi's background was too strong and they couldn't afford to offend her. In a blink of an eye, Wan Qiqi had been working for a week. He Huiling also found out some information and began to look down on Wan Qiqi. He's a relative of Director Lin's from his hometown. We're not close, and Director Lin didn't ask me to take special care of him. He Huiling and Qi Huaimin complained privately. They stopped turning on the water in the morning and went to get hot water from Wan Qiqi's thermos. The thermos bottles in the office are placed under the windowsill, with 6 of them neatly arranged. Each thermos bottle has a different pattern, making them easy to distinguish and absolutely impossible to make a mistake. Old-fashioned thermos bottle used by Wan Qiqi. The two men only stole water for one day, but Wan Qiqi noticed it. Half of a bottle of water was missing, and she could have noticed it even if she was blind. He even stole water. Wan Qiqi was furious and found the thief from the ginkgo tree outside the office window. So, after lunch in the cafeteria at noon, Wan Qiqi deliberately walked slowly because she knew that Qi Huaimin and He Huiling would make tea after lunch and would definitely steal her boiled water. Sure enough, she stood at the door and saw the two men pouring her water openly. Other colleagues were also there, but they all looked as if it was a matter of course. Comrade Qi, Comrade He, don't you have any water for yourselves? Wan Qiqi suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost.
Ouch.
He Huiling was so scared that her hand trembled and the boiling water poured on the back of her hand, scalding her and making her scream. Xiao Wan, why didn't you say anything?
Ouch.
Your hands are burned red. He Huiling scolded angrily, still holding Wan Qiqi's thermos in her hand. This is my thermos. You got burned because you are guilty. Wan Qiqi grabbed the thermos. Darn, the water in the bottle is almost gone. Xiao Wan, what you said is not right. Colleagues should be friendly and help each other. What's more, we are your seniors. What's wrong with drinking some of your boiled water? When I was an apprentice, I took care of all the work at my master's house. I worked hard and never complained for 3 years. Young people nowadays can't compare to us back then. Don't talk about your past, Master Qi. When I first started working, I took the initiative to do all the work in the office, such as turning on the water, wiping the tables, and sweeping the floor. We were very sensible back then, unlike the young people today, huh? He Huiling glanced at Wan Qiqi, almost mentioning her name. The two of them worked together to bully Wan Qiqi. The other colleagues remained silent, watching the fun secretly, hoping that Wan Qiqi would quarrel with them. But everyone felt that Wan Qiqi, a small temporary worker, would definitely not dare to make trouble. I can only swallow my anger and take on the responsibility of boiling water and cleaning the office. After all, they had been through this before and had finally made it through. It was time for them to enjoy the respect from the new couple. Your squinty eyes are so discerning. How come you burned yourself? Wan Qiqi approached slowly and aimed the first shot at He Huiling. Since you like working so much, why don't you take on all the office work? If the office work is not enough for you, go to the workshop and work hard. Show your hard-working spirit and set an example for me, a young man. Second shot was aimed at Qi Huaimin. Wan Qiqi's speaking speed and expression were extremely calm, just like she was chatting casually, but her words were very hurtful. Everyone else gasped and looked shocked. They could never have imagined that Wan Qiqi was so brave. Wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to get a regular job? He Huiling and Qi Huaimin were so angry that their faces turned blue, and they were breathing heavily. They also didn't expect that Wan Qiqi was such a bold and reckless young man who dared to contradict his seniors. Wan Qiqi, you are simply unreasonable. I was transferred here to work when the winery was first built, and I have never seen a young man as arrogant and rude as you. Qi Huaimin brought up his status as a founding member of the factory. Even Director Lin's length of service was shorter than his. This was the basis for his dominance in the factory. You didn't build the winery by yourself, Comrade Qi Huaimin. Don't take the collective honor for yourself. This is extremely selfish. The quotations say that our comrades should not rely on seniority to make a living, but on solving problems correctly. Rely on correctness, not on qualifications. Comrade Chi Huaimin, your consciousness is too low. You should recite the quotations. Yuan Qiqi gave a stern lecture and even quoted the quotations from the Imperial Library. Chi Huaimin's face turned pale. He couldn't afford to wear this hat. Yuan Qiqi was such a vicious sitch. He really wanted to refute with a quotation, but he couldn't think of a suitable one for the moment. His brain seemed to be stuck. He was so anxious that his face turned even paler and his forehead was covered with sweat. He Huiling felt apprehensive. This little zitch was eloquent and could recite quotations. She definitely couldn't recite them as well as she could. She had to think of a foolproof way to severely punish this little zitch. Yuan Qiqi fought 2 against 1 and left the 2 old foxes speechless. The other colleagues also became wary of her and dared not underestimate her. But the next day, Yuan Qiqi found that her boiled water was still decreasing. Darn it! It's time to go crazy. The next morning, Yuan Qiqi was not in a hurry to go to work. She asked Lu Yi to catch the first urine of the morning. Qiqi, now that we've got the call, what do we do next? Lu Yi asked. Pour it into this kettle. Yuan Qiqi pointed at the thermos, which she would take to the factory later. Qiqi, is there anyone bullying you in the factory? Lu Ye's face darkened. His Qiqi was such a good person. She must have been bullied. Otherwise, why would she urinate in the thermos? It's okay, just go to work. Yuan Qiqi was very calm. How could those 2 old foxes possibly bully her? Lu Yi didn't ask any more questions. He went to the winery to find out who was the blind guy. Qiqi, it's not full. Lu Yi shook his head, feeling a little regretful. He should have drunk more water last night. Add some boiling water. Become. Lu Yi happily went to add boiled water, and after it was full, he filled the village. They had breakfast. They went to work separately. When Yuan Qiqi arrived at the office, she placed the thermos under the windowsill, quietly read the newspaper, and had a plate of spiced melon seeds before happily going to work. People in the office arrived one after another. Chi Huaimin's desk was right across from Yuan Qiqi. He deliberately walked past her, enamel cup in his hand, and went to the windowsill to pour water. What he took was Yuan Qiqi's thermos.
Là au cuit, pour me somme.
He Huiling handed over an enamel cup with some tea leaves in it. They both loved drinking tea, and the inner wall of the cup had turned brown. Chi Huaimin poured her half a cup, then poured himself a cup, covered it with the lid, and returned to his seat to read the newspaper. Yuan Qiqi didn't say anything. Chi Huaimin and He Huiling were very proud of her, thinking that she was scared. Chi Huaimin picked up the cup, opened the lid, blew away the tea leaves on the surface, and started drinking tea. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Qiqi was happily eating melon seeds, her eyes smiling into crescent shapes. Huh? Chi Huaimin took a sip of tea and felt that the taste was strange. Why did it have a fishy smell? Why does the water taste weird today? He Huiling started yelling. She had just drunk it too. No, just like usual. The section chief responded. I drink just like usual, said the deputy section chief. I'll try some more. He Huiling took another big sip in disbelief and held it in her mouth to savor it. The more she tasted it, the more it tasted. No, it's different, very lovely. She said this with certainty after she had swallowed her tea. I also feel very lovely when I drink it. Chi Huaimin also took a big sip, and after tasting it carefully, he was very sure that it tasted good. Everyone else found it strange and ran over to look at their tea. There was nothing wrong with the color of the tea, but the smell was indeed a bit pungent. This smell is very familiar, a bit like. Several people looked at each other, not daring to speak. Which bottle of water did you pour? Asked the section chief. He Huiling nodded towards Yuan Qiqi, and the section chief understood and asked Yuan Qiqi, Xiaowan, where did you get the hot water? At home. Yuan Qiqi picked up the cup and took a big sip of tea. Her desk, not under the windowsill. There is boiled water in the factory, so you don't need to bring it from home. The section chief had some guesses, but he felt it was unlikely. Yuan Qiqi was just a little girl, so she shouldn't be so crazy, right? Chief, this bottle of boiled water is from the factory, and that bottle is the medicine I brought from home. It's Huilong decoction. Yuan Qiqi explained with a smile. Qi Huaimin and He Huiling both turned pale. They actually drank the medicine. No wonder it tasted so strange. All medicine is poisonous. Wan Qiqi must have done it on purpose. Why didn't you tell us it was medicine when we poured it? He Huiling accused angrily. I didn't see it. Don't worry, everyone can drink the dragon soup this time. It strengthens the body, clears blood and heat, and is very nutritious. Wan Qiqi smiled even sweeter and spoke in a very sincere tone. Everyone believed her and became curious. What medicinal ingredients are used in Huilong decoction? The section chief asked for leave sincerely. As he reached middle age, he felt increasingly powerless and wanted to drink some tonic to strengthen his body. The others also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to get some tonic. Everyone has the raw materials. Drink a cup of tea before going to bed, and the first urine you excrete in the morning is Huilong soup. Drinking it can prolong your life. Wan Qiqi answered enthusiastically. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked at her with indescribable eyes. Huilong soup sounds very fancy, but it turns out to be urine. This newcomer, Xiao Wan, seems to have a weird head. Qi Huaimin and He Huiling looked unhappy, and their stomachs were churning. Could it be that what they just drank was Wan Qiqi's urine? It's not mine, it's my man's. He's young and strong, and his yang energy is particularly strong. My man's Huilong soup is definitely a great tonic. Do you want to drink it in the future? If you still want to drink it, I will definitely show the spirit of friendship and mutual assistance among colleagues and take the trouble to bring it from home every day. Wan Qiqi's voice rang out in time and resolved their doubts, but it did not comfort them, but made them even more disgusted. Vomit. He Huiling covered her mouth and rushed out, followed by Qi Huaimin. Both of them went to the toilet to vomit. The section chief frowned, feeling helpless. He had thought Wan Qiqi was a quiet and timid person, but he never expected that she was such a lawless lunatic. Who in their right mind would pee in a thermos? And they even named it Huilong soup. How crazy. Chief, this is not my fault. They wasted my bottle of tonic. I feel wronged. Wan Qiqi complained with an innocent look on her face. After drinking at home, don't bring it to work. Not only Huilong decoction, but other tonic medicines are not allowed to be brought to the office, and poison is definitely not allowed. The section chief is worthy of being the section chief. He not only has a unique vision but also is forward-looking. He cut off Wan Qiqi's path in advance.
No.
Wan Qiqi agreed obediently. He Huiling and Qi Huaimin came back pale and staggering as they walked. They vomited violently and even vomited bile, but they still felt very nauseous. Is Huilong decoction effective? Wan Qiqi smiled sweetly at them and asked maliciously. Just wait for me. He Huiling gritted her teeth and threatened in a low voice. Wan Qiqi rolled her eyes. Just wait. Is she afraid? Qi Huaimin didn't even have the energy to curse. He glared at Wan Qiqi fiercely and returned to his seat. But when he saw the remaining half cup of Huilong soup, he felt nauseous again. He dry-heaved several times, but didn't vomit anything. However, he made himself very tired. After the Huilongtang incident, Wan Qiqi was isolated by everyone in the office and became a marginal figure in the propaganda department. Only the section chief and deputy section chief spoke to her, and everyone else kept their distance from her. Wan Qiqi was very satisfied with the result. Only cattle and sheep need to travel in groups, but strong people like her always walk alone. In a blink of an eye, it had been a week since Lu Disheng went to the cadre school. It was Sunday when they had a day off. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi went to the cadre school, mainly to see how miserable Lin Mannion was. However, after they arrived at the cadre school, they found that Lin Mannion was bedridden and did not even have the energy to cook. After Lu Disheng came home from work, he still had to cook for her. One more update. In just 1 week, Lu Disheng became darker, thinner, and looked much older, but he was still in good spirits. Wan Qiqi and the others arrived. Lu Disheng was making lunch. He cooked some noodles and fried 2 eggs, one for him and one for Lin Mannion. He only knows how to cook instant noodles, and ever since Lin Mannion fell ill, he has had instant noodles for 3 meals a day. Have you eaten yet? Lu Disheng was putting food into the pot. his face shrouded in the rising white steam, and his back seemed to be even more hunched. He was carrying earth in the morning, with his trouser legs rolled up, one higher than the other. His clothes and trousers were covered in dirt, and he looked very shabby. Louis had prepared a lot of outrageous words, but when he saw the old man's expression, he couldn't say anything.
Even eten, dat.
Why are you cooking? Where's Aunt Lin? Wan Chi-Chi asked with concern.
I'm sick.
Lu Disheng filled a bowl of noodles and took it to the inner room, where Lin Manyun was lying on the bed. He was given a room, which was divided into 2 rooms with a curtain. The stove was set up outside. Although the conditions were difficult, Lu Disheng was very content. Compared with the time he had to sleep in the open air during the war, this was now like heaven. Lu Disheng picked up a big bowl of noodles and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Wan Chi-Chi took out a lunch box of braised pork from her bag and placed it on the table. Lu Disheng's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of any hardship or suffering. The only thing that bothered him was not having meat to eat. He hadn't eaten meat for a week, and his mouth was dry. After eating several pieces of braised pork in a row, Lu Disheng felt much. Lu Disheng's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of any hardship or suffering. The only thing that bothered him was not having meat to eat. He hadn't eaten meat for a week, and his mouth was dry. After eating several pieces of braised pork in a row, Lu Disheng felt much better in his mouth. He also wanted to send some meat to Lin Manyun in the inner room. Although he felt a little disappointed with her, seeing Wan Chi-Chi, Lin Manyun's heart skipped a beat. She didn't eat the remaining half bowl of noodles and groaned, "Old Lu, I feel very dizzy. I don't want to eat anymore. If you feel dizzy, just lie down. If you feel dizzy, go back to the city to see a doctor." Lu Disheng did not suspect anything and did not notice the joy that flashed in Lin Manyun's eyes. But when Wan Chi-Chi saw it, he realized it was indeed fake. She rolled her eyes, didn't check Lin Manyun's pulse, walked out, and whispered a few words in Lu Ye's ear. Lu Ye's eyes sparkled, and he ran out happily. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ye came back with a mouse in his left pocket and a small snake in his right pocket. Lu Disheng was concentrating on eating meat and didn't notice their interaction. Wan Chi-Chi took out the mouse and the little snake from Lu Ye's pocket, holding one in each hand, went to the inner room, and without saying a word, stuffed them into Lin Manyun's collar. Stuff a mouse in the front and a small snake in the back.
Ah.
What is that? Lin Manyun's scream resounded through the sky. She didn't see any snakes or mice, but she saw 2 slippery things moving around in her clothes. She was so frightened that she jumped off the bed quickly, her body twisted as if she had cramps.
Work.
The rat and the snake crawled into the crotch of the pants and then fell out of the trouser legs.
Ah.
Lin Manyun's soprano voice filled the entire farm, and she was running so fast that Lu Disheng only felt a gust of wind passing by him, and then she disappeared. Wan Chi-Chi picked up the mouse and snake from the ground and released them quietly. From beginning to end, Lu Disheng had no idea what happened. He only knew that the sick Lin Manyun suddenly became energetic and started running a marathon. "Oh my, your little wife is quite strong. She runs faster than a dog," Lu Yi said sarcastically. "Dad, Aunt Lin looks much healthier than you. You definitely can't run as fast as her." Wan Chi-Chi immediately responded. "He pretends to be sick when he's not really sick, and he wants you to cook and serve him just to avoid labor. It's really strange. I've never heard of a master serving his concubine. Dad, you've spoiled Aunt Lin too much. Even though she's your concubine, you can't spoil her like this. She can't stand even a little bit of labor, and even pretends to be sick to avoid it. If Shi Jinghong knew about this, she would definitely make a fuss about it." Wan Chi-Chi gave a stern lecture. Lu Disheng's heart trembled, and his face became heavy. "Dad, Aunt Lin doesn't care about you at all. You work so hard, but when you go home you can't even have hot meals, and you still have to serve her. I've never seen such an ignorant cousin." Wan Chi-Chi was complaining again. "She is not a concubine, but a concubine. Of course, a concubine doesn't feel sorry for the master. She even hopes that the master will die soon."
Lu Ye sneered.
Lu Disheng glared at him fiercely, feeling very unhappy and even more disappointed with Lin Manyun. Old Lu, they're going too far. They don't even look down on me as their elder. They even put snakes and rats in my clothes. Do you want to do anything about it? Lin Manyun came back angrily. After the intense exercise, her face was flushed. She looked energetic and spoke with full energy. Are you not dizzy anymore? Lu Dishing looked at her mockingly. Lin Manyun's face changed drastically, and she finally realized that she was now a bedridden patient. She quickly held her head with her hands and said weakly, I was just scared. I ran around, and my head became even more dizzy. Lao Lu, they are too bullying. Are you going to do anything about it? Who cares? Lu Dishing stood up suddenly and slapped Lin Manyun hard. Lin Manyun fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. If you don't want to work, why did you come to the cadre school? You even pretended to be sick. I'm working hard outside, but you're pretending to be sick at home. Lin Manyun, you're really two-faced. Lu Dishing was very disappointed with Lin Manyun. The woman he had lived with for 22 years now looked so strange and ugly. Dad, calm down. Aunt Lin has been living a good life for too long and has forgotten her roots. We just need to bring her back to her roots. Ruan Chi-Chi handed over the teacup and pretended to persuade them to reconcile. It is easier for the sun to rise from the west than for the mountains to change. Louis started to make sarcastic remarks again. You can't say that. The quotations from Confucius said it well. All new things are forged through hard struggles. Aunt Lin's petty bourgeois problems should be reformed through hard work, and there will definitely be results. Ruan Chi-Chi said. That's right. He certainly can't be wrong. The two of them sang the same tune and easily moved Lu Dishing. He also felt that Lin Manyun really needed to use hard labor to reform her bad habits. After lunch, Lu Dishing went to find the person in charge of the farm and took the initiative to ask Lin Manyun to carry earth. Women generally don't do this job. Lin Manyun is the first female comrade to carry earth on the farm. In the afternoon, Ruan Chi-Chi and Lu Yi went to appreciate the miserable scene of Lin Manyun working. The heavy earth pressed her so hard that she couldn't even straighten her waist. She didn't even dare to be lazy. Lu Dishing was staring at her hungrily. After working for only one afternoon, Lin Manyun was exhausted and her resentment deepened, but she endured it. Her son will definitely come to rescue her. 3 days later, the Lu Jiafeng brothers did come back, but they came to ask Lin Manyun for help. It was a bolt from the blue that they were sent to the border. They were not the materials for achieving great things. They would rather die than go to the border. Finally finished writing. Wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, family reunion, and all the best. In addition, in view of the author's diligence in continuously updating, can you give me some free gifts or 5-star reviews? These are the motivation for the author to make money. Love you guys. The Lu Jiafeng brothers didn't know that the old man had gone to the cadre school. No one in Jiangqing told them. Even if the people around them had some unusual attitudes, they wouldn't notice it because of their insensitivity. The two brothers had full confidence in Lin Manyun. After all, the old man had always listened to their mother since they were young, so there would definitely be no problem this time. It must be Ruan Chi-Chi, who is whispering in Lu Ye's ear, and he is trying to trick us. Along the way, Lu Jiafeng racked his brains and finally guessed the murderer who harmed their brothers. It's definitely Ruan Chi-Chi and Lu Yi. Is the concubine Lu Yi married so bad? Lu Yuanchao had never seen Ruan Chi-Chi, but had only heard his brother mention her a few times. According to his brother's description, Ruan Chi-Chi was insidious, cunning, scheming, cruel, and ruthless, 100 times more vicious than Lu Yi. He didn't quite believe it. No matter how powerful a woman could be, how powerful could she be? His brother had always liked to exaggerate when speaking since he was a child. He could even say that a 3-inch snake was 3 meters long. That was really exaggerating. She's very evil. Do you know Lu Shi? Ruan Chi-Chi is just as vicious as her. Lu Jiafeng used historical figures as examples, but Lu Yuanchao didn't understand and asked in a confused manner, who is Lu Ji? What bad things did she do? Lu Bang's guest chopped Lu Bang's concubine into a human pig. How evil. Who is Lu Bang? What is a human pig? Duck. I told you to study hard, but you didn't listen. I'm talking to a cow. Anyway, Wan Chi-Chi is a bad guy. You better be careful of her. Lu Jiafeng was so angry that his chest hurt. He finally found out why he was not doing well in his studies. Who made him have such a stupid brother? Every time he does poorly on an exam, he can find confidence back from his stupid brother when he gets home. It would be a wonder if he can do well in his studies.
No.
Lu Yuanchao took note of it silently and decided to be careful next time he saw Lu Yatink because this woman was a very bad woman. The two brothers don't look alike. Lu Jiafeng has fair skin and handsome features and looks more like Lin Manyun. Lu Yuanchao is almost exactly like Lu Disheng, except that his eyes reveal clear stupidity and he lacks Lu Disheng's murderous aura. The two brothers hitched a ride with the army and arrived in Tanzhou when it was almost dark. They ran home excitedly, but found that there was no one at home. Your parents went to the cadre school. The neighbor next door kindly told me. No matter how stupid the brothers were, they knew that going to the cadre school was not a good thing, and something must have happened to the old man. Brother, what should I do? Lu Yuanchao was a little panicked. The old man had always been the pillar of the family and the support of the two brothers. Now that his support had fallen, what should they do? Go. Lu Yuanchao pressed his stomach hard. He had a big appetite and had digested his lunch long ago. Lu Jiafeng was also hungry. Let's eat first. Do you have money? Lu Jiafeng had no money on him. He spent all the money buying a birthday present for his girlfriend a few days ago. He originally planned to go home and ask his mother for money. I spent all the money on lunch. Bro, you don't have any money? Lu Yuanchao asked pitifully. He was so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. I have money. Why am I asking you? Lu Jiafeng rolled his eyes in annoyance. The two brothers tilted their chins at a 45-degree angle to the sky, trying to think of a solution, but their heads were empty and they couldn't come up with a good idea after thinking for a long time. Brother, how about going to Uncle Mo's house for dinner? Lu Yuanchao thought of a solution. If Dad finds out, I'll break your legs. Lu Jiafeng glared. Even if he went to beg for food, he would never eat at the Mo family. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. After all, Lu Jiafeng is the older brother, and he is still somewhat reliable at critical moments. He dragged his younger brother towards the family building, intending to ask Lu Yi for food. Last time he gave a red envelope of $10, he hasn't even earned his money back yet. When they arrived downstairs at the family building, Lu Yuanchao refused to go upstairs no matter what. His fear of Lu Yi was engraved in his DNA. If you don't go, you'll starve to death. Lu Jiafeng tried to pull it a few times but failed, and he got so angry that he started cursing. The tall and strong Lu Yuanchao pursed his lips and touched his stomach before moving forward. Even if he was beaten to death by Lu Yi, he had to eat before continuing on his journey. Wan Chi-Chi was cooking in the corridor. In the morning, Wang Shuhua brought her a jar of cumi fish, 6 pig blood cakes, a few pieces of bacon and cured fish, and a full basket of dumplings. She knew it was because of the promotion and didn't want any of it at first, but she had never eaten the cumi fish and the pig blood cake looked quite tempting. So, she accepted the cumi fish, pig blood cake, and dumplings, which Lu Yi liked to eat. The bacon and salted fish back. Wang Shuhua said that the fish can be eaten after being steamed for half an hour. After the steam started to come out, Wan Chi-Chi leaned on the railing to count the time and look at the scenery. She happened to see the two idiots pulling each other downstairs. Cumi fish, come up. Wan Chi-Chi shouted to the people below. These two fools were going to the border to suffer soon, so she had to be more generous and behave like an elder sister-in-law. A few minutes later, the Lu Jiafeng brothers stood hesitantly in front of Wan Chi-Chi. Lu Yuanchao looked at her curiously. The more he looked, the more he felt that his brother was exaggerating the facts. She was obviously a quiet and timid girl. How could she be worse than Lu Yi? Wan Chi-Chi looked at him a few more times, because this guy's eyes were very familiar, and he looked too much like a college student of her generation. Gurgle. Lu Yuanchao held his stomach and lowered his head embarrassedly. We'll have dinner when your eldest brother comes back. Wan Chi spoke in a calm tone and did not embarrass them. Chi, I'm back. The voice was heard before Lu Yaran arrived, and then he appeared at the entrance of the corridor. Lu Yuanchao shuddered violently and raised his legs reflexively, trying to escape. He was grabbed by Lu Jiefeng. Eat until you are full before running.
Oh.
The two brothers have a tacit understanding and can communicate through eye contact. Lu Yi was not surprised to see them. Calculating the time, these two guys should have received the notice of transfer to the border, and they must have come back to cry to Lin Manyun. Wash your hands before eating. Lu Yi spoke. His voice was not loud, but the two brothers trembled again, went to wash their hands obediently, came back and sat down obediently, sitting more upright than elementary school students. The two very hungry people were quickly conquered by the delicious food and wolfed down the rice. Wan Chi cooked another pot of rice, which was just enough for them. The only thing these two guys have in common with Lu Yi is their appetite. They can eat a lot and finished all the food. Belch. The two brothers burped at the same time and prepared to say goodbye. Just as they stood up a little, they were frightened by Lu Ye's eyes and sat down obediently again. You must have known about my dad's going to the cadre school. Our family is in a precarious situation right now. You should keep a low profile and don't cause trouble for my dad. Wan Chi said earnestly. Is Dad no longer able to be the commander? Lu Jiefeng asked in a low voice, praying in his heart that his backer would not fall. That's not necessary. As long as Dad can stand up to the organization's inspection, he can still come back. So, as a family, we must not hold Dad back. Don't learn from your mom, who pretended to be sick to avoid labor in the cadre school and almost got caught. Wan Chi said this while observing the reactions of the two guys. Lu Jiefeng looked very conflicted, wanting to make up his mind but not daring to. Lu Yuanchao was still pure stupidity. He hated to use his brain the most and just followed his brother. Wan Chi secretly shook her head. These two guys really should go to the border to hone their skills. Otherwise, they would be worse than my son and too useless. Lu Yi drove them to the farm. Seeing their parents in dire straits, the eyes of the Lu Jiefeng brothers turned red with tears welling up in their eyes. They feel sorry for their parents' suffering. What's even more heartbreaking is that I've lost my support and can no longer just sit there and do nothing. Lin Manyun was carrying a load of soil and walking unsteadily. The weight of more than 100 kilograms crushed her back and rubbed her shoulders. Both shoulders were covered in blood and flesh, and the shoulder pole pressing on them was excruciatingly painful. Even at her mother's house, she had never done such hard physical work. Carrying earth these days was tormenting her to the point where she felt like she was living a life worse than death. She didn't know how she managed to get through it. Seeing her two sons from afar, Lin Manyun was stunned for a few seconds, then immediately put down her burden and ran over with tears in her eyes. Liberation, Aid Korea, you are finally here. Her son will definitely take her back to the city. The mother and her two children hugged each other and cried bitterly. Lu Yi and Wan Chi stood aside with disgusted expressions. Lu Disheng also came over, his face looking unhappy. Seeing his two sons being so nagging and disobedient, he couldn't control his temper and wanted to beat them up. Mom, how come you've aged so much? Lu Jiefeng looked at his mother with heartache. In less than a month, his mother had aged by 10 years. It was so pitiful. Now I look the same age as my dad, which is good. Lu Yuanchao was afraid that his mother was upset, so he comforted her in a caring way. Lin Manyun's tearful eyes froze the sad expression on her face. She hadn't had the energy to look in the mirror these days and didn't know what she looked like. She touched her face in panic, rubbing the rough skin against her fingertips, which felt scratchy, completely different from the smooth and delicate feel she used to have. Is there a mirror? Look at yourself for Mom. Lin Manyun looked for a mirror in the brothers' pockets, wanting to see what she looked like now.
Give.
Lu Jiefeng took out a small mirror from his trouser pocket and held it in front of Lin Manyun considerately. Hee. Lu Disheng clenched his fists and his knuckles crackled. If there were no outsiders around, he would definitely take action. Such a grown man actually wears a mirror, which makes him look more effeminate than a woman. How could Lu Dishing, a hero all his life, have such a useless son? Why is my face like this? Liberation, aid to Korea. Is my face really ugly now? Looking at the dark and old woman in the mirror, Lin Manyun was going crazy. She looked just like a rural aunt. She married Lu Dishing, who was 20 years older than her, and endured his bad habits and bad temper, not to live such a hard life. Both Lu Jiafeng brothers were silent. They really can't go against their conscience and praise their mother, as her mother is indeed old and ugly now. Mom, don't feel bad. You weren't that pretty before. Lu Yuanchao thought about it and comforted his mother sincerely, speaking what was really in his heart. The children in their compound ranked their mothers. Among the top 10 beautiful mothers, Yuan Huilan was on the list, but her mother was not on the list. So, if it was never good looking, it won't be too ugly now. Lu Jiafeng kicked his stupid brother's calf hard and warned him, with his eyes not to talk anymore. If I let my stupid brother continue talking, my parents will really go crazy. Lin Manyun looked at her youngest son with gritted teeth. He was not smart since he was young, and he became even dumber when he grew up. He couldn't speak and was as unlikable as Lu Dishing. Wan Qiqi almost laughed out loud. She thought Lu Jiafeng was stupid enough, but she didn't expect Lu Yuanchao to be even more stupid. As expected, beside the sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. Okay, let's talk inside. Lu Dishing shouted. Seeing the narrow and simple room, the Lu Jiafeng brothers' eyes turned red again. This house is more shabby than a pigsty. His parents are living such a hard life. Have you received the notice? Lu Dishing asked in a deep voice. Got it, Dad, Lu Jiafeng mustered up his courage and wanted to say that he didn't want to go to the border, but when he met Lu Dishing's sharp eyes, his courage suddenly disappeared and he swallowed his words. He quietly tugged at the corner of his stupid brother's clothes 3 times, then lowered his head and thought about his hometown. When Lu Yuanchao received his brother's order, he said without thinking, Dad, my brother and I don't want to go to the border. If we go, we will hinder the troops and bring shame to you. Let us stay in Jiangcheng. These were words that the brothers had discussed on the way. The old man cares most about his reputation. Useless people like them would definitely embarrass him if they went to the border, so saying this should have some effect. What border? Lao Lu, how can you send the liberation and aid Korea to the border? Don't you know that it's a mess there? What if something goes wrong? Lin Manyun's face changed. The border has been unstable recently, with frequent conflicts and bloodshed. How could her son go there? Chaos can temper them. Other sons can go, and so can my son Lu Dishing. Other sons can sacrifice, so why should my son be treated specially? Lu Dishing's tone was very cold. Since he dared to send his son to the border, he was prepared for his son to sacrifice himself. A soldier's duty is to defend his country, and Lu Dishing's son must not be given any preferential treatment. The Lu Jiafeng brothers turned pale. They originally thought that life at the border was just hardship, but they didn't expect that people would die. They were afraid of both hardship and death. They really didn't want to go. Old Lu, Jiafeng, and Yuanchao are your own sons. How can you be so heartless and send your sons to die? Lin Manyun's voice was extremely sharp and piercing in her anxiety, but she still had some sincerity towards her son. After all, he was her flesh and blood. She took great pains to plan for her sons, hoping that they could rely on the momentum of landing to succeed and have a smooth career. She never thought of letting her son gain a future by sacrificing blood. That is the path that sons from ordinary families should take, and her son doesn't need to suffer this hardship. Who says going to the border will definitely lead to death? I have fought for decades, running through gunfire and hail of bullets, and I am still alive and well. And Xiaoya has carried out so many missions where he was in danger of death, and he is still fine. Your son is no more precious than others, so why can't he go to the border? Lu Dishing snorted coldly and became more determined to train his son. If he allowed these 2 jerks to stay in Jiangcheng, they would be ruined by Lin Manyun sooner or later. Lin Manyun wanted to say more, But when she met Lu Disheng's cold eyes, she finally shut up and shed tears. She cried for herself and her son. The three of them were so pitiful. The Lu Jiafeng brothers also cried. With their useless talents, going to the border would definitely mean suicide. In other words, their lives were already entering the countdown. The two brothers were very self-aware and knew that they were useless. Not only could they not achieve anything by going to the border, but even staying alive was a luxury. Cry, cry, cry your mother's heart out. There's no war on the border, just a little conflict. What's there to be afraid of? I tell you clearly, the more afraid of death you are on the battlefield, the faster you will die. Put away your worthless tears, or I'll beat you to death. Lu Disheng roared angrily. They were just going to the border, but they were crying like their mother had died. These two jerks were so useless. Dad, just beat us to death. We're going to die at the border anyway, so we might as well die under your fists. At least we can leave our bodies intact. Lu Jiafeng knelt at Lu Disheng's feet and cried like a rotten meatworm. He's going to die anyway. He might as well die gracefully and let his old man beat him to death. Lu Yuanchao knelt down without hesitation and hugged Lu Disheng's other leg. The two tall and strong brothers, each hugging one leg and crying, looked miserable, but also a little funny. Wan Qiqi's mouth was almost twitching. She really didn't expect that Lin Manyun, such a black-hearted woman, could give birth to two silly little white rabbits. The veins on Lu Disheng's forehead bulged. Besides being angry, he also felt a little uncomfortable. It is said that a good father will have a good son, but not only did he have one, he had two. If he beat these two jerks to death, he wouldn't feel relieved. Dad, the liberation and aid to Korea just didn't make sense for a while. I'll come and try to persuade them. Wan Qiqi spoke at the right time. Lu Disheng sighed, looked at his two sons with disappointment, turned and left the house. He still had to go to work. The Lu Jiafeng brothers were also feeling bad. The look from their father just now was like a knife, piercing their hearts. Who doesn't want to be a son that makes his father proud? But this is not something that can be decided subjectively. They can only carry a load of 30 kilograms. If you force them to carry a load of 100 kilograms, they will either die or be disabled. If they had Lu Ye's ability, let alone reaching the border, even landing on the moon would be no problem. Subjectively, they want to go to the sky, but objectively, they even have difficulty digging into the ground.
Well,
Lu Disheng went to work. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and there was the sound of Lin Manyun sobbing. Wan Qiqi whispered a few words into Lu Ye's ear. Lu Yi picked up one in each hand and carried the two brothers, who were still immersed in sorrow, out. Only Lin Manyun and Wan Qiqi were left in the room. I have a way to get you back to the city, but you have to do one thing. Wan Qiqi said directly. Lin Manyun wiped her tears, not believing that she would be so kind, and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" It is very simple. Just persuade brother Lu Jiafeng to go to the border obediently. Wan Qiqi stated her request. She just suddenly thought of sowing discord between Lin Manyun and her two sons, and there should be a surprise. Lin Manyun sneered and did not agree. Then you'll work on the farm until you die. When you die, you'll be an old, ugly woman. Wan Qiqi looked at her sarcastically, certain that she would agree. Because what this woman loves most is actually herself, and the Lu Jiafeng brothers are just tools for her to consolidate her position. Once her own interests are involved, Lin Manyun will definitely be cruel enough to abandon her son. Sure enough, Lin Manyun's expression relaxed. She saw herself in the mirror, dark and old. She had become like this in just 1 week. If she worked for a few years, would she still look like a human being? Dad has already said that it's just a minor conflict on the border. It's not that dangerous. Lu Jiafeng and Lu Yuanchao will be back after a few years of training. What are you still hesitating about? Wan Qiqi's voice was like it was dipped in sugar, particularly tempting. Lin Manyun gritted her teeth, but before she made up her mind, an exquisite mirror appeared in front of her. It was clearer than Lu Jiafeng's mirror, and even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were clearly reflected. Every wrinkle turned into a knife and pierced into Lin Manyun's heart. She no longer hesitated and agreed to persuade her son. Wan Qiqi is right. There's only a conflict on the border, and it may not be dangerous. My son will be able to come back after a few years of training, and he can be promoted then. The most urgent thing now is to return to the city. She doesn't want to stay in this darn place anymore. Her son will definitely understand her. Outside the window, the Lu Jiafeng brothers squatted under the windowsill, with Lu Yi holding the back of their necks. They were forced to eavesdrop on what was happening around them, a corner that hurt their hearts. Although they really wanted their mother to return to the city, the brothers could not hold back their tears when they heard that their mother chose to persuade them to go to the border in order to return to the city. Mother just suffered a little on the farm. She wouldn't die, but they would really die if they went to the border. But their mother still gave up on them. The two brothers looked at each other with tears in their eyes, crying silently. Lu Yi bared his teeth and carried the two men away. Half an hour later, the mother and her two sons were sitting in the room talking. Lu Jiafeng and his brother were sad, while Lin Mannion seemed to be hesitant to speak. Liberation, aiding Korea, Mama's thought again and again. Your dad is old. He must not be able to stay on the farm all the time. You guys go to the border and work hard. If you can make meritorious service, your dad may be able to return to the city. Lin Mannion's words and actions were all for Lu Disheng. If the two brothers hadn't eavesdropped, they would have believed it and would have been deeply moved by Lin Mannion. But now, they felt it was ironic that their always loving mother had become a stranger in their eyes. Mom, if Yuan Chao and I died, would you feel bad? Lu Jiafeng asked solemnly. Lin Mannion didn't dare to look her son in the eye. She avoided his gaze and forced a smile, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your father said that there is no danger at the border. If you are careful, nothing will happen to you."
No.
Lu Jiafeng's voice was muffled, and he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. He used to think that his mother loved him and his brother, but now he knows that his mother loves herself the most, and he and his brother can be abandoned. Lin Mannion breathed a sigh of relief and felt happy that she could finally return to the city. It's time to work. Lu Disheng came back and asked Lin Mannion to go to work. The two brothers sat in the room. No one spoke. They were still feeling uncomfortable.
What's so hard about that?
If Lin Mannion really loved you, she wouldn't have abused Lu Yi over and over again. She doesn't care about you at all. Wan Qiqi entered the house and stabbed again. I told Lin Mannion long ago that if she bullies me, I will bully you. Lu Yi then added another stab. He didn't lie and did say similar things to Lin Mannion. Brother Lu Jiafeng's face changed and his body ached slightly. Although the bones had healed, the pain of the broken bones was still very clear. They were called carefully, and it seemed that every time Lu Yi bullied them, it was after their mother bullied Lu Yi. Their bones were broken so many times, but their mother didn't care about them, so she wouldn't change and kept bullying Lu Yi. Anyway, they were the ones who suffered, and their mother didn't feel any pain at all. The brothers closed their eyes in pain, and bitter tears flowed down. Wan Qiqi raised the corner of her mouth with satisfaction. The effect was very good. The next step was to force Lin Mannion to divorce. Her two sons had become estranged from her. Even if Lu Disheng returned to the city, this woman would not be able to use her sons to remarry. Back to the city. Lu Yi roared, and the two brothers shuddered, returning from their sadness to the bitter reality. They forgot to ask for money. Even if you're going to the border to die, you can't go on the road without a penny, right? Lu Yi sent them back to the compound. The two brothers were going to leave in 2 days. We didn't have the key, Lu Jiafeng said in a low voice. The door was locked and they couldn't get into the house. Click, Lu Yi squeezed the lock lightly, and it loosened. He kicked the door again, and it opened. He ignored the two of them and took Wan Qiqi back to the family building. Brother, sister-in-law. Both of them had one leg held. Lu Jiafeng hugged Lu Yi, and Lu Yuanchao hugged Wan Qiqi, and they refused to let go no matter what. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and raised his hand to hit them. The two brothers closed their eyes in fear. Lu Jiafeng shouted desperately, "We have no money. We will starve to death if we go to the border. Beat us to death. We will die sooner or later anyway." That's right. Lu Yuanchao followed up with a shout, saying that it was so uncomfortable to be hungry. You guys have money? Lu Yi asked. It's all spent. The brothers answered confidently, and Lu Jiefeng even said, "An elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. You can't just watch us starve to death on the road." "That's right," Lu Yuanchao responded loudly. Lu Ye's palms were itching, and he really wanted to beat these two idiots to death, but was stopped by Yuan Qiqi. "Your eldest brother and I are not well off financially, and we saved these $20 from our teeth. Spend it sparingly, and work hard when you get to the border." Yuan Qiqi generously took out 20 yuan. These two idiots would most likely not come back after going to the border. She is still very generous to the dying person. Late at night, Lu Yeqian went to the farm and, following Yuan Qiqi's instructions, gave Lin Manyan some medicine. The next day, the woman fell ill. The farm doctor examined her and found that she was indeed very ill. So Lin Manyan returned to the city to recuperate. As soon as she returned to the city, Lin Manyan's illness was cured. She herself found it strange, but she was still very happy because she finally didn't have to stay on the darn farm. The Lu Jiefeng brothers are already on their way to the border. Lin Manyan still feels a little sad when she thinks of them, but she is now more worried that Lu Disheng will implicate her. She asked her family to help find out, but the news she got was not optimistic. They said that Lu Disheng would never make a comeback, and even said that he would be sent to the northwest for reform. As Lu Disheng's wife, she would definitely have to follow him to the northwest. She couldn't even handle the farm in Tanzhou, so she would definitely die if she went to the northwest farm. After Lin Manyan confirmed the news, she finally wanted to divorce. As it got dark, the corridor of the staff building became very lively, with the clinking sounds of cutting vegetables, the collision of spatulas and iron pots, and the aroma of various vegetables and peppers mixed together, making people even hungrier. Yuan Qiqi was frying pork liver. There was a lot of fresh pork and offal in the supermarket, and she couldn't finish eating them all every day. She had cut the pickled peppers and shredded ginger, and soaked the pork liver in blood. The tea seed oil in the pot was steaming, so she could put the liver in the pot. She cooked bandit pork liver, which is cooked in the style of Xiangxi. It tasted very good. Many dishes in Xiangxi are delicious and have interesting names. She remembered there was also a dish called bandit duck, which was also delicious. In her previous life, before she went to the mental hospital, there was a Xiangxi restaurant near her home. Her parents often took her there to eat. Bandit duck was a dish they often ordered. She even specifically asked the restaurant owner if this dish was invented by bandits. The boss denied it and said that the ducks from western Hunan are very fierce, so they are called bandit ducks. People with strong curiosity can learn strange knowledge every day, which is great. Bandit pork liver hiss. The pork liver was put into the pot, making an enticing sizzling sound. Yuan Qiqi stir-fried it skillfully, adding the ingredients and seasonings one by one. It was cooked in a few minutes. The dinner was very rich, with bandit pork liver, steamed fish, fried bacon with lettuce, stir-fried Chinese cabbage and mushroom, and shredded pork soup. 4 dishes and 1 soup, with a big pot of rice, perfect. Just as the meal was ready, Lu Yi appeared in the corridor. He took a few deep breaths of the aroma of the food and smiled happily. "As soon as I get home, I can eat delicious hot meals and hot dishes. It's so nice to be Qiqi's son-in-law." He went directly to the washroom to wash his hands. There were quite a few people in the washroom. A man in his 30s with a gentle appearance joked, "Lu Yi, you are so lucky. Your guests cook delicious food every day, which makes me drool every day." The man's name is Gao Shangjin, and he is the regiment's chief of staff. His wife is Yin Lia, who was once stepped on by Ji Xianglian. She is an orthopedic doctor in the military hospital. Gao Shangjin is from Hunan province. He met Yin Lia, a girl from Shanghai, when he was in the Shanghai military region. The couple had a very good relationship. The only discord was in diet. Yin Lia had a light taste and could not eat any chili pepper. Gao Shangjin was from western Hunan and loved spicy food, but when he ate at home, he always accommodated his wife. Even when he cooked, he would not put chili peppers in the dishes. If he was really craving for them, he would just stew some dried chilies to satisfy his craving. But since Yuan Qiqi came, she cooked delicious food every day, which made Gao Shang's mouth water. Sometimes, when he was really hungry, he would sit at the door with rice in his hands and eat with the delicious food from the Lu family. I am not only blessed with good food, but other blessings are also great. I envy you so much. Lu Yi raised his head proudly. All his blessings came from Chi-Chi. None of the women in the world were as good as his Chi-Chi. I'm not envious. Your cousin's cooking is delicious, but my cousin is also good at cutting. We each have our own strengths. Gao Shangjin also praised his wife. His wife had a better family background than him and was more educated. She also followed him all the way from Shanghai to Hunan province. He was no less fortunate than Lu Yi. Anyway, my guests are the best. Lu Yi is very competitive and wants to be the first even if he is a guest in the hall. My cousin is no worse than your cousin. I don't like to hear you say that. Gao Shangjin was not willing to be outdone and started arguing with him. The men in the bathroom were all watching the fun with a smile on their faces, occasionally fanning the flames, hoping that the two would start fighting. Women in the bathroom all looked disgusted. They were old, but they were still acting like children, arguing over such trivial matters. How childish. The two parties were also talking at this moment. Lia took a bag of Luyang fennel cakes and came to find Ruan Chi-Chi. Luyang fennel cake, Comrade Ruan, sorry to bother you. Lia was a little embarrassed. She had short hair, was tall and thin, and wore a light gray linen suit. She was fair and delicate, but her eyes were firm. At first glance, she looked like a career woman with a stable heart. Don't bother me. What's the matter? Ruan Chi-Chi had a good impression of her, but the two of them had never spoken to each other. At most, they just nodded and said hello when they met. This is a pack of snacks for you. I want to change some dishes. The food you cook is so delicious. Lia smiled awkwardly. She had just gone to the toilet, and when she passed by the bathroom, she heard her husband talking to Lu Yi. She felt touched but also guilty. In order to accommodate her taste, her husband has not enjoyed eating spicy food in recent years. That's why she acted on impulse and brought some snacks to Ruan Chi-Chi, wanting to exchange some dishes to take back and satisfy her husband's craving. Ruan Chi-Chi blinked her eyes. Although she was reluctant, Lia praised her. She generously took 1/3 of each dish, and the plate that Lia brought was completely filled. Thank you. Lia smiled gratefully, knowing that her husband would definitely enjoy his meal. You're welcome. Next time, bring me a big bone that's straight and beautiful, okay? Ruan Chi-Chi was also a little embarrassed. She had always wanted a bone marrow, but couldn't find a suitable one. Lia was an orthopedic surgeon, so she must have a lot of them. Lia's expression froze for a moment, and she asked curiously, what do you want the bones for? It can't be for making soup, right? Pan magic staff, do you know the magic staff? Ruan Chi-Chi's eyes were shining. If she had a beautiful magic wand and wore a white robe, she would definitely look very cool climbing stairs at night. I think I know. I'll help you find a nice one. Lia agreed, and just made soup. Thank you. Ruan Chi-Chi grinned, looking extremely happy. Soon she will have a beautiful staff. Lia went home with a large plate of food. Gao Shangjin and Lu Yi had finished their argument, and there was no clear winner. If their throats hadn't been smoking, they could have argued for another hour. Bandit's liver? Cumi fish? Lia, where did you get it? Gao Shangjin's eyes lit up. He could eat 5 bowls of rice just with this dish. I exchanged it with Ruan Chi-Chi. I will exchange it with her again in the future. Lia planned to exchange dishes with Ruan Chi-Chi after finding a suitable pork rib. Lu Yi's cooking is really good, but my Tang Ke is even better with a scalpel. Lu Yi and I are equally blessed. Gao Shangjin immediately understood that his wife must have heard him and Lu Yi arguing. He didn't even bother to eat and hurriedly tried to coax her with sweet words. Eat, or I'll sew your mouth shut if you keep talking nonsense. Lia glared at him and picked up some food for him with the serving chopsticks. There was a lot of joy at the Gao family's dining table, and Lu Yi's family was also doing well. He ate 3 fennel cakes and 4 bowls of rice and finished all the food. Lin Manyun is inquiring about the divorce procedure. Lu Yi's tone was gloating. The old man treated this woman as his treasure, but this woman treated the old man as grass. Find a way to let Shi Jinghong know about this. With his help, the divorce will be quick. Your father may have to stay in the cadre school for a few more days. Wan Qiqi thought of a way to kill two birds with one stone. Military marriages are not easy to divorce, and Lu Disheng has a high rank. Unless Lu Disheng takes the initiative to divorce, it will not be that easy. But it would be much easier with Shi Jinghong's involvement. She guessed that Lin Manyun might even accuse Lu Disheng of 10 false crimes. Lu Disheng will definitely be hurt both physically and mentally this time. Just consider it as a punishment for his mistreatment of Lu Yi over the years. Lin Manyun did not have a good life after returning to the city. Although she no longer had to work, she was frightened every day, afraid of being implicated by Lu Disheng. The situation her family found out was not optimistic. Lu Disheng might never make a comeback this time. He was already over 60, so he might as well die. She was only in her 40s and had plenty of time left. She didn't want to die with this old man. Moreover, she has been implicated by Lu Disheng and her work in the hospital has stopped. Lin Manyun regrets it so much now. If she had known that Lu Disheng was so useless, she would have married someone else. When she was taking care of the wounded in the hospital, there were many young and promising officers, but their ranks were lower than Lu Disheng. She weighed the pros and cons for several days before choosing Lu Disheng, who had the highest rank. Unfortunately, she made the wrong choice in the end. Lin Manyun regretted her decision so much because a young officer who had pursued her in the past was now a cadre in the Jiangcheng military region. Although his rank was lower than Lu Disheng, he was young and had a bright future. If she had married this man back then, why would she have to suffer so much now? Lin Manyun, filled with regret, finally made up her mind to divorce. She did not tell Lu Disheng, but secretly inquired about the divorce procedures. However, the result she found out made her tired. She can only divorce with Lu Disheng's consent, otherwise the divorce will not be successful. Lin Manyun was sure that Lu Disheng would not agree. This unlucky old man was in bad luck now. Where could he find a young and beautiful woman to serve him if he left her? Lin Manyun, who was upset and irritable, had been depressed at home for several days, but still couldn't think of a good way to divorce. One day, there was no food at home, so she rode her bike out to buy food. As soon as she left the compound, she was stopped by someone. The other party showed the credentials of the Cutting Tail Society. Lin Manyun followed them nervously and was taken to Shi Jinghong's office. "Comrade Lin, please take a seat." Shi Jinghong personally made tea for her, with a smile on her face, and was particularly polite. Lin Manyun felt a little relieved. "Comrade Lin wants to divorce Lu Disheng, right?" Shi Jinghong asked directly. "What do you want to do?" Lin Manyun looked alert. She knew that Shi Jinghong and Lu Disheng didn't get along, so he must have had no good intentions in calling her here. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you sincerely. As long as you do as I say, the divorce can go smoothly without Lu Disheng's consent." Shi Jinghong's tone was very sincere. Lin Manyun was moved and asked, "What should I do?" "It's very simple. Just sign this and I'll get you a divorce." Shi Jinghong handed over a document. Lin Manyun took it and saw the line of words on the top. Her heart sank suddenly, and her face changed. It was a document accusing Lu Disheng of 10 crimes, but all of these 10 crimes were trumped up. If she signed it, Lu Disheng's guilt would be set in stone, and he might really die in the Northwest. Lin Manyun was extremely conflicted. She just wanted a divorce and didn't want to harm Lu Disheng. After all, he was the father of Jiefeng and Yuan Chao. "Comrade Lin, you have a hard time as a nurse in the hospital. I can recommend you to work as a cadre in the health bureau, as long as you sign your name." Shi Jinghong's voice was full of temptation, and the bait she threw out was very sweet. Lin Manyun dreamed of becoming a cadre. She had mentioned it to Lu Disheng before, but was rejected. "Comrade Lin, you only care about Lu Disheng, but he never thinks about you. If it's really for your own good, he should take the initiative to file for divorce, so as not to implicate you, don't you think?" Shi Jinghong's words touched Lin Manyun's heart. She also felt very wronged. Lu Disheng didn't care about her at all. When Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi bullied her, this heartless old man never stood up for her. I sign. Lin Manyun gritted her teeth and made up her mind. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. She just wants to live a better life. What's wrong with that? Comrade Lin is indeed a man of great righteousness. Shi Jinghong handed over a pen and praised it, feeling very proud. With these 10 sins, Lu Dixing will definitely not survive. Hands were shaking as she held the pen. It was extremely difficult for her to write her name, which she usually did. Finally, it was signed. Lin Manyun glanced at her name on the document and asked worriedly, "How long will it take for the divorce to happen? And when will the Health Bureau make arrangements?" "It will be kept within a week, and the Health Bureau will take care of it within a month." "Comrade Lin, don't worry." Shi Jinghong's answer was somewhat perfunctory. He had no intention of arranging Lin Manyun to go to the Health Bureau at all. She was just a pawn. Lin Manyun smiled a little and felt relieved. After leaving the tail-cutting meeting, she went to the market to weigh some meat. She had been having a hard time during this period, so she needed to make up for it. Shi Jinghong was very efficient. After only 3 days, Lin Manyun's divorce was successful. Lu Dixing from the farm also received the divorce documents, which were delivered by Shi Jinghong personally, along with the 10 sins. "Your ex-wife Lin Manyun has signed a document personally, accusing you of 10 major crimes. Lu Dixing, your good days are over." Shi Jinghong looked very proud. Even if the little notebook was taken by Mo Chiofeng, it was also related to Lu Dixing. He would not let either of them go. "I will not admit to any false charges. Shi Jinghong, you are such a despicable villain. You have schemed against me. I will beat you so hard that your parents won't recognize you." Lu Dixing was filled with rage. He grabbed Shi Jinghong by the collar and punched him. "I'll beat you to death, you son of a zitch. What the heck were you doing when I was risking my life to fight the Japs? What qualifications do you have to judge me? And you're showing off in front of me. Are you tired of living?" Lin Manyun's betrayal made Lu Dixing furious, and he vented all his anger on Shi Jinghong. But Shi Jinghong brought a lot of people with him, and although Lu Dixing was very brave, a brave man could not stand up to a pack of wolves, and he was quickly subdued in the group fight. Who was beaten black and blue, crawled up from the ground, walked arrogantly to Lu Dixing, looked down at him, and raised his foot to kick him. "Shi Jinghong, what are you doing?" Mo Chiofeng's angry shout rang out. He rushed over after receiving the news. Seeing this group of people bullying Lu Dixing, he became angry for once. Although he looked down on Lu Dixing, what qualifications did Shi Jinghong and his gang have to bully a meritorious official? Mo Chiofeng walked over quickly, followed by several stern-looking soldiers, led by Captain Su. "Commissar Mo, are you trying to hinder my work?" Shi Jinghong's tone was sinister. In the future, he would definitely find a way to kill Mo Chiofeng and get the little notebook. "Shi Jinghong, it's not your turn to interfere in our military region's affairs. Take your people and get out." Mo Chiofeng's elegant and easygoing temperament changed. His eyes were cold and murderous.
Roll.
Captain Su strode over, knocked the man who was holding Lu Dixing down with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and then helped him up. "Commander, you have suffered."
Fine.
Lu Dixing spat out blood and said to Shi Jinghong in a cold voice, "Just come at me. I am upright, and I am not afraid of any slander. I can withstand the test of the organization." Mo Chiofeng picked up the document listing the 10 crimes that had fallen on the ground, glanced at it casually, and tore it into pieces. He threw the pieces of paper into the air like snowflakes and landed on Shi Jinghong. Louis found out about this that evening. After dinner, he ran to Shi Jinghong's home. He lived alone at home. Shi Xiaojun and his mother raised pigs on a farm in the suburbs. Shi Jinghong had just finished washing up and was preparing to go upstairs to sleep. Just as she reached the stairs, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck and lost consciousness. Louis kicked him hard, but was in no hurry to teach him a lesson. He went upstairs to search first. Since Wan Qiqi's last search, and there were a lot of things piled up at home, including food coupons, meat coupons, cash, watches, and jewelry. Lu did not miss anything and searched them all into the space. The coal, grain, oil, bacon, sausages, pots, etc. in the kitchen were also collected. Lu also took off the watch on Shi Jinghong's hand, as well as her lighter and belt. These were all good things used by this old jerk, and he was jealous of them, so he had to take them off. Nothing left to collect in the room, so Lu got down to business. He covered Shi Jinghong's eyes with a cloth, blocked his mouth, and started beating and kicking him. Woo-woo. Shi Jinghong woke up from the pain, but he could not see anything and could not make any sound. He only felt the fists falling on his body. Lu didn't kill him, not even a bone was broken. He was much gentler than when he beat brother Lu Jiafeng before. Shi Jinghong is still useful if you keep him, so you can't beat him too harshly. Beating for half an hour, Shi Jinghong fainted from the pain. An hour later, he woke up again from the pain. He pulled out the cloth from his mouth and eyes and cursed in pain. Darn you. Duet, let me find out who it is, ouch. Shi Jinghong limped up the stairs. After taking a few steps, his feet hurt so much that he reached out to press the escalator, but he missed the button. He lost his balance, fell to the side, and tumbled down the stairs. Oh my! Shi Jinghong lay on the ground groaning. His waist was injured, and the pain was terrible. He slowly got up and was shocked to see an empty staircase. The row of wooden handrails next to it are all gone. This familiar style of painting immediately reminded him of a theft that happened a month ago, where a thief was so poor that he even stole salt. Shi Jinghong's heart skipped a beat. She held her waist and limped to the kitchen. Suddenly, everything in front of her eyes went dark. Not to mention the salt, even the doors and windows of the kitchen were removed, leaving only a hole in the window. The wind blew in, making his bones ache. You jerk! Everyone in your house is dead, and you need wood to make a coffin, right? Shi Jinghong roared in grief and indignation, hating this poor thief to the core. Lu returned home with a full load. Wan Qiqi had already gone to bed, and everyone in the family building had also fallen asleep. He entered the space first and saw the harvest piled on the ground, grinning. Picked out various tickets and cash and gave them to Qiqi. There are also some jewelry and watches, which are also given to Qiqi. Lu went to the vegetable garden again and was pleasantly surprised to find that the peppers had grown. The plants in the space grew at least 3 times faster than those outside. Not only were the peppers ripe, but the eggplants, cucumbers, lentils, and loofahs were also edible. Lu picked a juicy cucumber with a thorny top, wiped it casually on his clothes, and began to chew it. It's crisp and refreshing, and full of moisture. As expected, he is the second best in the world, and is second in everything he does. The first one is his Qiqi. The chickens, ducks, and rabbits are all growing well, and will be ready to eat after a while. After Lu finished eating the cucumber, he shoveled the fermented manure into the vegetable field as fertilizer. As Qiqi said, the success of crops depends on manure, so you have to fertilize diligently to have delicious vegetables. After finishing his work, Lu picked another cucumber and left the space. At 6 o'clock the next morning, a loud bugle call sounded, and the family building suddenly became lively. Most adults and children had gotten up, but Wan Qiqi didn't. Today was Sunday, and he didn't have to go to work. Qiqi, I'll take you to a good place. Lu didn't get up either. He also rested on Sunday. His position as deputy regiment commander was just a figurehead, and he basically had no business doing anything except occasionally helping to train soldiers. He was the person with the least time in the entire military region. I don't want to get up. Wan Qiqi shook her head sleepily. She hadn't gotten enough sleep yet. No need to get up, it's a magical place. Lu smiled mysteriously, grabbed her hand, and then the two of them disappeared from the bed and into the open space. The open space was filled with the fragrance of fruits and vegetables. The chickens, ducks, and rabbits were all very happy, and the colorful roses were blooming beautifully, with dewdrops dripping on the petals. Qiqi, I'll make you some spicy peppers and preserved eggs for lunch. The peppers I planted are ripe. Lu took her to see the chili peppers, smiling very proudly.
Great.
Wan Chi was generous with her praise, and Luya's tail was wagging faster than a fan. He picked a dozen peppers and threw them into the basket. He also picked a cucumber and wiped off the thorns on the surface before giving it to her. Tasty. Wan Chi took a bite and found it crispy and refreshing, with a unique cucumber fragrance. It was really delicious. Come in and pick them when you want to eat them. I also planted watermelons and melons, which will be available for you to eat soon. Lu Yi was happier than eating it himself, and happily took her to see the watermelons and melons. They had already fruited, but were still small and would have to wait a while before they could be eaten. He went to pick a pink rose and put it on Wan Chi-Chi's head. He looked at it happily and praised it repeatedly. It's so beautiful. Wan Chi-Chi watched him running around in the space with a smile, like a child, eager to show her all his good things. After eating cucumbers, looking at watermelons, and wearing flowers, Luya's desire to share was greatly satisfied. He took Wan Chi-Chi to the edge of the white mist and said regretfully, I don't know what is behind the white mist. It's a pity that I can't get through. I'll take you there. Wan Chi-Chi didn't see the white mist. It was obvious that the white mist only affected Lu Yi. She took Lu Ye's hand and walked straight into the street. In Lu Ye's opinion, he passed through the white fog unimpeded and came to an unfamiliar street. He subconsciously stood in front of Wan Chi-Chi with a vigilant look. It's okay. This is my territory. Come on. I'll take you to eat delicious food. Wan Chi-Chi took him to the milk tea shop and skillfully made 2 cups of pearl milk tea. This is milk tea. You will definitely like it. She stuffed the milk tea with a straw into Lu Ye's hand. Lu Yi still hasn't figured out the situation, but he didn't feel there was any danger here, so he took a big sip with confidence. The moment the milk tea flowed into his mouth, his eyes lit up. It's sweet and milky, so delicious. Lu Yi finished a large cup of milk tea in one breath. He especially liked pearls, which were chewy and very satisfying to chew. Wan Chi-Chi made him 2 more cups so that he could have enough at once. Chi-Chi, is that vacant land also yours? Lu Yi finally understood and asked in surprise. Wan Chi-Chi nodded and took him to the supermarket. Standing in the food section, she proudly said, These are all mine. From now on, you can eat as much as you want. Lu Ye's eyes were brighter than the fluorescent lights above his head, and his mouth was full of saliva. They were all delicious, and there were so many of them. He was so lucky. The author's hand speed is touching. My dears, don't wait any longer. Go to bed and don't stay up late. Wan Chi-Chi didn't need to make breakfast that morning because Lu Yi had eaten 3 large cups of milk tea, 6 pieces of cake, and a durian in the space and was full. Her Lu Yi is the ancient Greek god in charge of eating durian. The first time he smelled durian, he said it was fragrant and his mouth was watering with greed. Unlike before, when she would get intoxicated by the smell of durian, it was not until she mustered up the courage to pinch her nose and eat a piece that she completely fell in love with it. The next time she smelled durian, she felt it was especially fragrant.
Belç, Luye burpet kontentetli.
The cake and milk tea were so delicious that he could eat them every day. Go to the farm later and comfort your father. Wan Chi-Chi cooked herself a bowl of rice noodles as she felt a bit sick of eating cake so early in the morning. You deserve it. Lu Yi sneered, his expression mocking. Wan Chi-Chi was too lazy to expose him. Although she cursed him harshly, she still cared about him in her heart. Sure, Jinghong bullied Lu Disheng during the day, and her husband went to teach her a lesson at night. In fact, her Lu Yi has the softest heart, but it is hidden by his rebellious appearance. After eating the rice noodles, Wan Chi-Chi made a large pot of braised pork and brought it back to the farm for Lu Disheng to eat. The 2 of them walked up to the 2nd floor, and Ji Xianglian went upstairs carrying an empty bucket. She had just been drying clothes downstairs. The 3 of them met on a narrow road. Ji Xianglian raised his chin proudly and snorted through his nose. Wan Chi-Chi glanced at her and ignored her. Ji Xianglian thought she was scared and became even more proud. When they went downstairs, she could still hear her talking to others. You used to bully others by relying on the power of others, but now you have no power to rely on, so you are honest. The voice was not small, and it was obviously said intentionally for them to hear. Lu Yi picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it directly to the second floor without aiming. Was about to open her mouth to speak when she felt a sharp pain in her mouth. Her 2 front teeth fell out, and blood gushed out. Snap! She had just hung out to dry downstairs fell to the ground, covered in mud, and had to be washed again. Because the hemp rope she tied to the tree was loose, all her hard work of washing for the whole morning was wasted. The second floor came Ji Xianglian's unclear curses and the comforting voices of other military wives. Wan Qiqi smiled wickedly and rode away on his bike with Lu Yi. Lu Dixing didn't go to work because he was sick. He had been doing intensive physical labor a while ago, relying entirely on his spirit to support him. Lin Manyun's betrayal made his spirit disappear. In addition, he was beaten yesterday. After all, he was old and had not been sick for decades, so he fell ill all of a sudden. The illness came like a mountain falling on him. Lu Dixing developed a high fever, felt dizzy, and his throat was smoking. He didn't have the strength to get up and pour some water, so he lay in bed in a daze. He recalled many past events, and the person he thought about the most was Lu Yi, and he felt particularly guilty. Lin Manyun was a vicious person and must have abused Xiaoye in the past. He remembered that Xiaoye had complained to him, but he was deceived by this venomous snake Lin Manyun and thought that the child was lying. Not only did he not stand up for Xiaoye, he also taught him a lesson. No wonder the child became crazy when he grew up. He really felt sorry for the child. Lu Dixing regretted his actions to the core. He hated Lin Manyun for being so vicious, and he hated himself even more for being so stupid as to marry such a vicious woman and bring her home, mistreating his son. That he is in such a miserable state now is all retribution.
Lu Dixing sighed.
His head hurt even more, his throat hurt, and his lips were dry and chapped. He forced himself to stay awake, supported himself on the bed with his hands, and tried to get up to pour some water. But he had no strength at all. He just got up a little bit and then his eyes went dark and he fell down. His body was so weak that he couldn't even move a finger. Lu Dixing felt sad, thinking that he had been able to repel the enemy's attack alone with just a heavy machine gun, and persisted in waiting for reinforcements and not losing the position. Now, he can't even get out of bed, alas. Wan Qiqi and the others arrived. Lu Dixing was already delirious due to fever. His cheeks were red and burning hot. The temperature was frighteningly high. "You won't die, will you?" Lu Yi frowned, looking at the weak and haggard Lu Dixing. He did not feel as happy as he had imagined. He had fantasized countless times before about beating Lu Dixing down and having him kneel in front of him and call him daddy, but now that Lu Dixing had really fallen, he wasn't happy at all. "I can't die." Wan Qiqi took out the antipyretic medicine and fed it to Lu Dixing, and also drank a lot of warm water to replenish his water. She glanced at the awkward Lu Yi and said nothing. In fact, she understood Lu Ye's thoughts very well. It was not a virtuous heart, but a blood bond. Lu Dixing was Lu Ye's biological father. Although he was a scumbag, he was not really a bad guy. Lu Dixing was indeed very busy, so he entrusted the child to Lin Manyun, the poisonous snake. He was too stupid to recognize Lin Manyun's true face, which caused Lu Yi to suffer abuse. So, Lu Yi hated Lu Dixing, but he also cared about him. However, Wan Qiqi knew that Lu Yi would definitely not forgive Lu Dixing. The damage has been done, and to forgive is to torture yourself. The antipyretic medicine was very effective. Lu Dixing broke out in a sweat, his fever subsided, and he woke up. The 2 blurry figures in front of him gradually became clear. When he saw that they were Lu Yi and Wan Qiqi, Lu Dixing felt a little sad. The person he treated the most unfairly was Lu Yi, but in the end, he still had to rely on Lu Yi to take care of him. "Dad, drink some water." Wan Qiqi handed over a large cup of warm water. Lu Dixing took the water and drank it greedily as if it were nectar. He hadn't had any water since last night and was almost dying of thirst. Lu Dixing choked because he drank too quickly and coughed so loudly that his face turned red. "You're drinking so fast. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Lu Yi slapped him on the back, showing his filial piety. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Dishing had almost recovered from his coughing fit, but the slap made him cough again, and his ribs were almost broken. This time, he didn't scold him. Instead, he looked at Lu Yi guiltily and continued drinking water. Lu Yi waited for a long time, but the old man didn't scold him. Instead, he felt uncomfortable. He thought about it and slapped him again, this time with more force, and knocked Lu Dishing down directly. Fortunately, I drank all the water in the cup, otherwise the quilt would definitely be warm. Lu Dishing was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed, but he endured it. He felt sorry for his son, so it would be good to let this kid vent his anger. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Dishing still didn't teach him a lesson. Lu Yi frowned even more tightly, suspecting that the old man had a fever and his throat was hoarse. Chi-Chi, my throat is burnt, and I am hoarse. Lu Ye's tone was a little anxious, and to prove it to Wan Chi-Chi, he slapped Lu Dishing hard on the head. He felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, and when he heard his son's rebellious words, Lu Dishing's anger finally overcame his guilt. He raised the enamel cup and smashed it at his son. My throat is fine. But the curse came out like a rough and hoarse sound, as if the vocal cords had been rubbed by sandpaper. Wan Chi-Chi couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She thought of the Baoan joke. With Lu Dishing's current voice, it would definitely sound nice if he was called Baoan. Lu Yi dodged nimbly, and the enamel cup fell to the ground, rolling a few times. You have such a broken throat. My fart sounds better than yours. Whenever Lu Yi speaks, he never says anything good. However, after being disturbed by his actions, Lu Dishing felt refreshed, and his stomach was also full of hunger. In fact, Lu Yi and Wan Chi-Chi are both kind-hearted children. Children who lack love are very kind. They will remember the little kindness of others. However, Lu Yi will not forgive. This is not the author's forced character setting, but my own journey. I hate my relatives and I will not forgive them, but I will not ignore their life or death. It is a very contradictory mentality. Maybe many people have the same idea as me. There are very few people who can be so heartless and disloyal as to not recognize their relatives. Wan Chi-Chi cooked a big bowl of noodles and served it with braised pork. Lu Dishing ate it all with a great appetite. Your concubine divorced you and accused you of 10 crimes. You have a very good eye. After careful selection, you chose a poisonous snake to marry. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Now you get bitten by a poisonous snake. You deserve it. Lu Yi gloated and made sarcastic remarks. Lu Dishing let Lu Yi mock him without saying a word. His silence instantly made Lu Yi lose interest. Just like punching cotton, it was meaningless. Are you mute? Lu Yi asked unhappily. Lu Dishing sighed and said in a hoarse voice, It's my fault. Dad is sorry for you. Lu Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that this proud and conceited old man would admit his mistake so easily and say sorry to him. Looking at Lu Dishing's dark, thin, and haggard appearance, he had completely lost his former spirited energy and even admitted his mistakes so quickly. Lu Yi did not feel happy. Instead, he was very angry. What's the point of you saying sorry? Can it offset what Lin Mannion did to me? You didn't believe me when I told you before, but now that you've been bitten by the venomous snake, you believe it. You don't feel guilty towards me at all, but you regret not seeing Lin Mannion's true face earlier and hurting yourself. Lu Yi spoke very quickly and rudely, scolding Lu Dishing harshly. He hated the old man's "I'm sorry." How could these 3 light words possibly offset the suffering he had endured? He never wants to hear sorry, because he will never forgive. Don't ever say sorry to me again. It makes me angry. After saying that, Lu Yi ran out. Lu Dishing's face was full of regret, and he felt very upset. If the law allowed, he really wanted to kill Lin Mannion to avenge his son. But he can't do that. He has to obey the law. Dad, Lin Mannion will be back soon for labor reform. Wan Chi-Chi said something. Lin Mannion's good days are over. There will be darkness from now on. Let's see how long this woman can endure. What did she do? Lu Dishing didn't quite believe it. Now that Lin Mannion was involved with Shi Jinghong, how could she possibly come to the farm for transformation? It's coming soon anyway, Dad. Don't get involved with her and rekindle your old feelings. Wan Chichi gave a warning first. Although Lin Manyan was not beautiful, she was very good at charming men. Lu Disheng was easily influenced, and he still had an old relationship with Lin Manyan, so she was worried. Lu Disheng's face turned red with embarrassment, and he said angrily, I wish I could kill her now. You should read more books and stop using idioms carelessly. I recite the quotations every day, Dad. You should also study more quotations and improve your consciousness. Wan Chichi brought a book of quotations and asked Lu Disheng to take time to study it.
Got it.
You and Xiaoyi should go back. Don't come here again. It's not good for you. Lu Disheng did intend to study the quotations, and this book arrived at a very timely moment. Wan Chichi left a pot of braised pork, some eggs and noodles, and left with Lu Yi. She also went to the post office to pick up a package. Wan Shuangjiang had sent a big bag full. After returning home, she opened the package. In addition to the dried rice noodles, there was also a large bag of roasted dried fish, dried loach, a bottle of chili sauce, and moldy tofu. The chili sauce was dried by the team leader's wife. The captain's wife's family is from the next county, and she is a fellow villager of Zhengguofan. The chili sauce of that county is very famous, and was once presented as tribute to Zhengguofan. Wan Chichi especially likes the chili sauce made by the captain's wife, especially the sword beans and silkworms in the sauce. It tastes crispy, fresh, and spicy, and is perfect with steamed buns. Yongfeng hot sauce earthworm, also known as pagoda vegetable, she asked Lu Yi to go to the cafeteria to get steamed buns, and she cooked a pot of rice, stir-fried dried fish with spicy sauce, scrambled eggs with leeks, braised pork, and a vegetable and tofu soup. Lu Yi made 20 steamed buns. When he came back, Wan Chichi's meal was not ready yet. He ate 5 steamed buns in one go with chili sauce and fermented tofu. This bug-like thing is crunchy and delicious. Lu Yi loves to eat silkworms and specifically chooses this one to eat. It's called the earth silkworm. It grows in the ground. Wan Chichi patiently explained to him that she also liked to eat silkworms and would ask the team leader's wife to dry more, and she would pay her for it. The fish is almost finished, so I'll buy a few grass carps and ask Wang Shua to help cook it. She only needs half of the fish. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the family building changed subtly. Those who used to fawn over Wan Chichi now kept their distance and started playing with Ji Xianglian instead. Wan Chichi didn't feel anything. She has always been a loner. Today, when she went to work, she met Director Lin at the factory gate. Out of politeness, she stopped and said hello. Xiao Wan, how is the old leader doing in the cadre school? Is he in good health? Director Lin asked with concern.
Fine.
Wan Chichi answered honestly that Lu Disheng could eat, sleep, and work, and his body was stronger than that of young people. That's good.
Do and worry.
Once the organization has investigated the matter thoroughly, the old leader will definitely be able to come back. Director Lin comforted. Lu Yi and I are not worried. Uncle Lin, don't worry either. Everything will be fine. Wan Chichi comforted Director Lin instead. After all, she and Lu Yi were not worried, but Director Lin was really worried. Director Lin felt much more at ease and asked about Wan Chichi's work with concern. Very good. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your concern.
Do a good job.
Director Lin was very relieved. He had been worried that this girl would cause trouble, but it seemed that he was overthinking it. This girl had been working here for a while and was very quiet, and nothing had happened. The Huolongtang incident in the propaganda department was suppressed by the department chief, and no one told Director Lin about it. Otherwise, he would definitely not have been reassured so early. Director Lin, Wan Chichi walked slowly towards the office building. She didn't know that her conversation with Director Lin had been heard by He Huiling. As soon as He Huiling arrived at the office, she shared the good news with Qi Huaimin. Wan Chichi relied on her father-in-law's connections. Her father-in-law was Director Lin's old boss, but now her father-in-law is in trouble and is undergoing labor reform in a cadre school. Qi Huaimin's eyes flashed, and although he didn't say anything, he had some idea in his mind. Since he has no backing, don't blame him for being rude. The last time he drank huilong soup, It still traumatized him to this day. He always felt that everything he drank had a fishy smell. He must avenge himself. Lao Chi, you, and Xiao Wan will be responsible for the promotional posters in the fermentation workshop. Complete them within a week. Lao Chi, you are the master, so guide Xiao Wan more. The section chief assigned the work tasks. The next day, when making a blackboard newspaper, Chi Huaimin gave Ruan Chichi a stack of materials, saying it was the content of the blackboard newspaper, and asked her to copy it on the blackboard. Ruan Chichi had a photographic memory and could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the materials. She had even inserted 2 very obscure and dangerous words. If seen by someone with ulterior motives, she, the person who copied the blackboard newspaper, would definitely be in big trouble. Chi Huaimin really went to great lengths to harm her. The work bell rang in the afternoon. Chi Huaimin asked Ruan Chichi to make a blackboard newspaper. He was very active, but every time he arrived at the workshop, he found an excuse to slip away, leaving Ruan Chichi alone. Comrade Chi, are you sure you want to copy all these materials onto the blackboard? Ruan Chichi deliberately asked loudly. Of course. I have worked so hard to find these materials, and my eyes are dazzled by them. If I don't copy them, it would be a waste of my labor. Chi Huaimin glanced at Ruan Chichi with disdain. A young girl wanted to fight with him. Humph, she would be sent to labor reform immediately. Finally finished, I'm going to sleep. Finally, I'd like to ask for free gifts and 5-star reviews, because the author's writing speed is so touching. I urgently need to increase my writing speed. Haha. Comrade Chi, did you find the materials on purpose? Did you find them by yourself? Ruan Chichi stood at the door of the office and spoke even louder. It is now past 9 in the morning. People coming and going in the corridor of the office building can all hear Ruan Chichi's words. If I didn't find it, did you find it? You just started working, what do you know? I, an old master, have to work harder. Chi Huaimin started to act like an old man again, his tone full of the superiority of a senior. I really don't understand anything since I just started working here. Comrade Chi, I need your guidance. I will go and make the bulletin board right now, and I will make it all according to the materials you gave me. Ruan Chichi answered very humbly and with a low attitude, which was completely different from when he poured back the dragon soup before. Chi Huaimin became even more proud. He thought that Ruan Chichi had to behave herself because her backer had fallen, and he became more determined to punish her. Last time with. He has been in the winery for decades, but this is the first time he has suffered such a big loss. If he doesn't take revenge, how can he keep his face in the winery? Must see what happens if they offend Chi Huaimin, and see who dares to disrespect him in the future. You go down and make the blackboard newspaper first. I'll come back later. Chi Huaimin sat with his arms and legs stretched out, drinking tea slowly from the cup. He threw away the old cup and replaced it with a new one. This was one of the reasons why he hated Ruan Chichi. A new enamel cup costs $3, and he lost a huge sum of $3. This hatred is irreconcilable. Let me number these materials first, so they won't get messy later. Ruan Chichi was very easy to talk to. He even took a pen and marked every page of the material in front of everyone in the office. Chi Huaimin didn't think much about it. He was very confident in the trap he designed. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to see it, even if they looked carefully. He planned to let Ruan Chichi write the entire issue of the bulletin board, and he would not interfere with a single word. After the bulletin board was completed, he would collect the pile of materials and burn them, then pretend to accidentally point out the reactionary remarks in the bulletin board and send Ruan Chichi to a farm for reform. You're lucky, you can come back after a few years on the farm. It's bad luck. A young and beautiful girl like Ruan Chichi might never come back after going to the farm. Chi Huaimin sneered secretly. He had been able to stand firm in the winery for decades, and it was not just his seniority that counted. Ruan Chichi had hit a wall by provoking him. Ruan Chichi marked every page of the materials, and she wrote them on the section chief's desk. She turned the pages very slowly, and it took her several minutes to mark a dozen pages of materials. The section chief couldn't help but frown. Although the propaganda department was slacking off every day, and he himself was also slacking off, Wan Chichi was too slacking. If he continued to drag his feet, he would be going off work. All right. Wan Chichi wrote the number on the last page, put the cap on the pen, grinned at the section chief, smiled at Chi Huaimin, and went out with the materials. Chi Huaimin felt a little uneasy and had a vague sense of danger, but he didn't care. She was just a young girl. How dangerous could she be? He must be overthinking it. After Wan Chichi left, Chi Huaimin drank his tea leisurely and read the newspaper leisurely. He Huiling took out a half-knitted woolen vest from the drawer, dragged a chair to sit next to Chi Huaimin's desk, and chatted with him while knitting a sweater. Once your backer falls, you will be obedient. He Huiling sneered with disdain, and was also planning in her mind how to deal with Wan Chichi and avenge the Huilong soup incident that day. Young people are just hot-tempered. They will become obedient after hitting the wall a few times. Chi Huaimin still spoke in the tone of an old veteran advising on the country's affairs. One day I'll have to teach her a lesson. He Huiling gritted her teeth and said that ever since her husband became a buyer for a department store, she had never been bullied at the winery again. Her colleagues all flattered her, and even the section chief was polite to her. But she had suffered a big setback at the hands of Wan Chichi, and she could not swallow this humiliation and had to take revenge. The two had a common enemy and were chatting animatedly. Excuse me, where is Wan Chichi? Lui suddenly appeared at the door of the office and asked politely. He was wearing a military uniform, looking masculine, handsome, and impressive. Even the section chief bent over unconsciously and asked politely, Wan Chichi is out making a bulletin board. What do you want to talk to her about?
Hello.
She didn't have time to eat breakfast. Which one is her desk? Louis smiled and raised the lunchbox in his hand. This is Xiao Ruan's desk. Did you specially bring her breakfast? The section chief pointed at Wan Chichi's desk, his eyes fixed on Liu Ye's military uniform. It had 4 pockets, indicating that the man was at least a platoon leader. He became a platoon leader at such a young age. He has a bright future. The military rank system was abolished in the 1970s, and the troops all wore the Type 65 military uniform. The officers' jackets had 4 pockets, while ordinary soldiers had 2 pockets. Lu Yi walked into the office, put the lunchbox on Wan Chichi's desk, and smiled at the section chief. My Chichi is not in good health. She will feel dizzy and weak if she doesn't eat breakfast. She just came to work and doesn't know anything. The leader has to take care of her. If she does anything wrong, call me and tell me. I will definitely teach her a lesson. No, Xiao Ruan is pretty good, smart, and quick to react. The section chief's face was full of smiles. He was cunning and understood Liu Ye's implication immediately. My cousin is not in good health, so don't assign her too much work. Even if my cousin did something wrong, you are not qualified to teach him a lesson, or I will never forgive you. This is a blatant threat. He dare not say anything. He can't afford to offend. Chi Huaimin's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Wan Chichi had more than one backer. Darn it, not only is my father-in-law dead, but I also have a husband who is an officer. He glanced at He Huiling with dissatisfaction. The information she obtained was not comprehensive, which almost caused him to make a big mistake. No, he had to get the materials back quickly. Wan Chichi's background was too powerful and he couldn't afford to offend her. He Huiling pouted angrily, feeling extremely jealous. It's so unfair that Wan Chichi gets all the good things. Lu Yi looked at the two of them deeply. His eyes turned cold. It was these 2 people who bullied his Chichi, and just now they were plotting to deal with Chichi. It is true that appearance reflects the heart. The man has a pointed chin, and the woman has a face full of flesh. They don't look like good people. This sight made Chi Huaimin's calves tremble. He was so nervous that he kept drinking water. Before he knew it, he had finished a cup of tea, and his lower abdomen was bloated. He quickly got up and prepared to go to the toilet first, and then go to Wan Chichi to get the materials. Chi Huaimin walked quickly towards the men's restroom, and Lu Yi smiled evilly and followed behind him. Chi Huaimin in the bathroom had already unzipped his pants. He had just drunk a large cup of tea, which had all turned into urine, and he was very bloated. But After urinating for several minutes, Chi Huaimin still couldn't pee. He was obviously in a hurry to pee, but he just couldn't. It was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his urine, and he couldn't pee no matter what he did. Grass. Chi Huaimin used up all his strength, his face turned red, and he couldn't even urinate a drop, but his lower abdomen was swollen and about to explode. He was swept by a deep fear, worrying that he would be the first person in the winery to die from holding his urine. The more Chi Huaimin thought about it, the more frightened he became. He didn't even bother to zip up his pants and ran out in a hurry. He wanted to go to the hospital to save his life. A living person must not be allowed to die from holding his urine.
Ah,
You rascal! The women's restroom was next to the men's restroom. A female comrade just came out and met Chi Huaimin, and she could see it clearly. The female comrade was a woman in her 40s, bold and aggressive. She grabbed Chi Huaimin by the collar and slapped him hard in the face. You are so shameless that you let me see this? I'll beat you to death, you jerk. The eldest sister is about the same height as Chi Huaimin and has a high level of fighting skills. It can be seen at first glance that she often teaches her husband a lesson by pulling his hair, slapping him, kicking him in the groin. She is very skilled in every move. Ouch, I didn't mean to do that. I was just anxious because I couldn't pee. Stop hitting me. Chi Huaimin was in the wrong, so he held his head and dodged, and even explained why he didn't zip up his pants, but the eldest sister didn't believe him at all and beat him even harder. You don't need to zip up because you have a bad prostate? I have breast hyperplasia, but I still dress tightly. Don't make excuses for your hooligan behavior. You are a shameless old hooligan. The eldest sister is not only powerful in fighting, but also eloquent. She scolded Chi Huaimin and attracted many people. Chi Huaimin has been trying to zip up his shirt, but his elder sister didn't give him the chance, so he hasn't done it yet. How shameless. You rascal. A beast in human form. Female comrades all looked disdainful and cursed harshly. Male comrades were gloating over Chi Huaimin's misfortune. They were already fed up with him because he always acted like a senior in the factory. Lu Yi mingled in the crowd, grinning with his teeth bared. After a few minutes, Chi Huaimin was beaten black and blue, and his hair was pulled out. Only then did Lu Yi show mercy and issue an order.
hush.
Chi Huaimin, who was dodging with his head in his hands, heard the booing and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Then a warm current flowed out of his body, flowing freely and deeply. Duck you peed on me, did you do it on purpose? The older sister sitting opposite Chi Huaimin suffered the consequences and was peed on. She was so angry that she didn't even care about being disgusted and started punching and kicking him. Finally, the section chief arrived and rescued Chi Huaimin. Chi Huaimin was covered in urine and made a fool of himself, so he simply took half a day off and went home. Lu Yi smiled wickedly and returned to the propaganda department office. He Huiling was still knitting a sweater, while the others were reading newspapers. Wan Qiqi had not returned yet. He went in and got the lunchbox, saying he would give it to Wan Qiqi. He Huiling curled her lips again, feeling very jealous. Why did this little zitch Wan Qiqi marry such a good man? He is handsome, capable, and considerate to his wife. He is truly a good man among thousands. Lu Yi glanced at her, took the lunchbox, and left the office. He Huiling felt uneasy and her throat was a little dry when she saw him, so she took a big sip of tea and continued knitting. But after a while, she felt a wet heat under her butt and the sound of dripping water. Lu Yi came back and yelled at her. You peed your pants. This is so strange. How come people in your office can't hold back their urine? He Huiling was angry and embarrassed. Even if she wet her pants, she could just go to the toilet and change them quietly as long as she didn't make any noise. Now that this unlucky man had called it out, everyone in the office knew about it, and she had made a complete fool of herself. Lu Yi bared his teeth at her, snorted disdainfully, and walked away with his head held high. Wan Qiqi didn't know that her man came to help her vent her anger. She went directly to the office of the deputy secretary of the winery. The reason she didn't go to the secretary was because the secretary was old and loved to smooth things over, so it would be useless to go to him. Deputy Secretary is young, radical, and ambitious. I want to report Chi Huaimin. He has reactionary ideas and has inserted negative comments into the bulletin board in an attempt to corrupt the winery's employees. Ruan Chichi took out the materials given by Chi Huaimin, marked the 2 places with a red pen, and showed them to the Deputy Secretary. Deputy Secretary took one look, and his expression turned serious. These materials were written by Chi Huaimin? Yes, everyone in the propaganda department can prove that he wrote it all by himself with great effort. Wan Chichi nodded vigorously. Deputy Secretary said that he would investigate the matter and asked Wan Chichi to go back to work first. Leader, I have discovered something else. Chi Huaimin's best friend in the office is He Huiling. They often conspire together. Maybe they're planning something bad. You have to investigate it carefully and not let any bad elements go. Wan Chichi's expression was extremely serious, as if she was concerned about the country and the people. The Deputy Secretary's expression became even more serious. There were actually accomplices. He must investigate them thoroughly and not let any of them go. Leader, I am determined to draw a clear line between myself and the bad elements. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the rise and fall of a country. Wan Chichi said passionately. You are a good comrade, Wan Chichi from the propaganda department, right? Deputy Secretary had a particularly good impression of her. Although she was young, she was highly conscious and had very firm ideas. She was a very good young person. Right. Wan Chichi answered loudly. The document was left with the Deputy Secretary. When Wan Chichi returned to the office, she learned that Lu Yi had been there and that He Huiling and Chi Huaimin had wet their pants in public and made a fool of themselves. As soon as she heard it, she knew it was Lu Yi who did it. Urine is also water, so with Lu Yi's ability, it's a piece of cake. In the afternoon, but he lived in the staff dormitory and was also in the factory. Deputy Secretary acted quickly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he took people to the family building and took Chi Huaimin away in full view of everyone. In less than an hour, the news of Chi Huaimin's arrest spread throughout the factory. Everyone in the propaganda department was called in for questioning. No one dared to lie, and they all testified that it was indeed Chi Huaimin who wrote the materials, so Chi Huaimin's guilt was confirmed. If nothing unexpected happens, Chi Huaimin will be sent to a farm for reform. He Huiling was called away for questioning and did not return until after work. The atmosphere in the office was very low. Everyone was smart, and they figured it out quickly. Wan Chichi must have seen the problem a long time ago and deliberately asked in front of everyone. At that time, she wanted to report Chi Huaimin. Although Chi Huaimin was wrong to have the intention to harm others first, Wan Chichi was also a vicious girl. She reported others as soon as they disagreed with something. Such a colleague made them feel insecure and worried that they would be harmed one day. Wan Chichi was in a very good mood and went home humming a song. There was a group of children, both boys and girls, playing sandbag throwing downstairs in the family building, and it was very lively. After parking the car downstairs, Wan Chichi went upstairs with her basket of vegetables. When she passed by the group of children, she heard a discordant voice. Bad woman. He was a boy of 5 or 6 years old, glaring at Wan Chichi with hatred. Wan Chichi recognized him as Ji Xianglian's youngest son. If anyone dares to scold her, she will beat him even if he is a child. Wan Chichi walked over, slapped the boy in the face, then turned and left. The boy burst into tears, attracting the chatter of the military wives nearby, including Ji Xianglian. Wan Chichi, you even beat a child. Are you still a human being? Ji Xianglian was so angry that she cursed loudly, but her speech was lisp and her articulation was unclear. The other military wives also expressed their disapproval. Which decent adult would hit a child? Wan Chichi was really too arrogant. Wan Chichi had already walked down to the first floor. Upon hearing this, she came down again, walked up to Ji Xianglian, and slapped her hard. If you can't even teach your children well, are you still a human being? Wan Chichi finished scolding. She slapped Ji Xianglian again. Seeing the slap marks on both sides of Ji Xianglian's face, she was satisfied and turned away. It really wasted her time, and her hands were tired, so she had to let Lu Yi be a slapping tool, which was called easy slapping. Ji Xianglian was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. Her face was burning with pain, and the gums around her front teeth were also aching. All this made her furious, and she hated Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi. The stone that knocked out her front teeth that morning was 100% certain to have been thrown by Lu Yi. Unfortunately, she had no evidence, and no one believed her even if she told them, not even her husband. She could only swallow her anger. But now so many people saw it. Wan Qiqi slapped her and her son in public. She can't deny it. Wan Qiqi, you are taking advantage of your power to bully others. This is a new society where everyone is equal. Why do you bully us? Ji Xianglian then turned to look at her youngest son, crying, and questioned him angrily. Both mother and daughter had slap marks on their faces and tears in their eyes, looking miserable. The military wives nearby were all very sympathetic and felt that Wan Qiqi was indeed too domineering. Even though her father-in-law was the commander and her husband was the deputy regiment commander, they did not slap people at every turn. What's more, Commander Lu is in trouble and is undergoing reform on the farm, but Wan Qiqi doesn't restrain himself at all and is still so arrogant. He is too ignorant. Wan Qiqi had already gone up the stairs and was almost on the second floor. After hearing Ji Xianglian's ill-intentioned words, she turned around and went downstairs again, with an expression neither happy nor angry, and walked in front of Ji Xianglian and her daughter. Pa 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 pa. Wan Qiqi moved quickly, and before anyone could react, Ji Xianglian was slapped 6 times, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The slap marks were red and swollen, and her long face instantly swelled up into a flat face. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, wondering if Wan Qiqi was really crazy. Wan Qiqi shook her hands and said calmly, "Your son called me a bad woman, so I slapped him once as a small punishment. As a mother, you can't even teach your son well, so I slapped you twice to teach you a lesson. Now, I slapped you 6 times to explain to you what it means to bully others by taking advantage of your power. Don't use idioms carelessly in the future. Remember?" After saying that, she shook her hands again. Slapping someone feels great, but it is too tiring for the hands. She had to ask Lu Yi to work overtime to make it easy. Everyone gasped and looked at Wan Qiqi with admiration. She could even come up with such a powerful reason for beating someone. She and Lu Diangong were indeed a pair. The little son in Ji Xianglian's arms was so scared that he didn't dare to cry. He curled up in her arms and didn't dare to move, for fear of being slapped again. Angry that she fainted, it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She pushed her younger son away and screamed that she wanted to fight Wan Qiqi to the death. "Wan Qiqi, what right do you have to bully me? We are all military wives. Why do you think you are superior to me? Even the landlord's wife doesn't bully people like you. I will fight you." Ji Xianglian, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Wan, and you just had a few words. Why did you bring up the landlord's wife? Besides, Xiao Wan is not wrong. Children are ignorant, and you adults are also ignorant. You are a teacher, but you teach children to curse behind their backs. Aren't you ashamed of doing this? Wang Shuhua stood on Wan Qiqi's side without hesitation. This was the first time she took a clear stand and took sides in the family building. In the past, when the military wives in the family building had conflicts, she always remained neutral and did not help anyone, for fear of causing trouble for her husband. Now that her husband has been promoted, she doesn't need to be so cautious. What's more, Wan Qiqi and his wife are her family's benefactors, so she will definitely help them. Wang Shuhua, you seem quite proud of being a dog, right? It's none of your business to interfere in my affairs. Ji Xianglian was sarcastic and mocking. She was too lazy to pretend to be virtuous and magnanimous, and her words were particularly sharp and harsh. I'm just speaking the truth. Why are you saying such harsh words? Ji Xianglian, why don't you pretend to be kind and generous now? Look at how sarcastic you are now. This is your true face. Wang Shuhua was not angry at all. She had endured it for so many years in the staff housing complex.
It was just a small thing.
She was not angry at all. Instead, she was very happy. Ji Xianglian, this two-faced and sinister villain, has finally revealed his true face. Xu Hua is right. If a teacher can't even teach his own children well, don't mislead the students. Hearing the noise downstairs, Lu Danny quickly ran downstairs to watch the excitement. When she saw that it was Ji Xianglian who was making trouble, she immediately spoke out in support. If you don't even finish high school, you are just misleading the students. Stepped on it without hesitation. You can't even teach first graders clearly. How can you become an excellent teacher with this level of ability? Lu Sanmei scolded. He relied on double dealing and cheating. If I were you, Sister Wan beat him well and skillfully. This jerk who can't speak human language should be beaten severely. If it were me, I would definitely beat him even harder. The Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus is sharpening his fists and is full of murderous intent. With them around, Wan Qiqi had no chance to perform. She was even pulled aside by the enthusiastic Lu Danny, who scolded Ji Xianglian face to face. Wan Qiqi touched her nose and stood obediently by the side, looking just like a quiet and timid girl next door. Under the firepower of several women, Ji Xianglian didn't even have the chance to fight back, and she didn't dare to fight back for fear of being beaten again. Last time, her hair was almost pulled out bald, and the wounds on her body haven't healed yet. She was really scared. What's going on? Captain Su's voice came over. He was on his way home from work and saw from afar a group of old women gathered in a group, swearing at each other. It was obvious that they were fighting, so he came over to take a look. As a result, he saw his cousin and his son, shivering like little chicks, surrounded by Lu Danny and the others. What's wrong again? Ji Xianglian, are you gossiping with others again? Captain Su's head suddenly became bigger. He was really afraid of these old women. Each one was more ferocious than the other. He didn't dare to hit them, and he couldn't scold them enough. He felt so frustrated. I didn't do that. She was the one who bullied me and my son. Ji Xianglian pointed at Wan Qiqi aggrievedly and looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. The younger son also cried in grievance. Captain Su's face darkened, and he shouted at Wan Qiqi. Comrade Wan, why are you bullying me again? We all live in the same building, so why can't we just get along well?
Su Shengli.
My father is not here. How dare you bully my guests? As the voice came, Lu Yi appeared in front of Wan Qiqi, protecting her behind him like an eagle protecting its chick, and confronted Captain Su. Wang Shuhua and the others silently stepped back a few steps to avoid getting hurt in a fight. This kid called me a bad woman, so I slapped him lightly to teach him a lesson. His mother called me a bad person, so I slapped her twice to teach her a lesson. But she called me a bully, more vicious than a landlord's wife, and said she wanted to create class conflicts and had evil intentions. So I slapped her 6 times to teach her what bullying is. Then, her husband came to scold me, saying that the whole family was too bad. Wan Qiqi hid behind Lu Yi like a little rabbit and described what had happened in detail. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After Lu Yi comforted his wife, he scolded Captain Su. Your little brat is a bad boy. My cousin took the trouble to teach him how to behave. Not only did you not thank him, but you also bullied him. Are you still human? Captain Su frowned, lowered his head and asked his youngest son, Did you curse? The younger son lowered his head and dared not say a word. Are you mute? I'm asking you, did you curse at anyone? Captain Su became angry and raised his voice. Why are you being so mean to the child? Even if the child is young and says something unpleasant, you can't hit him. The child is young and doesn't understand things, but Wan Qiqi is not young anymore. She is too much of a bully. Ji Xianglian hugged her youngest son in her arms and blamed her husband in dissatisfaction. How old is your child? Lu Yi asked coldly. 6 years old. Captain Su answered subconsciously. Lu Yi snorted coldly. 6 years old is not young. I take care of my cousin like a 3-year-old kid. I even bring water for washing feet to her and feed her meals with my own hands. Who is older between 3 and 6? You, the cousin, are old, but you're disrespectful and bully my cousin because she is young. And you, Su Xingli, are stupid and blind. Sooner or later, you, the venomous cousin, will kill me. That's right. Wan Qiqi nodded vigorously. She totally agreed with what was said. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone rubbed their arms at the same time. It was too corny and unbearable. Only this crazy couple could say such shameless words. They felt so sick just listening to them. Captain Su was so angry that he laughed. When it comes to shamelessness, he really has to admit defeat. He also figured out the whole story. In the final analysis, it was his jerk who provoked others first. Although Wan Qiqi went too far by hitting others, it was indeed wrong for the little jerk to curse others. And Ji Xianglian kept bringing up class contradictions, which was indeed too much. I can't argue with you. It's true that my son was wrong today. You guys have beaten me, so let's end this now. Captain Su didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. If he was wrong, he would admit it. Although he also felt that it was wrong for Wan Qiqi to beat a child, it was the girl's fault for being crazy. A decent man and a crazy woman could not make sense. He would have to teach his own son a lesson and tell him to stop messing with this crazy couple. Old Su, I was bullied by them, and you just let it go? Ji Xianglian screamed in anger. She had been slapped 8 times and her face was swollen. How could she just let it go? Did you teach your child to curse? Captain Su glared at them fiercely. He was usually busy with work and seldom took care of family matters, but that didn't mean he didn't know. Whatever children knew was all taught by adults. Wan Qiqi was right about one thing. Ji Xianglian did have ulterior motives. It was too despicable for her to teach a child to curse. He felt that his wife had become more and more strange recently. She had completely lost her former virtuousness and magnanimity and had become mean and harsh. These 8 slaps might help her wake up. Wan Qiqi looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that Captain Su was so sensible. What did I teach my children? Su Xingli, are you still a man? Your wife and children were bullied, and you didn't even say a word. Why did I marry a coward like you? Was so angry that she blurted out everything in her heart. Recently, she's been beaten repeatedly, and 2 of her front teeth were knocked out, but her husband did not stand up for her and instead blamed her. She feels so wronged. Captain Su's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "What are you doing outside? Come home and tell me if you have anything to say." I said outside that Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi took advantage of their power to bully others and beat me up like this. They were just like the army attacking the landlords. I was right. Ji Xianglian raised her voice and started to engage in class division again. Captain Su's face turned as black as charcoal, and he wanted to cover her mouth. If such words got out, Commander Lu would suffer in the cadre school again. Darn woman, why didn't I see that she was a big mouth before? They are just bandits from the military. Lu Yi knocked out my front teeth. Wan Qiqi slapped me. They treat the military region as their own home. They dare to kill and burn people. Ji Xianglian's mouth was covered, and Captain Su growled in her ear with gritted teeth. Enough, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll divorce you. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi were both calm and didn't care about the accusations, but they both wanted to kill Ji Xianglian in their hearts. Go find out about this woman and kill her if possible. Both couples thought so. It's quite lively. Are you rehearsing a play? A clear and pleasant male voice came in with a teasing tone, which immediately broke the heavy and awkward atmosphere. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
They were scared to death just now.
Ji Xianglian was too good at talking nonsense. She dared to put any accusation on people. They really didn't realize she was this kind of person. They had to be more careful next time. We are rehearsing a play for the Dragon Boat Festival Gala. The name of the play is Down with the Army. Wang Shuhua reacted quickly and took it with a smile. Every year on the Dragon Boat Festival, the military region holds a party, and the wives of the soldiers also have performance tasks, so what Wang Shuhua said is not wrong. This play is great. I will come to watch it live during the Dragon Boat Festival Gala. Mo Jinsong walked over with an elegant and gentle smile, just like the spring breeze in April, making people feel comfortable all over. He was carrying things in both hands, a bag of fruit, a bag of snacks, and malted milk. Beside him followed a slim and beautiful woman, also wearing a military uniform, but she was fragile and slender, a bit like Lin Daiyu. Liu Ye's face darkened, and a cold air emanated from his body. Although Wan Qiqi had never seen Mo Jinsong, this guy looked so much like Mo Qiufeng that she could recognize him at a glance.
Montak Jinsong?
She asked in a low voice. Well, there are his guests too.
How is his guest?
Wan Qiqi asked curiously. She had a good impression of this woman who looked like Lin Daiyu. Her eyes were as clear as Liu Yuanchao's. It's okay, but not very smart. Mo Jinsong fooled me around. Liu Yi had no problem with Mo Jinsong's wife. He only hated Mo Jinsong. Mo Jinsong walked up to them and took the initiative to greet them. Xiao Yi, long time no see. I heard that you got married, so I came here specially to ask for a glass of wedding wine. There's no wine in the house. Liu Yi refused mercilessly and didn't want to keep this guy for dinner at all. What a coincidence. I just bought some wine. Mo Jinsong took out a bottle of wine from his net bag and smiled like a fox. No food. Liu Ye's face darkened, and he thought of another reason. It's okay. I brought some snacks and a bag of orchid beans. They go perfectly with the wine. Mo Jinsong came prepared and did not give Liu Yi a chance to refuse. Orchid bean, I just don't want to have dinner with you. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Liu Yi roared angrily, feeling that Mo Jinsong was becoming more and more shameless as he got older, and he was becoming more and more annoying. It's a pity that I lost this red envelope, which is half a month's salary. Since you don't want to drink with me, forget it. Mo Jinsong had a red envelope in his hand. He waved it in front of Liu Yi and turned to leave. Xiong Jiaojia followed her husband's lead and left decisively. Liu Yi, you are being immature. When someone comes to our house, he is a guest. How can we refuse him? Brother and sister-in-law, Liu Yi is immature. I apologize for him. Come in and sit down. Wan Qiqi smiled and tried to keep him warmly. Mo Jinsong is the regiment political commissar and gets a level 13 salary, which is at least 170 yuan, or 80 or 90 yuan half a month. Liu Yi also reacted and quickly stepped forward, dragging Mo Jinsong upstairs. Although this guy was annoying, his money was really attractive, so he endured it. There will be updates after midnight. I'll go on my own. Mo Jinsong brushed off the clothes that were wrinkled by Liu Yi. He didn't like clothes to get wrinkled. Xiong Jiaojiao followed obediently behind, looking at the two of them curiously. She had long heard of Liu Ye's reputation and had only met him 2 or 3 times, but never spoke. Today was the longest time they had interacted. Practice the play well. I will definitely come to watch the Dragon Boat Festival Gala. Before going upstairs, Mo Jinsong did not forget to encourage people. He is handsome and gentle, has an elegant temperament, speaks nicely, and always smiles. The military wives have a very good impression of him. We'll arrange it well. Wang Shuhua agreed with a smile. With the two of them singing the same tune, Ji Xianglian's accusations were lightly brushed aside. Captain Su, your cousin's tooth is badly broken. Dr. Liu from the military hospital's dentistry department is my classmate. He is a very skilled doctor. Although he is very busy, as long as you mention my name, I will definitely make time to help your cousin get his teeth fixed. Mo Jinsong said with a smile. Thank you, Political Commissar Mo. Captain Su was very grateful. He believed that his wife really needed to find a good doctor for her teeth, otherwise her speech would leak, and it would affect her image. Mo Jinsong had worked in the Tanzhou military region before and was in the same company as Battalion Commander Su, so the two knew each other. We are old comrades, you're welcome. Mo Jinsong smiled and wanted to say something else. This was his habit. When there were many people around, he was particularly eager to talk. You keep talking endlessly. Even a matchmaker can't say as much as you do. Impatient Liu Yi grabbed him and dragged him upstairs. Mo Jinsong has liked to win people's hearts since he was young, and he has a strong desire for power. From elementary school to middle school, he has been the class monitor, and he has coaxed his classmates into being completely loyal to him and making them all listen to him. This is what Liu Yi hates the most. When he was a child, the kids in the compound isolated him because Mo Jinsong was behind it. Mo Jinsong never does anything himself, but always instigates others to do bad things. He has been a sinister person since he was young. Stop pulling my clothes, they're wrinkled. Mo Jinsong struggled hard to break free and smoothed out his wrinkled sleeves. What's wrong with wrinkles? You're just a woman.
Luye sneered.
Mo Jinsong smiled slightly and didn't care. Xiong Jiaojiao couldn't stand it any longer. She became a husband-protecting madman and said unhappily, "My son Jinsong likes to be clean, so why is he that bad? Do you have to be sloppy to be a man? Why do you take a shower and wash clothes? You look like a man only if you smell sour?" Mo Jinsong's smile deepened, and he glanced at her in praise. Xiong Jiaojia raised her head proudly, with her weak body still standing in front of him, and bravely confronted Lu Yi. Lu Yi gritted his teeth. He had no grudge against Xiong Jiaojiao, so he couldn't do it. Darn it, Mo Jinsong is getting more and more shameless as he gets older. He actually hides behind a woman. They are men bickering, and we women are just watching. This shows that they have a good relationship with each other. Wan Qiqi walked in front of Lu Yi and easily diverted Xiong Jiaojiao's attention. "Oh, sorry, I thought they were arguing." Xiong Jiaojiao blushed in embarrassment. She had just made a fool of herself again. It was so embarrassing. You get used to it after seeing it many times. "My name is Wan Qiqi, and I am a guest of Lu Yedong. My name is Xiong Jiaojiao, and I'm a guest of Mo Jinsong's hall." Under Wan Qiqi's intentional guidance, Xiong Jiaojiao said a lot, and they had a general idea of her situation. Xiong Jiaojiao is a dancer in the army art troupe. Her parents are also from the Tanzhou military region. She and Mo Jinsong live separately. She lives in Tanzhou with her children, and Mo Jinsong only goes home during holidays. Wan Qiqi could tell at a glance that Xiong Jiaojiao was simple-minded and a top-notch love-brained person. She obeyed Mo Jinsong's words and licked him without thinking. The father and son of the Mo family are quite similar. They both like to find simple-minded women. Mo Tsongrong is an exception. This guy has a weak teeth and loves to live off his wife. In consideration of the big red envelope, Wan Qiqi cooked several main dishes in the evening, including fried pork with bacon, steamed fish with mustard greens, steamed bacon with preserved meat, stir-fried dried fish with spicy sauce, stir-fried vegetables, and cooked some seaweed and egg soup. "Qiqi, you are so capable. I still don't know how to cook." Xiong Jiaojiao was extremely envious. "Eating the cafeteria?" Wan Qiqi asked. "Usually I live with my parents and my mother cooks. When Jinsong comes home, he cooks." Xiong Jiaojiao said shyly.
"Good."
Wan Qiqi gave an insincere compliment. She didn't want to be praised even when talking about cooking. Xiong Jiaojiao helped to set the table, filling it up with dishes. The orchid beans and wine that Mo Jinsong brought were also served. "I'm in for a treat today. These dishes look delicious." Mo Jinsong praised with a smile. "You have good taste."
Luye snorted.
Mo Jinsong raised his glass and said sincerely, "Xiaoyi, I am very happy that you have found a revolutionary partner who truly loves you. Seeing that you are living a happy life now, I am happy for you, from the bottom of my heart. Don't bring this up in front of me. No matter how nice you say it, it's useless. I won't reconcile with you." Lu Ye's face darkened. He hated Mo Jinsong's hypocritical look the most and wanted to beat him up. "I sincerely wish you the best. It's up to you whether to reconcile or not. I'm always available." Mo Jinsong's emotions have not fluctuated at all. There is always a smile on his face, and the curve of his mouth has not changed. This reminds Wan Qiqi of someone. In his previous life, there was a wealthy man abroad who had excellent facial expression management and had no micro-expressions at all, so much so that foreign media suspected that he was a robot. This Mo Jinsong is too cunning, even more cunning than his father.
He is not easy to deal with.
Lu Yi snorted and ignored him. Mo Jinsong smiled, turned around and clinked glasses with Wan Qiqi. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law."
Fine.
Wan Qiqi clinked glasses with him and took a sip of wine. She nor Lu Yi wanted to talk to Mo Jinsong, but this man was very self-satisfied and would praise a dish after eating it, praising it so much that Wan Qiqi felt that he was being a bit unkind. Xiao Yi, I apologize to you for what happened when we were kids. I didn't practice enough back then, and I caused you a lot of injustice. Mo Jinsong raised his glass again, his tone particularly sincere. Just eat your meal, don't force me to do anything. Lu Ye's face was gloomy, and he was getting angry. There is such a delicious meal on the table, but there is a fly like Mo Jinsong complaining about it. I really want to beat him up. Xiao Yi, in fact, it was not me and Songrong who caused your unhappy childhood, but your parents. It was not me who made Aunt Yuan ignore you. Aunt Yuan was kind to Songrong and me, and we did not refuse. This is why you hate us. But please think about it. How can a child refuse candy that is delivered to his mouth? So, I apologize for my lack of practice. Mo Jinsong restrained his smile and told the cruel truth. He has never regretted his behavior as a child. The children in the compound all respect the strong. Who hasn't bullied others? The reason why Lu Yi was unfortunate was that when he was bullied, no adult stood up for him. This is the root cause of his misfortune. It has nothing to do with him, and nothing to do with calmness. If Lu Yi hadn't become powerful today, he wouldn't even apologize. He didn't want to reconcile with Lu Yi, he just didn't want to make a powerful enemy. Lu Ye's entire body turned cold, on the verge of going berserk. Because he knew that what Mo Jinsong said was right, but he didn't want to hear it, and even wanted to beat him up. Wan Qiqi patted his hand gently, and Lu Ye's anger subsided a lot. He looked at Mo Jinsong coldly. Are you here to eat today, or to cause trouble? If you don't want to eat, get out. Of course I'm here to eat. My sister-in-law's cooking is really delicious. Mo Jinsong smiled and said nothing more. Then everyone ate quietly. Although the atmosphere was a bit heavy, it did not affect their appetite, and they all finished their meals. Even the thin-looking Xiong Jiao ate a lot, 3 full bowls of rice and quite a few dishes. Wan Qiqi looked at her small waist, held it tightly, and wondered where the food had gone. Is it in the butt? I thought Mo Jinsong would leave after eating, but this guy was very stubborn and still sat there with his legs spread out, even asking for tea shamelessly. Wan Qiqi had no choice but to make 2 cups of tea. Xiao Yi, Shi Jinghong's account book is in your hands, right? Mo Jinsong took a sip of tea and finally stated his purpose. He was targeted by Shi Dahong for no reason during this period, so of course he would not just wait to die. He asked his father to investigate. His father used to work in intelligence, so he was good at this. He soon found out that Shi Jinghong had lost a batch of treasures, among which there was a very important thing that involved Shi Dahong. And Shi Jinghong's pen suddenly appeared in Lu Disheng's hand. Lu Disheng said it was given by his daughter-in-law. Mo Jinsong and his father analyzed the situation and concluded that most likely, Shi Jinghong's treasures were taken away by Lu Yi. With Lu Ye's skills, there would be no problem. As for the pen appearing in Lu Disheng's hand, it should be Wan Qiqi's idea, with the purpose of making Lu Disheng and Shi Jinghong fight each other. Lu Yi definitely doesn't have this idea. He has always been straightforward and doesn't play tricks. Shi Jinghong saw the pen and told Shi Dahong about it. Shi Dahong was too clever for his own good and thought that it was the treasure that his father had sent someone to take, so he targeted him. As for that very important thing, Mo Jinsong guessed it should be the account book. Shi Jinghong was able to become the deputy director now, all thanks to Shi Dahong's promotion. He had given a lot of gifts over the years, and this idiot might have kept a record of them secretly. Shi Dahong would only get anxious if the account book was lost. Mo Jinsong and his son almost restored the truth, so he came to ask for the account books, wanting to strike first. What account book? I don't understand what you are talking about. Lu Yi flatly denied it. He didn't want to let this guy get away with it. Xiao Yi, do you know that every time you lie, your eyes will look up? Give me the account book and I will kill Shi Jinghong, how about that? Mo Jinsong said harsh words. He was smiling slightly, and his emotions did not fluctuate at all. I already have the account book, do I need you to do it? Can I do it myself? Lu Yi simply admitted it, since he wouldn't give it to him anyway. Of course you can, but the account book is in my hands, so it can play the greatest role. Not only can I kill Shi Jinghong, but I can also make Shi Dahong at least 3 levels down. If you do it, Shi Jinghong may not die. Xiaoya, I can't beat you with my hands, but you have to admit that I am better than you when it comes to brains. Mo Jinsong's eloquence was indeed amazing. Even Wan Qiqi was almost convinced by him. But she must firmly support Lu Yi, as husband and wife are of the same mind. So what? I won't give it to you anyway.
Lu Yi snorted.
No matter how nice the words were, it was useless because he wouldn't give it to her anyway. Mo Jinsong was not in a hurry at all. He tasted the tea leisurely and praised, "This tea is really good, sister-in-law. Can I shamelessly ask for some tea?" Wan Qiqi was stunned and was about to refuse. 1 or 2 taels is fine, and half a caddy would be even better. My sister-in-law is a generous person, so she will definitely satisfy me, right? Mo Jinsong praised someone. He had a smile on his face and looked at the other person with eyes that were more sincere than gold, and even a heart of stone could be moved by the praise. There's not much left at home, so I can only give you 2 or 3 taels. Wan Qiqi used a lot of effort to swallow back the 3 words, of course, and became more wary of Mo Jinsong. This guy must have practiced the art of hypnotizing, darn it. Now she understands Xiong Jiao very well. Lin Daiyu, who had just left the novice village, met a top-level succubus. It would be strange if she was not fooled around. She put 2 taels of tea in a newspaper, wrapped it casually, and put it on the table. Mo Jinsong is quite knowledgeable. This tea is made by stir-frying young leaves picked from old tea trees on the mountain in his hometown. There are only a little over 2 kilograms in total. The old tea trees produce 1,000-year-old wild tea that absorbs the essence of the heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It is not only delicious, but also nourishing. Thank you, sister-in-law. Mo Jinsong smiled even more sincerely. Wan Qiqi turned her head away, determined not to look at this guy's face, so as not to be fooled. Xiao Yi, I'm not asking for your account book for nothing. I have something to tell you. Shi Jinghong found Aunt Yuan's half-brother from her mother's family and found out that Aunt Yuan's uncle and brother are abroad. This matter can be a big deal or a small one. Give me the account book and I can save Aunt Yuan. Mo Jinsong talked about another thing, which he had just found out. Yuan Huilan's mother's family was a big local landlord and had many businesses in Tanzhou City. Her uncle went abroad to study very early. After the war broke out, her uncle asked his family to go abroad to avoid the chaos. However, Yuan Huilan's parents were reluctant to leave their hometown and the family business they had created, so they sent their son abroad. During the Battle of Tanzhou, the city was bombed many times and Yuan Huilan's parents were not spared. Although Yuan Huilan has not been in contact with her uncle and brother for many years, it does not prevent Shi Jinghong from making a fuss about it, which will still cause big trouble. Whether she is unlucky or not has nothing to do with me. It's up to you to save her or not. Although Lu Yi refused, his tone softened a lot. Mo Jinsong and Wan Qiqi both heard that Lu Yi still cared about Yuan Huilan. Xiao Yi, you always say one thing and mean another, but in fact you care about Aunt Yuan a lot. Mo Jinsong said. Don't show off how smart you are in front of me. Who do you think you are? Zhuge Liang or Confucius? You know nothing about what I'm thinking. Lu Yi got angry all of a sudden. He didn't care about Yuan Huilan at all. Mo Jinsong was talking nonsense. Mo Jinsong smiled slightly, his emotions calmer than Mount Tai. Wan Qiqi doesn't like him. She still admires him very much. His inner core is more stable than her, a crazy woman who has been in a mental hospital for 10 years. It's amazing. I can give you the account book, but you have to do one thing. Wan Qiqi agreed, and originally planned to give it to Lu Disheng, but now it seems that it can be of greater use if given to Mo Jinsong. And Lu Yi also wanted to give it, but he was just being stubborn. Sister-in-law, please speak. Let Yuan Huilan go to the cadre school for reform for at least 2 years, and I'll give you the account book. Wan Qiqi made a request. Let Yuan Huilan go to the farm to suffer and get rid of her annoying sense of superiority. Then tell her that it was her beloved stepson who betrayed her. I think Yuan Huilan will be hurt both physically and mentally. Mo Jinsong's smile faltered, and he said, as long as Shi Jinghong is killed, Aunt Yuan will be fine. For 2 years. He couldn't bear it either, after all. Yuan Huilan was really good to him and his brother. Why should she be sent to a farm for labor reform when she is free from punishment? Lu Ye's face was full of sarcasm, and he couldn't wait to see Yuan Huilan go to work on the farm. Yuan Huilan lived a life of luxury since she was a child. Even when she participated in the revolution, she did not suffer much. As soon as the Battle of Tanzhou broke out, she escaped from her marriage and went to Yenzhou. She has been in charge of propaganda work and has never been to the front line. After staying in Yenzhou for a few years, Yuan Huilan met Lu Dixing through an introduction. After marriage, under Lu Dixing's protection, Yuan Huilan never suffered any hardship. The most painful experience in her life was probably the journey she went to find Lu Dixing alone after giving birth to him. Lu Yi often thought that perhaps it was this difficult experience that made Yuan Huilan dislike him so much. Because if she hadn't been pregnant with him, Yuan Huilan would not have been left behind during the emergency evacuation, and she wouldn't have to hide in her fellow villagers' homes in fear. She wouldn't have to go on the road alone to reunite with Lu Dixing after giving birth to him, even without taking a rest. The sufferings are related to him. That's why Yuan Huilan hates him so much, right? Lu Yi used to blame himself, thinking it was his fault that Yuan Huilan suffered so much. Now he has figured it out and realized that he is the biggest victim. There is nothing to blame himself for. He should hate Lu Dixing and Yuan Huilan equally. Mo Jinsong said in embarrassment. Xiao Yi, Aunt Yuan is not young anymore. She will be exhausted if she works on the farm for 2 years. How about 1 year? Just 2 years. If you can't do it, get out. Lu Yi refused to give in. Although Yuan Huilan is 50 years old, she has maintained a good body. What can she not endure? Besides, no matter how hard life on the farm is, can it be as hard as him having to make a living alone at the age of 3? At the age of 3, he was able to survive in the mountains alone. 50-year-old Yuan Huilan has only worked on the farm for 2 years. She is definitely not exhausted to death. Mo Jinsong stopped trying to persuade him. He knew Lu Yi very well and knew that it would be useless to persuade him. So he decided to try a different approach. Xiao Yi, I really can't bear to let Aunt Yuan work on the farm for 2 years, and I can't explain it to Aunt Yuan. How about this? Let your cousin compete with my cousin. If your cousin wins, Aunt Yuan will stay for 2 years, and if my cousin wins, it will only be 1 year.
How do you think?
Mo Jinsong proposed a neutralizing method. He knew Lu Yi too well. Lu Yi had been competitive since he was young, and he would definitely take the bait as soon as he was told about a competition. Compared to what? Lu Yi really looks like a black carp, and I can catch it with just 1 hook. Mo Jinsong smiled and said, let's compare dance. Before he could finish, Lu Yi came over and cursed. Get lost? You are a dancer. Don't play tricks in front of me. I won't compete anymore. Xiong Jiaojiao is a professional dancer, and asking her son Chi-Chi to compete in dancing clearly shows that she has no good intentions. He won't be fooled. Then what do you want to compare? Mo Jinsong is easy to talk to. Lu Yi glanced at the slender Xiong Jiaojiao and came up with an idea. How about an arm wrestling match to decide the winner in 1 round? Mo Jinsong frowned and said in embarrassment, Xiao Yi, you are obviously bullying me. Jiao Jiao is so thin and has no strength. My Chi-Chi is also thin and weak, so this is fair. Lu Yi was very proud. He thought Chi-Chi would definitely win this game. Xiong Jiaojiao raised her head, glanced at Mo Jinsong, then lowered her head and played with her fingers. Wan Chi-Chi felt something was not right, so she pulled Lu Yi aside to talk in private. Is Xiong Jiaojiao very strong? It's not big enough to open a can. Are you sure? 100% sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Yi's tone was very confident. He had indeed seen it with his own eyes. Once when they were having dinner at the Mo family, Xiong Jiaojiao wanted to eat a can of oranges, but couldn't open it. It was Mo Jinsong who opened it for her. If he can't even open the lid of a can, he definitely can't beat his Chi-Chi. Wan Chi-Chi felt relieved immediately. Although she was not a strong woman, she could easily unscrew the can lid, and it was more than enough to deal with Xiong Jiao. Compare. Wan Qiqi agreed loudly. Lu Yi put away the things on the table. Xiong Jiao and Wan Qiqi sat face to face, holding hands. 1, 2, 3, go. As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, Wan Qiqi exerted her strength, intending to decide the outcome within 3 seconds. However, 30 seconds passed and Xiong Jiao's hand was still firmly on the table, not moving at all. Wan Qiqi increased her strength and her face turned redder. Xiong Jiao remained as calm as a mountain, even calmer than Mo Jinsong. Wan Qiqi finally reacted. Darn it, she had been fooled by Mo Jinsong. Xiong Jiao was a Lin Daiyu who could uproot a weeping willow tree.
Depend on.
The insidious, despicable, and cunning Mo Jinsong, the crazy woman who has dominated the mental hospital for 10 years, was actually fooled. So embarrassing. Wan Qiqi gritted her teeth, raised her buttocks, and used all her strength. She absolutely did not want to lose. Puff! The fart was so loud that everyone could hear it. Wan Qiqi was so angry that she was embarrassed. Darn it, she even farted, but she still didn't win. I did it. Lu Yi admitted that he was the one who farted because he was afraid that Qiqi would be embarrassed. Mo Jinsong curled the corner of his mouth and didn't expose him. The fart was so loud that even if he was blind, he could tell who it was. Wan Qiqi didn't appreciate it at all, and even glared at someone. If this guy hadn't given her wrong information, would she have lost face like this? Lu Yi touched his nose guiltily. He didn't expect that Xiong Jiao, who looked stupid, could actually act. She was obviously a strong man, but she pretended to be unable to even open a can. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Following Mo Jinsong, I have learned to be hypocritical.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
Xiong Jiao smiled apologetically, and with a little force, Wan Qiqi's hand was pressed on the table. She lost. Thank you. Let's do as we agreed, and let Aunt Yuan go to the farm for a year for rehabilitation. Mo Jinsong said immediately. Wan Qiqi sat there expressionless, not saying a word, which was a bit creepy to look at. Qiqi, 1 year is enough for my mother. Lu Yi whispered to comfort him. Wan Qiqi slapped the man away, looked at Mo Jinsong, then looked at Xiong Jiao, her eyes calm but with a hint of madness, which made Mo Jinsong feel uneasy.
Is he wrong?
Just 1 year. Send Yuan Huilan to the farm as soon as possible. Wan Qiqi's tone was also very calm, but there was no expression on her face, which made people feel creepy. Okay, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Mo Jinsong agreed, and after getting the account book, he left with Xiong Jiao. That night, Wan Qiqi was quieter than ever and went to bed early. Lu Yi originally wanted to comfort her, but he could only wait until tomorrow morning. It was late at night, everyone in the family building was asleep, and the corridor was empty with only the dim streetlights on. A woman with disheveled hair and wearing pajamas suddenly appeared in the corridor on the 3rd floor. It was Wan Qiqi. She walked out of the room in slippers like a wandering soul. Lu Yi followed behind her quietly, not daring to make a sound for fear of startling her. Wan Qiqi walked to the balcony railing, raised her foot, and stepped over. Lu Yi was startled and quickly chased after her, trying to stop her. Falling from the 3rd floor is not fun. But he was a step too slow, and Wan Qiqi had already fallen down. Lu Yi was so scared that his face turned pale, and he jumped down without thinking, trying to grab Wan Qiqi. The 2 men fell down, one in front and one behind. But when Wan Qiqi fell to the 2nd floor, several branches of the camphor tree stretched out and caught her steadily. Lu Yi was stunned and almost forgot to jump onto the tree. He reacted in mid-air and quickly jumped onto the tree. He watched his son Qiqi being safely dropped to the ground by the camphor tree. He finally figured it out. No wonder there were familiar energy fluctuations on Qiqi's body. It turned out that she could control plants. After landing, Wan Qiqi walked to a ginkgo tree, talked for a while, and then walked towards the Mo family. She did these things, her face was expressionless and her eyes were straight.
Because she was sleepwalking.
And her special abilities can still be used. The ginkgo tree told her that Mo Jinsong and his wife had returned to the Mo family. The moon is very bright tonight. Under the bright moonlight, Wan Qiqi, wearing white pajamas, with disheveled hair and an expressionless face, looks more like a wandering ghost than a wandering ghost. Fortunately, there is no one on the road. Otherwise, she would have been scared to death. Wan Qiqi walked to the gate of the Mo family's courtyard and climbed over the wall easily. The gate was locked, but it did not pose a problem for her. As if by magic, she had a thin wire in her hand and opened the lock in no time. Who was following behind was dumbfounded. The sleepwalking Qiqi was so powerful that he could go to heaven and earth. When Wan Qiqi pushed open the door and walked into the room, Mo Qiufeng woke up. He took the wooden basket from under the pillow and hid behind the door, but he did not wait for anyone to come in. From the sound of footsteps, it seemed that he went to the guest room next door. "It's me." Chunyi walked to the door and whispered to the person behind it.
Ono.
Mo Qiufeng put away his gun and walked out from behind the door. He wanted to ask him what he was doing there so late at night, but Louis shook his head and told him not to talk. Soon, Mo Qiufeng understood. Because Wan Qiqi came out of the guest room, and looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she was sleepwalking. Wan Qiqi entered the master bedroom and saw Yuan Huilan lying on her side, sleeping soundly. Mo Qiufeng and Lu Yi just watched as Wan Qiqi pulled back the quilt and turned Yuan Huilan's face over. Yuan Huilan was woken up abruptly. She opened her eyes and met a creature with disheveled hair and an unclear face. She could only see two eyes behind the hair, staring blankly. It was very creepy in the middle of the night. "Who are you?" Yuan Huilan was relatively calm and did not faint from fright.
No.
Wan Qiqi finished speaking. She swiftly struck Yuan Huilan unconscious with a chop of her hand.
Montag Qiufeng's mutwitzt.
If Wan Qiqi wasn't sleepwalking, he would have suspected that this girl was deliberately seeking revenge. Wan Qiqi went upstairs to look for it again. Why is Qiqi sleepwalking? What is she looking for? Mo Qiufeng asked in a low voice. Look for Mo Jinsong. He used tricks to trick Qiqi. Louis explained in a low voice. Mo Jinsong was so despicable that he made his son Qiqi so angry that he sleepwalked. Didn't you give me that account book voluntarily? Mo Qiufeng heard it. He knew it was related to the account book. His eldest son said that Lu Yi gave it voluntarily. Lu Yi taunted. Your son is very despicable. He used trickery to trick me. Mo Qiufeng wanted to ask more, but Wan Qiqi went downstairs, so he quickly shut up. Wan Qiqi didn't find anyone upstairs, so she walked to the ginkgo tree outside the yard and learned the latest news about Mo Jinsong. After staying at Mo's house for a while, the couple returned to their own home. Xiong Jiaojiao was allocated a room in the old family building, but she seldom lived there. She usually lived with her parents. Only when Mo Jinsong came home would she and her husband come back to live here and enjoy their own world. The old family building has 3 floors. Mo Jinsong's home is on the 3rd floor. Everyone in the building has gone to bed, but Mo Jinsong and his wife are still awake. A short separation is better than a new reunion, and Mo Jinsong is in a good mood after getting the account book, so the two of them come back again and again, in high spirits. Wan Qiqi walked downstairs to the old family building, and instead of taking the stairs, she climbed up directly from the sycamore tree beside the building. The Polonia trees were very tall, with lush branches and leaves, some of which even reached the 3rd floor. Wan Qiqi climbed to the top of the tree easily, and then walked on the slanting branches of the Polonia tree as if she were walking on flat ground. The branches were only as thick as a baby's arm. When Wan Qiqi walked on them, Mo Qiufeng and Lu Yi were terrified, worried that the branches would break. Fortunately, Wan Qiqi reached the 3rd floor safely. Mo Jinsong and Xiong Jiaojiao were still making love in bed, trying new positions. They were so excited that they didn't even notice Wan Qiqi approaching the bed. Jiaojiao, turn over. I hate it so much. In the bed were feeling affectionate, and it was a critical moment for Mo Jinsong. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in. The naked Mo Jinsong shivered and looked up to see Wan Qiqi.
Who are you?
Mo Jinsong reacted quickly. Without even putting on his clothes, he reached under the pillow to get the wooden basket, while not forgetting to protect Xiong Jiaojiao. Xiong Jiaojiao was frightened and shrank into his arms, but was pulled out by Wan Qiqi. Arm wrestling. Wan Qiqi pulled her to arm wrestle. Mo Jinsong recognized her voice, stuffed the mutsong back under the pillow, hurriedly put on his clothes, and then put clothes on Xiong Jiaojiao. Wan Qiqi, what the heck are you doing so late at night? Mo Jinsong's emotions finally fluctuated. No man can remain calm after a good thing is ruined. What's more, it was too late at night, and he suddenly appeared beside the bed like a ghost. He was very calm without opening the wooden warehouse. Arm wrestling. Wan Qiqi ignored him and stared at Xiong Jiaojiao. I'll break it. Xiong Jiaojiao was about to cry. Which nice person would come to arm wrestle in the middle of the night? She regretted so much that she defeated Wan Qiqi. Mo Qiufeng and Lu Yi entered the room. They saw the two men arm wrestling, with Mo Jinsong, who had a livid face, next to them. Strange. Finally, he's not a smiling tiger anymore. Lu Yi walked up to him and snorted. Mo Jinsong glanced at him coldly, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Try hard, don't cheat. Wan Qiqi was angry. Xiong Jiaojiao actually pretended to lose, which was very disrespectful to her. Xiong Jiaojiao, who wanted to cry but had no tears, had to use her real strength, but she still lost. Qiqi, I didn't pretend this time. I really lost and you won. Xiong Jiaojiao was so happy. Now could she go back to bed and sleep? Well, if you lose, return the account book. Wan Qiqi was very satisfied with the result. She was the domineering seventh master in the mental hospital, so how could she lose? Mo Jinsong's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, he saw Wan Qiqi find the account book under the mattress accurately as if she had installed a radar, put it in her pocket, and left. The way she went down the stairs was also unique. The sycamore tree had several branches from high to low, and she just jumped one by one, just like going down the stairs, and reached the flat ground very easily. Mo Qiufeng's eyes lit up, and he became more determined to recommend Wan Qiqi to his superiors. With such great skills and special abilities, it would be a waste if he didn't serve the country. Mo Jinsong had a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. He had gone to great lengths to get the account book, but before even one night had passed, Wan Qiqi took it back. This Wan Qiqi is even more terrifying when he sleepwalks than when he is awake. It's simply unsolvable. He couldn't ask Jiao Jiao to pretend to sleepwalk and get the account book back, right? The fourth update is finished. I didn't force the hero and heroine to be dumber, because Mo Jinsong is already very powerful. We can't write him stupid just because he has a grudge against the hero. I'm going to bed now. Good night. Wan Qiqi walked very quickly and disappeared soon. Lu Yi stepped over the railing and was about to jump down, but was stopped by Mo Jinsong. Give me the account book tomorrow. Mo Jinsong gritted his teeth and looked very unhappy. Someone broke into his house in the middle of the night, interrupting his good fortune and taking away his account book. It was the first time he suffered such a big loss. What do you mean by return? This is clearly my Qiqi's account book. I have to admit defeat. You, the guest, lost the arm wrestling game. Lu Yi broke free from him and prepared to jump off the building. You promised me last night at 7:15. Lu Yi, do you want to renege on your promise? Mo Jinsong looked at his watch. It was 20 minutes past midnight. Yesterday's affairs were settled yesterday. Today's affairs begin today. You said it was yesterday, so how can you deny it? If you are not convinced, let your cousin come to my house and take it back. Lu Yi rolled his eyes. He was not a gentleman, so don't try to use morality to blackmail him. After saying that, he pushed the man away, jumped down the building like a big bird, landed lightly on a tree, then jumped to the ground, and disappeared in a few seconds. Mo Jinsong was so angry that he punched the railing, breaking the skin on the back of his hand and bleeding. You probably can't sleep, come sit with me. Mo Qiufeng finished speaking, he went downstairs. Mo Jinsong hesitated for a moment, went back to the house, said something to Xiong Jiao, and went downstairs. The father and son walked one after the other. The moonlight stretched their shadows very long and very close, but they did not overlap. After arriving home, Mo Qiufeng went to the bedroom to see Yuan Huilan first. She was still unconscious. Wan Qiqi was very strong. You knocked Aunt Yuan unconscious? Mo Jinsong's tone was slightly sarcastic. The father and son were alone together. They were not as harmonious as usual. It was as if there was a thick layer of film between them, making them seem very distant. Wan Qiqi came here first. Mo Qiufeng tucked the quilt in for Yuan Huilan, tiptoed out of the bedroom, and closed the door. Mo Jinsong's expression became even more sarcastic, and there was more resentment in his eyes when he looked at his father. Late at night, when there were no outsiders around, Mo Jinsong took off his mask and showed his true feelings for his father. The father and son went to the study and sat down. Neither of them spoke a word, and the atmosphere was quiet and depressing. You can't use tricks on Xiaoya and Qiqi. You have to use sincerity to influence them. Jinsong, you are very smart, but you are too rational. You have to know that humans are emotional animals. Mo Qiufeng finally spoke. The look he gave his eldest son was complicated, one that showed guilt, concern, and expectation. Emotional animal? Father, when you shot mother to death with your own hands, were you acting rationally or emotionally? Mo Jinsong asked back with a sneer. Mo Qiufeng's face changed, pain flashed in his eyes, and a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. She was the mother of Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong, and also his first wife, Jiang Xinmei. It was the most correct choice for me to shoot your mother. Otherwise, if I were exposed, more comrades would be sacrificed, and your mother would not be spared. I did nothing wrong, both intellectually and emotionally, and your mother supported me. Mo Qiufeng never regretted his choice. If he and Jiang Xinmei exchanged identities, he believed that Jiang Xinmei would make the same choice. He and Jiang Xinmei were both underground workers. When they entered this industry, they were ready to sacrifice at any time. In order to drive away the Japanese pirates and save the Chinese people, death was the least terrible thing. You are right. Mother was afraid that the enemy would threaten you with me and my brother, and she wanted to strangle us to death. I understand that very well. For the revolution, anything can be sacrificed. But father, I was only 4 years old at the time, and Songrong was just born. Mother wanted to kill us. Father killed mother, and Songrong knew nothing. I saw it clearly, and I will never forget it. Mo Jinsong closed his eyes, but his heart was not as calm as he appeared. Sometimes he hated his own intelligence and rationality. While others have no memory of when they were 4 years old, he still remembers it clearly. In his parents' minds, he and his brother are also expendable. He should hate them, but he understands them very well because if he were in his parents' position, he would make the same choice. But he is still in pain, and this pain has been with him until now. So he knew at a very young age that he had to become very powerful in order to control his own destiny. He would not give his feelings easily. His wife, daughter, and Mo Tsongrong were his family, and he would protect them. My father is very strong, and I don't need his protection. Mo Qiufeng also felt heavy in his heart. He did owe his 2 sons, but he was a human being, not a god. He could not have the best of both worlds, and could only sacrifice his family. I'm sorry, Dad really owes you.
Montag Qiufeng Zeit.
No, father, you are right. You don't need to apologize. You sacrificed me and your calmness for your beliefs. I understand that. So, please understand me, and don't interfere with my work. After saying that, Mo Jinsong stood up and prepared to go home. Do you do things in a way that justifies the means?
Montag Qiufeng questioned.
Yes, the process is not important as long as the result is good, but please rest assured that I will not betray my motherland and beliefs. Mo Jinsong admitted that he hated being a gentleman and did things as long as the result was right, no matter whether it was black or white. So, you want to give up your Aunt Yuan too? Mo Qiufeng's tone was very disapproving. There could have been other ways to resolve Yuan Huilan's issue, but the eldest son chose the most hurtful method. He is so heartless. Of course not, father. The choices I made are the most suitable and effective ones at the moment. If Aunt Yuan doesn't go to the farm, not only you but also Tsongrong, Heping, and I will be affected, just like when you shot Mother to death. Only when Mother dies can you and other comrades be safe. Therefore, if Aunt Yuan goes to the cadre school, our whole family will be safe. Mo Jinsong finished speaking slowly and smiled. Your Aunt Yuan treats you very well. It's so disheartening for you to do this. Mo Chiofeng felt helpless and annoyed. He was seriously negligent in educating his sons, which resulted in these two children having serious character flaws. In fact, they are no different from Ono. Ono appears crazy on the outside, but is a soft-hearted person on the inside. The strong pine tree appears calm on the outside, but is actually crazy on the inside. Not to mention being calm, all he wants is to take shortcuts. Children are here to collect debts, alas. Father, you and Mother also disappointed me back then. Please understand me. Good night. Mo Jinsong smiled sarcastically and turned away. It is true that the hero is in his twilight years. The father who was so calm and ruthless back then has now become indecisive. Letting Yuan Huilon go to the cadre school is the most appropriate choice. What's wrong with sacrificing her to save the whole family? As soon as the sun rose, Mo Jinsong showed up at the door and asked for the account book straight away. I gave it to you yesterday. Wan Qiqi had just woken up and was in a bad mood because the more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She had done a lot of stupid things last night. It was not that she was stupid, but that Mo Jinsong's public relations skills were too strong. She is comparable to the master of diplomacy, Su Qin. Her deception skills are so strong that even a crazy woman cannot resist her. Fortunately, she has come to her senses now. You took it again last night. Mo Jinsong said, through gritting his teeth. Faced with a crazy woman like Wan Qiqi, he really couldn't keep his emotions stable and didn't even want to laugh. Nonsense. I slept at home last night. Wan Qiqi's face darkened. She had no recollection of sleepwalking. The original setting is that Mo Jinsong has the highest IQ in the book, higher than the male and female protagonists, but no matter how high his IQ is, he can't stand their madness. This is the original setting. Then there is Lu Ye's soft-heartedness. If he was a cold and cruel person, he wouldn't have lived so miserably these years. Only soft-hearted people will suffer and go crazy. That's the explanation. I will continue to write updates. You sleepwalked last night, ran to my dad's house, knocked Aunt Yuan unconscious, ran to my house again, forced Zhao Zhao to arm wrestle with you, and took away the account book. Xiaoya, don't you think so? Qiqi, don't you think so? Lu Yi did not answer immediately, but asked his wife instead. Mo Jinsong was so angry that he laughed. The couple were so shameless to make up stories in front of him. Wan Qiqi blinked, and her sleepwalking came back. The cause of sleepwalking is getting angry. A fight, losing a competition, or being scolded by a doctor would cause her to sleepwalk and go fight with the opponent in her dreams. Over time, she became the boss of the mental hospital and no one dared to mess with her anymore. You said you were sleepwalking. How can what you do in a dream count? Anyway, I gave you the account book yesterday, and you promised to send Yuan Huilon to work on the farm for 2 years. Wan Qiqi admitted to sleepwalking. She is an open-minded person, and she admitted it after doing it. That's right. You can't take dreams seriously. Last night, I dreamed of blowing up Mount Fushur. Look, the mountain is still fine now. You can't take it seriously. Lu Yi immediately chimed in and gave a particularly appropriate example. Mo Jinsong was so angry that he was no longer angry. When it comes to shamelessness, he feels inferior to others. But he also learned something. You said you promised it yesterday. Yesterday's work was done yesterday, and today's work will begin today. Why should I do what I promised yesterday today? Mo Jinsong sneered and turned away. He doesn't want this account book anymore. There are other ways to bring down Sherdahong. Wan Qiqi blinked and thought, darn, this guy is so shameless. He actually imitated her. Qiqi, what do you want to eat in the morning? Lu Yi prepared to go to the cafeteria to get breakfast. I'll buy it on the way. Stay away from Mo Jinsong from now on. He's too cunning. Wan Qiqi warned that Mo Jinsong was a ruthless person and difficult to deal with. I won't pay any attention to him. Qiqi, do you want me to hand in the account book? Lu Yi asked. After a while, Mo Jinsong will definitely deal with Sherdahong. I'll settle the accounts with him after they fight to the death. Wan Qiqi is a wise man after the event. After waking up from a good sleep, she has figured out many things. Even if he didn't give the account book, Mo Jinsong would still have to deal with Sherdahong and send Yuan Huilan to a cadre school. This guy was a sophisticated egoist and would never let Yuan Huilan implicate him. And Lin Manyun, it's time to go to the farm. Wan Qiqi reminded Lin Manyun that after turning to the city to enjoy a few days of luxury, it was time for him to go back to work. 3 days at most. Her brother joined the Sanqing Society when he was in school and participated in 2 activities, but he was just a small follower, so he escaped. Even Lin Manyun didn't know about this.
Lu Yi grinned.
He had been investigating Lin Manyun's family these days and finally found out something fatal. Once this matter is reported, Lin Manyun's whole family will be in trouble. After washing up, Wan Qiqi rode her bike to work. Was seen at the gate of the compound, along with a dusty mother and daughter who looked a bit like Ji Xianglian. Mom, Xiaomei, why didn't you call before you came? I asked Lao Su to pick you up. Ji Xianglian spoke in an angry tone, but her words were vague and unclear. Xianglian, what's wrong with your teeth? Ji's mother frowned. Her eldest daughter was in such a bad condition. Her front teeth were gone, leaving a big gap. Her face was sallow and swollen. She looked 10 years older than when she came home for the new year. I fell down, Mom. Xiaomei, come home with me. When Ji Xianglian saw Wan Qiqi riding over on a bicycle, her face suddenly darkened. She took Ji's mother's luggage and walked in front. Wan Qiqi glanced at them and rode away on her bike. Xianglian, that pretty girl doesn't get along with you? Ji's mother had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance that there was a conflict between her eldest daughter and Wan Qiqi. She's very bad and very arrogant. Mom, Xiaomei, please stay away from her when you see her. Ji Xianglian's tone was full of disgust, and Ji's mother knew what was going on. Just keep your distance from such people. Xianglian, how about this young man? Ji's mother asked with concern. There are 3 good young men. One is a platoon leader, 26 years old, handsome, but his family is in financial difficulty. He is the eldest of 5 siblings raised by his widowed mother. There is also a squad leader, 22 years old, whose family is well off. His father is a captain, and he is the youngest son. There is also a deputy battalion commander, 32 years old, whose ex-wife died, leaving behind 2 children. He has a high salary and is a good person. Ji Xianglian described the situations of the 3 young men in detail. She liked was the deputy battalion commander. Although he was a little older, he had a high salary and a bright future. If her sister married him, she would be a brother-in-law to her husband, Mr. Su, which would also help her husband's future. Being a stepmother is definitely not a good idea. It's a thankless job. Being raised by a widow is not a good idea either. It's a heavy burden, and the mother-in-law is hard to serve. A 22-year-old is good. Let the son-in-law arrange a meeting. Ji's mother made a decision quickly and chose the 22-year-old boy. Ji Xianglian frowned and planned to persuade him again after returning home. What good is there in a small class monitor? Wan Qiqi ate a bowl of noodles in the winery cafeteria. The noodles were so spicy that sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. She then got a kettle of boiling water and walked slowly towards the office. There were 3 people in the office, the section chief, the deputy section chief, and another male colleague named Xian. He Huiling and Qi Huaimin were not there. The 3 were talking, but when they saw Wan Qiqi, they stopped talking. Good morning. Wan Qiqi greeted him warmly and placed the boiling water under the windowsill. Good morning. The 3 section chiefs responded with dry laughs. What were you talking about just now? Why did you stop talking when you saw me? Don't you want to tell me? Wan Qiqi's expression was particularly sincere, but the questions she asked went straight to the heart. Ha! How is that possible? I mean, what do you eat in the morning? Shower one. What do you eat in the morning? The section chief reacted quickly and turned the tables. In fact, they were just talking about Wan Chi-Chi. The noodles we ate in the cafeteria. Chief, I'm going to make the bulletin board. Wan Chi-Chi actually heard everything. These three people are now particularly afraid of her. She is very satisfied with this result. No, we'll make the bulletin board. Yes, we'll do it. The three people who were usually too lazy to grow hair became very active. How could they dare to let Wan Chi-Chi work anymore? This was a bodhisattva who would report anyone at any time. They couldn't afford to offend him. Chi Huaimin went to the farm, and He Huiling hasn't come back yet, and it looks like something bad is happening. As soon as Wan Chi-Chi reported it, 2 people were sent to prison. He is more cruel than the king of hell. The 3 section chiefs were extremely efficient and finished the bulletin board in one day. They also cleaned the office and even wiped Wan Chi-Chi's desk for fear that she would be unhappy and report again. The 3 people who hadn't exercised for a long time were so tired that their whole bodies ached, especially the section chief, who felt both exhausted and aggrieved. Since becoming the section chief, he hasn't even boiled water, but now he is to do so much work. What's the point of being the section chief? No, we have to find a way to transfer Wan Chi-Chi to other departments. Anywhere is fine, but don't let him come to harm their propaganda department. The bell rang. Wan Chi-Chi picked up her bag, which she had packed earlier, and prepared to leave work. Master Xian, please help me take out the trash. Thank you. Wan Chi-Chi stuffed the melon seed shells wrapped in newspaper into Master Xian's hand, then waved her hand and left without taking a single melon seed shell. This guy named Xian also poured her boiled water, and she kept a record of it. Xian's face suddenly turned dark. Although he was just an ordinary employee, his father was the deputy secretary of the winery. Even the section chief didn't dare to let him work. This Wan Chi-Chi was too arrogant. No, he had to go back and ask his father to think of a way to transfer Wan Chi-Chi away so that she wouldn't be a nuisance to him in the propaganda department. Wan Chi-Chi didn't know that her colleagues in the department were trying hard to transfer her. She had already arrived at the family building and saw from a distance that Lu Yi and Yuan Huilan were talking downstairs. As I got closer, I could see more clearly that Yuan Huilan didn't look well. Her eye sockets were dark and her eyes were a little red and swollen. She came to deliver dumplings. It's stuffed with chives and eggs. Try it and see how it tastes. If it tastes good, I'll make it again next time. Yuan Huilan's voice was hoarse, and her tone was much gentler than usual. There was some guilt in her eyes when she looked at Lu Yi. Whether the dumplings you make are delicious or not has nothing to do with the filling, just eat them anyway. Lu Yi took the dumplings with a cold face and an aggressive tone. Yuan Huilan gave a bitter smile and said self-deprecatingly, "My cooking skills are really not that good, so you just have to make do with what you have. What else can we do if we can't make do? We can't waste food." Lu Yi's expression and tone were as cold as ice. He looked away, his body was very stiff, and he said stiffly, "There are still 6 meals, don't forget." "Xiao Yi, I'm sorry, I can't make the remaining 6 meals for now. I have to go to the farm to work, and I don't know when I can come back. I owe you these 6 meals of dumplings. I will make them for you when I return to the city." Yuan Huilan looked very guilty, and her tone was softer than ever before. Unlike before, when she spoke to Lu Yi, she was either cold or scolding, and rarely had a good expression on her face. "What a strange thing. You actually said sorry to me? Is the sun this month crazy? It either sets in the east or rises in the west. The old man said sorry, and you also said sorry. It's really a rare thing." Lu Yi sneered heavily and made sarcastic remarks. Yuan Huilan's, "I'm sorry," did not move him, but made him sick. He has grown up and got married. What's the point of saying sorry? "Xiao Yi, I really know I was wrong. I was sorry for you in the past. I didn't give you enough care and attention, and you suffered a lot. Fortunately, you grew up well. I am really sorry." Yuan Huilan's voice gradually choked up. She had spent the second half of the night reflecting on the past. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt and her heart ached. She simply took a day off, made dumplings for a day, and deliver them over when she got off work. Grow up well? That's easy for you to say. You just threw me away and walked away. The villagers who raised me thought I ate too much, so they sent me away when I was 6 months old. Before I was 3 years old, I was sent from one family to another. They all thought I ate too much and didn't give me food. I couldn't even walk steadily, so I had to go to the mountains to find wild fruits to eat, and I went to the pond to catch fish. I almost drowned. With wild dogs for food. I often encountered wild wolves when I spent the night in the mountains, but they were better than you. Not only did they not eat me, they even surrounded me at night and kept me warm with their fur. That's how I grew up. I didn't die of starvation, freezing, or being bitten by wild animals. It was all because of my own hard work. It has nothing to do with you. When Louis heard the words, "Grow up well," he immediately became furious. He bent down slightly, faced Yuan Huilan, and angrily recounted his childhood experiences. He had never told his parents about these things. When Lu Disheng found him, he was already 10 years old. He was like a fish in water in the mountains. He had wild fruits picked by monkeys, meat brought by wild wolves, and no shortage of fish and shrimp. His life was better than many people in the village. When Lu Disheng asked him how he had been living over the years, he just said that he had been eating at many people's homes and did not mention a word about the hardships he had endured in the past 10 years. When Yuan Huilan asked him, he didn't say anything. At the age of 10, he thought that he would be able to live a sweet life when he returned to his parents, so he didn't want to mention his past hardships and spoil his parents' fun. But after returning home, he realized that he was too naive. Life at home was not as good as in the mountains. At least in the mountains he would not go hungry, and there were monkeys and wild wolves in the mountains to play with him, and they would not harm him in a two-faced way. He only told Chi-Chi about these sufferings, and only Chi-Chi felt pity and love for him. Xiaoyi, why didn't you tell me before? I really didn't know. I didn't just entrust you to someone casually. I chose a loyal and honest family, and left you $10.
I'm sorry. Yuan Huilan shed tears.
She really had no idea that her son's life was so hard. Your apology is too cheap, and don't you really know? I can understand why you abandoned me at that time. After all, the situation was serious, and it was inconvenient for you to take me with you. But the war was over. Why didn't you come to find me? Even if you didn't come to find me, you could tell my father and ask him to find me. But you waited until I was 10 to tell me. You probably thought I would never live to be 10, so you delayed for 10 years, just to kill me, so that I would not appear in front of you and bother you. Unfortunately, I am lucky. Even if I have to survive a narrow escape, I am still alive and well. You are destined to die before me. I tell you, after you die, I will never go to see you on Qingming Festival. Louis expressed all the grievances and resentments he had experienced over the past 25 years, but he did not feel happy at all. It was as if there was a fire in his heart, and he wanted to burn away all the resentment and grievances, as well as the woman in front of him. No, Xiaoya, I never thought of that. You are my own child, and I never thought of harming you. Yuan Huilan burst into tears and felt heartbroken. She didn't expect her son to be so hateful. Louis snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Being your child is the most unfortunate thing in my life. If possible, I would rather be an orphan and jump out of a crack in a stone." Xiaoyi, don't be like this. I'm your mother. Yuan Huilan covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down from between her fingers.
Mother?
Louis sneered and said sarcastically, "The book says that mothers love their children the most. Where is your love for me? You only feel disgust and indifference towards me. You give all your love to Mo Jinsong and his 3 siblings. Even their farts smell good. I say and do is wrong, and now you come and say you are my mother? Is it because Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong stabbed you in the back? That's why you think of me and stuff your cheap and redundant love into me. Sorry, I don't need it anymore." Yuan Huilan's face turned pale, and she felt very sad. Every word her son said was like a knife, piercing her heart. But she couldn't refute it because she had indeed done something wrong and was indeed sorry to her son. "Xiaoyi, I'm leaving. You and Wan Qiqi live a good life. Yuan Huilan smiled bitterly, turned around, and was about to leave. After just one night, she looked a lot older. Chi-Chi and I will naturally live well. You don't need to tell me. I want to ask you, how does it feel to have your sincerity fed to a dog? Louis stabbed the most cruelly, and the smile on his face was colder than the ice in December. Yuan Huilan's body froze. Her face was pale. Her gray lips trembled constantly. Her heart felt like it was being shattered by a knife, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe.
Lui similet.
He had been waiting for this day for 15 years, and finally it came. It feels so good. Yuan Huilan left. She didn't answer Louis' question, but there was no need to answer. Her poor condition said it all. After she left, Wan Chi-Chi came out from behind the corner. Chi-Chi, let's have dumplings stuffed with chives and eggs tonight. Seeing her, Louis happily showed off his dumplings. He had never eaten the ones with leek and egg filling.
Good.
Wan Chi-Chi agreed with a smile. The two went upstairs together, and after returning home, Louis talked about Yuan Huilan. Mo Jinsong is quite quick. My mother is going to be sent to the cadre school soon. I guess her heart must be pierced like a sieve. Wan Chi-Chi also felt that Mo Jinsong was very quick. He came to ask for the account book in the morning, and he had arranged for Yuan Huilan in less than a day. This guy is much more cruel than Mo Tsongrong. He gave up his stepmother, who was like his own mother to him, without any hesitation. With extremely high IQ, stable emotions, good eloquence, good at brainwashing public relations, a deceptive face, and a good family background, it would be difficult for such a person not to succeed. But Mo Jinsong is definitely not as crazy as her, so she is still more powerful. Wan Chi-Chi is very good at PUA herself. As long as she finds the right reference, she will always be the number one. She doesn't compete with Mo Jinsong in IQ, she competes in insanity, so she is more powerful. Yuan Huilan didn't want to go home for the time being. She walked aimlessly like a wandering soul. Her mind was confused, and her heart was uncomfortable. Last night, she woke up suddenly with pain in the back of her neck. She thought she had a stiff neck and thought of applying a plaster, but found that Mo Chiofeng was not at home. Then she heard the voices of the father and son. She didn't know why at the time, but she somehow went back into bed and pretended to be asleep. Mo Chiofeng came into the room, covered her with a quilt, and went to the study to talk with Mo Jinsong. She didn't think much about it at the time, thinking it was a work matter. After applying the plaster, she wanted to bring tea to the father and son. Finally, I heard my name at the door of the study. She had never done intelligence work. She encountered many dangers on the way to find Lu Disheng. Fortunately, she was alert and brave and got rid of them, so she had experience in this area. She held her breath and hid outside the door and listened for a while. The more she listened, the more chilled she became. Mo Tsongrong had already disappointed her once, but she didn't expect that Mo Jinsong would disappoint her even more. She treated her brothers with all her heart, but in return they stabbed her in the back. Whenever something happened, she was the first one to step forward and take the blame. Sacrifice herself in exchange for the safety of the whole family. That sounds really nice. Yuan Huilan was not angry about being sent to the cadre school, but about Mo Jinsong's indifference and ruthlessness. Even though she was not their biological mother for more than 20 years, she had taken care of them like a biological mother and even neglected her own son. But sincerity can't be exchanged for sincerity. It only brings back betrayal. Yuan Huilan didn't dare to believe anyone now. She even suspected whether Mo Chiofeng had been acting with her all these years. After all, he was the biological father of Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong, and the son was like his father. It was dark and Yuan Huilan had not returned home yet. She sat by the lake in a daze. The April evening breeze was a little chilly, making her hands and feet cold, and the stone bench was also cold, but she still didn't want to go home. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have no home. She became an outsider in the Mo family. Her natal family is gone too. Her parents are gone, her uncle and second brother are abroad, and there are several half-brothers left in Tianzhou. They are not her relatives, but her enemies. She became homeless. Yuan Huilan laughed at herself, feeling very sad. She was such a failure. Huilan, come home. Mo Chiufeng's voice rang out. That's your home, not mine, Mo Chiufeng. Have you been laughing at me all these years? I've been like a nanny, working like a cow for you and your 2 sons. All I got in return for my sincerity is betrayal. No wonder Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong have only called me An Yuan for so many years. I'm so stupid. Lu Dishing is right. I'm your family's free babysitter. Yuan Huilan didn't move. She turned her back to Mo Chiufeng and said a lot of complaints. Huilan, you are my wife. I will not defend what Jinsong and Songrong did. It is my fault that I did not teach them well. I will find a way to deal with your uncle and brother. It is not as serious as you think. Mo Chiufeng sat down on the stone bench next to her and comforted her in a soft voice. In fact, Jinsong told me clearly that I could go to the cadre school. I am not a person who only cares about myself. I am angry because he treats me as an outsider. 20 years of sincerity cannot warm his heart. In order to take care of them, I even ignored Xiaoya. Now I am in a difficult situation. Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong betrayed me, and Xiaoya hates me. I am a complete loser. Yuan Huilan felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears flowed like rain. Mo Chiufeng waited quietly for her to finish crying and did not try to persuade her. Yuan Huilan cried for a while, then calmed down. She wiped her tears, stood up and left. The two walked one after the other. After returning home, Yuan Huilan said with a cold face, I can go to the cadre school by myself. There is no need for Mo Jinsong to send me there. You tell the brothers that from now on, I am no longer their Aunt Yuan. Just treat me as a stranger. After saying that, she went into the bedroom and covered her head to sleep. Mo Chiufeng stood at the door, sighed lightly, and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. He now understands Lu Disheng a little bit. People who have children should never laugh at other people's children, because you don't know what trouble your own children will get into. Children are all here to collect debts. What our ancestors said is indeed correct. He was able to lurk in the enemy's lair for more than 10 years and escape unscathed, but he was unable to teach his 2 sons or handle household chores. He was not much better than Lu Disheng. He will never make fun of Lu Disheng again. The Mo family has been deserted these days. Yuan Huilan and Mo Chiufeng are in a cold war. She took the initiative to confess to her superiors about her uncle and second brother who were abroad, and then went to the cadre school with a bag of luggage. It was such a coincidence that she and Lu Disheng lived next to each other and saw each other every day. After finishing his work, Lu Disheng went home exhausted to cook noodles. He saw someone coming into the empty house next door. He went over to see if it was an old friend he knew, and ended up seeing Yuan Huilan. Oh, what a strange thing. What brings you here? Are you here to inspect the work? Lu Disheng's mouth is faster than his brain. Actually, he didn't mean to say anything sarcastic, but he said it without thinking. He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Yuan Huilan looked like she was in bad luck. Although he and this woman were sworn enemies, she was Xiaoya's biological mother after all. He was still a man and should not add insult to injury. Lu Disheng, you are stupid, but you are also blind. Didn't you see that I was cleaning the house?
Get out of the way.
A good dog doesn't block the road. Yuan Huilan pushed him away and went to fetch water with a basin. The farm has no running water, but a pressurized well. Yuan Huilan used it when she lived in the countryside, but not very often and had long forgotten how to use it. She didn't pour water into the pipe, but just pressed it directly. After pressing for a long time, no water came out. Water well, you are a petty bourgeois and you still don't accept it. Yuan Huilan, you have lived in the base for several years. You don't even know how to use a water pressure well. You deserve to be reformed. While making sarcastic remarks, Lu Disheng went back to his room, got half a basin of water, poured it into the water pipe, pressed it a few times, and well water came out. Yuan Huilan glared at him, fetched some water, and went back to clean up the house. Lu Disheng touched his nose and said to himself, strange, he didn't even curse back? Has he changed his personality? Yuan Huilan, what mistake did you make? Lu Disheng spoke with concern. He thought Yuan Huilan was too traumatized to scold him. It's none of your business. It won't implicate Xiao Yi anyway. Yuan Huilan rolled her eyes, thinking he was an eyesore at the door, and slammed the door shut, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Lu Disheng was disappointed and returned home in a huff. He cooked a big bowl of noodles, fried 2 eggs, ate, and went to bed. On the 3rd day after Yuan Huilan went to the cadre school, Lin Mannion also came. The farm leaders made arrangements for her to stay in the same room with Yuan Huilan. After Lu Yi found out, he immediately told Ruan Qiqi, "Your stepmother and your biological mother share a room, and your father lives next door?" Ruan Qiqi's eyes sparkled. This was really a bolt from the blue. Something big was going to happen. 2 updates are complete and will be updated after midnight. It's been a long time since we last visited your father. We must go and show our filial piety. Ruan Qiqi said. That's right. Lu Yi agreed, very much. Ruan Qiqi brought a jar of kimi fish. The kimi fish made by Wang Shuhua was particularly delicious. After finishing the ones she sent last time, she took a few big grass carps and asked Wang Shuhua to help cook them. She only ordered half of the finished product. He also asked Lu Yi to go to the cafeteria to get a pot of braised pork, and the 2 of them set off after dinner. A young girl in the corridor on the 2nd floor and recognized her at first sight. She was Ji Xianglian's sister, and her name seemed to be Ji Xiangmei. She looked dirty and dusty a few days ago, but now she's cleaned up and looks prettier than her sister. Ji Xiangmei also recognized her and took the initiative to greet her with a smile. Are you going out? Ruan Qiqi was a little surprised. Ji Xianglian didn't allow her mother and sister to have any contact with her. It seemed that this sister didn't listen to her elder sister. Ji Xiangmei moved aside and let them go first. Lu Yi nodded at her, took 3 steps at a time, quickly went downstairs, and pushed both cars out. Qiqi, here's the mask for you. Lu Yi took out a mask from his pocket and put it on her. To the farm is dusty, so wear a mask to protect yourself from the dust. You put it on, too. Ruan Qiqi put it on herself, and when she saw that Lu Yi was not wearing it, she glared at him. Lu Yi put it on obediently. Ji Xiangmei stood on the 2nd floor and watched with envy. She also wanted to marry a young, promising, and handsome man like Lu Yi. Unfortunately, she was not as pretty as Ruan Qiqi and did not have a good family background. I told you to ignore them. Why didn't you listen? Ji Xianglian walked over silently, with a gloomy face. We all live in the same building, so why make things awkward? Harmony is the only way to last long.
Yixiangmai advised.
She just learned that Lu Ye's biological father was the commander, his stepfather was the political commissar, and she was the deputy regiment commander. No matter which one of them was powerful, she didn't know where her elder sister got the confidence to confront Lu Yi. She must have been the battalion commander's wife for too long and had forgotten her own weight. You don't understand anything. Anyway, you won't go wrong if you listen to me. Stay away from them. Ji Xianglian's face became even uglier and her tone became heavier. She was angry that her sister was not as obedient as she was when she was a child. Big sister, I'm grown up now and have my own opinions. I will listen to you if you are right, but I won't listen to you if you are wrong. I won't be a stepmother to anyone. Please stop talking. Ji Xiangmei's voice was not loud, but her tone was firm. The eldest sister privately advised her to marry the 32-year-old deputy battalion commander, saying a lot of nice things, saying that the deputy battalion commander had a high salary, a bright future, and could be arranged to work with the army. In the future, she would be able to eat commercial grain, and she would definitely be the best girl to marry in the village. But she is no longer the silly girl who knew nothing when she was a child. The deputy battalion commander is 11 years older than her and has 2 children. The older one is 12 and the younger one is 8, both of whom are old enough to understand things. She gets married, she will be a maid, which is a thankless job, and she will be very depressed. The purpose of marriage is to live a good life. Why should she make things difficult for herself? Her mother was right. Although the 22-year-old squad leader had the lowest rank, he came from a well-off family and was the youngest son. He was not too old, and had a lot of room for promotion. She would definitely be happy and live a good life if she married him. Lucky, she might even be promoted to deputy battalion commander, and then she can still follow the army. Isn't that better than marrying an old man? Xiangmei, I am your biological sister. I will not harm you. You are still young and don't understand. It is better to marry a squad leader than a deputy battalion commander. Mom is old and has no experience. She doesn't understand. Ji Xianglian suppressed her anger and tried to persuade him patiently. If it wasn't for the purpose of finding a helper for her husband, she wouldn't have bothered to do this. She is so ungrateful. Others want to marry the deputy battalion commander, but can't. Ji Xiangmei suddenly showed a mocking smile. She looked around and saw no one, so she asked, "Sister, do you still remember Sister Xiaomei?" Ji Xianglian's face changed drastically. She looked around warily and warned, "Why did you mention her?" "My brother-in-law originally wanted to see Sister Xiaomei, but she was taken away 2 days later because she accidentally dropped the quotations into the footbath. I was the only one there at the time, and I only told you, sister." Ji Xiangmei's face turned cold. Ji Xiaomei was her cousin, who lived next door to her. She was the same age as her eldest sister, and their relationship was better than that of real sisters. Ji Xiaomei was a beauty in the village. She was good at needlework and had just turned 17. Many people came to her house to propose marriage. In comparison, the older sister with average looks was not so popular. The young men who came to the village to look for a date would always go to see Ji Xiaomei first, and then her elder sister. My brother-in-law's family is from the next village. His parents have heard of Ji Xiaomei's reputation, so they want to wait for their son to come home for a visit and meet Ji Xiaomei. If they like each other, they can get married. Ji Xiaomei and her elder sister were close friends, so Ji Xiaomei told her about this. As a result, within 2 days, a group of people broke into Ji Xiaomei's house and took her away. She was tortured so badly that Ji Xiaomei couldn't bear it and jumped into the river to commit suicide. After that, the eldest sister gave gifts to the matchmaker in private and successfully got married to her brother-in-law. When Ji Xiaomei got into trouble, Ji Xiangmei was still young. She didn't understand it at the time, but she did in the past 2 years. She just felt a chill on her back, and she secretly went to burn paper for Ji Xiaomei, hoping to get forgiveness. Since then, she and her elder sister have become estranged. They are very defensive and don't talk about many things. I don't know what you were talking about. What does Ji Xiaomei's accident have to do with me? You are so inexplicable. Ji Xianglian looked very unhappy. Although he spoke toughly, it was obvious that he was weak inside. Don't force me to be a stepmother anymore. I will pretend I don't know anything about this. Ji Xiangmei said this in a cold voice and turned away. Ji Xianglian had a gloomy face and stared at his sister's back. His eyes were sinister and particularly scary. Wan Qiqi and his friends arrived at the farm. It was already past 7 o'clock, and it was completely dark. Most of the people on the farm had already had dinner. In the open space in front of the family quarters, there were many children playing and adults sitting and chatting. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Yuan Huilan, are you sick?" The leader didn't say anything. "What right do you have to order me to work?" A sharp female voice broke the harmony. It was Lin Manyun. "You came to the farm for reform, not for enjoyment. You must complete the assigned tasks, Lin Manyun. Look at all these petty bourgeois problems in you. You can't even pull the weeds properly.
How dare you eat? Go pull the weeds for me."
"If you don't pull them properly, you won't be allowed to eat." Yuan Huilan's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and her emotions were much more stable than Lin Manyun's anger. Wan Qiqi and Lu Ye's eyes lit up. There was going to be a big show right away. This trip was worth it. "Lu Disheng, are you dead? Yuan Huilan bullied me. Did you care?" Lin Manyun couldn't beat Yuan Huilan either with words or with hands. She felt angry and aggrieved, and subconsciously called out to Lu Disheng. Whenever she was bullied in the past, she would ask Lu Disheng to stand up for her. It has become a habit. Lu Disheng was holding a large bowl of noodles, eating with big mouthfuls, and watching the two women fighting while eating. When he heard his own name, he didn't even raise his head and said unhappily, "I'm divorced from both of you. It's none of my business." Lin Manyun felt ashamed and angry, but more of it was regret. If she had known that Shi Jinghong was playing tricks on her, she would not have signed that darn document. Old Lu, I was forced to do this. Shi Jinghong threatened me, and I signed, because I was scared. I didn't want a divorce. Old Lu, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Lin Manyun was flexible, and her legs were softer than grass. She just knelt down, wiping her tears and begging for mercy. The concubine's behavior made everyone else dumbfounded. Those who came to the cadre school were all people of status and position. Ordinary people could not come here. Lin Manyun's behavior was incompatible with the people in the cadre school, and everyone looked at her with some contempt. Lu Disheng held the basin and moved aside, too lazy to pay attention to the woman. I never go back to my old love. Lin Manyun, reform yourself and stop disgusting me. Lu Disheng cursed angrily, and then cursed the farm leader. Darn it, this must have been arranged on purpose to disgust him. Lin Manyun, don't embarrass yourself here like a concubine. Go, and pull the weeds honestly. If you don't pull them well, you won't have any food tonight. Yuan Huilan strode over and dragged Lin Manyun to go to work. In the afternoon, she and Lin Manyun were assigned to work together. After pulling out the weeds in a field, she carefully finished her half, while the lazy Lin Manyun didn't even finish 1/3 of it. After receiving Mo Chiofeng's instructions, the farm leader was quite considerate of Yuan Huilan and didn't say anything, but Yuan Huilan was not happy and insisted on dragging Lin Manyun to pull weeds. Let me go, Yuan Huilan. You're crazy. The leader didn't say anything. Why are you jumping up and down to interfere? You are so capable, but you also came to the cadre school to work? You are not much nobler than me. We are equal now. What qualifications do you have to control me? Lin Manyun tried her best to break free, but she was not as tall or strong as Yuan Huilan, so she couldn't break free at all. The organization will investigate my affairs thoroughly. Lin Manyun, you have to weed out the weeds for me. Don't even think about coming back if you haven't done so. Yuan Huilan had a cold face and dragged her to work in the fields. Lin Manyun's cursing became increasingly distant, and the two of them soon disappeared into the night. Comrade Lu, you don't care? Someone asked jokingly. What right do I have to care? It has nothing to do with me anymore. Lu Disheng glared at her unhappily and lowered his head to eat noodles, which tasted less and less tasty. He had already finished the pot of meat his daughter-in-law had sent him last time, and his mouth was almost dry. The others all laughed and stopped joking. Dad. Ruan Chi-Chi and Lu Yi appeared at the right time. They had been hiding in the dark and watched a good show. Yuan Huilan and Lu Disheng both performed well. Lu Disheng's eyes lit up. He looked directly at the bag in Lu Ye's hand and swallowed hard. It must be meat. Lu Disheng led them back to the house. Lu Yi put a pot of meat on the lame table, glanced at his father, and said nothing. Finally, there's meat. I'm so greedy. Lu Disheng opened the lid and saw the shiny slices of fat. His mouth started watering again. He was craving for a bite of it. With meat to go with the rice, the big bowl of noodles was finished quickly, and half of the bowl of meat was gone. Although Lu Disheng has aged a lot, he is still in good spirits and has a good appetite. He can still eat so much meat in his 60s, and his appetite is better than that of young people. Dad, this is cumi fish. It can be eaten after steaming for half an hour. Ruan Chi-Chi placed a jar of cumi fish in the corner and told him how to eat it. This is delicious. I ate it a few times when I went to Xiangxi to fight bandits. It goes well with rice. Lu Disheng loves eating fish, and he loves it even more. He started drooling just by listening to it. You have meat and fish, but don't let your body become lustful and rekindle your old love with Lin Manyun. Louis said something in a sarcastic tone. Nonsense, am I the kind of person who has a weak will? Lu Disheng's face turned red with anger. Divorce is divorce, and there is no way he would go back to his wife. What's more, he hated Lin Manyun so much that if it wasn't against the rules, he would have wanted to kill this vicious woman. You have such a strong will, stronger than tofu, but in less than a month you have been bewitched by Lin Manyun. Humph! How dare you say such things? Louis was not polite at all, and exposed his lie. Lu Disheng blushed, but still defended himself. Things were different then. I know her true colors now, and I won't be fooled. All right, you guys go back. I'm fine here. Don't be so conceited. I'm here to see when you're going to die. Lu Yi confronted him without thinking. Lu Disheng was choked, and his expression became helpless. He sighed, lowered his head, and said nothing. His hair was white. Lu Yi stood there and saw his gray hair. He swallowed back the rest of the treasonous words. It's a long process. We'll talk about it later.
Gone.
Lu Yi said in a gruff voice and walked out. Wan Qiqi smiled and went out as well. Don't you want to go see your mother? Lu Disheng asked. Look at shoot. Lu Yi retorted and walked faster. Lu Disheng curled his lips, feeling somewhat proud. In his rebellious son's heart, his status was still higher than Yuan Huilan's. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi did not go back, but went to the fields to watch the show. Yuan Huilan, I'll get up tomorrow morning to pull them out. It's too dark to see clearly, and my hands are all rubbed raw. Lin Manyun begged desperately. The moon was not bright tonight, and some of the grass was very sharp. Her hands were cut several times, and it hurt so much. You have another task tomorrow. Hurry up and pull the weeds. If you spend your time pulling weeds, you would have finished it long ago. Yuan Huilan was ruthless and impartial. She held a bamboo stick in her hand and stood by to supervise the work. If Lin Manyun was lazy in the slightest, she would hit her with the stick, and it hurt a lot.
Ah.
I'm pulling it out. Stop pulling it out. Lin Manyun was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She hated Yuan Huilan so much, but she didn't dare show it. Now she is helpless. Yuan Huilan has a husband who is a political commissar, and she cannot afford to offend him. Lin Manyun cried while pulling weeds, feeling hatred and regret in her heart. If she could go back on time, she would definitely work with Lu Disheng on the farm and never have other thoughts about him again. Now she could only hope to win some honor from the Liberation Army and the Korean Aid Army. If she could make meritorious contributions on the border, she might even be able to get some credit and leave this darn place. Why are you crying? You abused Xiaoye so cruelly before. Why are you crying now? Get to work. Yuan Huilan pulled hard again. Lin Manyun jumped up in pain. She simply stopped pulling out the weeds and rushed over to start fighting with Yuan Huilan. With the help of anger, she and Yuan Huilan temporarily reached a tie. What qualifications do you have to scold me? I am a stepmother, so what's wrong with me being mean to my stepson? You are his biological mother, so why don't you care? Humph, Yuan Huilan, you are the least qualified to criticize me. You, the biological mother, don't care about anything and give all your love to your stepson.
How dare you blame me? Bah.
I didn't abuse my own son. I was wrong, but I still want to teach you a lesson. If you have any opinions, keep them to yourself. Yuan Huilan quickly gained the upper hand, rode on Lin Manyun, beat her into submission, and forced her to continue pulling weeds. Lin Manyun was pulling out weeds while cursing in a very ugly voice. Yuan Huilan couldn't stand it anymore and hit her with a bamboo stick. Wan Qiqi and Lu Yamao were in the bushes, watching with great joy, feeling completely happy.
Home.
Wan Qiqi pulled Lu Yi, and the guy was so happy that he became silly.
Wait.
Lu Yi bent down, plucked a few thorns from the ground, and handed them to Wan Qiqi. This one is sweet and delicious. Wan Qiqi put it in her mouth and chewed it. It was indeed sweet, just like chewing sugarcane. Thatch needles, the flower buds of thatch. After riding for another hour, they returned to the family building. Wan Qiqi did not rush upstairs. Instead, he chatted with the ginkgo tree downstairs for a while to catch up on the latest gossip. Unexpectedly, I got such a big harvest. I found a way to deal with Ji Xianglian. This sitch wrote a letter of denunciation to the General Military Region, reporting that she and Lu Yi were bullying others by abusing their power. The General Military Region gave the letter to Mo Chiofeng, and the matter was dropped. But Wan Qiqi was narrow-minded and was determined to deal with this woman, but she had never found a suitable opportunity. Now she has it. After returning home, Wan Qiqi told Ji Xianglian about the death of her good sisters and how Ji Xianglian's father, when guarding the granary 15 years ago, threw cigarette butts around and caused a fire. Not much grain was burned, but the young man who put out the fire was badly burned and could not be saved. The young man has not married yet and has no children. The most infuriating thing is that Ji's father falsely accused the young man of throwing cigarette butts around, which caused the fire. As a result, the young man who died was not named a martyr, and his parents were also criticized by the villagers and died within a few years. After these few days of contact, Wan Qiqi had a good impression of Ji's mother and Ji Xiangmei. They were not the same kind of people as Ji Xianglian. Now it seems that Ji Xianglian and her father are the same kind of people. Check it out, tell Captain Su about it, and report it after he gets divorced. Wan Qiqi only wanted to deal with Ji Xianglian, let alone Captain Su. No. Lu Yi agreed. The couple went to bed and had a good night's sleep. When they woke up the next day, Wan Qiqi went to cook rice noodles while Lu Yi mopped the floor. Leah came over with something wrapped tightly in newspaper in her hand. You were not at home last night, so I'll give you this bone. I've already processed it. Leah handed it over. Wan Qiqi opened the newspaper and saw a long and straight bone. Leah had handled it very cleanly, and it could be directly processed. Thank you. May I ask who owns this bone? Wan Qiqi asked politely. It's a little devil, you don't mind, right? Leah told the truth. Wan Qiqi was also lucky. A few days ago, he captured a Japanese soldier who had been lurking for many years. During the capture, the Japanese soldier put up a stubborn resistance and was shot in the thigh. He was sent to the military hospital for emergency treatment. She happened to be on the night shift and was called to perform the operation. After an examination, she swiftly amputated the little Japanese soldier's limb, cutting from the base of the thigh and cleaning the sacrum, which was just enough for Wan Qiqi's staff. Wan Qiqi's eyes became brighter, and she looked at the bone marrow in her hand affectionately, as if she was looking at her lover. The Japanese's bones are so perfect. I like it very much. Thank you. Have you had breakfast at home? Wan Qiqi asked enthusiastically.
Eat.
I've eaten, but my husband hasn't eaten yet. Leah originally wanted to say that she had eaten, but when she glanced at the rice noodles on the table, she immediately changed her mind. Her to process the pork shanks, so it shouldn't be too much to ask for a bowl of rice noodles for her husband, right? I have extra rice noodles. This bowl is for your man. Wan Qiqi generously served a large bowl of rice noodles, scooped a large spoonful of peanuts and chili sauce, and put in 3 fried eggs. Thank you. Leah returned home happily with the rice noodles in her hands. It was a real bargain to exchange a Japanese bone for a big bowl of rice noodles. It was a pity that only one of the Japanese soldier's legs was hit by the bullet. If both legs were hit, she could have exchanged it for an extra bowl of rice noodles. Gao Shangjin had just finished his breakfast, which his wife made for him. It was the same old Shanghainese dish of rice soaked in boiled water and served with rose fermented bean curd. His wife ate it with gusto, but he had been eating it for many years and still couldn't get used to it. He just wanted to eat a bowl of hot and fragrant rice noodles with lots of chili peppers, which would taste delicious. Gao Shangjin planned to go to the cafeteria and ask the squad leader of the kitchen team to cook him a bowl of rice noodles to satisfy his craving. As soon as I walked out the door, I smelled the tempting fragrance and my mouth was watering. Leah, where did you get the rice noodles? Gao Shangjin diligently took the rice noodles from his wife's hand. They looked delicious. Wan Qiqi cooked this. Please eat it quickly. Leah shook her hands. Wan Qiqi was such an honest girl. This bowl of rice noodles must weigh 2 kilograms. It was really heavy. Why did he suddenly give him rice noodles? Gao Shang went in, took the chopsticks, and started eating with big mouthfuls. This was the taste so delicious. I found her a bone, and she thanked me for it. Leah went to change clothes and get ready to go to work. This bowl of rice noodles must weigh 2 kilograms. It was really heavy. Why did he suddenly give him rice noodles? Gao Shang went in, took the chopsticks, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Gao Shangjin burped with satisfaction, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had a very enjoyable meal. He was about to wash the dishes when his expression suddenly changed. He walked to the next door and asked Leah, who was changing her clothes, "Leah, have you washed your hands with the bones?" Leah thought about it, her eyes a little guilty, not daring to look at her husband, and whispered, "Wash it." Gao Shangjin sighed. No one knows a wife better than her husband. It's obvious from the look of her face that she hasn't washed. Forget it. It won't make you sick if you eat something unclean. Besides, this bone has been cooked and soaked in formalin. It is cleaner than his mouth. Lu Yi also asked the same question. After mopping the floor, Lu Yi saw the beautiful tubercle, which was tied with a pink hairband by Wan Qiqi and hung on the wall. Wan Qiqi explained the origin of the bones, but when Lu Yi heard that they belonged to the Japanese, he lost interest. However, after he finished eating the rice noodles, he remembered that Qiqi seemed not to have washed his hands. This bone has been sterilized at high temperature and soaked in formalin. It is cleaner than your mouth. Is it necessary to wash it? Wan Qiqi argued convincingly. Qiqi, you are right. It is indeed unnecessary. Lu Yi was quickly convinced, and even felt that he was being too pretentious, so he took the initiative to wash the dishes, and also washed Wan Qiqi's clothes by the way. Time flies quickly. April passed, and it was May in a blink of an eye. The ginkgo tree downstairs became more luxuriant and green. The temperature in Tanzhou in May has risen a lot, so you only need to wear a thin coat. Lu Yi went to Ji Xianglian's hometown to investigate in person, found definite evidence, and brought it back to show Captain Su. However, something happened in the Su family, and the atmosphere at home was very heavy. Mother Ji looked at her daughter with disappointment and said sadly, "Xianglian, how did you become like this? Xiangmei is your biological sister, and you actually hurt her. How could you do this?" "Mom, I'm doing this for Xiangmei's own good. Only by marrying the deputy battalion commander can you live a good life. You will know I'm right in the future." Ji Xianglian was upset because her plan failed. While her husband was out and her children were at school, she called the deputy battalion commander and, under the pretext of meeting her sister, put some drugs in the tea, hoping to make the relationship between her sister and the deputy battalion commander a fait accompli, so that her sister would have no choice but to marry the deputy battalion commander. She had inquired and found out that the deputy battalion commander had a family background and had relatives who were cadres in the general military region. Her husband was weak in the army, and if she could have a capable brother-in-law, his career would definitely be smooth in the future, and she would also be able to benefit from it. Ji Xianglian felt that she was not wrong. She was only thinking about her sister's good, but her sister did not appreciate it, and all her efforts were in vain. "I don't appreciate your hard work, Mom. Let's go home." Ji Xiangmei was so angry that her face turned pale. If she hadn't been on guard, her innocence would have been ruined today. Fortunately, she was wary of her elder sister and did not drink the cup of tea, nor did she let the deputy battalion commander drink it, thus avoiding disaster. Afterwards, she gave the cup of tea to the dog, and the dog went crazy, which made her very scared. "Xianglian, you disappoint me so much." Ji's mother looked at her eldest daughter with great sorrow. She really couldn't understand how her eldest daughter, who was originally gentle and kind, could become such an unscrupulous person. "Xiangmei, don't cry anymore. Mom will take you home." Ji's mother wiped the tears of her younger daughter and said that she didn't plan to find a partner in the military area. With her older daughter around, her younger daughter would definitely suffer if she married into the military area. Although life in her hometown was a bit hard, it was peaceful. What happened? Captain Su had just returned from his work when he saw that his mother-in-law and wife looked unhappy, his sister-in-law was wiping her tears, and the atmosphere was very heavy. "Nothing. Xiangmei and I had a few words, and she insisted on going home." Ji Xianglian forced a smile and made up an excuse to get away with it. Ji's mother did not expose the truth. Although she was extremely disappointed with her eldest daughter, she still hoped that she could get along well with her son-in-law. "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's a rare trip, so stay a few more days." Captain Su believed it and politely tried to keep him. "I can't live here anymore. There's no one to do the housework. I'm sorry to bother my son-in-law these days." Ji's mother refused. If she continued to stay, she was afraid that she would not be able to protect her little daughter. Su Xingli, I call you stupid, but you still don't accept it. You believe everything your cousin says. Your sister-in-law is crying like her father has died. How could it be just a few words? Your cousin gave your sister-in-law drugs and wanted to send her to Li Honghai to sleep. Lu Yi came in uninvited and exposed Ji Xianglian's lies. Captain Su's face changed. Li Honghai was the 32-year-old deputy battalion commander. Although Lu Yi was crazy, he was not making things up. No, he's talking nonsense. Xiang Mei is my biological sister. How could I possibly harm her? Ji Xianglian flatly denied it. She was sure that her mother and sister would not expose her. After all, she was the best off in her family, and her family could only hold their heads up high in the village because of her. Mom, is this true? Captain Su's trust in his wife has now dropped a lot, so he turned to ask his mother-in-law. Ji's mother hesitated for a few seconds, but still denied it. No. No, it was just a quarrel between sisters. There was a flash of disappointment in Ji Xiangmei's eyes, and when she saw Ji Xianglian's smug look, she felt even more hatred in her heart. Brother-in-law, he's right. My eldest sister wanted to harm me. She wanted me to marry Li Honghai, saying that Li Honghai's family had a good background, and that if I married him, I would have a better future in the army. I didn't want to be a stepmother, so I refused. My eldest sister drugged me and tried to destroy my innocence. Fortunately, God opened his eyes, and I didn't drink that tea. Ji Xiangmei said it all that she would not be like Ji Xuemei, who did not know how to fight back after being harmed by others. Ji's mother wanted to stop her, but it was too late, and she couldn't help but sigh. Xiangmei, are you crazy? I'm your elder sister, and you're throwing dirty water on me? Ji Xianglian looked at her sister with a warning look. I don't have a vicious elder sister like you. From now on, we will be strangers. Ji Xiangmei also threatened her with her eyes. If she got mad, she would tell everyone about Ji Xuemei's affairs and nobody would be happy. Snap, Captain Su, who was extremely angry, slapped Ji Xianglian in the face. Ji Xianglian's face swelled up instantly and blood came out of the corners of her mouth. Luckily, Xiang Mei was alert. Otherwise, how would I survive in the military region in the future? Ji Xianglian, I always thought you were smart and capable, and I didn't need to worry about the family. I was blind. You are dumber than a pig. Captain Su was almost furious. Li Honghai's family did have a background, so he was very glad that Ji Xiangmei was alert and escaped. Otherwise, he would have offended Li Honghai to death. Li Honghai is a proud person. If he really drank the medicinal tea, he would marry his sister-in-law, but he would also definitely hate him to death. Ji Xianglian, this stupid woman, was so smart and almost ruined his future. Son-in-law, let's talk it over nicely. Xianglian did this stupid thing out of concern for you.
Calm down.
Ji's mother quickly spoke nice words and pleaded for her daughter. Mom, you and Xiangmei should take the children back to the house to rest. Captain Su had a cold face and looked scary. Ji's mother didn't dare to persuade her anymore, so she took Ji Xiangmei and the two children to the next room. After closing the door, she slapped her little daughter. Are you satisfied now? You didn't suffer any loss.
Just keep it a secret.
If you insist on exposing it, what good will it do to you if your elder sister gets divorced? Ji's mother was almost furious. Her eldest daughter had married well, and her family status in the village was higher. Even the team leader had to be polite when he saw her. Her son-in-law was so angry that she was really worried that something might happen. But she comforted herself by thinking that her eldest daughter and son-in-law had two children, so nothing should happen, right? If she doesn't divorce me, I won't be in any good situation. Ji Xiangmei threw herself on the bed and cried, feeling very aggrieved. Captain Su next door wanted to teach his wife a lesson, but Lu Yi was there, so it was inconvenient for him. Deputy Captain Lu, why don't you go home? Captain Su spoke very directly. After all, if his words were too euphemistic, this crazy man would not understand. I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Lu Yi glanced at Ji Xianglian, stretched out his hand, pulled Captain Su and walked out. Let go if you have anything to say. Just say it here. Why are you arguing? Captain Su shook him off and glared at him unhappily. You can't let your guests hear this. Let's go. You'll have to kowtow to me and thank me in a moment. Lu Yi grabbed him again and dragged him downstairs. Ji Xianglian's heart sank to the bottom. The look that Lu Yi just gave her made her feel cold down her spine. What evil thing was this jerk going to do next? She thought back to what she had done over the years and felt a little relieved. Apart from the fact that she was a little impulsive regarding Xiangmei, there should be nothing else wrong. Only she and Xiangmei knew about Ji Xuemei's matter, and Lu Yi definitely wouldn't be able to find out. Her husband is angry now. She will definitely be able to coax him into okay shape for the sake of the two children. Downstairs, Lu Yi dragged Captain Su to the streetlight and gave him the evidence. Take a good look at what your cousin is. The evidence was a letter of denunciation. The letter paper had turned yellow, indicating that it was very old, and it was unsigned. However, Captain Su recognized the handwriting at a glance. It was Ji Xianglian's. The letter reported a person named Ji Xuemei. The name sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Does this name sound familiar? She is your cousin's good sister, but she is better than your cousin. Back then, your parents wanted to marry her as their daughter-in-law. Ji Xuemei told Ji Xianglian about this, and your cousin wrote this letter of denunciation. Ji Xuemei was arrested and taken to a farm. Within half a year, she jumped into the river and committed suicide. Ji Xianglian successfully married you and lived a good life. Lu Yi spoke in a mocking tone. Although Captain Su was innocent, he was also somewhat responsible for Ji Xuemei's death. This means that even though you did not kill Bo Ren died because of you. Captain Su's face gradually turned pale. He remembered that his parents had indeed mentioned Ji Xuemei in the past, saying that she was the most beautiful and capable girl in the village and that the young men who proposed to her could line up for 2 miles. His parents had talked to Ji Xuemei's parents and were just waiting for him to come home to meet her and hold a wedding if they were attracted to each other. But after he returned home, he heard from his parents that Ji Xuemei had gotten into trouble and made a serious mistake. He definitely could not date this girl anymore. Then a matchmaker happened to talk about Ji Xianglian. He went to meet her and felt she was okay, so he held a wedding banquet. He didn't expect that Ji Xuemei got into trouble because of him. He never expected that the person he had lived with for so many years was actually a vicious woman with the heart of a scorpion and would do anything to achieve her goals. Captain Su felt a chill on his back. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and the cold wind blew past, sticking to his skin and chilling him to his bones. The 4th update is completed. I have been updating for many days in a row. I shamelessly ask for 5-star praise and free gifts, or urge for more updates. Thank you. Captain Su thought again of the time when Ji Xianglian congratulated Commander Lu on his bad luck and fried meat dishes. At that time, he didn't think about it carefully and thought that Ji Xianglian had really forgotten Commander Lu's kindness. He was too stupid. Ji Xianglian had not forgotten at all. She was clearly an ungrateful person. You must be wondering, your mother-in-law and sister-in-law are of decent character, but how could your cousin be so bad? It's not surprising because your father-in-law is also very bad. Lu Yi mentioned again the incident of Ji's father harming people, and Captain Su's face became even uglier. He actually knew about this matter. 15 years ago, he was still a rookie, but he often wrote letters home and his parents often replied, so he knew a lot about what was going on at home. Ji Xianglian's home was in the next village. The fire was so big that a young man who was trying to put out the fire was burned to death. He was originally going to be named a martyr, but later it was heard that the young man was the arsonist, so he naturally didn't get the title. His parents were also criticized by the villagers and died a few years later. Do you have any evidence for this? Captain Su still refused to believe it. He thought his father-in-law was a kind and warm-hearted person and was very popular in the village. How could he be a bad person? I can't produce the evidence right now. My cousin said that I need to tell you first. Once you get a divorce, I will go get the evidence. But it doesn't matter if you don't want a divorce. We will be in trouble together anyway. Louis spoke frankly and said that he only needed to use a few tricks to make Ji's father confess the truth. But if Captain Su did not divorce, his future would definitely be over with such a father-in-law. Captain Su knew his abilities, and his expression became even uglier. But he was decisive and didn't hesitate for too long. I will file a divorce report, but it may take some time, and the signature will not be that fast. Just call me, and I'll sign it. Louis gave him a reassurance that he just needed to tell Mo Chiofeng when the time came. Okay, give me 3 days. Captain Su smiled bitterly. He felt bad. After all, they had lived together for so many years and had 2 children. You won't be reluctant to let me go, will you? Ji Xianglian loves to write letters of denunciation. She even reported me to the General Military Region for bullying others. Who knows, she might report you one day. You might as well marry a cobra than marrying a woman like this. Lu Yi was extremely sarcastic, and not a single word he said was nice. Captain Su was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also complained occasionally at home. If Ji Xianglian really reported him, he would be in trouble. You don't have any leverage in your cousin's hands, do you? Seeing his panic-stricken look, Lu Yi asked curiously. Captain Su said nothing, not knowing what to say. Lu Yi suddenly became interested and guessed, "Do you have a lover outside?" "Bullshoot, I'm honest and innocent." Captain Su was so angry that his eyes were glaring. If he could defeat this madman, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Since you are upright and innocent, why are you still feeling guilty? Just tell me. I will definitely not tell anyone else. Louis kept asking and finally found out the answer. He went back and told Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is not someone else, she is one of us. Captain Su also wanted to find someone to make a decision, so he told them about his complaints. What are you complaining about? Lu Yi became even more curious. Nothing much, just some gossip about other people. Who are you talking about? You're not talking about me, are you? Captain Su turned his head away with a guilty look. He really had said something bad about Lu Yi. I'm sorry I came to help you. I should let you be bitten to death by your venomous wife. Hurry up and file for divorce. I won't care after that. Lu Yi's face darkened, and he turned and left. Captain Su touched his nose and felt a little ashamed. Lu Yetian was a little crazy, but he was still a very righteous person. If this madman had not informed him and directly reported Ji Xianglian, he would have been in trouble too. He had to appreciate this favor and not speak ill of this madman anymore. When thinking of Ji Xuemei's tragic death, although he had never met her, her parents had mentioned her many times that she was a beautiful and capable girl. In the final analysis, it was he who harmed this girl. Captain Su's face turned cold, and he made up his mind that the marriage must be divorced as soon as possible, but he had to send his mother-in-law and sister-in-law back first, who stayed at home, felt very uneasy. She felt that time was passing very slowly. Her husband had only been out for half an hour, but it seemed like the time passed very slowly, and every second felt like a year. Sitting there doing nothing made her even more anxious. Ji Xianglian took the shoe sole to sew, but she was so distracted that she pricked her finger after only a few stitches. Hiss! Ji Xianglian took a breath and raised her hand. The bright red blood beads on her fingertips made her feel even more uneasy. She always felt that something bad was going to happen. What on earth did that jerk Lu Yi talk to my husband about? Ji Xianglian thought over the past few years again, and after making sure that there were no omissions, she felt a little relieved. Captain Su appeared quietly at the door and said coldly, "I will be on guard tonight." He could no longer lie in the same bed with this vicious woman. Soldiers hated to expose their backs to the enemy. To him, Ji Xianglian was now an enemy. "You are already the battalion commander. Why do you still have to stand guard? What did Lu Yi want to talk to you about?" Ji Xianglian's heart skipped a beat. She was sensitive to the changes in her husband, and it must be related to Lu Yi. "Why are you asking so many questions about work? I'll go book the tickets tomorrow. Your mother and sister should be home soon." After Captain Su finished speaking, he left with a cold face and went to spend the night with his comrades. Old Su. Ji Xianglian chased after him, wanting to ask for clarification, but Captain Sue walked very fast and soon disappeared into the night. She stood alone downstairs, her body feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing cold to the bone. There must be something wrong. Her husband wouldn't want to divorce her, right? Thinking of this possibility, Ji Xianglian's heart sank to the bottom. She had gone to great lengths to marry her husband, and had been humble and serving him all these years, and had also worked hard to manage the family building. Only then could she have the good life she has now. She would never divorce. Ji Xianglian bit her lip hard, walked upstairs quickly, walked to the door of Ji's mother and Ji Xiangmei's room, and knocked on the door hard. Ji's mother had already gone to bed, and opened the door, wearing clothes. "What's up?" As soon as Ji's mother asked the question, Ji Xianglian pushed her away. She rushed to the bed, grabbed Ji Xiangmei's hair, and beat her hard. Ji Xiangmei was slapped more than a dozen times and was caught off guard. She was completely stunned and didn't know how to resist. "Are you satisfied now? If I get divorced, what good will you get? How can I have such a stupid and bad sister like you? Get out of here tomorrow, and don't come here again." Ji Xianglian thought that her husband was angry and wanted to divorce because of the drugging incident. She hated Ji Xiangmei and regretted taking her sister to see her. Ji's mother was so anxious that she cried and blamed her youngest daughter. Ji Xiangmei's face was swollen, and she cried while covering her face. Ji Xianglian had a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Mom, Lao Su said that you should go home tomorrow. He will go to book the tickets. Don't come here anymore." Ji's mother kept sighing and crying. That night, both Ji's mother and daughter stayed awake all night. Captain Sue acted quickly. He borrowed a car early in the morning and drove Ji's mother and Ji Xiangmei to the train station. He had used his connections to book the tickets the night before. On the way, Ji's mother wanted to say something to persuade them, but Captain Sue did not give her a chance to speak. He had a cold face all the way. Ji's mother was frightened by his aura and dared not speak. Captain Sue was still decisive and resolute. After sending Ji Xiangmei and her daughter away, he came back and filed for divorce, citing their different revolutionary ideas as the reason. Writing the report, he went home and told Ji Xianglian to pack up and leave.
Why?
"Old Sue, even if I was wrong about drugging you, I was doing it for you and your future. Are you so cruel?" It was like a bolt from the blue, which struck Ji Xianglian so hard that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and he was completely stunned. She was restless the whole morning and had no concentration in class, so she asked for leave and went home. As soon as she got home, she heard the bad news. "This is just one of them. What I hate most in my life is the sinister villain who wrote the report letter. Ji Xianglian, you are so capable. You reported Lu Yi behind my back. Do you think you can do it without anyone noticing?" Captain Sue's face was very dark and he looked at Ji Xianglian with disgust. He really hated people who reported others behind their backs. If you have any opinions, just raise them to their faces. Even if there is a fight, it's no big deal. But people who stab others in the back are the most disgusting. I'm not wrong. They are just bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Ji Xianglian was relieved instead. If it was just this matter, she was confident that she could coax her husband. Why don't they bully others, but only you? Aren't you the one who was a jerk first, saying bad things about others behind their backs? Ji Xianglian, don't think that you are the smartest person in the world and that others are fools. Others are just too lazy to expose your little tricks. Captain Sue was too lazy to waste time and directly mentioned Ji Xiaomei. And Ji Xiaomei, how did she die? Ji Xianglian, I was so blind to have lived with a venomous snake like you for so many years. I'll give you 3 days to pack up your things and get out, or don't blame me for using force. Captain Sue looked at her with disgust, turned and walked away, his back looking very resolute. Ji Xianglian's face was as pale as a silver. Her lips had lost all color, and she stood there in a daze. Who on earth had leaked the information?
Yixiangmai?
No, my husband's attitude obviously changed after he talked to Lu Yi. Could it be that Ji Xiangmei told Lu Yi? Must be the case. No wonder this little zitch greeted Wan Qiqi and Lu Yi. It turns out they have been hooking up with each other for a long time. Ji Xianglian was furious and wished she could go back to her parents' home right now and kill the zitch Ji Xiangmei. Captain Su's divorce report soon arrived on Mo Qiufeng's desk. It was delivered by Lu Yi personally. Mo Qiufeng was so busy with 2 jobs that he simply moved to the office and never went home. He would be alone when he returned anyway, so he might as well live in the office. Sign it. Lu Yi placed Captain Su's divorce report directly in front of Mo Qiufeng. Who's getting divorced? Why did Su Xingli want to get divorced? When did you and him get along so well? Mo Qiufeng remembered that a while ago, Su Xingli came to complain about Lu Yi, saying that the couple were bullying others by taking advantage of their power. It has only been a few days, and their relationship has become so good that he helped them file for divorce? Su Xingli and I have internal conflicts. They are all minor issues. Now I have to help him to face the outside world with unity. I have to help him get a divorce. Otherwise, our military region will lose a fierce general, and I will also lose a comrade in arms who has shared life and death with me. Uncle Mo, please sign quickly.
Lu Yi spoke seriously.
Speak slowly. What do you mean by united against the outside world? How did Su Xingli's guest become an enemy? Mo Qiufeng burst out laughing when he heard this. This kid was really lying with his eyes open. He learned all this nonsense from Wan Qiqi. His cousin is a bad guy among the people, extremely bad. Her cousin's father is also a bad guy. If this marriage is not divorced, Su Xingli will be implicated and suffer misfortune. Lu Yi told all the bad things that Ji Xianglian and her daughter had done.
Montag Qiufeng frowned.
He also hated this kind of sinister villain, but he was more interested in how Lu Yi knew the news from more than 10 years ago. As far as he knew, although Lu Yi was very good at gathering information, he could only gather the most recent information. This kind of old information, which was more than 10 years old, was definitely not gathered by Lu Yi. So, it must be Wan Qiqi. This girl is more capable than he thought. Xiao Yi, this information was obtained by Qiqi, right? Mo Qiufeng asked directly. It has nothing to do with you, just sign it. Lu Yi became impatient and flipped over the table, grabbed Mo Qiufeng's hand, stuffed a pen into his hand, and forced him to sign. Go down. You are as strong as an ox, you broke my arm. Mo Qiufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pushed the person away and signed the divorce report. You are too weak, not as strong as my old man. My old man can carry 200 kilograms of soil on the farm and walk very fast. Lu Yi received the divorce report and made a joke. I'm definitely not as good as your father. Xiaoya, have you visited your mother? Mo Qiufeng knew his temper and was not angry. Instead, he was very happy that he was cheerful now. It turned out that being with Wan Qiqi was the right thing to do. This girl was Lu Ye's best medicine. What the heck, did Mo Jinsong and Mo Tsongrong go to see it? Lu Ye's face darkened, and after making a sarcastic remark, he strode away. Mo Qiufeng sighed lightly, feeling a pain in his temples. Looking at the mountain of documents on the table, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. That jerk Lu Disheng went to the cadre school to have fun, leaving all the work to him. Darn it. We have to find a way to get this jerk back to work. He originally refused to go to the capital and stayed in Tanzhou just to live a more relaxed and carefree life. He lived in fear and trepidation in the first half of his life, but in the second half of his life, he just wants to be a free and easy person. Mo Qiufeng looked at the calendar and couldn't help but frown. Lu Disheng had been in the cadre school for less than a month, but he had to work for at least a full month. Time was passing too slowly. Lu Yi handed the signed divorce report to Captain Su. Hurry up, I have to go to your cousin's hometown. I can't wait for you. No. Captain Su was startled and understood what he meant. With Lu Ye's methods, Ji Xianglian's father would definitely not be able to withstand it. It takes more than 10 hours to drive from Tanzhou to his hometown, so he must get a divorce within one day. Lu Yi called Director Mu, then called Wan Qiqi at the winery to tell them what was going on, and then drove off. He didn't need to get involved in such a small matter, but who could blame Ji Xianglian for being so disgusting that she actually reported him and Qiqi? Let this woman see how powerful he is. Wan Qiqi finished a relaxing day at work and went home happily. Lu Yi went out to do some business, and she was alone at night. She planned to go to the space to eat snacks and watch TV series, as she was too lazy to cook. Before reaching the family building, Wan Qiqi saw a large group of people from afar. She immediately became alert, thinking that something big was bound to happen. She parked the car on the side of the road and struggled to squeeze in. Wan Qiqi used all her strength, but only moved forward less than 1 meter. Everyone loved watching the show, and no one was willing to move. Wan Qiqi suddenly had an idea and pinched her nose and shouted, "Hey! Who dropped 10 yuan? Mine. I dropped it." More than a dozen people started clamoring, stopped watching the show, and ran over to get their money. "Where's the money? Where is it?" These people searched for a long time, but didn't see even a penny, let alone $10. Then they realized they had been cheated and started cursing. Wan Qiqi had already squeezed in and could not hear anyone cursing. Even if she heard it, she would not care because her mother was not from this time and space. "Ji Xianglian, if you have something to say, please talk nicely and don't do anything stupid," Wang Shuhua advised in a gentle voice. The family building is 4 stories high, and there is a balcony on the roof. Ji Xianglian was holding her youngest son and standing on the roof, looking like she was about to jump off the building. "Su Xingli, you are such a heartless person. How have I, Ji Xianglian, ever let you down? If you listen to others' instigation and divorce me, I will die here with my son today. I tell you, I will never divorce you even if I die." Ji Xianglian had her hair disheveled and looked mad, and her little son in her arms was crying with fear. Everyone was shocked. Captain Su wanted a divorce? What is going on here? Captain Su and his wife are a model couple in the family building, and they almost never have any quarrels. Ji Xianglian is virtuous, capable, and considerate. She keeps the household in order. The men in the military district envy Captain Su for being so lucky to have such a virtuous wife. "Why are you getting a divorce?" Battalion Commander Su, who received the news, rushed over angrily, and everyone made way for him. "Ji Xianglian, get down here." Captain Su raised his head and roared, "If I don't come down, my mother and I will die here today." Ji Xianglian kept saying that she wanted to die, but she had been saying it for so long and had no intention of jumping off. She was not really seeking death at all, she was just trying to threaten Captain Su. Wan Qiqi climbed up the ginkgo tree and could see the situation on the 4th floor clearly. Captain Su also wanted to go upstairs to rescue people. Ji Xianglian saw this and shouted frantically, "No one is allowed to come up, or I will jump down." "Dad. Mom." Her arms cried for his parents. Captain Su's face was as dark as water. If it wasn't against the rules, he really wanted to shoot this woman. Captain Su didn't dare to use force. He planned to talk to Ji Xianglian to distract her attention and let the 2 men climb up the stairs and capture them by surprise. But before he could open his mouth, he heard a lazy voice. "Stop making so much noise. I will destroy you on behalf of the moon." Wan Qiqi climbed to the 4th floor at some point and found herself behind Ji Xianglian, holding a beautiful something in her hand. Before Ji Xianglian could react, she felt a sharp pain on the back of her head and fainted. Her arms also fell to the ground, crying loudly. Wan Qiqi carefully checked the pelvis and found it was intact. The pelvis of the Japanese devils was very useful. Next time, she would ask Yinlia to get a few more. Not limited to pelvis, as long as they were from the Japanese devils, skulls would also be fine. She puts it on the bedside table. Captain Su rushed to the 4th floor, picked up his son, and checked him. He was relieved to see that he was not injured. "Thank you, Comrade Wan." Captain Su thanked her gratefully and took a curious look at what Wan Qiqi was holding. It looked like a pig bone and was tied with a pink ribbon. He couldn't help but laugh. After all, she was a young girl who still had a childish nature and even played with pig bones. "You're welcome. She disturbed me." Wan Qiqi looked with disdain at his little son who was crying loudly in his arms. The child was indeed not cute at all and was crying and making so much noise. After returning home, Wan Qiqi hung the bones on the wall and went into the space to watch TV series. Outside, But Ji Xianglian was still crying and refusing to divorce. The two children also cried. Captain Su didn't want to waste time, so he took Ji Xianglian to go through the divorce procedures. Ji Xianglian tried to commit suicide along the way, but Captain Su was determined to divorce her. The more she made a fuss, the more annoyed he would become. The next day was Sunday, and Wan Qiqi didn't have to go to work. She happily slept until she woke up naturally. When she got up, it was almost noon. She went to the bathroom to wash up and heard people chatting inside at the door. Captain Su is so cruel. They have been married for so many years and have 2 children, but he just divorced without any warning.
Sigh.
All men are like this. When they get ruthless, they are heartless and ungrateful. Why did Captain Su get a divorce? I haven't heard that he has a lover outside. He definitely has a lover, but he's keeping it a secret. The women's tones showed sympathy for Ji Xianglian and even a sense of grief for the victim, as they were worried that their men would also follow Captain Su's example. As soon as Wan Qiqi entered, they stopped and the bathroom became very quiet, with only the sound of water. After washing up, Wan Qiqi did not leave, but enthusiastically answered their questions. Ji Xianglian loved to write letters of denunciation. Before getting married, she wrote a letter of denunciation and killed Captain Su's first love. The girl was very pretty and was Ji Xianglian's cousin. She killed him with just one letter of denunciation. Poor Captain Su, he was deceived for so many years and only found out the truth recently. What a sin! Wan Qiqi sighed and shook his head, and what he said was half true and half false, with some artistic processing. Oh my god, that's what happened. Ji Xianglian is so cruel. I can't believe Ji Xianglian is such a mean person. How horrible. No wonder Captain Su insisted on getting a divorce. Anyone would get a divorce. The women suddenly realized what was going on, and their attitudes changed immediately. They collectively attacked Ji Xianglian and felt very sympathetic towards Captain Su. Ji Xianglian also wrote a letter to report me and Lu Yi. She is a repeat offender. Maybe she has also written about you. Otherwise, how could she be awarded the title of Model Military Wife and Excellent Teacher every year? She wrote a letter to report her competitors, and the honor was hers. Wan Qiqi added fuel to the fire, and the women all changed their expressions. Before, they sympathized with Captain Su but were not angry. But now that their vital interests were involved, they were so angry that they were about to burn down the washroom. No wonder they are so outstanding but never get the title of Model Military Wives every year. It must be that Zich Ji Xianglian who reported them. Is this Zich still in the family building? Someone asked through gritting teeth. Yes, I just saw him packing his luggage. The women exchanged fiery glances and went downstairs with murderous intent. Wan Qiqi whistled happily and went home carrying the wash basin. The weather was really nice today, so she made something delicious. Comrade Wan, do you want more bones? As soon as I came out of the bathroom, I met Leah. Leah asked in a low voice, holding a pot of vegetables. Is it also from the Japs? Wan Qiqi's eyes lit up. Not necessarily. They all belong to the enemy anyway. If you want them, I'll save them for you. Leah felt no psychological pressure in amputating the limbs of her enemies. She would just amputate if they had minor injuries, and there was no need to save them. Okay, a skull is fine too. I'll put it on my bedside table. The spine is beautiful too. Okay, save them all for me. When you make something delicious in the future, can you share some with me? Leah made the request embarrassedly. She would not work for nothing. No problem. Wan Qiqi agreed readily. She loved bones so much. Leah was an orthopedic surgeon, which was like a bone warehouse. She would have an endless supply of bones to play with in the future. Thank you. The two reached a pleasant agreement, and both parties were very satisfied. Ah, the second floor, which sounded like Ji Xianglian's. Neither of them was interested, and went back home. Later, Wan Qiqi heard from Wang Shuhua that Ji Xianglian was beaten badly, his hair was pulled out, and his body was covered with wounds. If Captain Su hadn't stopped him, he would have been at least half dead. No matter how Ji Xianglian made a fuss, Captain Su remained unmoved. He sent her to the train station and watched her get on the train with his own eyes. Then he came back and instructed the guards at the door not to let Ji Xianglian in anymore. In the evening, Lu Yi came back. Ji Xianglian's father confessed everything and was locked up by the commune's gang. He will be shot next month. Even if he was not shot, the villagers would not forgive him. What about the young man who was burned to death? Although his parents were dead, he still had brothers and clansmen, and they would definitely not let Ji's father go. Ji Xuemei's parents have already learned the truth about their daughter's tragic death. Ji Xianglian will not have a good life after returning to her hometown. After getting rid of that disgusting Ji Xianglian, the air in the family building felt a lot fresher. After the Sunday break, it was time to go back to work. I had cake in the morning. Wan Qiqi was in a good mood yesterday and made a lot of cake, but didn't finish it. Lu Yi likes sweets, so he bought all the remaining cakes. After breakfast, they went to their respective shifts. Wan Qiqi rode his bike slowly to the winery. On the way, he bought some lotus leaf rice and ate it in the office later. The winery requires clocking in at 8 a.m. and Wan Qiqi clocked in at 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds at the factory gate. After clocking in, she was no longer in a hurry. She leisurely went to park her car and walked leisurely to the office building carrying her bag. There are a lot of people on the road. Everyone is walking slowly, some people stop to chat, and everyone has a lazy vibe, as if they're just trying to get by. There were also some middle-aged women carrying vegetable baskets, holding the basket in one hand and holding their children in the other, preparing to return to their family buildings. A pointed stone flew towards Wan Qiqi's face. If it hit her, it would definitely make a hole. Wan Qiqi dodged nimbly. Snap! The stone fell to the ground, and she picked it up. The stone had an acute angle and was particularly sharp. It was obviously a carefully selected stone intended to murder her. Wan Qiqi turned her head and immediately locked her eyes on the grandparents and grandchildren. A middle-aged woman in her 50s, holding a boy of 3 or 4 years old, looked very flustered when he met her eyes and was about to leave with her grandson. Your grandson? He looks so cute. Wan Qiqi walked over and didn't curse at anyone. Instead, she praised the child. The aunt breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she didn't know that the stone was thrown by her grandson. It's my grandson. We're going home. Oh, your grandson is wearing open-crotch pants. Wan Qiqi screamed in surprise. The little boy was a little shy and reached out to block it, but soon he was suspended in the air and his collar was lifted up from behind. What are you going to do? The aunt was startled and rushed over to save her grandson. I've never seen crotchless pants before. Take a look. Wan Qiqi picked up the boy with one hand and held it in front of her. She stared at him for a few seconds with a serious expression, as if she was really studying something. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a bold and crazy woman. Although the child was young, he was also a bird. This was too bold. Children, don't throw stones randomly, otherwise they will bounce and fly away the little bird. Wan Qiqi's expression was very serious, and everyone was confused. What kind of bird was he shooting away? The little boy also looked confused. His big eyes were clear, and he didn't understand at all. Then, everyone saw Wan Qiqi raised her orchid finger and flicked it several times. Her movements were quick and efficient without any delay. Wow! The little boy was stunned for a few seconds and then burst into tears. It hurt so much. Woohoo! He will never throw stones randomly again. Will you still throw stones in the future? Wan Qiqi smiled slightly, revealing 8 teeth. I won't throw it away. Grandma told me to. Woo-woo. The little boy shook his head vigorously, his face turning pale with fear. Sister likes good children who tell the truth, so I'll give you a candy as a reward. Wan Qiqi took out a candy like a magic trick, stuffed it into the little boy's pocket, and put him down. The little boy's face, but he was grinning. He couldn't wait to tear off the candy wrapper and stuff the candy into his mouth. All his sadness and discomfort were healed by the candy. He even hoped that Wan Qiqi would play a few more times, and he was willing to do so. Snap! There was a crisp slapping sound, and the aunt's angry roar. The slap marks on her face were deafening. Do you want to go to the farm with your man? After slapping her, Wan Chi gave a cold warning. Although she had never seen this old lady, she could guess that the people who hated her the most in the winery were Chi Huaimin's family members. The aunt's expression changed, and her momentum suddenly weakened. Wan Chi snorted, turned, and left. Her great achievement in shooting the bird spread throughout the winery in less than half a day. The three heads of the publicity department looked at her with indescribable expressions and became even more wary of her. This Wan Chi is not only crazy, but also shameless and has a strong background. He is really a copper pea that cannot be broken or cooked. Master Xian, why didn't you turn on the water? Wan Chi did when she entered the office was to make tea and have a pleasant morning tea. But now she doesn't boil the water herself. She asks Master Xian to do it. Who made Master Xian follow Chi Huaimin and He Huiling before and pour boiled water for them? Forget it, hit it yourself. Xian, as the son of the deputy secretary, is certainly not an easygoing person. He has been boiling water for Wan Chi for 2 days, which is already his limit.
Okay.
Wan Chi was easy to talk to. She was carrying a thermos and was about to get some water. When she passed by Master Xian, she casually asked, Master Xian, your guest knows the photo in your wallet. Is it your boyfriend? Xian's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously reached into his trouser pocket for his wallet. The section chief and the deputy section chief pricked up their ears and didn't even bother to read the newspaper. This is a big, fresh piece of news. I didn't expect that Master Xian and his wife are so loving, and they even have a lover outside. With delicate eyebrows, beautiful eyes, red lips, and white teeth, he really has the appearance of Panin. Wan Chi leaned close to his ear and whispered some nasty words in a low voice. Xian's face became paler and paler, and his body was shaking. How did this crazy girl know that? If his parents and wife knew about this, he would definitely be dead. I'll go get some water. Shower Wan, you take a rest. Xian stood up decisively and snatched the thermos from Wan Chi hand. Thank you, Master Xian. I knew you were kind-hearted. I just said something nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Wan Chi smiled sweetly, sat down contentedly, and gave Master Xian a reassurance. As long as you listen to me, I won't say anything nonsense. Of course not. Xian laughed dryly a few times. His face looked uglier than if he had eaten shoot, and went to get some water in a sullen manner. The section chief and the deputy director both sighed in disappointment, feeling extremely itchy in their hearts. It was like eating a watermelon and only prying a hole in it to reveal the red flesh inside, which made people itchy, so the other party sealed the hole. It makes people unable to go up or down and can't stop. Shower Wan, does Master Xian really have a lover? The section chief asked with a curious look on his face. How should I put it? From the perspective of materialist dialectics, each of us can have a lover or not. In short, a lover exists in our minds. It can exist or not. Master Xian can have one, and so can Section Chief. Section Chief, do you understand what I mean? Wan Chi talked a lot of nonsense. The Section Chief's eyes were darting around, and he was confused. What does it mean? I understand. The section chief didn't want to admit that he was stupid, so he pretended to understand and smiled mysteriously. Wan Chi also smiled, and the two of them smiled so deeply that the deputy section chief next to them was stunned. He didn't understand. Is it yes or no? Deputy section chief, do you understand? Wan Chi turned to look at him. I understand. Shower Wan, you put it very well. The deputy section chief also showed an understanding smile, but he was cursing in his heart. Don't say that next time. The section chief and deputy section chief also asked Wan Chi again, fearing that she would say something incomprehensible, which would make them seem very uncultured. The 4th update is finished. Today, a bolt from the blue hit me. The rating has dropped. The author will try to add more updates, but can you not give a low rating? If you don't like it, just remove it from the bookshelf. Don't give a low rating, please. Finally, I ask for a wave of 5-star reviews and free gifts so that I will have the motivation to add more updates. And after reading, dears, don't forget to use your golden fingers to click the shoot yellow button. The more numbers, the more special my book looks, and satisfy the author's vanity. Haha. Thank you. Xian came back with 2 pots of boiling water and placed them diligently on Wan Qiqi's desk. Xiao Wan, I'll take care of the boiling water from now on. That Master Xian looked pleadingly. As the art of war says, if the enemy does not move, I will not move. Wan Qiqi smiled. Xian breathed a sigh of relief and felt reassured, but he couldn't figure out in his heart how Wan Qiqi knew about it. Since getting married, he has not had any contact with that person. He just hid a photo and took it out to look at it when no one was around to ease his lovesickness. This is a secret hidden deep in his heart that even that person doesn't know. It is a secret only he knows. Could it be that this crazy woman could read minds? Wan Qiqi glanced at him and secretly laughed. Master Xian had the intention but not the courage. When he was young, he had a crush on someone, but he didn't even dare to confess his love. After all, even in later generations, it was a shocking thing. If Master Xian had cheated on her in marriage, she would have definitely exposed it. Fortunately, this man only had evil intentions and didn't dare to do it for real. He was still very good to his wife and children, and he didn't look for that man in all these years. At most, when I was alone, I would hold the photo and cry out my love, and the ginkgo tree next to me happened to hear it. After a leisurely morning, Wan Qiqi did not go to the cafeteria to eat. Instead, she ate the lotus leaf rice she bought in the morning. She placed it in the space, and it was still warm when she took it out. After lunch, I open the recliner and take a good nap in the office. I can sleep for 2 hours. She lay down, stretched, changed into a comfortable position, covered her face with a newspaper, and fell asleep soon. She had a sweet dream. In the dream, she returned to the mental hospital and was still the respected 7th master. After dinner every day, everyone crowded into her room, sat in a row, and watched sweet idle dramas. He Huiling, are you here for work? The section chief's surprised voice woke Wan Qiqi up. She moved the newspaper away from her face and saw the haggard He Huiling. She had lost a lot of weight in just a few days. Where's Lao Qi? He didn't come back? Everyone gathered around He Huiling to ask questions. Lao Qi still needs to be reformed. After the organization found out that I was fine, they let me return to work. He Huiling speaks very slowly and considers each word for a long time, for fear of making a mistake. She looked at the lying Wan Qiqi with resentment in her eyes. She just poured some boiling water, but this sitch wanted to kill her. Fortunately, her husband had some connections and gave her a lot of gifts, including all the family savings, and finally he managed to rescue her. She was scared these past few days, living in fear every day, and her life was worse than death. He Huiling hated Wan Qiqi so much, but she didn't dare show it. This sitch was very sinister and a professional backstabber. Her husband had warned her not to provoke this sitch again, but she was unwilling. It was just pouring some boiling water. Why should she suffer such a great injustice? She had several hundred yuan in savings, which she had saved by living frugally. However, she spent it all in one night, just like she was back to the time before liberation. Wan Qiqi sensed her resentment, but didn't care. She would fight back if the enemy came. If He Huiling didn't behave herself, she had plenty of ways to deal with her. He Huiling, who came back to work, seemed like a different person. She stopped knitting sweaters and didn't dare to chat with others. She was as quiet as a puppet. The 3 section chiefs were all very moved. A good person became like this after being locked up for a few days. Wan Qiqi really did a lot of harm to people. A few days passed uneventfully like this, and then a few people broke into the office. They were the same people who took He Huiling away last time. The leader was a man in his 30s, tall and thin, wearing glasses. Wan Qiqi, someone reported you for spreading discordant remarks. Come with us. When and where did I spread it, to whom? Wan Qiqi sat there without moving and asked back calmly. She didn't even need to ask the ginkgo tree. She knew it must have been done by the old woman He Huiling. We will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Now come with us. The man with glasses winked, and his subordinates came over and tried to take Wan Qiqi away by force. He wheeling next to her lowered her head and looked timid, but the corners of her mouth were raised high, and she was smiling with great pride. If a zitch reports her, she will report the zitch. The quotations say that to convince others, one can only persuade them, not force them. The result of forcing them to obey is always that they are not obeyed. It is not possible to convince people by force. You can't answer my questions, but you want to take me away by force. This shows that you haven't studied the quotations hard enough and haven't even grasped the central idea. You should treat your comrades as warmly as the spring breeze and treat your enemies as cold ice. Now I am still a worker in the winery and a comrade of yours. Do you want to chill the hearts of the workers by doing this? Ruan Chichi shook off the person who was grabbing her, jumped onto the desk nimbly, and began to recite the quotations from heaven aloud, reciting a long section in one breath and refutating with reason and evidence. Several people were shocked by her, and they were trying to recall quickly which section this quotation was from. From your looks, I know you don't take the quotations seriously.
You should learn from me.
You should recite them while eating and sleeping. You should study every minute and every second. So my thoughts are definitely as red as the 5-star red flag. It is even more impossible for me to spread discordant remarks. Who is this black-hearted guy who slandered me? Ruan Chichi turned the tables and directly took the initiative in the conversation. She also took out a collection of quotations with curled edges from her pocket, held it solemnly in both hands, raised her head, looked determined, and read aloud. She has memorized the entire collection of quotations. She can recite it by heart, either forward, backward, or by picking it up. Today, let's open these people's eyes and let them see the charisma of genius. No one else dared to interrupt her and had to stand straight and listen respectfully. You are a leader, so you must have memorized the quotations very well. Let me test you. I think being smart and honest is enough to solve all difficult problems. Ruan Chichi recited a passage, glanced around the audience, and her eyes finally fell on the man with glasses. The man with glasses was secretly proud. He had memorized this quotation, and no one could stump him. He may not be able to recite quotations by heart, but he is also the best in the unit. Otherwise, how could he become a leader? Excuse me, which volume and page does this paragraph come from? Ruan Chichi did not follow the usual path and asked a question that no one expected. The man with glasses felt a sinking feeling in his heart. His usually sharp mind was now blank. He racked his brains to think which volume and page was it. But the more anxious he became, the harder it was to figure out, and the man with glasses was so anxious that sweat broke out on his face. Everyone else was whispering. How many people could answer such a tricky question? Ruan Chichi laughed sarcastically, and the smile was very dazzling. The man with glasses was embarrassed and angry, and asked angrily, "Don't you know? Of course, my thoughts are as red as the 5-star red flag. Quotations are more important than my life. I can go without food for a day, but I must recite them. Quotations are indispensable to my life. They are my blood, my flesh, and my bones. Can you understand what I say?" Ruan Chichi spoke passionately, waving his arms from time to time, more excited than the American presidential election. Everyone smiled awkwardly and looked at her with tolerant eyes as if she were a crazy woman. Judging from the symptoms, she was seriously insane. They were normal people and there was no need to argue with the crazy woman. The man with glasses frowned and scolded, "Ruan Chichi, stop playing crazy and stalling for time.
Come with us now."
Don't worry, we will definitely not wrongly accuse innocent people, but we will never let the bad guys go. From Volume 7, page 430. Ruan Chichi said loudly. One reacted for a moment. The man with glasses was worthy of being the leader. He was smart and asked his subordinates to find an anthology. They found it quickly, and according to Ruan Chichi's instructions, they found the words she said. Everyone was stunned. Looking at Ruan Chichi's eyes, she changed from a crazy woman to a genius. The previous anthology had a total of 4 volumes, but the author can no longer find this edition, so he can only write the page numbers according to the current new version. Some people also suspected that Ruan Chichi was just guessing. More and more people gathered at the door of the propaganda department's office. Even Director Lin was alarmed and ran over to see what was going on. Upon learning that Wan Qiqi had been reported by someone, Director Lin was furious and cursed that there were bad people in the factory and they must be found out. If a suggestion seems feasible in local circumstances, but not feasible in global circumstances. Volume 2, page 525. The purpose of self-examination is to draw lessons from experience, not to place the blame on individual comrades. Volume 3, page 256. Wan Qiqi has been reciting for an hour. Every time she recites a paragraph, she will accurately remember the volume and page. Someone went to find a few more anthologies, but the speed at which everyone flipped through the pages could not keep up with Wan Qiqi's speed in memorizing the books. The office was silent, with only the sound of turning pages and surprised gasps. The people who came to arrest her had their legs sore from standing, but they didn't dare to stop. Instead, they secretly cursed the person who reported her, saying that he had nothing better to do than to report such a crazy woman. It's okay if she's crazy, but she has a photographic memory and can recite the quotations from heaven so well. It's so embarrassing for them. After reciting for another half an hour, Wan Qiqi finally stopped. It was not because she couldn't recite anymore, but because her throat was smoking. After gulping down a large cup of tea, Wan Qiqi licked her dry lips, cleared her throat, and continued to recite. Her desire to speak was aroused, and she wanted to recite until the moon was above the willows. But the man with glasses interrupted her. "Comrade Wan, we are here to ask you to cooperate with the investigation. Someone has reported you, so we must follow the procedures to question you. As long as we find out everything, it will be fine. Don't be nervous." The man with glasses was particularly kind and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. If he continued to let this crazy woman carry him on her back, he would lose all his dignity. He rose to the top by memorizing quotations, but now he is stumped by this crazy woman. Darn it, if he spends an extra hour memorizing quotations every day, he will definitely be better than this crazy woman. Whoever reports should provide evidence. According to your logic, anyone can report, so I will also report you, and then you have to cooperate with the investigation, right? Wan Qiqi sneered and asked back, why should she cooperate? Is she an easygoing person? Should she cooperate just because anyone asks her to? The man with glasses and others looked unhappy. They had dealt with so many people, but this was the first time they encountered a tough guy like Wan Qiqi, who would not take any soft or hard tactics and could even recite quotations from the Chinese government. He was so darn difficult. "Comrade Wan, if you do this, it will be very difficult for us to deal with it. We can only offend you." The man with glasses frowned, winked at his men, and prepared to take the men away by force. "I, Wan Qiqi, sincerely serve the country. Who is this conscienceless jerk who slander me? Since you don't believe me, I will sacrifice my blood today to prove my loyalty." Wan Qiqi covered her chest and spoke exaggeratedly, as if she was performing a stage play. Although her voice was a little hoarse, it was still loud and clear, and the whole office building could hear it. Everyone was infected by her emotional voice and stage tension, and felt that Wan Qiqi was definitely not that kind of person, and there must be a villain who wanted to harm her. "Hey, Wan Qiqi, don't do anything stupid." The section chief was the first to notice something was wrong and screamed. Others saw it, too, and gasped. Wan Qiqi jumped off the desk at some point and rushed to He Huiling like a ghost. She grabbed her neck with her backhand and dragged her to the window. "I wanted to shine my heart on the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. He Huiling, you have also been investigated by them. Today, you will die to prove our innocence." Wan Qiqi was very strong and dragged He Huiling to the windowsill easily. The office was on the third floor, and even if she didn't die if she jumped down, she would be crippled. "I am innocent to begin with, no need to prove it, you psycho, let me go." He Huiling clung to the windowsill tightly, her face turning pale with fear. "No, you want to prove it. Come on, let's jump together." Wan Qiqi smiled at her strangely, and with a needle in her hand, she pricked each of her hands. He Huiling screamed and let go of her hands. Wan Chichi moved as fast as lightning. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes and saw He Huiling's upper body stretched out of the windowsill. Then Wan Chichi lifted her 2 feet again and pushed them upwards with force. He Huiling fell headfirst and Wan Chichi followed suit and jumped down swiftly. Everyone was terrified, including the man with glasses. They all stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do. Director Lin shouted angrily, "Why are you still standing there? Go and save them." Darn it, if something happened to Wan Chichi, how would he explain to his old leader? Darn it, don't let him find the jerk who reported her and kill her. Everyone finally reacted and ran downstairs. After running downstairs, everyone's first reaction was to look at the ground. There was no one and no blood. Where are the people? Digging into the ground. It's on the tree. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone looked up at the same time and saw that both of them were hanging on the tree fork. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He Huiling woke up. She was hanging upside down on a tree branch, her head down and her feet in the air. She was so scared that she kept screaming, "You're the one who reported me, and even if I die, I'll take you with me." Wan Chichi was hanging on the tree branch next to her, whispering threats. "I was wrong, Wan Chichi, please let me go. I was just so angry that I reported it in a moment of confusion. I don't want to die, my child is still young." He Huiling was already mentally confused and could not tell whether she was on the tree or in the underworld, so she told everything. Everyone suddenly realized that Wan Chichi knew who reported it and jumped off the building on purpose. But this is too crazy. It's on the 3rd floor. If he doesn't get caught on the tree fork, he'll be crippled even if he doesn't die. This is a real crazy woman. Not pretending. They can't afford to offend her. He Huiling was rescued, but Wan Chichi climbed down by herself without anyone's help. The truth came out. Although the process was tortuous, the result was still very good. He Huiling was taken away. Just a few days after she was released, she had to go in again. This time, she probably won't be able to get out for a while. Director Lin called Wan Chichi to his office. After the incident with the bird, he wanted to have a talk with this crazy girl. "Wan Chichi, have you forgotten that you are a thespian? You still flicked the bird away? Who taught you to be such a hooligan?" Fortunately, the other party was a child, otherwise you would have to go to the farm for reform today. Only children play it. Adults don't wear open crotch pants. Wan Chichi was particularly confident. Director Lin was so angry that he laughed and asked back, "Can you really bounce when adults wear open crotch pants? It's clean and beautiful. I'm a little interested." Wan Chichi told the truth. She was not a casual person and was very picky. Director Lin was so angry that he was speechless. He really couldn't understand why Lu Yi married such a shameless female hooligan as his wife. Also, you jump off a building all the time. Do you think you are Yen Zili-san? Young people should cherish their lives and find ways to solve problems when they encounter them. What's the point of jumping off a building? And you take others with you. Do you want to go to heaven? Director Lin felt that he must have a lot more white hair. His own children had never made him worry so much. His intuition turned out to be correct. Less than a month after Wan Chichi came to work, 2 old employees were sent in. At her rate, the winery would be bankrupt in less than a year. "Uncle Lin, I'm using the method of provoking someone, and it's very effective. Don't worry, you won't die from the fall." Wan Chichi assured sincerely that as long as there was a tree below, she would not fall to death. "Okay, go back." Director Lin waved his hand weakly. Chatting with this girl made his hair turn gray. He was exhausted. "Uncle Lin, don't worry. Does the factory have several payments that cannot be collected?" Wan Chichi asked enthusiastically. "How do you know that?" Director Lin looked surprised. Only the finance department and a few senior executives knew about this. How did Wan Chichi, a temporary worker, know about it? "Don't worry about how I know this. I'll help you get the money back." Wan Chichi was bored in the office and wanted to find something to do. "This has nothing to do with you. Just go to work." Director Lin didn't believe it at all. Those companies that owed money were more arrogant than the other. He sent several people to collect the money, but he didn't get a penny back and even spent a lot of travel expenses. Every man has a share of responsibility for the success or failure of the winery. I am also an employee of the winery. How can it have nothing to do with me? Uncle Lin, those people you sent out to collect money before took the bribes and enriched their own pockets, leaving the factory with a dent. I am different. I will definitely get every penny back. Wan Chichi has chatted with several ginkgo trees in the factory during this period and has learned a lot about them. Director Lin is a good comrade, but not a good director. The factory is in a mess and everyone is selfish, only wanting to take advantage of the public and fill their own pockets. As a result, the factory had no money to add new equipment and could only use old equipment, and the output and quality could not keep up. Director Lin's face darkened. No wonder none of the people he sent out could get their money back. It turned out that they had embezzled the money. Darn it, they are all black-hearted rats, stealing public food. Can you really take it back? Director Lin was a little relieved. After all, this girl was really crazy. Maybe she could create a miracle. If we can really get the money back, the factory can buy new equipment, the output will increase, and the efficiency will definitely increase, which can generate a lot of income for the country every year. I'm giving you a military order. If you don't come back, I'll leave the winery. Wan Chichi was confident. That's not necessary. It's okay if you don't come back. Go to the finance department to get the information of the companies that owe you money and get some advance on your travel expenses.